Chapter 1. Small Village by the Mountain. Erlangzi widened his eyes and stared straight at the black roof made of thatch and mud, covered in an old cotton quilt that had turned dark yellow and couldn't be seen for its original appearance. It still emitted a faint, musty smell. The other person next to him was his second brother Hanju, who was sleeping soundly and soundly. From time to time, he could hear varying degrees of shouting. About half a zhang away from the bed, there was a yellow mud-made earthen wall. Over time, several inconspicuous and slender cracks had cracked on the wall. From these cracks, Han's mother's incessant complaints could be faintly heard, occasionally accompanied by the pa-pa and pa-pa sounds of Han's father smoking a dry pipe. Erlangzi slowly closed his already slightly strained eyes, forcing himself to enter deep sleep as soon as possible. He knew very well in his heart that if he didn't fall asleep honestly, he wouldn't be able to wake up earlier tomorrow, and he wouldn't be able to go into the mountains with other scheduled companions to pick dry wood. Erlangzi's surname is Han Mingli. His parents couldn't come up with such a decent name. This was a name given by his father, who made a bun from 2 coarse grains and asked Uncle Zhang in the village to give it. When Uncle Zhang was young, he worked as a reading assistant with wealthy people in the city for several years. He was the only scholar in the village who knew a few words, and he gave more than half of the names to the children in the village. Hanli is called Erlangzi by the villagers, but he is not really stupid. On the contrary, he is the most intelligent child in the village. But like other children in the village, apart from his family, he rarely hears anyone officially call him Hanli. However, the titles of Erlangzi and Erlangzi have been accompanying him to this day. The reason why he was nicknamed Erlangzi is simply because there is already a child named Langzi in the village. It's not a big deal. The other children in the village are also referred to as dog kids and 2 eggs by people, and these names may not sound any better than Erlangzi. Therefore, although Hanli does not like this title, he can only continue to comfort himself in this way. Hanli looks very unremarkable on the outside, with dark skin, just like an ordinary rural child. But deep down in his heart, he has matured much earlier than his peers. Since childhood, he has longed for the wealth and prosperity of the outside world, dreaming that one day he can step out of this palm-sized village and see what Uncle Zhang often says about the outside world. When Hanli had this idea, he never dared to mention it to anyone else. Otherwise, it will surely surprise the villagers. A young and inexperienced child would have such a thought that even an adult wouldn't dare to think easily. You should know that other children around the same age as Han Li only know how to chase chickens and touch dogs all over the village, let alone have the strange idea of leaving their homeland. Han Li's family of 7 consists of 2 older brothers, an older sister, and a younger sister. He is the 4th oldest in the family and is only 10 years old this year. The family's life is very difficult, and they cannot afford to eat a few meals with meat or fishy flavors in a year. The whole family has been struggling to make ends meet. At this moment, Han Li was in a daze, as if he hadn't slept yet, and he still had this idea lingering in his anger. When he went up the mountain, he must help his beloved sister and pick more of her favorite red berries to eat. At noon the next day, when Han Li rushed home from the mountains with a scorching sun, a half-person tall pile of firewood on his back, and a bag full of berries in his arms, he didn't know that a guest had arrived who would change his life's destiny. This distinguished guest is a close relative to him, his 3rd uncle. I heard that in a restaurant in a nearby small town, he works as a big shopkeeper and is considered a talented person by his parents. In the past century, the Han family may have only had a relative with some status, Sinshu. Han Li only saw this 3rd uncle a few times when he was very young. His elder brother's job as an apprentice to an old blacksmith in the city was introduced by the 3rd uncle. The 3rd uncle often asked someone to take some food for his parents to take care of their family, so Han Li was also very kind to the image of the 3rd uncle. Although his parents didn't say it, he was grateful. Big brother is the pride of the whole family. It is said that as an apprentice blacksmith, he not only manages food and shelter, but also earns 30 copper coins a month. When he officially graduates and is hired, he can earn even more money. Whenever parents mention their elder brother, their spirits soar, as if they have changed into someone else. Although Han Li is young, he still envies him greatly. He has already had the best job in his heart, which is to impress a skilled craftsman in the small town, become an apprentice, and become a respectable person who relies on his skills for a living. So when Han Li saw Uncle San wearing a brand new satin dress, with a chubby round face and a small mustache, he was extremely excited. After placing the firewood behind the house, he shyly bowed to Uncle San in the front room and obediently called out, "Hello, Uncle San." He stood aside obediently and listened to his parents chatting with Uncle San. Sanshu looked at Han Li with a smile, scrutinized him, and praised him with words like obedient and sensible. Then he turned around and talked to his parents about the purpose of his visit. Although Han Li is still young and cannot fully understand Uncle San's words, he has understood the general meaning. The restaurant where Sanshu used to work belonged to a martial arts sect called the Seven Profound Sect. This sect has two types, outer and inner. Recently, Sanshu officially became an outer disciple of this sect and was able to recommend children aged 7 to 12 to participate in the Seven Profound Sect's recruitment of inner disciples. The Seven Profound Gates recruitment test for internal disciples, which takes place every 5 years, will begin next month. This third uncle, who has a bit of shrewdness and no children of his own, naturally thought of Han Li, who is of appropriate age. Han's father, who has always been down-to-earth, hesitated and couldn't make up his mind when he heard words like Jianghu and sect that he had never heard before. He picked up the dry tobacco stick and took a few hard puffs, then sat there without saying a word. In Uncle San's mouth, the Seven Profound Gates are naturally the most remarkable and top-notch major sects within a radius of hundreds of miles. As long as you become an inner disciple, not only can you practice martial arts for free without worrying about food and drink in the future, but you can also have a little over 1 or 2 taels of silver as pocket money every month. And those who participate in the test, even if they are not selected, have the opportunity to become outsiders like Uncle San, specializing in managing the business outside the Seven Profound Gates. When Han's father heard that there was a possibility of earning 1 or 2 silver coins per month and a chance to become a respectable person like Uncle San, he finally made up his mind and agreed. Uncle San was very happy to see that Han's father had accepted. I left a few taels of silver and said that I would come and take Han Li away in a month. During this period, I would cook some delicious food for Han Li to replenish his health and prepare him for the test. Then Uncle San greeted Han's father, touched Han Li's head, and went out to return to the city. Although Han Li didn't fully understand what Uncle San was saying, he still understood that he could earn a lot of money by going to the city. His long-standing wish, which seemed about to come true, kept him excited for several nights and unable to sleep. After more than a month, Uncle San arrived at the village on time and was about to take Han Li away. Before leaving, Han Li's father repeatedly reminded him to be honest, to be patient in times of trouble, and not to argue with others. Meanwhile, Han's mother advised him to pay more attention to his health and eat and sleep well. On the carriage, watching the figures of his parents gradually fade away, Han Li bit his lip tightly and held back the tears in his eyes. Although he has been much more mature than other children since childhood, he is still a 10-year-old child, and his first long-distance trip made him feel a bit sad and lost in his heart. He secretly made up his mind in his young heart that he would come back as soon as he earned a lot of money and never be separated from his parents again. Han Li never expected that the amount of money he had after going out would lose its meaning for him. He actually embarked on a path of immortal cultivation that was different from ordinary people. Chapter 2. Qingyou Town. This is a small town. Though it is designated as a town, it is merely a slightly larger settlement, known as Qingyou Town. Only the local villagers who dwell in the nearby mountain valleys and possess little worldly experience incessantly chant Qingyou City in their rustic manner. This is the candid sentiment of Zhang Er, a doorkeeper who has served for over a decade. Indeed, Qingyou Town is not extensive. It features only one main thoroughfare, Qingyou Street, which runs east to west, and there exists but a single inn, the Qingyou Inn. This establishment is situated at the western end of the elongated town. Thus, any traveling merchants wishing to avoid sleeping outdoors have no choice but to stay here at present. A horse-drawn carriage, evidently having traversed a considerable distance, enters Qingyou Town from the west, swiftly racing past the entrance of the Qingyou and without pausing, continuing until it halts before the Spring Fragrance Restaurant at the opposite end of the town. The Spring Fragrance Restaurant is not particularly large and bears an air of antiquity, yet it exudes a certain rustic charm. As it is currently lunchtime, the establishment is bustling with patrons, nearly at full capacity. Disembarking from the carriage is a stout man with a round face and a small mustache, accompanied by a dark-skinned boy of about 10 years. The man strides confidently into the restaurant, leading the child. Recognizing the stout man, some regulars identify him as Fat Han, the proprietor of the restaurant, though the identity of the child remains unknown to them. Old Han, this little black lad bears a striking resemblance to you. Could he be your illegitimate son? A patron jests, eliciting hearty laughter from those nearby. "Pa, this is my own nephew. Of course he bears some resemblance," the stout man, rather pleased than offended, responds. These two are none other than Han Li, who has just arrived in town after a 3-day journey, and his uncle, the Fat Han referred to by others. Fat Han greets a few familiar faces before leading Han Li to a secluded courtyard behind the inn. "Little Li, rest well in this room and regain your strength. Once the steward of the inner chamber arrives, I shall summon you, that I must step out for a moment to attend to some familiar guests," Fat Han kindly instructs, gesturing towards the courtyard's guest room. With a final admonition, he adds, "Do not wander about. The town is crowded, and you might get lost. It is best if you remain in the courtyard." "Understood." Han Li responds obediently, and only then does Fat Han depart with a sense of relief. Feeling fatigued, Han Li collapses onto the bed and promptly falls into a deep slumber, exhibiting no signs of a child's typical timidity. In the evening, a servant brings a meal. Though it is not lavish, it is quite palatable. After he finishes eating, another servant enters to clear away the leftover dishes, and it is at this moment that his uncle leisurely re-enters. "How was the meal? Did it suit your palate? Are you perhaps feeling a bit homesick?" "Yes, somewhat," Han Li replies, displaying a marked propriety. His uncle appears pleased with Han Li's response, and soon engages him in casual conversation, regaling him with amusing anecdotes from his own experiences. Gradually, Han Li sheds his initial shyness and begins to share in the mirth. Thus, 2 days pass in this manner, that on the 3rd day, after finishing dinner and awaiting his uncle's tales of the martial world, another carriage arrives at the restaurant's entrance. This carriage, entirely painted in a glossy black, is drawn by a striking yellow stallion, rare and exceptional. Most notably, a small triangular black flag bearing the character Xian with silver lettering and a red border flutters from the carriage's frame, imbuing it with an air of enigmatic allure. Upon seeing this flag, any seasoned wanderer within a radius of several hundred miles would recognize it as the emblem of one of the 2 dominant factions in the region, the Seven Mysteries sect, indicating the arrival of an important figure. The Seven Mysteries sect, also known as the Seven Absolute sect, was established 200 years ago by the illustrious Seven Absolute Master. It once dominated the Jingzhou region for decades, even extending its influence into neighboring states, earning a formidable reputation throughout the entirety of the Yu Kingdom. However, following the death of the Seven Absolute Master, the sect's power waned drastically, eventually being ousted from the Jingzhou capital by rival factions that a century ago, the sect was compelled to relocate to the remote Xinsha mountain, where it has since established its roots, relegated to the status of a minor local power. Yet, as the saying goes, a dead camel is still larger than a horse, and the Seven Mysteries sect, despite its decline, retains significant potential. Upon settling in Xinsha Mountain, it swiftly commandeered a number of small towns, including Qingyou Town, boasting several thousand disciples under its banner, establishing itself as one of the 2 local hegemons. The only other force capable of rivaling the Seven Mysteries sect is the Wild Wolf Gang. Originally a band of marauding horse thieves within the Jingzhou territory, a portion of them surrendered to the authorities after multiple crackdowns, while the remainder formed the Wild Wolf Gang. Their fierce and bloodthirsty nature, along with their willingness to fight, persisted, often placing the Seven Mysteries sect at a disadvantage during their clashes. Although the Wild Wolf Gang controls a greater number of towns, their lack of management skills renders them far less prosperous than the towns under the Seven Mysteries sect's control. The Wild Wolf Gang covets several of the more affluent territories held by the Seven Mysteries sect, frequently instigating conflicts between the 2 factions, much to the chagrin of the current sect leader. This has become a primary reason for the recent increase in recruitment within the Seven Mysteries sect that a lean man in his 40s leaps from the carriage, displaying agility and evident skill, striding purposefully towards the room where Han Li is situated. Upon seeing this individual, Han Li's uncle immediately approaches with utmost respect. "Guardian Wang, what brings you here in person?" "Humph." Guardian Wang scoffs, his expression haughty. "The roads have been perilous of late. We must bolster our defenses. The elder has commanded me to personally escort this individual. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Is this child the one you wish to recommend?" "Indeed, indeed. This is my own nephew. I hope Guardian Wang will look after him during the journey." Fat Han hurriedly replies, sensing the man's impatience. Quickly, he discreetly presents a hefty bag to Guardian Wang. Guardian Wang weighs the bag in his hands, and his demeanor visibly softens. Fat Han, you certainly know how to handle matters. Your nephew will be well looked after on the road. That IT is getting late. We should set off promptly. Chapter 3. The Seven Mysteries Gate. The odor within the carriage was unmistakably unpleasant, a circumstance hardly surprising given that what was meant to accommodate merely a dozen passengers was now crammed with nearly 30 children. Although the diminutive stature of children is significantly less than that of adults, the carriage still felt exceedingly congested. Han cleverly nestled his frail form into the corner of the compartment, surreptitiously observing the other children aboard. The children participating in the entrance examination were evidently categorized into three distinct groups based on their attire and backgrounds. The first group comprised a richly dressed youth, known as Wu Yin, who sat at the center of the carriage, surrounded by the majority of the other children. At 13 years of age, he was the eldest among them. Despite surpassing the age limit, his situation was alleviated as his cousin was married to a powerful figure within the Seven Mysteries Gate. Wu Yan's family owned a martial arts school and was relatively affluent, having trained in some martial arts from a young age. Although his skills were not particularly exceptional, they sufficed to handle children like Han Li, who possessed only brute strength and had never undergone any formal training. It was evident that individuals like Wu Yin, with wealth, influence, and some martial prowess, naturally assumed the role of big brother among the majority of the children in the carriage. The second group consisted of the children who clustered around Wu Yin. This cohort hailed from various backgrounds, some having shopkeeping families, others working as laborers, and some relying on their skills for sustenance. However, they all shared a common trait. Having grown up in towns, they had learned, to varying degrees, the art of reading expressions and pursuing personal gain from their elders. Consequently, they surrounded Wu Yin, addressing him as young Master Wu or Brother Wu, to which he appeared quite accustomed and took evident pleasure in their reverence. The final group, to which Han Li belonged, consisted of children from remote and impoverished regions, whose families typically relied on local resources to survive. This group was the smallest, comprising only 5 or 6 individuals, most of whom exhibited a timid demeanor and refrained from speaking loudly, starkly contrasting with the boisterous laughter and chatter of the others. The carriage raced westward from Qingyou town, making several stops along the way to pick up additional children, and finally arrived at Saixia Mountain, the headquarters of the Seven Mysteries Gate, by the evening of the 5th day. Upon disembarking, all the children were captivated by the breathtaking sunset over Saixia Mountain, only awakening from their reverie when the voice of Protector Wang urged them onward. Originally named Luofeng Mountain, it is said that a magnificent 5-colored phoenix alighted here in ancient times, transforming into the mountain itself. Over time, visitors discovered the mountain's extraordinary beauty at sunset, resembling a shroud of colorful clouds, leading to its renaming that, of course, since the Seven Mysteries Gate claimed this territory, outsiders could no longer enjoy such exquisite vistas freely. Saixia Mountain, the second largest in Jingzhou, spans a vast area, second only to the Baimao Mountain. It boasts numerous peaks, each formidable in its own right, all occupied by various branches of the Seven Mysteries Gate. The principal peak, Sunset Peak, is particularly treacherous, being exceptionally high and steep, with only one path leading from the base to the summit. After establishing their headquarters at this location, the Seven Mysteries Gate strategically set up 13 watchtowers along the perilous route, ensuring their security against any potential threats. As Han Li observed his surroundings while following the group ahead, the procession suddenly halted, and a hearty voice rang out. "Brother Wang, why have we just arrived? We're 2 days late. Master Yu, we encountered delays along the way, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Protector Wang responded respectfully, his demeanor transformed from the arrogance displayed during the journey to one of deference towards a red-faced elder. "This is the 17th batch of disciples delivered to the mountain?" "Indeed, Master Yu." "Very well." Master Yu cast a casual glance at Han Li and the others. "Take them to the Chinka courtyard, allow them to rest well tonight, and commence the selection of qualified disciples at dawn. Those who do not pass must be sent down the mountain promptly to avoid infringing upon the mountain's regulations." "Understood, Master Yu." As they ascended the stone steps towards the mountain, excitement bubbled among all the children, yet none dared to speak loudly. Despite their youth, they were acutely aware that this place would determine their future destinies. Protector Wang led the way with a smile, greeting acquaintances they encountered along the path, revealing his extensive connections within the gate. Most of the individuals they met were clad in azure satin garments, some wielding swords or carrying blades, while others, adorned with bulging waists, concealed unknown items. Their agile movements indicated that these individuals possessed commendable martial skills. Han Li and his companions were guided to a relatively low peak, where a cluster of earthen dwellings awaited them. They spent the night there, and in his dreams, Han Li envisioned himself clad in splendid robes, wielding a golden sword, and triumphantly defeating the blacksmith's son, who had always bested him in their village. He awoke the next morning still relishing the exhilarating memory. Upon rising, Protector Wang did not provide breakfast. Instead, he led everyone to a sloping area abundant with bamboo. There, they found Master Yu and several unfamiliar young individuals waiting for them. Chapter 4. Bone Refining Cliff. Master Yu proclaimed loudly before the assembly. Listen well, everyone. Proceed along the narrow path through the bamboo forest, and you will arrive at the bone refining cliff of the Seven Mysterious Gate. The initial stretch is through the bamboo thicket, followed by the rocky terrain, and finally, a steep cliff. Only those who reach the summit shall gain entry into the Seven Mysterious Gate. Should you fail to arrive before noon, while you may not become a formal disciple, those who exhibit commendable qualities may be accepted as registered disciples. Han Li, naturally unaware of the term registered disciple, understood only that he must forge ahead and ascend the mountain. He gazed into the distance and saw a slope that was not particularly steep, adorned with numerous bamboo stalks of varying thickness, seemingly not too arduous to climb. Observing his peers, he felt a surge of determination. He was unwilling to be outdone by his contemporaries, and the atmosphere among the other children shifted into a sudden tension. Master Yu glanced at the rising sun and declared, "The time is nigh. Let us prepare to set forth. Fear not, your senior brothers will be behind you, ensuring your safety and preventing any danger." Han Li turned to look at the youths behind him. These individuals were referred to as senior brothers, likely previous disciples. He pondered whether, should he join them, he too could don the same impressive attire. Lost in thought, Han Li noticed that the other children had already dashed into the bamboo grove. Seizing the moment, he hurriedly followed suit. The bamboo forest appeared vast. As 30 or so children rushed in, they quickly scattered that a slender senior brother trailed closely behind Han Li, his expression stern and silent. Feeling intimidated, Han Li refrained from speaking, instead lowering his body and cautiously advancing along the slope. Though the bamboo grove seemed unremarkable, the prolonged trek soon became wearisome. With each step, Han Li's legs grew heavier, and gradually, he found himself gripping the bamboo stalks to ease his exertion. After enduring this for a considerable time, exhaustion overcame him, prompting him to find a patch of earth where he could sit and catch his breath. As he rested, Han Li glanced back at the slender senior brother, who remained motionless, dust-free and upright like the bamboo around him, quietly observing Han Li from a short distance below. Han Li felt a pang of fear at the senior brother's cold gaze and quickly turned away, only to hear the sound of heavy breathing from ahead, indicating that others who were faster than him were also taking a break. After lingering a moment longer, Han Li hastily resumed his ascent. The incline steepened significantly, and Han Li's strength waned, to avoid collapsing. He bent low, using both hands and feet to crawl, relieved that his clothing was sturdy enough to withstand the strain, lest his joints and knees be scraped raw. At long last, he emerged from the dense bamboo grove, but the final stretch proved increasingly challenging, as rocky outcrops became more prevalent while the bamboo dwindled. And no longer able to rely on the bamboo for support, Han Li found himself inching forward painfully, step by step. Upon exiting the grove, he was greeted by a wide expanse, where a colossal rock loomed ahead, upon which several slender figures were slowly climbing, accompanied by senior brothers garbed similarly. Without hesitation, Han Li dashed toward the massive rock face. The rock wall was a jumbled mass of layered sedimentary stone, severely weathered in places, where a mere touch would cause fragments to crumble. Yet, there were also many sharp, resilient shards. Within a single meal's duration, Han Li's hands had become marred with cuts, and the fabric of his elbows and knees had torn, exposing numerous small wounds, each aggravated by the fine grit that had lodged within, intensifying the pain. The foremost climbers were rapidly pulling away, and recalling the advice of his family and uncle, Han Li clenched his teeth and persevered, determined to ascend. Prior to their departure, his father and uncle had warned him of the grueling entrance test. Failure to endure would preclude entry into the seven mysterious gate. But at this moment, Han Li's concern for gaining admission had faded. Instead, a fierce determination welled within him, urging him to catch up to his peers. He lifted his gaze with great effort and spotted Wu Yin, who was significantly older and stronger, having trained in martial arts, thus leading the ascent without surprise. Han Li glanced back, noting several figures still on the move behind him. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he found himself unable to close the gap with the leading climbers, his body growing increasingly heavy as the sun rose higher in the sky, while Wu Yin reached the summit of the rock face. There, a sheer cliff soared 30 zhang high, with a dozen hemp ropes dangling from the top, each tied with fist-sized knots that Wu Yin was currently scaling one of these ropes, inching his way toward the cliff's apex. Watching Wu Yin ascend, Han Li felt a wave of despair wash over him. He realized he could not catch up to the leading climbers, and time was slipping away as this thought crossed his mind. The pain in his elbows and knees flared up, rendering his limbs weak. One hand trembled as it grasped the rock, and suddenly he felt himself plummeting. Heart racing, Han Li pressed his body against the stone wall, paralyzed with fear. After a moment, he regained his composure and reached for a protruding rock ledge, pulling himself up a few times until he felt secure enough to relax. Instinctively, he glanced back to see the senior brother crouched and outstretched, positioning himself to shield Han Li. Once assured of his safety, the senior brother gradually stood upright. Gratitude surged within Han Li. Had he fallen, all his efforts would have been in vain. After a brief respite, he slowly moved forward, heading toward the thick ropes hanging from the cliff. At long last, he reached an unoccupied rope, the sun nearly at its zenith, with barely half an hour remaining until noon. Wu Yin had already reached the summit and was peering down, lifting his arm and flashing a thumbs-up gesture toward those below, followed by a fit of boisterous laughter before departing. Frustration welled within Han Li as he hastily grasped the rope and began to climb. However, he found himself utterly depleted, lacking even the strength to grip the knot securely. After exerting significant effort to reach the final knot, he collapsed onto it, feeling utterly spent, unable to move even a finger. With great effort, he turned his head and noticed a few children seated against the rock wall, panting heavily, clearly having exhausted their last reserves of energy. Han Li could only smile wryly at his underestimation of the test. Thankfully, he had not fallen to the very last position. Turning back, he caught sight of the cold senior brother once more. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li resolved to exert himself further, climbing upward a bit more. Though it was evident he would not reach the summit before noon, to remain idle now would be rather embarrassing. Stretching his stiffened hands, he summoned a flicker of regained strength and slowly began to inch up the rope knots. Yet, Han Li's hands had grown unresponsive, making it impossible to grasp the rope. After a brief struggle, he found himself making no progress. Chapter 5. Dr. M.O. After a while, Han Li felt a sudden tightening around his waist, and his body became weightless as he unexpectedly ascended into the air. Turning his head, he saw that his senior brother, who had been closely following him, was holding him with one arm while skillfully climbing upward with the other hand and his legs. At the same time, Han Li noticed the sun hanging high and bright in the sky. It dawned on him that he had failed to complete this stretch of the journey, and a twinge of sadness crept into his heart. Despite his relentless efforts, he still fell short compared to others that in the blink of an eye, they reached the summit of the cliff, where 6 young disciples sat cross-legged, resting. Wu Yin was conversing with a portly man in a deep blue robe, who appeared to be in his 50s, with his hands clasped behind him. Master Yu and Protector Wang stood beside him, accompanied by several others, waiting for the young disciples to escort the slower children up the mountain one by one. After a brief wait, all the children were finally brought up. At this moment, Master Yu stepped forward, addressing the gathered children with solemnity. This time, there are a total of 7 qualified individuals. Among them, 6 will enter our 100 Forgings Hall, officially becoming inner disciples of our sect. He spoke slowly. The other, Wu Yin, was the first to reach the cliff and demonstrated exceptional performance, earning a direct admission to the 7 Absolute Hall to learn our sect's ultimate techniques. Master Yu glanced back at the elderly man in the robe, who stroked his beard with satisfaction and nodded in approval. As for the rest, Master Yu assessed the remaining children, gently stroking his chin with his right hand. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Zhang Tai and Han Li, though you did not arrive at the summit on time, your performance was commendable. It seems you have the resilience to endure the hardships of martial arts. You two will start by laying a foundation with several instructors in our sect, and after 6 months, you will be assessed that if you pass, you will officially become inner disciples. If not, you will be assigned to the outer sect as outer disciples. Han Li cast a glance at Zhang Tai, the other boy who had stepped forward alongside him. He was the one who had closely followed Han Li and almost reached the top of the cliff. Protector Wang, distribute some silver to the remaining individuals and send them back home, Master Yu said coldly, eyeing the last few children. Understood. Protector Wang stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he took the command to lead the unqualified children down the cliff. Zhang Jun and Wu Mingrui, you two take these qualified individuals to our hall and hand them over to Vice Master Gu and Instructor Li. 2 other young men received their orders and divided Han Li and the others into 2 groups as they made their way down the cliff, one of whom was the IC. As they descended, Han Li couldn't help but glance back at Wu Yin, who was still engaged in conversation with the elderly man in blue, showing no signs of moving. He is different from you. He is a core disciple sent to the 7 Absolute Hall. Once he completes his training, he will at least hold the position of a protector. Another slender-faced senior brother seemed to notice the questions brewing in Han Li's mind and offered an explanation, though his words carried an unmistakable undertone of envy and jealousy. Isn't it just because he has a cousin who is a deputy master? If it weren't for his cousin marrying the deputy master as a second wife, how could he possibly qualify? He is already beyond the age requirement for entry, yet still manages to enter the 7 Absolute Hall. The icy senior brother's words sent a chill down the spine of those who heard him. Zhang Jun, are you out of your mind? The deputy master is not someone we can casually discuss. If any other disciples here, we will all face the punishment of wall standing and reflection. The slender-faced senior brother was taken aback by the icy brother's remarks and hurriedly glanced around, relieved to see there were no outsiders apart from the few children present. The icy brother snorted, seemingly aware of the potential consequences, and fell silent at that moment. Han Li learned that this cold senior brother was named Zhang Jun, although he only partially understood their conversation. He vaguely grasped that Wu Yin had not entered the 7 Absolute Hall solely based on merit, but rather due to the connections afforded by a relative in a position of power within the sect. As they walked along the mountain path, the 2 senior brothers were lost in thoughts of the disheartening matters within the sect, losing all inclination to converse. Han Li and the others dared not speak either, perhaps already sensing the differences between the 7 Xin sect and their homes. As they passed through a dense grove, an elderly man emerged slowly from the trees. He appeared to be in his 60s, tall and thin, with a sallow complexion, yet he sported long white hair cascading to his shoulders. The old man coughed incessantly as he walked, and his labored breathing suggested he might collapse at any moment, causing great concern. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Jun and his companion displayed no signs of worry. Instead, they hurried forward and respectfully bowed deeply to the elder. Dr. Mo, good day to you. Is there any task you need the disciples to attend to? Zhang Jun's previously cold demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect, for this elder was more deserving of reverence than even the hall master or deputy master. Oh, are these the new disciples who have just arrived? The old man finally ceased his coughing and asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, among them are 6 formal disciples and 2 registered disciples, Zhang Jun replied attentively. I am currently short-handed and require 1 alchemy disciple and 1 herbalist. These 2 shall accompany me. The old man pointed decisively at Han Li and the other registered disciple, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Understood. For these 2 to be favored by you, Dr. Mo, is indeed their fortune. They should go and pay their respects. If they can learn even a fraction of your medical skills, it will be a blessing for their lifetimes. The 2 senior brothers showed no signs of objection, and the slender-faced Wu Mingrui even went so far as to flatter the old man. Seeing that the 2 senior brothers had no objections, Han Li and Zhang Tai naturally felt they had no right to oppose and followed the elder into the woods. The elder led them slowly along a winding path through the forest, and suddenly they were greeted by the sight of a lush, vibrant green valley. On the left side of the valley was a large garden emanating a rich medicinal aroma, filled with various herbs whose names Lee could not recall to the right. There were several houses of varying sizes clustered together. Looking around, apart from the entrance they had come through, there appeared to be no other exits leading outside. This is the Divine Hand Valley. Besides the disciples within the valley, outsiders generally do not come here unless they are ill or injured. You too will reside here from now on. Go rest for a while, and come to the main hall to see me in the evening, that I have matters to discuss with you. The old man stood in front of a row of closely connected houses, pointing to one of the smaller ones. You may call me Dr. Mo from now on, he added, pausing briefly before continuing. Dr. Mo is also acceptable. After speaking, Dr. Mo disregarded the two and slowly walked into a more imposing house, still coughing intermittently. Exhausted, Hanli paid no mind to Zhang Tai and collapsed onto a wooden bed inside the room. Falling into a deep slumber, to him, it no longer mattered. He had already become a half-disciple of the Seven Xian sect. Chapter 6. The Unnamed Mantra. Get up! Get up! A faint voice, seemingly emanating from the heavens, roused Han Li from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, a large face loomed closely before him, startling Han Li into recoiling slightly. It was then he discerned that the owner of this frightful visage was another young lad, Zhang Tai. Quickly, have some food. After dinner we must see old Mo, Zhang Tai urged, extending 2 steaming buns toward Han Li. Where did you find this food? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback, before accepting the offering. There's a large kitchen near the valley. I noticed everyone was getting their meals there, so I joined in and got a portion. After eating, I realized you hadn't had any, so I brought you 2 buns, Zhang Tai replied with a hearty smile. Thank you, brother Zhang, Han Li said, feeling a wave of gratitude as he noted that Zhang Tai appeared considerably more mature than himself, prompting the affectionate title to slip from his lips. It's nothing. I am used to helping out at home, that if I don't do something, I feel a bit uneasy, that if you ever need assistance, just ask. That I may not have much, but I still possess some strength, Zhang Tai said, appearing somewhat bashful as he spoke. Having skipped breakfast and lunch, Han Li was quite famished. He devoured the buns in a matter of moments, finishing both with remarkable speed. The hour grows late. We should go see old Mo, Han Li declared, belching contentedly as he glanced at the setting sun outside, mentally calculating that it was indeed time to seek out Dr. Mo. Zhang Tai voiced no objections and accompanied Han Li to the room where Dr. Mo resided. Inside, the walls were lined with rows of bookshelves, crammed full of a myriad of texts. Old Mo! Old Mo! Dr. Mo sat comfortably in a grand chair, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the 2 boys and their calls. As they stood there, both children felt increasingly awkward and unsure of what to do, eventually resorting to simply waiting in silence. It wasn't until Han Li's legs began to tingle from standing still that Dr. Mo leisurely set his book aside, examined the 2 boys coolly, and took a sip from his tea before finally speaking in a measured tone. From this day forth, you shall both be my registered disciple. I will impart to you the knowledge of herb gathering and potion crafting, and perhaps even some healing arts. However, I shall not teach you any martial skills, Dr. Mo stated, his expression unyielding as he placed his cup down. I possess a set of techniques for self-cultivation that I will teach you. While they may not grant you the power to overcome your foes, they will enhance your physical well-being. Should you wish to learn martial arts, you may seek instruction from other teachers. I will not object. However, after 6 months, I will assess your progress with these techniques, that if you do not meet my standards, you will be relegated to the outer sect as outer disciples. Do you both understand this clearly? Dr. Mo's tone turned serious, reflecting the importance he placed on the teachings. Understood. Han Li and Zhang Tai replied in unison. You may leave now. Return tomorrow morning. Dr. Mo waved them away, returning to his book. As Han Li exited, he couldn't help but glance at the book in Dr. Mo's hands, but alas, he could not read. All he could discern were 3 large black characters. Regrettably, they recognized him, while he remained oblivious to their meaning. Once outside, Han Li let out a quiet sigh of relief that I end the room. He had been so anxious, now free from that atmosphere. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Returning to his usual self, did I end the days that followed? Hanli was filled with excitement, for he had finally become a disciple of the seven mysterious sect. Though only a registered disciple, it was a far better fate than being sent home like the others. Even if he failed the upcoming assessment, he could still become an outer disciple like his Uncle San. In Han Li's eyes, Uncle San held a position of considerable status and respect, so he did not overly concern himself with the impending evaluation that in fact, he secretly hoped he might not pass, as that would allow him to return home sooner and reunite with his parents and beloved younger sister. As the days progressed, Dr. Mo imparted knowledge of medicine in the mornings, while afternoons were spent in a study with other youths, learning to read and write, as well as the foundational principles of martial arts, such as the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, along with basic stances and techniques. After a month, Han Li and Zhang Tai were separated from the other children, with no time left for additional studies, as Dr. Mo began to teach them a set of unnamed mantras. Practicing these mantras consumed most of their time, and Dr. Mo strictly forbade them from disclosing the teachings to others. Should they breach this command, they would face severe consequences and expulsion from his tutelage. During this period, Hanli gleaned a more detailed understanding of the seven mysterious sect and Dr. Mo through the accounts of others. The sect was led by a man named Wang Lu, a direct descendant of the seven absolute master, alongside 3 vice masters. The sect was divided into outer and inner sections. The outer sect comprised 4 halls: the Flying Bird Hall, the Gathering Treasure Hall, the Four Seas Hall, and the Outer Blade Hall. The inner sect included the 100 Forging Hall, the 7 Absolute Hall, the Offering Hall, and the Bloodblade Hall, in addition to an elder council that operated alongside the main leader and vice masters. Interestingly, Dr. Mo was not originally a disciple of the seven mysterious sect. Several years prior, when Master Wang Lu had fallen into an enemy trap and sustained life-threatening injuries, it was Dr. Mo who, by chance, happened upon him and skillfully administered treatment, saving his life. Grateful for this, Master Wang Lu later invited Dr. Mo to join the sect upon discovering his considerable martial prowess in addition to his exceptional medical skills, that he was then given a residence in a secluded valley within the mountains, allowing him to settle peacefully within the seven mysterious sect as a revered practitioner. During his time there, although the disciples had not witnessed his martial abilities, they held him in high esteem for the lives he had saved with his remarkable healing skills, despite his often stoic demeanor and sparse words. Chapter 7. The difficulty of cultivation. Han Li gradually gathered the flow of energy within his meridians back to his dantian. This marked the 7th great circulation of the day, and he was acutely aware that his body had reached its limits. Should he attempt to initiate another great cycle, it was highly likely that his meridians would once again rupture, subjecting him to the excruciating experience of suffering that was akin to death. The mere thought of the pain from his meridians tearing apart sent a shiver of cold sweat down his spine, a stark contrast to his usual bravado. It had been over 6 months since Han Li commenced his journey, and the formal assessment for registered disciples had concluded more than 2 months ago. Only a select few were permitted to officially join the inner sect, while the majority of those who were tested were unable to pass, forced to leave the mountain with their belongings to become outer sect disciples. Most of these unsuccessful candidates were relegated to the Gathering Treasure Hall and the Flying Bird Hall. Among them, a few outstanding individuals might receive further training, potentially earning a place in the more prestigious Outer Blade Hall. Naturally, the outer sect's most favorable conditions were reserved for the Four Seas Hall, which only accepted renowned martial artists. Without a remarkable skill set, even the thought of joining was utterly futile, especially for these inexperienced youths. Reflecting on the assessment that the other registered disciples underwent 2 months ago, Han Li could not help but feel a shiver of trepidation. They were required to run a circuit around the colorful Xiaohua mountain range, followed by engaging in combat in sparsely populated woods, ultimately withstanding the frenzied assaults of their more skilled seniors. All of these trials left Han Li with a tinge of schadenfreude, as he and Zhang Tai had been spared from participating in such terrifying evaluations that, as the physician Mo had stated, their abilities were merely assessed based on the progress of their cultivation technique. However, this evaluation was not as straightforward as Han Li had anticipated. He vividly recalled the circumstances surrounding his cultivation at that time. According to Mo, the unnamed technique was categorized into several levels, and both he and Zhang Tai had only mastered the first level. This implied that as long as they could achieve some progress within 6 months, they would be considered successful, thus becoming formal disciples of Mo and enjoying the same privileges as other inner sect disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect. Once Han Li understood the stark contrast in treatment between inner and outer disciples, he abandoned the notion of merely coasting through the next 6 months to become an outer disciple and return home. To him, the prospect of earning additional silver from the Seven Mysteries sect and having someone escort him home far outweighed any other concerns, as he had endured poverty at home and was acutely aware that each extra coin could significantly improve the living conditions of his family. After receiving the technique from Mo, Han Li confined himself to his quarters, diligently practicing day and night, dedicating every moment he could to his training. Lacking any guidance from Mo, he had to navigate this journey alone, using other disciples' methods of practicing the basic internal skill, Xingyang Jin, as reference to comprehend the cultivation techniques. Following this approach, after 3 months of arduous practice, Han Li was astonished to discover that his progress with the technique was alarmingly slow. Despite his relentless efforts, he could only generate a faint cool flow of energy within his body, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible without careful introspection. This, he surmised, was likely what the instructors referred to as internal true energy. However, other disciples practicing Xingyang Jin reported that they produced a distinctly warm and vigorous flow of energy, contrasting starkly with his cool energy, which yielded far inferior results. While others could easily shatter small trees with a single punch or leap over a yard high, Han Li found little change in his abilities after activating his peculiar true energy. The only noticeable difference was a significant increase in his vitality and appetite compared to before he ascended the mountain, but these improvements seemed trivial in light of his stagnation. Watching his fellow disciples demonstrate their prowess only deepened his sense of despair. This unexpected realization nearly compelled Han Li to abandon the efforts he had invested over the past few months. He believed his aptitude was insufficient and doubted his chances of passing Mo's evaluation. He even began to prepare himself for the possibility of descending the mountain. However, one day, he learned from his fellow practitioner, Zhang Tai, that Zhang had not experienced any changes since commencing the technique. He too had failed to produce even the slightest trace of true energy. This revelation rekindled a flicker of confidence in Han Li, prompting him to resume his previous rigorous training, but this time with even more fervor and determination. He devoted every available moment to meditation and cultivation at night. He even attempted to maintain his cultivation posture while sleeping, hoping to gain any potential benefit from his efforts. Unfortunately, this extreme approach only lasted a few days before it faltered due to sleep deprivation, which hindered his daytime efficiency. What puzzled Han Li was that since imparting the technique, Mo had shown no interest in their progress or any inquiries into their cultivation challenges, seemingly forgetting their existence entirely. Each day, Mo immersed himself in a book with a black cover, appearing to seek wisdom within its pages as if it contained the secrets of immortality and the promise of riches. Initially, Han Li and Zhang Tai speculated that Mo had abandoned his role as a healer to pursue scholarly endeavors. It was only after they learned to read that they realized the book was titled The Classic of Longevity, a treatise on self-cultivation and the secrets to prolonging life. In that moment, they comprehended that Mo was not aspiring to become a scholar, but rather sought to attain an existence akin to the turtles in the river, living for thousands of years without succumbing to death. Chapter 8. The novice disciple. After nearly half a year of fervent cultivation, Han Li finally stood before Dr. Mo to undergo his assessment. Zhang Tai's anxiously flanking Han Li, could hardly be blamed. Han Li had already learned from his lips that Zhang had made no progress in his practice of the mantra during this intense period. Han Li was well aware that Zhang's dedication to this particular technique was not inferior to his own. Although he lacked the reckless fervor that characterized Han Li's approach, he had nonetheless invested considerable effort, proving himself diligent and earnest. Strangely, however, the mantra seemed to yield no results for Zhang. Regardless of his exertions, he experienced not a trace of effect, indicating a lack of affinity between him and the technique. Han Li felt a tumult of emotions within him, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. He understood that Zhang was very likely to fail this evaluation, and while he himself had achieved a modicum of success, it was hardly significant in comparison. His relentless training had merely intensified the peculiar energy flowing within him, transforming it from the thinness of a hair to the girth of a cotton thread. Yet whether this would suffice to pass Dr. Mo's scrutiny left Han Li feeling unsteady and anxious. "Are you both prepared? Show me the fruits of your training," Dr. Mo said, his eyes narrowing as he observed the two from his high-back chair with a cold demeanor. "Ready," both Han Li and Zhang Taizo responded, steeling themselves. Dr. Mo rose slowly from his chair, placing the ever-present tome upon the table. "Extend your hands," he instructed. "Demonstrate your abilities." With one hand, Dr. Mo grasped Zhang Tieshou's right wrist at the pulse point, while his other hand rested upon Zhang's dantian. After a moment that felt like an eternity, he withdrew his hands, scrutinizing Zhang with an impassive expression as Zhang's face flushed crimson, and he hastily placed his hands behind his back, lowering his head to avoid Dr. Mo's gaze, acutely aware that the doctor must have discerned his lack of progress with the mantra. He feared that unfavorable judgment would soon follow. "Now it is your turn." Surprisingly, Dr. Mo exhibited no inclination to reprimand Zhang. Instead, a flicker of disappointment crossed his features as he turned to Han Li. As before, Dr. Mo seized Han Li's right wrist as cold, utterly devoid of warmth. "It feels nothing like the hand of a living person," Han Li thought, feeling somewhat unsettled. Dr. Mo's skin was dry and calloused, causing a slight sting as it pressed against Han Li's own. Perhaps due to this external stimulus, the energy within Han Li activated autonomously, coursing through the extraordinary meridians and various acupoints, racing from his dantian to his head and limbs before returning to the dantian. This surge of energy alleviated the discomfort Han Li initially felt. Dr. Mo involuntarily exclaimed, clearly having sensed the energy within Han Li. "Quick, run the mantra again." Although he attempted to suppress his excitement, the fervor in his eyes astonished Han Li. "Take your time. Let me observe closely," Dr. Mo added with an unusual urgency in his typically icy tone, placing his other hand on Han Li's dantian. Han Li noticed a slight tremor in Dr. Mo's hands, indicating his profound excitement, and complied by allowing the energy to circulate once more. "Excellent. Yes, this is the sensation I desire. It's unmistakable." Haha, after a meticulous examination, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his exuberance, erupting into hearty laughter as he firmly gripped Han Li's shoulders, his previously squinted eyes now wide with astonishment, as if gazing upon an extraordinarily rare treasure, a hint of madness flickering within his gaze. The sound of Dr. Mo's laughter echoed in Han Li's ears, and he felt the pressure on his shoulders intensify, causing him to grow apprehensive at the sight of the doctor's frenzied expression. "Very good indeed." Sensing Han Li's trepidation, Dr. Mo quickly regained his composure, halting his laughter. "From this day forth, strive with the same fervor. You shall be my direct disciple." He released Han Li and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Dr. Mo's face returned to its usual calmness, as if the earlier display of enthusiasm had never occurred, though a spark of excitement still lingered in the occasional fervent glance he cast toward Han Li. As for you, Dr. Mo finally turned his attention back to Zhang Taizo. Zhang, still reeling from the earlier events, snapped back to reality upon hearing his name. The dire realization that failing the assessment would result in being cast down the mountain filled him with dread, and his eyes beseeched Dr. Mo for mercy. "Your aptitude is lacking. After such an extended period, you have achieved nothing. It seems rather ambitious to consider you as my disciple," Dr. Mo remarked, shaking his head disapprovingly. With each shake of the head, Zhang's heart sank further. Both he and Han Li understood that the doctor was reluctant to accept Zhang as a disciple. Yet suddenly, Dr. Mo's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. "However, I have just assessed your foundational abilities and discovered another method that may be more suitable for you. Would you be interested in learning it?" Dr. Mo's tone took a surprising turn, suggesting a potential opportunity for Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang's spirit soared, and he readily assented. "Excellent, excellent. You both may leave now. Tomorrow I will impart to you new techniques." It was evident that Dr. Mo's mood had significantly improved, as he exclaimed another "excellent." Han Li and Zhang exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of relief that today's assessment had taken unexpected turns, ultimately allowing them both to pass. Chapter 9. The Elephant Armor Technique. As Han Li recalled this, a knowing smile crept upon his face. Over the past 6 months, he and Zhang Tai had naturally forged an unbreakable bond of friendship, their temperaments aligning harmoniously alongside their similar backgrounds. Han Li gradually uncrossed his legs, gently massaging his calves. The prolonged sitting and meditation had left his legs somewhat numb, with the blood flow not quite as smooth as it ought to be. After a few more rubs, feeling the sensation fully return to his legs, he finally stood up from the mat, instinctively brushing off the dust that had settled on him. He pushed open the stone door and stepped outside. Casting a backward glance at the stone chamber where he had practiced, Han Li couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-deprecating humor. The chamber was entirely hewn from solid granite, the door crafted from a single massive slab of bluestone. For an ordinary person to breach that entrance without the aid of a colossal axe would be an unthinkable endeavor, requiring considerable time and effort. Such a secluded meditation chamber was reserved for those of certain status within the Seven Mysteries sect, be it the sect leader, elders, or hall masters. Even the core disciples of the Seven Absolute Hall could not casually claim one for themselves. This stone chamber was specifically constructed for the cultivation of profound inner strength, shielding practitioners from external disturbances that could lead them astray in their practice. That it remains a mystery how Dr. Mo managed to persuade several elders to sanction the creation of such a chamber, one that ordinary disciples could not utilize, within the cliffs of Divine Hand Valley. Once completed, the chamber was designated solely for Han Li's use by Dr. Mo, a decision that left Han Li somewhat astonished. Dr. Mo's kindness toward him was almost overwhelming. Since he had formally become his disciple, Dr. Mo had administered various herbal concoctions daily, even preparing unknown herbs in his soothing broths for Han Li to soak in. Although Han Li could not identify the names or functions of these herbs, he could discern their rarity by the reluctant expression that occasionally crossed Dr. Mo's usually impassive face when he utilized them. Evidently, these external aids were effective, as Han Li's cultivation speed had markedly improved, culminating in his recent success in breaking through to the first layer of the nameless technique. However, during this breakthrough, several meridians had nearly ruptured, resulting in moderate internal injuries. Fortunately, Dr. Mo's medical expertise was exceptional, and given the relatively minor nature of the injuries, along with his willingness to employ high-quality remedies, Han Li suffered no lasting repercussions. In the wake of Han Li's injury, Dr. Mo exhibited a level of concern that surpassed even Han Li's own, restlessly pacing throughout the healing process. Only when Han Li's condition showed signs of improvement did Dr. Mo finally exhale in relief. Such behavior exceeded the bounds of ordinary teacher-student affection, leaving Han Li with an inexplicable sense of unease. Were it not for the fact that apart from his third uncle, no other member of the Han family had ventured beyond their impoverished mountain enclave, Han Li might have almost believed that Dr. Mo was a distant relative of his. After stepping out of the stone chamber, Han Li stretched lazily before making his way to his quarters. Since becoming a formal disciple, he and Zhang Tai had moved out of their previous lodgings, each acquiring their own private rooms. As he passed by Zhang Tai's chamber, Han Li casually glanced inside. As expected, Zhang Tai was absent, likely practicing by the waterfall at the foot of Qishui Peak. Since becoming Dr. Mo's official disciple, Han Li was still instructed to focus solely on the nameless technique, with no indication from Dr. Mo of imparting any other skills. Perhaps to console him, Dr. Mo generously shared his medical knowledge without reservation, teaching Han Li in a hands-on manner. Whenever Han Li posed questions regarding the medical arts, Dr. Mo responded thoroughly, ensuring his satisfaction, and even permitted him unrestricted access to all the medical texts in his possession. In contrast, Dr. Mo had adhered to his earlier promise regarding Zhang Tai, imparting to him another practical martial art. The technique Zhang Tai practiced was quite unique. According to Dr. Mo, it was a rare martial art known as the elephant armor technique. He claimed that few had ever encountered it in the martial world, with many not even having heard of it, let alone practiced it. Unlike the conventional martial arts that typically began with easier forms and progressively escalated in difficulty, the elephant armor technique was divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers were relatively easy to master, akin to the difficulty levels of ordinary martial arts. However, starting from the 4th layer, the training became abruptly arduous, demanding an endurance of unimaginable pain and suffering. Many who attempted this technique found the torment unbearable and ceased their practice, their progress stagnating at that point. The trials of the 5th and 6th layers were exponentially more grueling. Yet upon breaking through to the 7th layer, practitioners found the path ahead became relatively smooth, albeit accompanied by a few days each month of excruciating pain that felt akin to death. Such challenges deterred many aspiring cultivators, contributing significantly to the near extinction of this technique. This martial art was extraordinary, and its potency at higher levels was indeed formidable. It was said that those who reached the ninth layer were akin to wearing impenetrable armor, impervious to blades and fire. Even the mightiest strikes from fists or weapons could scarcely harm them. Even more enticing was the fact that practitioners would gradually gain the strength of an elephant, becoming immensely powerful at higher levels, capable of capturing ferocious wolves or tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease. Those familiar with this technique often felt a mix of fear and admiration. Aside from the master who originally developed it, no one had managed to attain the ninth layer. Legend spoke of this master being innately devoid of pain perception, which allowed him to create such an extraordinary martial art and master it to its fullest extent. Although Dr. Mo had candidly conveyed the merits and drawbacks of this technique to Zhang Tai, he remained oblivious to its inherent dangers, treating them with a casual disregard. Enchanted by the allure of the elephant armor technique's prowess, he unhesitatingly committed himself to its cultivation, seemingly well-suited for it. In just 2 short months, Zhang Tai reached the pinnacle of the first layer. Recently, in pursuit of breaking through the first layer of the elephant armor technique, Zhang Tai had taken Dr. Mo's advice to practice daily beneath the thundering waterfall at Qishui Peak, braving the immense force of the cascading water. According to Zhang Tai, this method proved remarkably effective, as he was merely a thin veil away from the second layer. With a little more effort, he anticipated shattering the bottleneck. Chapter 10. The mysterious Bottle Han Li slowly emerged from the Valley of Divine Hands, following a winding path through the mountains as he instinctively made his way toward the hazy silhouette of Qishui Peak. At present, he had no pressing matters at hand. The reason for his prompt daily visits to Zhang Tai was merely to witness the comical expressions of his friend as he practiced his martial arts beneath the waterfall. The elephant armor technique was not something that an ordinary individual could endure. Even the first level inflicted considerable torment, and as one progressed to the subsequent levels, it seemed inevitable that one would be stripped of several layers of skin. I suppose Zhang Tai must be feeling a tinge of regret by now. The overwhelming nature of this elephant armor technique far exceeds the imagination of us mere novices. Han Li mused as he walked, casually kicking fallen leaves and branches along the path. In a few days, we should petition Dr. Mo together, urging him to allow Zhang Tai to train in another discipline, to spare him from this torment. The thought of finding a way out of his friend's current predicament filled Han Li with a sense of exhilaration. He lifted his gaze to the trees flanking the path. Autumn was nearing its end, and all the branches stood bare, the ground carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves and dried twigs, creating a soft and pleasant walking surface. At that moment, faint sounds of clashing weapons drifted from a nearby peak, occasionally interspersed with raucous cheers. Upon hearing these sounds, Han Li glanced back at the mountain, and his previously uplifted mood soured once more. It was the senior disciples of the 100 Forging Hall conducting weapon sparring drills with their newly initiated juniors. Each time Han Li witnessed his fellow disciples engaged in real combat training, he felt a pang of envy. He longed to wield a genuine weapon and unleash his fervor. Alas, ever since he formally became a disciple of Dr. Mo, he had been strictly forbidden from engaging with such implements, and he was not permitted to learn other martial arts from different instructors, as it would supposedly hinder his progress in mastering the cultivation incantation. Consequently, Han Li could only covetously observe from the sidelines, occasionally borrowing a few weapons from amicable peers for a brief and unsatisfactory practice. How frustrating it was! What merit did his cultivation technique possess? To this day, he had yet to perceive its benefits. While his fellow initiates were honing their skills and making rapid progress, he remained stagnant, unable to discern any change. Even Zhang Tai, who had only been practicing the elephant armor technique for 2 months, had become more resilient and robust, his strength significantly increased. However, had it not been for Dr. Mo taking him under his wing, Han Li doubted he would have even passed the entry examination for disciples 2 months prior, let alone remain on the mountain and send home a substantial sum of money. Perhaps if I cannot learn anything else, I should simply resign myself to this, Han Li grumbled inwardly, attempting to reassure himself. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, still murmuring to himself, but his focus was increasingly scattered, his vacant stare drifting along the sides of the path, unaware of what he was observing. Suddenly, Hanley inhaled sharply, his expression shifting to one of shock as a grin spread wider than he intended. Instinctively, he crouched down, pressing his hands firmly against his right big toe, then half collapsed into the grass as a sudden, excruciating pain overwhelmed him. His complexion paled as a sharp, piercing ache radiated from his toe. It seemed he had inadvertently kicked a remarkably hard stone hidden within the pile of leaves. Hanley bent forward, cradling his foot, and instinctively blew forcefully at his injured toe through the fabric of his shoe, all the while fretting silently about the severity of his injury and whether his toe would swell with bruising, thus impeding his daily mobility. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to regain his composure, that he raised his head, scanning the nearby pile of leaves in search of the culprit responsible for his plight. The leaves scattered around him shared a monotonous hue of withered yellow, making it impossible to identify the source of his misfortune amidst the disarray. Frowning, he rummaged through the debris, grasping a thicker branch for support as he cautiously rose to his feet. Reluctantly, he began to sift through the dense accumulation of leaves with the branch. To his surprise, a fist-sized object was unearthed. Upon closer inspection, the object that had caused his injury was a slender-necked, rounded bottle, its surface caked in dirt and entirely obscured in a drab gray hue, devoid of any discernible color. Initially, Hanley had assumed it to be a small porcelain vessel, but upon lifting it, he found it unexpectedly heavy. Could it be made of metal? No wonder this small item inflicted such pain upon my foot. Metal bottles are indeed a rarity. Intrigued by this peculiar little bottle, he momentarily forgot the pain in his foot. Rubbing the neck of the bottle to remove the dirt, its original vibrant green color emerged, adorned with exquisite dark green leaf pattern designs, and topped with a dainty cap sealing the opening. I wonder if it contains anything, he pondered, bringing the bottle to his ear and gently shaking it, feeling nothing shift within. As he placed his hand on the cap and attempted to twist it off, it resisted his efforts. His curiosity piqued. He was about to proceed with further examination when an intense wave of pain shot through his foot. Oh no! How could I have forgotten the consequences of my encounter with this object? Realizing his injury would prevent him from visiting Zhang Tai, he decided to return to his residence, apply some medicinal ointment, and contemplate the unexpected little bottle he had discovered. With that thought in mind, Hanley, wishing to avoid being seen by others, carelessly tucked the dirty bottle into his clothing, turned around, and limped back home. Chapter 11. The difficult bottle on his way back. Hanley encountered few people. Only a couple of passing senior brothers noticed his limp and expressed mild surprise, but they did not comment further, indicating that no one paid much attention to this junior disciple. Upon returning to his quarters, the pain in his foot intensified. Hanley hurriedly sat on the edge of his bed, gently removing his shoes and socks to assess his injury. The swelling was quite severe. His right big toe had risen dramatically, the skin around the injury appearing taut, red, and glistening, resembling a bright red chili pepper. Hanley quickly reached for the wooden pillow on his bed, retrieving a small vial from beneath it. This was a carefully concocted external remedy from Dr. Amo, effective against bruises, contusions, and even bleeding, that he had painstakingly obtained this for Zhang Tai, who was set to practice the elephant armor technique and might sustain injuries, but unexpectedly, he found himself in need of it first. As soon as he opened the vial, a rich medicinal aroma filled the entire room. Sprinkling a pinch of the powder onto the swollen toe brought an instant cooling sensation. It was indeed a remarkable remedy crafted by Dr. Amo, proving effective almost immediately. Dr. Mo's medical skills were truly unparalleled. Hanley then procured a clean piece of cloth to wrap his injured toe into a snug bundle before donning his shoes and socks once more. Thankfully, the pain had considerably subsided. He took several tentative steps back and forth, feeling quite pleased with his prompt treatment of the injury. Now it was time to deal with that mysterious bottle, the very source of his grievous injury. Hanley fished the bottle out from his pocket and found a cloth to wipe it clean, revealing its true form before his eyes. The bottle was not particularly large, easily held in one hand, and slightly smaller than his medicinal vial. It was adorned in a subtle, pale green hue, with several dark green patterns imprinted upon its surface, resembling lifelike leaves, which, when touched, felt as if they were genuinely embedded within the material. Weighing it in his hand, he noted its heft, yet it was evident that this object was not composed of any metal he recognized, nor was it of the porcelain he was familiar with. The coolness of ordinary metals and the smooth texture of typical ceramics were absent. Instead, it exuded a unique warmth and texture. After careful examination, Hanley concluded that the bottle was crafted from an unknown material, its natural pale green color appearing intrinsic rather than artificially dyed. Upon observing the tightly sealed cap, Hanley's curiosity surged, compelling him to open the bottle and discover its contents. Placing his hand upon the cap, he twisted with all his might. Once, twice, thrice. But the cap remained steadfast, as if fused to the body of the bottle, showing no signs of yielding. Hanley was taken aback. When he first found the bottle, he could not twist it open, but at that time, his concern for his injury had taken precedence, and he had not exerted much effort. He had assumed that with all his strength now, it would be a simple task. To his dismay, it proved otherwise. After a series of futile twists, his arms grew weary, yet the cap remained obstinate. He paused to shake out his arms and stretch his wrists, having strained himself in his exertions. Bringing the bottle closer to his eyes, he scrutinized it once more, but alas, no hidden mechanisms were discernible on its surface. Now, Hanley found himself in a quandary. Without opening the cap, how could he ascertain whether anything lay within? If there was indeed something inside, this peculiar, securely sealed bottle must contain something of great value. Clutching the bottle tightly, he stared at it, lost in thought for a moment. Finally, he resolved to enlist the aid of Zhang Tai, who possessed considerably greater strength, to see if he could manage to unscrew it. After all, Zhang Tai was now capable of lifting heavy buckets of water with each hand and could ascend and descend the mountains with remarkable speed, ensuring that the valley's large water tank was filled to the brim daily. Determined, Hanley made his way to Zhang Tai's quarters, eagerly anticipating his swift return. The wait was excruciating. Time seemed to crawl until, at last, he heard the creak of the door as Zhang Tai entered. Looking up, Hanley saw Zhang Tai, clad in a thin blue tunic, his body emanating heat and glistening with sweat from his recent training. Hanley understood this was a normal occurrence after intense practice and felt no surprise. Upon noticing Hanley in his room, Zhang Tai paused momentarily. Before he could utter a word, the impatient Hanley thrust the bottle into his hands. "Brother Zhang, could you do me a favor and help me open this bottle? Where did you find this? It looks rather exquisite," Zhang Tai remarked, momentarily taken aback before accepting the bottle. "Wow, this thing is remarkably sturdy. It's quite difficult to Perhaps you should seek another senior brother for assistance?" Zhang Tai suggested apologetically, returning the bottle to Hanley while offering an alternative. "You're unable to open it either?" Hanley, feeling a surge of frustration, began pacing the room. "Hey, what's wrong with your foot?" Zhang Tai finally noticed Han Li's peculiar gait. "It's nothing. I simply kicked a stone while walking." For reasons unknown, Hanley felt reluctant to divulge the truth about the bottle, perhaps instinctively treating the matter as his own little secret. Disheartened, Hanley found himself lacking the energy to engage in idle chatter with Zhang Tai. After inquiring about his training progress, he departed, resolved to solve the bottle's conundrum on his own. Back in his humble abode, Hanley placed the bottle upright on the table and leaned in closely, fixating his gaze upon it while his mind raced, seeking a clever solution to the predicament at hand. Chapter 12. Shattering the Bottle Bang. Hanley clenched his fists and struck the tabletop with one of his hands. Use a tool to smash the bottle. This was the conclusion he arrived at after much deliberation. The notion of resorting to brute force to open it had long crossed his mind. It was a method that seemed both straightforward and effective. However, the thought of such a uniquely exquisite bottle being irreparably damaged sent pangs of regret through his heart, making him exceedingly reluctant. Had there been any alternative means to unveil its contents, Hanley would have resolutely avoided such a crude approach. Perhaps enlisting the help of his fellow disciples could yield better results. Yet, deep down, Hanley had unknowingly come to regard this object as his own treasure, unwilling to let any outsiders discover it. Furthermore, each person on the mountain had the potential to be the bottle's rightful owner. What if they learned it was in his possession? How could he possibly return it? This charming little bottle was so delightful and intriguing that he could never bear to part with it. Now, Hanley found himself completely captivated by the mysterious substance contained within the bottle. His curiosity piqued. Although he understood it could merely be an empty vessel, he was willing to gamble that the contents were far more fascinating than the bottle itself. The more he entertained this thought, the more restless his heart became that if he did not unravel the enigma of the bottle, he feared he would be unable to sleep soundly that night. Resolute in his decision, Hanli stealthily made his way into the storage room nestled in the valley. Selecting a relatively heavy little hammer from the assortment of tools, he returned to his quarters, where he unearthed a half-broken piece of hard green brick from a corner and located a relatively flat depression in the floor. He placed the brick there and carefully positioned the bottle atop it. Raising the hammer with his right hand, he allowed the hammerhead to hover momentarily in the air before decisively bringing it down upon the bottle's most protruding section, the belly of the bottle. Thud! Fearing that applying too much force might damage whatever lay within, he merely tapped it lightly to gauge the bottle's hardness. Noticing no signs of cracking, Hanli felt a surge of relief. It appeared he could exert a bit more force. Thud! 5/10 of effort. Thud! 7/10 of effort. Thud! Full force. Thud! 12/10 of effort. Hanli exerted increasing strength with each strike, his arms swing becoming more exaggerated, the hammer's descent accelerating with each. In fact, on the final strike, he drove half of the bottle as body into the brick, yet the bottle remained entirely intact, showing no signs of fracturing. Hanli was astonished, still struggling to believe his senses as he reached out to touch the spot struck by the hammer. To his amazement, there were no marks whatsoever. The bottle's surface remained smooth and lustrous, a brilliant green. This was entirely beyond Han Li's expectations. It was at this moment that he firmly concluded that this little bottle was undoubtedly an extraordinary artifact, certainly not something that had been carelessly. Most likely, its owner had lost it by accident, and perhaps they were currently searching the mountain for it, that if he wished to keep it safe, he must ensure that it was well hidden from prying eyes. In Han Li's mind, as long as he did not actively steal or rob, anything found on the ground rightfully belonged to him. Had it been a common object, he might have returned it to its owner. However, this bottle was so enigmatic that it likely belonged to a wealthy family as scion, or someone of high standing on the mountain. Hanli held little regard for either type of individual. Growing up in a modest household, he and his family often toiled all day, struggling to have enough to eat. Within the Seven Mysteries sect, he frequently observed the first type of individual squander money lavishly on extravagant feasts, where disciples could opt for better meals at an additional cost. Each time he witnessed such displays, Hanli felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Moreover, these affluent youths often looked down upon those from poorer backgrounds, frequently resorting to mocking and insulting remarks, leading to several minor altercations and even a few skirmishes among children. Hanli had participated in one such fight, only to suffer a beating from those well-trained, wealthy disciples, leaving him bruised and unable to face anyone for days. It took him several days of rest to recover fully. As for those with status on the mountain, they had also left Han Li with a less than favorable impression. From the time when the guardian Wang accepted bribes from his uncle to the moment when the dance rock relied on the deputy sect leader's influence to gain entry into the Seven Absolutes Hall, the once grand image of these prominent figures in Han Li's childhood imagination had been thoroughly shattered. Regarding the possessions lost by these two types of individuals, Han Li not only had no intention of returning them, but also felt a mischievous urge to conceal them. With this thought in mind, Han Li promptly removed a small leather pouch that hung around his neck. This pouch, crafted from animal hide by his mother before he left home, was designed to be waterproof and moisture-resistant, intended to hold a talisman made from wild boar tusk, meant to safeguard him from harm and misfortune. Han Li loosened the pouch's opening, placing the bottle and the talisman together inside, then tightened the pouch before hanging it back around his neck. After completing this task, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then took a deep breath, patting the now slightly bulging pouch against his chest, feeling reassured that it would not attract unwanted attention. At that moment, he felt a great sense of relief, untroubled by the fear of any unforeseen circumstances that might lead to the bottle being reclaimed by its rightful owner. Han Li quietly returned the hammer to its original place, feigning nonchalance as he strolled leisurely through the Divine Hand Valley for a while, until darkness enveloped the sky, at which point he limped back to his quarters. Chapter 13. The emergence of visions. Aware of Han Li's injured foot, Zhang Tai personally delivered the meal to his room, intending to keep him company during dinner. Observing Zhang Tai's clumsy efforts as he rearranged chairs and fussed over the table for a considerable time before finally setting everything up for their meal, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. though he felt even more touched. Once they settled at the table, they began to chat about trivial matters while simultaneously indulging in their food, occasionally exchanging insights on their respective cultivation experiences. Upon mentioning Zhang Tai's elephant armor technique, the latter rolled his eyes in exasperation. Currently, Zhang Tai harbored a profound dread of the elephant armor technique. Though he had only practiced the first layer, he had already endured relentless torment at the hands of Dr. Mo. Not only was he required to regularly steep himself in foul-smelling herbal concoctions, but he also had to endure periodic beatings with a wooden stick, supposedly to temper his sinews and bones. These brutal training methods had once led him to a period of sleepless nights, as his entire body was swollen, and even the slightest contact with the wooden bed caused him excruciating pain. For him, it had truly been a nightmare. That in stark contrast, Zhang Tai felt an overwhelming envy towards Han Li's practice of the unnamed mantra, which seemed to consist merely of meditative sitting and reciting like a monk. This notion left Han Li at a loss for words. Zhang Tai's fear of the latter layers of the elephant armor technique was something Han Li could comprehend, who would not feel restless knowing that what lay ahead was a trial of far greater intensity. Zhang Tai's perseverance in not giving up thus far had earned Han Li's deep admiration. Were he in Zhang Tai's position, he would resolutely refuse to engage in such self-torturous martial arts, even if it promised to elevate him to a master level overnight. As their conversation continued, they nearly finished dinner. After hastily tidying up the dishes, Zhang Tai stood to take his leave, reminding Han Li to rest early to aid his recovery. Han Li stood at the door, watching Zhang Tai depart, before hurriedly returning to his room, securing the doors and windows, leaving only a skylight ajar for ventilation, that he then retrieved a bottle from his bag and began his examination anew. After all, Han Li was merely a boy in his early teens. After a while of fiddling with the bottle without any breakthrough, he grew weary. Coupled with his foot injury, fatigue soon overcame him, and he unconsciously leaned against the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how much time passed, Han Li, lost in a sweet dream, was abruptly jolted awake by an icy sensation emanating from one of his hands that he shivered, forcing his heavy eyelids to part and groggily glanced at the offending hand. Suddenly he sat upright, his mouth agape, even allowing drool to escape from one corner, completely oblivious to it. The sight before him dispelled any remnants of sleepiness that a faint, visible white luminescence poured through the sole open skylight, converging upon the bottle he held, transforming into tiny white specks that enveloped the entire bottle in a delicate veil of light. This white glow was extraordinarily gentle, not at all blinding, and the source of the chill he felt seemed to emanate from this ethereal radiance. Han Li swallowed the cold saliva that had pooled in his mouth and suddenly became alert, tossing the bottle aside as if it were scalding hot, and quickly scuttled to the other side of the room. After cautiously observing for a moment and determining there was no immediate danger, he approached once more with trepidation. The bottle, now surrounded by the white light, appeared remarkably alluring, imbued with an aura of mystery. Han Li hesitated briefly before gently prodding the bottle with his fingertip. Noticing no reaction, he cautiously lifted the bottle again, placing it back on the table as he leaned in closer, excitedly scrutinizing this unprecedented spectacle. His eyes fixated on the bottle surrounded by white light for over a minute, Han Li finally discerned a fragment of its mystery. The bottle was continuously absorbing the drifting white specks. Or rather, it seemed as though these specks were eagerly rushing into the bottle, each one vying to enter, as if animated. Curiosity piqued, Han Li lightly touched one of the specks with his fingertip. It felt cool. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. He lifted his gaze and observed that delicate white tendrils continued to cascade from the skylight, showing no signs of abating. Glancing around at the sealed doors and windows, then back at the open skylight, an idea struck him. He quietly pushed the door open and cautiously peered outside. Fortunately, it was now deep into the night. Apart from the occasional chirp of autumn insects, the outside was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Han Li withdrew his head, swiftly grabbed the small bottle, and tucked it into his leather bag before dashing outside. He continued running until he reached a secluded, desolate area, where he finally halted. After scanning his surroundings to confirm no one else was present, he carefully extracted the bottle once more, gently placing it on the ground. The luminous specks that had previously gathered around the bottle vanished without a trace after being enclosed in the bag. However, Hanli remained unperturbed. Sure enough, after a brief interval, a multitude of light tendrils, far more abundant than those within the room, began to converge from all directions. Subsequently, countless white specks densely swarmed around the small bottle, forming a luminous orb the size of a basin. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Liquid Awe. Hanli raised a hand high, clenched his fist, and let out an excited exclamation. At this moment, his childish temperament was unmistakably evident that it appeared that his hypothesis was indeed correct. The closed doors and windows obstructed the bottle's attraction to the strands of white light, and only in an open, unobstructed space could the bottle enhance its ability to draw in the light strands, resulting in a larger luminous orb. Although he was unaware of the origins of these light strands, or the purpose of the bottle consuming these tiny points of light, he felt that he had made significant progress toward unraveling the mystery. Hanli believed he was on the verge of uncovering the secrets of the bottle, which filled him with unparalleled excitement. As dawn approached, the brilliance surrounding the bottle gradually faded, returning to a state of tranquility. During this time, Hanli vigilantly observed the bottle's changes while remaining cautious not to attract the attention of others. He bent down to pick up the bottle for inspection. It was unchanged from before. The cap remained tightly sealed and unyielding. Disheartened, Hanli reluctantly stored the bottle away as the day was growing late. He needed to return to his stone chamber to meditate and cultivate. In the ensuing days, at a specific hour each night, the bottle would exhibit the same extraordinary phenomenon. Countless strands of light, akin to moths drawn to a flame, were irresistibly attracted to the bottle, transforming into a multitude of tiny luminous points, which the bottle greedily consumed. Just as Hanli anticipated that this phenomenon would persist daily, on the 8th day, a different change occurred. Upon returning to his usual spot and placing the bottle down, the absorption of light points lasted a mere quarter of an hour before ceasing abruptly. Then, the dark green patterns on the bottle suddenly emitted a blinding green radiance, and several golden characters and symbols materialized on its surface. These peculiar characters, with their graceful structures and unique strokes, exuded an indescribable ancient charm, continuously flickering and swirling on the bottle's surface. This anomalous spectacle was fleeting, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a few protruding golden characters, as if everything had returned to its original state before the occurrences began. After witnessing these strange phenomena over the past few days, Hanli was no longer as astonished as he had been initially. He was now accustomed to the bottle's peculiarities, and even more extraordinary happenings would not elicit much surprise from him. Carelessly, he picked up the bottle and instinctively attempted to open the cap. With a gentle touch, effortlessly, the cap came off the bottle. Unbelievable. Hanli stared in astonishment at the cap in his hand. Had he truly solved this challenging problem, which had eluded him for days, with such ease and without any skill? Once he confirmed that what had transpired was indeed real, and that the bottle's secret lay before him, he could no longer contain his excitement. He leaned in closer to peer into the bottle's opening. Inside, a drop of emerald green liquid, roughly the size of a soybean, swirled slowly, casting a greenish glow upon the entire bottle wall. What is this? Hanli felt a twinge of disappointment, having exerted so much effort only to find such an unremarkable substance. Dejected, he sealed the cap back on, stowed it away in his leather pouch, and turned to walk back to his quarters, the earlier thrill of excitement now a distant memory. Although he had succeeded in opening the bottle, the outcome left him unsatisfied. Hanli resolved to revisit the mystery of the green liquid during his moments of boredom. Perhaps it would yield a small surprise. For now, his primary objective was to return and enjoy a good night's sleep to recover his rest. Over the past few days, he had not been able to sleep soundly at night, significantly diminishing his cultivation efficiency during the day. His lack of energy had even raised concerns from Dr. Mo since becoming Dr. Mo's direct disciple and breaking through the first layer of the formula. Hanli felt he had lost the motivation to practice it. Moreover, the results of his cultivation left him deeply dissatisfied, further dampening his spirits. Consequently, Dr. Mo had given him a stern reprimand. Yet when the time for cultivation arrived, he remained drowsy and listless, devoid of any vigor. This situation frustrated Dr. Mo, leading him to question whether he had chosen the wrong disciple. Reflecting on this, Hanli felt a sense of grievance. He did not wish to be in such a state, but he simply could not muster the energy. Unexpectedly, the day after he returned from a restorative sleep, He threw himself wholeheartedly into intense cultivation once more. The catalyst for this sudden determination was merely a light-hearted remark from Dr. Mo. For each layer of this formula you advance, I will double the silver you are due each month. Dr. Mo had finally recognized Han Li's desire for wealth, pinpointing a solution at its root. And with that simple statement, he had tethered Han Li to the relentless chariot of cultivation. In the days that followed, Han Li devoted himself fervently to mastering the next layer of the formula. From morning to noon, and from noon to night, he entered the stone chamber twice a day to meditate and cultivate, adopting a monotonous and tedious routine, casting aside all else. To ensure his focus remained undisturbed by external matters, Dr. Mo temporarily sealed off the entire Divine Hand Valley, conducting medical consultations outside the valley, and took care of all his daily needs without requiring Han Li's attention. Thus, the matters of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind. As autumn gave way to winter and spring transitioned into summer, for years swiftly passed, and Han Li was now 14 years old. He had matured into a dark-skinned, silent, and resolute village youth. Superficially, he bore no distinction from other ordinary farming boys, remaining unremarkable, neither handsome nor dashing. His days were spent traversing between the stone chamber and his residence, occasionally visiting Dr. Mo to learn a bit of medicine and perusing various books within his room. In this manner, the entire valley became his world, and his cultivation of the formula naturally progressed to the third layer. Chapter 15. 4 years later, Dr. Mo felt a profound satisfaction that Han Li could dedicate all his time to cultivation. However, he remained dissatisfied with the slow progress Han Li made in mastering the nameless technique. In recent years, Dr. Mo's ailments appeared to have intensified, with his daily cough becoming more frequent and prolonged. As his physical condition deteriorated, Dr. Mo seemed increasingly concerned about Han Li's cultivation progress, and his anxiousness was evident in his repeated admonitions. It was clear that Dr. Mo held Han Li in high regard. Not only did he allocate a significantly larger stipend to Han Li than to other disciples, but the peculiar glances he cast upon him resembled those of a guardian cherishing a rare treasure. Yet, as Han Li reached the third level of the technique, his senses became exceedingly acute, and he inadvertently discerned a glimmer of unsettling greed and yearning behind those affectionate gazes. Such expressions sent a shiver down his spine, leading him to feel that Dr. Mo regarded him not as a living being, but as an object of desire. This left him perplexed, pondering whether he possessed anything of value that Dr. Mo might covet. Of course, he quickly dismissed the notion at times. Han Li even entertained the idea that he had become overly sensitive in his practice, secretly chastising himself for being ungrateful. Nevertheless, deep within the recesses of his heart, he harbored a lingering sense of wariness toward Dr. Mo, which only intensified with the passage of time. Now, a significant dilemma loomed before Han Li. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation to make matters worse. After several years of rigorous training and consuming medicine, the precious herbs in Dr. Mo's possession had been completely depleted. It was evident that Han Li was not a prodigious talent. Without the aid of medicinal substances, his progress had come to a standstill. This left him feeling deeply embarrassed in front of Dr. Mo, who had invested all his efforts and resources into creating optimal conditions for Han Li's cultivation, while he himself was unable to meet those expectations. This realization made it difficult for Han Li to face Dr. Mo, especially when confronted with his ever-enthusiastic inquiries. Strangely, despite his formidable martial prowess, Dr. Mo seemed oblivious to the specifics of Han Li's cultivation status, only gleaning vague hints of his progress through the pulse he took. Consequently, he remained unaware of Han Li's predicament during these days. Recently, burdened by unease, Han Li finally confided in Dr. Mo about his cultivation situation. Upon hearing that Han Li had not made any progress in the technique for an entire year, Dr. Mo's sunken complexion turned ashen, and his previously expressionless face became increasingly grim. Rather than reproaching him, Dr. Mo merely informed Han Li that he would be descending the mountain for a period to gather medicinal herbs, urging him to diligently continue his practice and not to slacken his efforts in mastering the technique. 2 days later, Dr. Mo departed from the Sichuan sect with his belongings and herbal gathering tools. After his departure, Han Li found himself alone in the entire Xinshou Valley. His fellow senior brother and friend, Zhang Tai, had vanished 2 years prior after reaching the third level of the elephant armor technique, leaving only a letter announcing his departure to seek adventure in the martial world. This event had caused quite a stir throughout the Qishuan sect. It was later rumored that Dr. Mo had intervened on his behalf, sparing both his recommender and family from repercussions. This sudden turn of events left Han Li feeling bewildered and mournful for several days. Upon reflection, he sensed something amiss, yet being a mere youth, he found no one to consult, and thus the matter faded into obscurity. Subsequently, Han Li speculated that Zhang Tai might have fled in fear of the challenges posed by the fourth level of the technique. After several days of cultivation within the valley, without any visible results, and being of an impetuous youth, Han Li meandered out of Xinshou Valley to explore the colorful peaks of Caixia Mountain. As he traversed the familiar, yet slightly foreign mountain paths, a wave of nostalgia washed over him that in the years dedicated to cultivation. Han Li had felt as though he were imprisoned, not once stepping beyond the small valley. He surmised that his fellow disciples had likely forgotten him completely. While wandering, he encountered several patrolling disciples who, upon noticing his attire, questioned him with suspicion due to his unfamiliar appearance. It took considerable effort for him to explain himself before he could extricate himself from their inquiries, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Han Li opted for narrow, secluded paths, steering clear of bustling areas. Indeed, as he ventured further, he encountered no further bothersome interrogations, allowing him to wander freely and immerse himself in the beauty of the landscape. The striking scenery and the melodic chirping of various birds momentarily banished all his worries. Suddenly, the clashing of weapons and the sounds of shouts and cheers wafted toward him from a hidden cliffside. Such a remote location, so many people gathered together, and such a raucous commotion. Han Li's curiosity piqued, and without fear of being questioned, he followed the sounds of the fray to the vicinity of the cliff. What a grand spectacle! He was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Beneath the heavily wooded cliff, over 100 individuals were gathered, filling the limited space to capacity. Some even perched upon the branches of nearby trees, observing the scene below. Within the crowd, two factions faced off with palpable hostility. The left side boasted a larger contingent of 11 or 12 individuals, while the right had a smaller group of 6 or 7. Han Li observed that all those present, whether spectators or participants, appeared to be of a similar age to himself, merely in their teenage years. A subtle smile crept onto his face. How fortuitous! Amongst the throng, he easily recognized several familiar faces. Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, Sun Li Song. That Wang Depeng is even fatter than before. It seems his family's culinary profession has served him well. And that person, that Lu Taidu, goodness, the once charcoal black head is transformed into a dandy. Han Li climbed a tree to get a better view of the familiar faces below. Chapter 16. The small abacus between two groups of spectators. Two unarmed youths were engaged in a fierce contest of martial prowess. One of them, a portly figure with a stable stance, exhibited formidable strength in his punches and kicks. He was none other than Wang Depeng, a friend from Han Li's past. Despite his corpulence, Wang Depeng's skills were not to be underestimated. With each shout, he unleashed a flurry of blows that stirred the air with a resounding whoosh, exuding an impressive aura. The other participant, however, was a nimble individual of shorter stature, moving with the agility of a wisp of smoke. That he did not attempt to counter Wang Depeng's strikes, but instead evaded them with remarkable grace, seemingly intent on exhausting Wang Depeng's energy before mounting a counterattack. Seeing his friend in a spirited duel, Han Li naturally found himself rooting for Wang Depeng. After observing for a while and noting that Wang Depeng maintained his vigorous momentum, Han Li, despite his lack of martial training, felt assured that his friend would not falter anytime soon. He glanced around, seeking someone to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the bout. Not far from the tree where he stood, by a rock, a youth animatedly gestured with his hands while muttering to himself. Aim for his head, kick his waist. Oh, so close. Yes, strike his backside, put your back into it. This boy appeared to be fervently supporting Wang Depeng. Intrigued by his enthusiasm, Han Li slowly descended from the tree and approached him. Good sir, do you know the combatants in the arena? What provoked their altercation? Han Li inquired with an earnest expression. Why ask? I, the small abacus, am familiar with everyone. They are obviously fighting because… Who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you a new initiate? No, it's not possible. New disciples can only join after more than half a year. Who exactly are you? The boy, initially bemused, suddenly realized he had never encountered Han Li and became alert. I am Han Li, a friend of the valiant Wang Depang in the arena. Han Li replied with utmost seriousness. A friend of Wang Depang? I know all his acquaintances, yet you are not among them. The boy remained suspicious. Oh, I have been sequestered in a secluded place for several years and have not emerged. That it is unsurprising that you do not recognize me, Han Li said, blending truth with artifice. Is that so? You entered the sect 4 years ago, yet I never expected there would be someone the all-knowing, do not know within the mountains. The boy scrutinized Han Li's attire, seeming to accept his claims. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the boy could no longer contain his eagerness and divulged the context of the duel to Han Li. Dear Junior, you are unaware that this is all the doing of a femme fatale. It all began with the small abacus, true to his self-proclaimed title, recounted the intricate details of the affair. It turned out that the conflict involved two individuals, Wang Yang, Wang Depang's cousin, and Zhang Changgui, the son of a moneylender. Both were disciples of the Qishuan sect, albeit one an outer disciple and the other an inner disciple. Although they resided in the same town, their paths would not have crossed were it not for a girl from another village who was betrothed to Wang Yang since childhood. Recently, during an outing, she caught the eye of Zhang Changgui, who, with his wealth and influence, managed to win her over, leading to her engagement with him, while Wang Yang's proposal was summarily rejected. The girl's preference for affluence plunged Wang Yang into despair, and upon hearing the news, he succumbed to grief and ultimately ended his life by drowning in a river. Had the story concluded there, it would have merely been a tragic tale. However, Wang Depang, having been close to his cousin, was unwilling to let the matter rest. He sought out Zhang Changgui for a duel, stipulating that the loser must serve tea and bow an apology. Zhang Changgui, prideful yet aware of his inferior skills, suggested involving friends and competing in multiple matches to determine the overall victor, to which Wang Depang readily agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Changgui, leveraging his wealth, hired skilled disciples from affluent backgrounds to aid him, while Wang Depang, despite lacking funds, had garnered a wide network of support from lower-tier disciples, many of whom volunteered their assistance. As a result, numerous fellow disciples flocked to witness the contest, creating a charged atmosphere marked by clear divisions and hostility. From the boy's tone, Han Li discerned that the rift between affluent disciples and those of lesser means had deepened significantly. A mere contest had drawn such a large crowd, all eager to cheer for their respective champions. You are also supporting Wang Depang, aren't you? If they disregard the rules, we shall rise together and teach those young masters a lesson they won't soon forget, the boy declared, his mouth never ceasing to chatter. Han Li offered a wry smile. The conflict between these factions had little bearing on him. The complexities of right and wrong were difficult to ascertain, and after years of meditation and cultivation, his youthful fervor had waned considerably. Moreover, he had never practiced martial arts or weaponry. He would undoubtedly be no match for any ordinary disciple. After witnessing the contest, he would simply return to the valley. Excellent! Suddenly, the boy exclaimed with delight, drawing Han Li's attention back to the arena. It turned out that Wang Depang's opponent had failed to evade one of his hefty punches and was knocked unconscious. Instantly, a portion of the crowd erupted in cheers, while others wore grim expressions. Wang Depang, brimming with pride, bowed to the surrounding spectators before swaggering back to his side, entirely devoid of the fierce intensity he had displayed during the contest. Zhang Chenghui's side also sent forth 2 individuals to retrieve their fallen companion. Subsequently, both sides sent forth 1 more participant each, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. With tempers flaring, the 2 combatants engaged in battle without uttering a word, the clash of their weapons ringing out in the air. Chapter 17. Senior Brother Li won. Before the eyes of the onlookers, 2 figures danced amidst flashing blades, their weapons twirling into 2 swirling arcs of cold light, frequently clashing with one another in a fierce display of skill, leaving the outcome indeterminate. Han Li observed for a while, but could not discern the nuances of their techniques. He merely found the spectacle to be quite lively and visually captivating, unable to distinguish which moves were masterful and which were flawed. As for who possessed greater prowess, that was beyond the comprehension of an outsider like him. Junior Brother Han, May I inquire under which esteemed elder you have honed your skills? Having emerged from seclusion, you must have significantly advanced in your cultivation, correct? Little Swan could no longer contain his curiosity and respectfully inquired about Han Li's mentor. That it is known that every inner disciple of the Seven Mysterious Sect typically undergoes 2 years of foundational training in the 100 Forging Hall before being sent to an elder for formal apprenticeship, where they learn more profound martial arts. Only after completing their training do these disciples assume specific roles within the sect. Of course, this is the standard path for most disciples. Those who excel during the entrance examinations may bypass the 2 years of foundational training and directly enter the 7 Absolute Hall, earning the privilege of being accepted as direct disciples by several of the sect leaders, thereby mastering the sect's ultimate techniques, a true leap akin to a carp transforming into a dragon. During the 2 years of foundational training, exceptionally talented individuals may also catch the attention of elders, hall masters, or other esteemed figures, becoming their cherished disciples. Although such disciples may not have the same prospects as those of the sect leaders, they are certainly afforded more opportunities than ordinary disciples. Upon hearing that Han Li had recently emerged from seclusion, and having never seen him before, Little Swan naturally speculated that he must be a disciple of a prominent figure within the sect. Thus he respectfully sought to establish a connection. Some years ago, I caught the eye of an esteemed elder who took me as a disciple. However, I find it inappropriate to disclose his name, Han Li replied, fully aware of Little Swan's intentions, while feigning modesty, though his words carried a hint of pride. Is that so? Senior Brother Han is indeed fortunate. Your standing within the sect must be quite elevated, and your future appears promising. That I hope, should the opportunity arise, you might lend some assistance to your junior brother, Little Swan remarked, undeterred by Han Li's reluctance to reveal his mentor's identity, for any elder would surely be superior to his own. His tone soon shifted. Senior Brother Han, it is evident you are not an ordinary individual. Your future successes are undoubtedly assured. He continued to flatter him. This fellow, with his dark complexion and seemingly dull demeanor, how could he possibly attract the attention of an elder? Meanwhile, a person of my cleverness has yet to be sought after by any significant figure. Little Swan mused inwardly, though his expression grew more respectful. Han Li chuckled to himself upon noticing the abrupt change in tone, as he had transitioned from being referred to as Junior Brother Han to Senior Brother Han. However, he harbored no contempt for Little Swan. After all, seeking favor is merely a human instinct. Who does not wish for a better life and to ascend higher? Moreover, it was clear from his name that he was a shrewd and calculating individual. Yet, he would soon be sorely disappointed. Although Han Li's earlier claims were not unfounded, his status as an elder's disciple was merely superficial. Any disciple within the 7 Mysterious Sect could easily best him in combat, and Little Swan's assumption of him as a towering figure to... As Han Li quietly chuckled to himself, he continued to listen to Little Swan's flattery, occasionally engaging in polite conversation. Senior Brother Han, with your formidable martial prowess, should you choose to step into the arena, you would undoubtedly defeat that swordsman with ease, leaving him in utter disarray. Little Swan babbled ceaselessly, while simultaneously observing Han Li's every movement with keen interest. Ah, how strange! A disciple of an elder ought to possess profound internal strength and formidable skills, yet I cannot discern this person's depth. His temples bear no slight protrusion, and there is no... Startled, Little Swan quickly shifted his gaze back to the arena. Indeed, the swordsman had cast aside his weapon, one arm bleeding profusely while he pressed firmly against the wound, his face a ghastly shade of green, clearly not defeated with grace. It was no wonder. Both combatants were evenly matched, and it was merely a momentary lapse that had cost him the match. Upon witnessing this, Little Swan's face fell into a look of regret, repeatedly exclaiming, "What a pity! What exactly happened? What is there to lament?" Han Li, unable to decipher the situation, felt compelled to inquire, especially with such a ready commentator beside him. This match was crucial. Had Wang Depang's side emerged victorious, they would have won 3 matches, rendering the final contest unnecessary. Alas, they did not prevail. Oh! However, it matters not. Only the final match remains, and Wang Depang's representative is the most skilled among our group of disciples, wielding the Thunderbolt blade technique with unparalleled ferocity, capable of shattering stone and severing gold. Ha! To witness Senior Brother Li's masterful blade technique makes my visit worthwhile. Regardless of who Zhang Chongwei sends out, our victory is assured. Little Swan, initially downcast, soon became animated, brimming with confidence in the prowess of Senior Brother Li. Is it already time for the final match? Han Li responded absent-mindedly, pondering the identity of this Senior Brother Li, whom he did not recognize. At that moment, a cold-faced youth strode forth from Wang Depang's side, brandishing a gleaming long knife that radiated a chilling light. But he stepped deliberately to the center of the arena, closing his eyes without uttering a word. Senior Brother Li! Senior Brother Li! Senior Brother Li! The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of the youth, chanting his name in unison, their voices rising in fervor, reverberating throughout the venue, blurring the lines between wealthy and humble disciples as they rallied in support of this young man. Chapter 18. Senior Brother Li 2. Is this Senior Brother Li quite renowned? What is his background? Han Li inquired, somewhat astonished. You don't even know Senior Brother Li? I have been in seclusion for several years, after all. Right, I completely forgot. My memory truly fails me. I always assumed that within the seven mysterious sect, there could not possibly be any disciple who is unfamiliar with Senior Brother Li. Did I overlook your seclusion, Han's senior brother? Xiao Swan, realizing his oversight, quickly offered his apologies. Could you tell me more about this Senior Brother Li? Of course, Han's senior brother. The exploits of Senior Brother Li are well known among us younger disciples. As Xiao Swan observed that Zhang Chongwei's side had yet to dispatch an opponent for Senior Brother Li, he began to recount the various legends surrounding this illustrious figure. Han Senior Brother, I am not exaggerating when I say that not only are we younger disciples well aware of Senior Brother Li's feats, but even many of the older brothers are quite knowledgeable about him. Initially, he began, his spirit invigorated as he shared the tale of Senior Brother Li, his demeanor animated as if he were the protagonist of the story himself. Listening to Xiao Swan narrate the deeds of this Senior Brother Li, one could indeed sense a hint of legendary allure. Senior Brother Li had ascended the mountain 4 years prior. Not as part of Han Li's cohort for assessment, at that time, he was unable to pass the test outright and became a named disciple. However, during the subsequent assessment 6 months later, he not only secured the top position in all categories, but also emerged as the sole individual to withstand 30 exchanges in a spar against his seniors. This remarkable achievement shattered all previous records set by named disciples, garnering the attention of numerous high-ranking individuals. Upon further examination, it was astonishing to discover that Senior Brother Li's innate talent was merely average, with limited potential for growth. This diagnosis was rather disappointing, and as a result, no esteemed figure took him under their wing. After 2 years of foundational training, he ultimately became a disciple of an ordinary guardian, acquiring only a few basic martial arts techniques, with the Wind and Thunder Blade technique being one of the more commonplace mid-level martial arts of the Seven Mysterious Sect. Had it ended there, Senior Brother Li would hardly be deemed legendary, merely a tale of unfulfilled promise. However, shortly thereafter, he astonishingly shone in the subsequent Junior Disciples competition, breaking into the top 16 and becoming the only newcomer to achieve such a distinction. This event once again brought him into the spotlight. In the following competitions, Senior Brother Li exhibited an unparalleled ferocity, consistently attaining high ranks and bringing considerable pride to the newer disciples. In last year's major competition, he even clinched 3rd place, a noteworthy feat considering that the two who ranked above him had been disciples for over a decade. Although they were also junior disciples, they were nearing their 30s, possessing significantly deeper internal cultivation than he. Many believed that had Senior Brother Li's internal strength matched theirs, 1st place would have been well within his grasp. Thus, Senior Brother Li once again attracted the attention of the higher-ups, being specifically designated to venture outside the sect for several significant external missions. While other new disciples were still laboring to hone their martial skills within the sect, he had already begun establishing considerable merit for the Seven Mysterious Sect, earning the illustrious moniker of Li the Tiger in the martial world. It was rumored that he was soon to be granted a special exception to enter the Hall of Seven Absolutes to cultivate even more profound martial arts. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but feel moved. If all these accounts were indeed true, this Senior Brother Li was certainly no ordinary individual. Achieving such accomplishments as a named disciple was worthy of admiration. That on Zhang Chongwei's side, after much delay, a disciple finally stepped forward, albeit reluctantly. This disciple appeared quite skilled, drawing forth a gleaming soft sword from his waist. The sword was no thicker than a thumb, pliable and seemingly lacking in strength, clearly not an instrument for an average practitioner. As Senior Brother Lee sensed someone approaching, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with intensity. Suddenly, he bellowed like a thunderclap in clear skies, reverberating throughout the arena and causing all present to feel a ringing in their ears. The opponent flinched, a look of trepidation crossing his face. With the shout, the long knife was already in motion, its blade flashing in a series of rapid sequences, instantly transforming into a net of over a dozen knife shadows, ensnaring his adversary. The opponent, though somewhat alarmed, responded with agility, wielding the soft sword in an erratic yet cunning manner, managing to defend himself without a single lapse. Who is this person? Han Li couldn't help but inquire. That is Zhao Xiling, a disciple of the Fifth Elder, renowned for his troublesome willow sword technique. How does he compare to Senior Brother Li? Undoubtedly, he stands no chance, Xiao Xuan declared with pride. Then why doesn't Zhang Changgui send out a stronger contender? Huh! Zhao Xiling is the strongest among them. Besides, who among us new disciples could possibly compete with Senior Brother Li? It would be futile to replace him. He chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, while Zhao Xiling's swordplay remained intact, his momentum had waned, completely subdued by Senior Brother Li's long knife. To any discerning observer, his defeat was merely a matter of time. After watching for a moment, Han Li began to harbor a suspicion. I find it quite strange that there are no older brothers present. Even if they are not permitted to participate in the contest, surely some would come to observe the spectacle. Yet here, inside and outside the arena, there is not a single elder disciple. Only we young newcomers are watching the match. What could be the reason for this? Han Li unreservedly voiced his puzzlement. Upon hearing Han Li's question, Xiao Xuan's expression shifted, regarding him with a peculiar gaze, leaving Han Li perplexed. Had he inadvertently touched upon a taboo? Chapter 19. The strife of the Jiang of Brother Han. You truly are oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, aren't you? How could you be unaware of such significant happenings? Even in seclusion, your master should have mentioned it to you, little Abacus remarked, his tone tinged with suspicion. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li deftly retrieved a waist token from his person and extended it towards little Abacus. Brother Han, what is the meaning of this? Do you doubt my trust in you? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if we had met before. Ha. He cast a swift glance at the token, verifying its authenticity, and quickly donned a smile. Can you finally share the details with me? Han Li inquired, still concerned about the question he had posed earlier. Of course, little Abacus replied. Oh dear, I fear I may have offended this fellow, little Abacus mused internally, yet he candidly divulged everything. Over the past few years, the conflict between the Seven Mysteries sect and the Wild Wolf Gang had intensified. Both sides had engaged in a series of skirmishes over several affluent towns of disputed ownership, suffering considerable losses in manpower. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang, trained in the ruthless ways of banditry, fought fiercely, disregarding their own lives, and became even more frenzied upon tasting blood. In contrast, while the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect possessed superior martial skills, they lacked the same ferocity and often hesitated in combat, resulting in a higher casualty rate among their ranks. After enduring several battles, the prominent figures of the Seven Mysteries sect could no longer remain passive. They dispatched the majority of their inner disciples to participate in the upcoming series of confrontations, not only to protect their territories, but also to expose their disciples to the harsh realities of the Jianghu, honing their practical combat experience. Consequently, the Seven Mysteries sect gained the upper hand in subsequent clashes, yet the toll on their inner disciples was alarmingly high, with many senior brothers failing to return after being sent out. Upon reaching this point in his narrative, little Abacus sighed deeply. Subsequently, the sect leaders altered their strategy, assigning inner disciples to undertake less critical tasks and gain experience in other regions before rejoining the fray against the Wild Wolf Gang. This adjustment significantly reduced casualties. Thus, this strategy was formally incorporated into the sect's regulations over the last 2 years, mandating that all disciples must first descend the mountain for practical training before being granted official positions within the sect. As a result, most of the older brothers on the mountain have been dispatched below, either entangled with the wild wolf gang or engaged in their training, leaving only the younger, uninitiated disciples and a few necessary guards on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Hanli finally grasped the reasons behind the changes on the mountain that a loud crash resounded as a soft sword soared into the air. Zhao Xiling, clutching his injured palm, staggered back a few steps, his face pale and gasping for breath. Earlier, he had been caught off guard by Brother Li's rapid succession of strikes and was compelled to parry with his soft sword, only to be overwhelmed by the tremendous force of the attack, which sent his weapon flying. "Brother Li, you are indeed formidable. I humbly concede defeat," Zhao Xiling managed to utter with a strained smile, bowing slightly. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Brother Li, what exquisite skill! Brother Li, what a splendid technique! Brother Li, please offer some guidance to your junior." The shouts of admiration rang throughout the venue. Brother Li sheathed his long blade, a faint blush gracing his cheeks, and opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he furrowed his brow as if recalling something. "I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave," he stated coolly, before gracefully departing the scene, demonstrating his remarkable agility as he vanished into the pine forest by the cliffside. "Wow! Brother Li not only excels in swordplay, but also possesses remarkable lightness of foot." "Indeed, absolutely." The praises resounded once more. Hanli furrowed his brow. Brother Li's prowess was undeniable, yet he seemed to revel in showcasing. Reflecting on this, Hanli couldn't help but chuckle at himself, realizing he was hardly older than these individuals. Why did he so often feel as if he were an old man? Perhaps his cultivation had imbued him with an overly mature mindset. "May I ask your name, junior brother? I have yet to learn it," Hanli inquired, glancing at little Abacus, who stood nearby. "My name is Jean Dongbao, but you can call me Little Abacus, Brother Han," Little Abacus replied eagerly, clearly thrilled to be associated with someone he perceived as a significant figure. "In times of illness or injury, seek me out. I shall provide you with free treatment," Hanli assured him, patting his shoulder before turning to the crowd, which had once again erupted into disputes, and walking into the adjacent pine forest without a backward glance. Left behind, Jean Dongbao stood in a daze, momentarily bewildered by Han Li's words, unsure of their true meaning. Chapter 20. The marrow-sucking pill having departed from the cliff for quite some distance, faint echoes of their clamorous voices. Han Li no longer felt inclined to concern himself with how those individuals resolved the dispute between Wang Depang and Zhang Chang'e. The image of Jean Dongbao, standing there in a daze, his expression blank, brought an involuntary chuckle to Han Li's heart. At that moment, he felt a lightness in his spirit that dispelled the earlier gloom he had experienced in the valley. He navigated through the pine forest, venturing further into the wilderness. After a while, a slender brook came into view. Lifting his gaze to the scorching sun above, he glanced down at the clear waters flowing gently in the brook, contemplating that a refreshing wash in its waters was a splendid idea. As he bent down to immerse his hands in the cool stream, a series of agonizing groans drifted from upstream. Han Li was taken aback. It was surprising to find someone in such a remote location. Following the sound of the moans, he made his way upstream, where he discovered a figure clad in the garb of an inner sect disciple, sprawled by the brook's edge, writhing in agony, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. With a single glance, Han Li recognized that this disciple was suffering from an acute ailment, and without immediate assistance, his life would be in jeopardy. That he dashed forward, retrieving a sandalwood box from his robe, swiftly opening it to extract a set of gleaming silver needles. Deftly, he quickly completed the acupuncture on the back and turned the person over, preparing to address the acupoints on the chest. As he flipped the figure, the man's face became visible, causing Han Li to gasp in shock. The critically endangered individual was none other than Senior Brother Li, who had displayed tremendous prowess moments ago on the cliff. Han Li hesitated for a moment, then scrutinized the familiar visage. At this juncture, Senior Brother Li bore no resemblance to the victorious warrior from earlier. His once cold features were now twisted in agony, foam escaping his lips, indicating that he had lost his senses to the torment. Regaining his composure, Han Li pondered briefly before launching into a flurry of needlework, methodically piercing the man's body with dozens of needles. When he inserted the final needle, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and exhaled deeply. This method of emergency treatment was no small burden for him. As Senior Brother Li's body sparkled with a glint of silver needles, he finally regained consciousness and awareness. You are. He struggled to articulate, but lacked the strength to finish his thought. I am from Shinsho Valley. Do not attempt to speak. Focus on regaining your strength. I can only revive you momentarily. Your ailment is peculiar, likely requiring the expertise of Dr. Mo. Unfortunately, he is not on the mountain at present. Hanli felt the man's pulse, furrowing his brow in concern. Medicine. Senior brother Lee's expression turned frantic, his lips quivering as he attempted to raise his arm to convey something, but he failed. Do you possess medication that can cure your condition? Hanli inferred his meaning, responding with a question. Yes, senior brother Lee, recognizing that Hanli understood, relaxed slightly and nodded weakly. Without hesitation, Hanli began to search the man's belongings, uncovering various items, among which he selected a small white jade vial. Given its value and impeccable seal, it was undoubtedly the item he sought. He turned to gauge senior brother Lee's expression, and indeed, the man's face was alight with hope, his eyelids fluttering eagerly. When Hanli uncorked the vial, unexpectedly, no medicinal fragrance wafted forth. Instead, a powerful stench assaulted his senses. Upon inhaling the odor, his countenance soured as he cautiously extracted a pink pill from within. This pill, appearing remarkably appealing, emitted an intolerable odor, rendering it almost unbelievable. Is this the pill? Hanli's expression. At this moment, senior brother Lee was too agitated to articulate his thoughts, merely blinking in response. The marrow-sucking pill, composed of 23 rare ingredients including Helan, scorpion tail flower, and the eggs of the centennial blue ant, among others. Once completed, it takes on a pink hue and possesses a peculiar, foul smell. Consuming it significantly depletes one's physical potential, allowing the user to trade future longevity for current capabilities. Am I correct in my assessment? Hanli's voice was cold and unyielding as he articulated these words, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing Hanli's description, senior brother Lee's complexion drained of color, his face bereft of vitality, revealing a look of panic. Once ingested, this pill must be taken repeatedly at intervals, subjecting the user to excruciating cramps and marrow extraction. Failure to comply may result in paralysis or even death. Moreover, even with adherence to the regimen, one is destined to perish within a decade due to the life force depletion caused by the initial consumption. Hanli continued relentlessly. Do not tell me that the pill in my hand is not the marrow-sucking pill. He paused momentarily. Upon hearing this, senior brother Lee's face reflected a despair akin to having his secrets laid bare, yet his eyes betrayed an astonished disbelief. Are you surprised? Such a pill is exceedingly rare. How could I possibly recognize it? Hanli discerned the question lingering in his mind and shifted the conversation to himself. In truth, it is quite simple. I have consumed one of these pills myself. With that shocking revelation, Hanli rendered senior brother Lee utterly astounded, though disbelief soon clouded his expression. My method of consumption differed from yours. I ingested only a single pill, dividing it into 10 portions, taking each as a catalyst for other medications, thus avoiding any harmful side effects. The pill's distinct appearance and odor left a lasting impression on me. Until now, I believe that apart from my own consumption, no one else would dare to take such a secret medicine. Yet here it is, within our own sect. Having expressed this, Hanli regarded senior brother Lee with a gaze that mingled admiration and pity. Senior brother Lee, unwilling to meet Hanli's gaze, gently closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling erratically, indicative of his tumultuous state of mind. You have been taking this medicine for several years, have you not? If you cease consumption of this pill now, I can implore Dr. Mo to prepare an alternative remedy for you. While it may not restore your full lifespan, it could extend your life by another 20 or 30 years, though your martial prowess would be irretrievably lost. Should you persist with this pill, judging by your current condition, you might only have 5 or 6 years left out of course. During those years, your skills would advance at an accelerated pace, surpassing your current progress. Since you dare to consume such a secret medicine, I presume you are a resolute and decisive individual. The decision regarding this pill rests with you. Will you consume it or discard it? Chapter 21. Analgesics. Elder brother Lee's eyelids trembled slightly, revealing a fierce internal struggle within him. After a brief moment, he opened his tightly shut eyes, locking his gaze onto the pill in Hanli's hand. His expression ignited with fervor. Han Li refrained from uttering another word, placing the pill into his mouth, watching as he swallowed it dryly with saliva, before gently extracting the silver needles that were embedded in his body, one by one. Once all the needles were removed, the pill's potency began to take effect. Li's pallid complexion flushed with an unusual crimson hue, his cheeks gradually transforming into a vivid scarlet. That moment, his body convulsed once more, his limbs began to tremble, and a series of low, guttural groans escaped his lips. It was evident that he was striving to maintain his composure before Han Li, suppressing his voice, yet such inhuman agony compelled him to cry out. The intensity of Li's cries escalated, and his body quaked even more violently. After what felt like an eternity, his shouts finally began to wane, until they completely subsided. His complexion began to return to a more normal hue, and the convulsions ceased, indicating that he had endured the most. Elder brother Li slowly straightened his posture, crossed his legs in a lotus position, and closed his eyes again, entering a state of meditation to recuperate his energy. Han Li, in turn, found a clean rock to sit upon, idly observing him as he cultivated his vitality. After the passage of a meal's worth of time, Li abruptly opened his eyes, seized the long knife beside him, and sprang to his feet. With a forceful swing of his arm, the blade glinted dangerously, its edge poised against Han Li's throat. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Li's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, brimming with murderous intent. "I just saved your life. Does that not count as a reason?" Han Li's countenance remained unperturbed, though his brow twitched ever so slightly, a subtle movement that would go unnoticed by the unobservant. Li's expression softened momentarily, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Han Li. "I was aware before saving you that you might resort to eliminating me to keep your secrets, but I did not anticipate your actions would be so swift." Han Li finally managed a wry smile, a hint of self-mockery crossing his face. "Ahem. Even knowing that saving you might invite trouble upon myself, I could not stand idly by as a healer." Han Li sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, an air of embarrassment crossed Li's features, and the blade withdrew slightly from Han Li's throat, though it remained poised. Han Li internally exhaled in relief, his tone becoming more composed. "You need not fear that I will disclose your secrets. It is evident that I am not one to gossip, that if you still harbor doubts, I can make a solemn oath. You should be able to discern that I possess no martial prowess. Should you find me in violation of my vow, you could easily slay me. Anlikali Prupuja." "Swear your oath," Li replied with a straightforward. With that, Han Li finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although he had observed Li's countenance prior to treating him and deemed him not to be ungrateful or cruel, he recognized that such judgments could not be wholly relied upon. Should Li turn out to be a treacherous ingrate, he would have no choice but to resort to his sole means of self-defense. With this thought, Han Li discreetly shifted his fingers away from a concealed iron tube nestled within his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore his oath, Li finally sheathed the long knife, returning it to its scabbard. Han Li touched his neck, where the sharp blade had left a shallow, sticky cut, feeling a chill run down his back, evidently having broken into a cold sweat. That was truly perilous. I must admit, I did not consider all the possibilities that I must learn from this lesson. I shall never again engage in such thankless endeavors to others' lives or their own affairs, and I need not involve myself. Han Li reflected, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Without sufficient benefits or guarantees, I vow never to intervene again. He resolved fiercely within himself. The negative consequences of his initial act of saving a life had directly led to his subsequent habit of only rising early for personal gain, shedding much of his previously innocent nature. While he had not become a villain, he had certainly strayed far from being kind-hearted and virtuous. "Sir, you have saved my life and promised to keep my secret. I, Li Feiyu, owe you a great favor. As long as I draw breath, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, that I shall do all within my power to help you." Li, fully restored, gathered the miscellaneous items that Han Li had retrieved and placed on the ground, and approached him with sincere words, revealing his name and making his promise. "I doubt I shall trouble you with my affairs, but you on the other hand seem to have your own troubles," Han Li replied with a faint smile, posing a question in return. "How did you know?" Li Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering across his face. "It is apparent to anyone. You, an ordinary guardian disciple, hold a position above numerous hall masters, elders, and even the favored disciples of the sect leader. How could you possibly lead a peaceful life? Han Li pointed out with piercing clarity. Li Feiyu's expression darkened, and he fell into a prolonged silence. I do not wish to interfere in your matters, nor can I, but I can assist in alleviating the suffering caused by the marrow extraction pill. Really? Li Feiyu's spirits lifted. His previous gloom seemingly vanished, replaced with an expression of delight, indicating that the torment of the marrow extraction pill had indeed taken a toll on him. Why would I deceive you? Han Li shot Li Feiyu a glance, fully aware that he possessed a remedy to alleviate pain, a formula he had developed during his spare time for Zhang Tai, which significantly diminished the human perception of agony and proved highly effective. This is simply marvelous. Absolutely marvelous, Li Feiyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together eagerly, gazing at Han Li with anticipation. Why are you looking at me like that? I do not possess the medicine at this moment. I must return to the Divine Hand Valley to prepare it before I can provide you with the finished remedy. Li Feiyu, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had just threatened Han Li with a knife, only to now be requesting his assistance in crafting medicine. At noon tomorrow, wait for me at the entrance of the Divine Hand Valley. I will bring the medicine to you once it is prepared. Currently, Dr. M.O. is not at home, and I cannot allow outsiders to enter the valley freely. Han Li said slowly. Very well, I shall be there on time. Thank you, brother. Li Feiyu hastily agreed, eager not to provoke any change of heart from Han Li. My name is Han Li, a direct disciple of Dr. M.O. Given your impressive martial skills, you may simply refer to me as Junior Brother Han. Han Li shared his name, noticing that Li had already used the term brother so affectionately, hoping to prevent any further overly sentimental titles. Chapter 22. The inner demons. Han Li stood silently in place, observing the receding figure of Li Feiyu. After they had agreed that Li would return the following day at noon to collect the medicine, he had taken the initiative to bid farewell, stating he needed to return for further recuperation. Throughout this prolonged interval, Han Li refrained from inquiring about the reason for Li Feiyu's consumption of the secret elixir. He understood that even if he were to ask, it would not alter what had already transpired. The fact that Li was willing to forsake all his future prospects in exchange for the fleeting glory of being senior brotherly indicated that he must have compelling reasons for his actions. No one willingly embraces self-destruction, even if it is a gradual process fraught with steep costs. Such a choice is never made lightly, that if compelled to voice his burdens, it would merely reopen wounds that were nearly healed, laying them bare once more. Clearly, Han Li's discretion was prudent. Before departing, Li Feiyu had noted Han Li's lack of inquiry into his use of the marrow extract pill and felt a swell of gratitude for his understanding. Although unspoken, Han Li recognized that Li now owed him a considerable favor. Han Li resolved to honor their agreement by not only safeguarding Li's secret, but also to concoct a remedy upon his return to the valley that would alleviate Li's suffering. The rationale behind this decision was straightforward. Since Li was not a malicious individual and had not truly wished him harm, Han Li aimed to cultivate a deeper obligation on Li's part, making it difficult for him to refuse any future requests. Li Feiyu's martial prowess would only continue to ascend in the ensuing years, and the greater his strength, the more beneficial he could become to Han Li. Even if his assistance was not required in the years to come, it mattered little. A gentle hand extended to one who was not wholly malevolent could, in itself, be a source of personal satisfaction. Though Li Feiyu might not be a paragon of virtue, at the very least, the events of today assured Han Li that he posed no threat to him. After contemplating the matter thoroughly, Han Li felt confident that he had overlooked nothing and thus ambled back to the Valley of Divine Hands. Shortly after his leisurely return, he commenced preparations for the secret medicine required by Li Feiyu. This remedy, designed to diminish pain perception, was not particularly difficult to formulate. All necessary ingredients could be found in the valley's medicinal garden. However, the process of preparation was somewhat intricate and required meticulous attention. After a busy afternoon, Han Li successfully concocted a sufficient supply of the medicine to last Li Feiyu for an entire year. Although he could have prepared more, he preferred that Li return annually for his supply, ensuring that he would not gradually forget the fate. As evening approached, Han Li unexpectedly found himself seated on a chair before his door, gazing up at the inky expanse of the starry sky and the luminous moon, lost in contemplation. Once more, he found himself reminiscing about his family. It had been over 4 years since he had left his parents, and since ascending the mountain, he had dedicated nearly every day to the arduous practice of his cultivation techniques, leaving him little time to think of home, and he had never descended to visit. He had arranged for the majority of his monthly earnings to be sent home, receiving only a single letter each year, penned by Uncle Jean, assuring him of his family's well-being. The content of these letters was scant. They merely informed him that all was well at home. With little else mentioned, he was aware, however, that life had improved significantly. His elder brother had established his own family, and his second brother was set to marry, likely celebrating the joyous occasion the following year. All these changes had arisen from the money he had sent home. Yet Han Li, through the sparse correspondence, sensed a growing formality in his family's tone, as if they interacted with him as one would with a stranger. This realization initially filled Han Li with trepidation, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Yet as time wore on, inexplicably, this fear gradually dulled, and the images of his family began to blur in his mind. It was only in moments like this evening, when nostalgia was stirred by the sights around him, that he would again long for the warmth of his family, reminiscing about the comforting atmosphere of home, an experience now difficult to savor, yet one that brought him profound solace and value, prompting him to savor it slowly and deliberately. Placing his hand upon his chest, he gently stroked the small leather pouch containing the protective talisman through his clothing. In the past, a few caresses would suffice to bring a sense of tranquility to his spirit. But tonight, for reasons unknown, the soothing sensation eluded him, leaving him restless and agitated. Han Li was beset by an indescribable sense of frustration, unable to rein in his emotions. A tumult surged within him, as if the energy he had cultivated was stirring restlessly. The ominous phrase, going astray, suddenly flickered through his mind. Rising abruptly, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. With Dr. Mo absent, he was left to confront this crisis alone. How could he be succumbing to such turmoil without cause? Han Li felt a twinge of confusion. While it was not the moment for introspection, tracing the root cause of his current state seemed the most viable way to resolve this distress. He lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings for anything amiss, but found nothing noteworthy. Running his right hand along his jaw, he inadvertently brushed against something firm. Instinctively, his eyes were drawn to this object. The small pouch, the protective talisman, the name echoed in his mind. Could it be the source of this turmoil? Han Li was uncertain, yet there was no time for hesitation. His internal condition was worsening, teetering on the brink of chaos. Resolutely, he yanked the pouch from around his neck and hurled it far away. Something is amiss. The discomfort has intensified, and the tumult within me grows stronger. Han Li struggled to suppress the turmoil within, his bloodshot eyes fixed fervently upon the small pouch, hoping to discern the catalyst of his escalating plight. Chapter 23. The test subject. Perhaps it was the favor of the gods. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Han Li's mind. He swiftly dashed towards the bag that had been tossed aside in the distance, covering the ground with a few quick strides before bending down to retrieve it. With a few deft movements, he opened the leather pouch and extracted the talisman of safety bestowed upon him by his parents. As his palm made contact with the talisman, a wave of serene energy surged through him, penetrating his very being. Instantly, the turmoil within Han Li's heart subsided. The previous feelings of gloom and discomfort vanished without a trace, and the various anomalies within his body faded into silence, as if everything had returned to normal. At that moment, Han Li chose to disregard the transformations occurring within him, instead gently cradling the talisman in one hand, bringing it close to his eyes, while the other hand tenderly caressed it, his entire being focused on its presence. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled a sigh, ceasing his gentle touch and shifting his gaze away from the talisman. Unbeknownst to him, the peril he had narrowly escaped was not merely a case of going astray, but rather an incursion of the heart demon that afflicts practitioners of the path. Had he not seized the opportunity to expel the heart demon with the aid of an external object, he might soon have succumbed to its invasion, losing himself in an illusory realm, his body dancing uncontrollably to its demise. Of course, all of this was knowledge he would only acquire later on his journey into the world of cultivation. Hanley focused his energy to examine his body and found everything to be in order. To his delight, he discovered that his power had significantly increased. Although he had not yet broken through to the fourth tier, he had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, drawing ever closer to the next level. A smile crept onto Han Li's face at this unexpected stroke of fortune, yet he quickly reined in his excitement, fearful that an unstable emotion might lead him once more into a perilous state. He held the pouch containing the talisman, preparing to return the talisman to its rightful place and secure it properly. Ah! Han Li exclaimed in surprise as he stumbled upon an item he had long forgotten within the pouch, a small, mysterious vial that had been a cherished possession for several years. The existence of this vial had completely slipped from his memory, and had he not seen it now, he likely would have continued to forget it. Compared to 4 years ago, Han Li's understanding and insight had greatly evolved. Through extensive reading of various tomes in Dr. Mo's library, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge, and his intellect had sharpened considerably due to his practice of cultivation in that moment. He could easily deduce from the phenomena associated with the vial that it was indeed a rare and extraordinary object, endowed with remarkable properties. His current objective was to thoroughly uncover the vial's value, to ascertain if it could be of use to him, for it would be a waste to let it languish in obscurity within the pouch, squandering its mysterious potential. Han Li carefully removed the vial, not rushing to open it, but instead scrutinizing it anew with the perspective gained over the past 4 years, searching for any details he might have previously overlooked. Unfortunately, after several careful examinations, he found no new revelations that no longer wishing to waste time. Han Li gently twisted off the cap. The drop of emerald green liquid remained undisturbed at the bottom of the vial, unchanged from 4 years prior. Han Li understood that the vial's secrets likely resided within this small droplet. It undoubtedly possessed certain special properties, yet undiscovered. To unveil the mysteries of this liquid, he realized he must procure some small creatures for a rather cruel experiment. As night fell and darkness enveloped the outside world, it became inconvenient to venture out in search of live specimens. Moreover, after the day's earlier exertions, Han Li felt weary. Even if he were to find something, conducting experiments under the dim light of night would render any observations futile. After careful consideration, Han Li decided to rest for the night, hoping that after a good night's sleep, he would be invigorated enough to conduct his experiments the following day. Perhaps a significant surprise awaited him upon waking, and he held on to this hope as he drifted off to slumber. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Han Li made his way to the large kitchen outside the valley for a simple breakfast. When Dr. Mo had resided on the mountain, he would personally instruct the kitchen staff to deliver meals to Shinsho Valley. Han Li, having benefited from Dr. Mo's presence, was also spared the need to dine outside the valley, as the kitchen staff brought his meals directly to him. With Dr. Mo no longer at Shishuan Gate, the kitchen staff naturally ceased their deliveries, prompting Han Li to reflect on the fickle nature of power with a sigh. After finishing his breakfast, Han Li did not leave the kitchen immediately. Instead, he approached the kitchen manager, exchanging a small sum of silver for 2 lively gray-furred rabbits, which he brought back to Shinsho Valley. Upon returning, he tethered the rabbits in a spacious area of the medicinal garden, allowing them to bask in the sun. Once the rabbits appeared fatigued and parched from the sun's heat, Han Li fetched a large white porcelain bowl, carefully pouring the emerald liquid from the vial into the bowl before diluting it with some ordinary water. The pea-sized droplet of green liquid dissolved effortlessly into the water, transforming it into a deep emerald hue. This verdant color evoked an involuntary sense of coolness that washed over Han Li's heart. He approached the now thirsty rabbits, placing the bowl beside them. The rabbits, having become parched from the sun's rays, eagerly rushed to the bowl, lapping up the water with great fervor. Han Li, wary of allowing them to drink excessively at once, withdrew the bowl after they had consumed about half of its contents. That he then stood to the side, patiently awaiting their reactions, curious to see if any intriguing changes would manifest. Before long, within the span of a single incense stick, the rabbits began to grow restless, their movements becoming increasingly frantic and intense. Soon, they exhibited astonishing transformations. Under their fur, egg-sized lumps began to protrude, multiplying rapidly until they covered their bodies. Gradually, these lumps merged into a single mass, rendering the rabbits' bodies comically inflated in comparison to their small heads. The rabbits' corpulent forms maintained their shape for only a brief moment before expanding further, the rate of inflation accelerating with time. It was as if they were being continuously filled with some gaseous substance, growing larger and rounder. Ultimately, they resembled two enormous watermelons, grotesquely transformed into two spherical entities. Witnessing the bizarre metamorphosis of the rabbits before him, Hanley felt a surge of astonishment. The unfolding spectacle exceeded his wildest expectations. Whether the unknown liquid was a lethal poison or a potent elixir, he could have accepted either outcome. However, he could never have anticipated the terrifying sight that unfolded before him, as the rabbits appeared as though they had been inflated. Chapter 24. A terrifying revelation as Hanley observed the rabbit before him, which continued to swell in size. A sense of unease began to creep in. Suddenly, a memory surged forth, prompting him to hastily discard the porcelain. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, only stopping when he had put a considerable distance of several dozen feet between himself and the creature. Just as he contemplated glancing back, two nearly simultaneous explosions echoed from behind him. A chill ran down his spine as he turned to witness, to his horror, that both rabbits had explosively ruptured, their remains scattered gruesomely across the ground, a visceral sight of blood and flesh. The spots where the rabbits had been tethered now bore two gaping holes, littered with the dismembered remnants of the unfortunate creatures, their blood and chunks of flesh smeared across the earth, a truly ghastly sight. With a weary sigh, Hanley plopped down on the ground, relieved that his quick reflexes had spared him from the brunt of the explosion. Although he might not have sustained serious injuries, being drenched in the blood and entrails of the rabbits was hardly a pleasant prospect. Once his heart had settled, he rose and approached the site of devastation that he surveyed the bloodied scene, casting a glance at the shattered porcelain bowl in the medicinal field, and found himself at a loss for words. Hanley had anticipated discovering some miraculous elixir within the verdant liquid, but instead, he had encountered such a horrific phenomenon. Poison was poison, he mused, but the rabbits... He vowed never to touch such a thing again. It was far too terrifying. Hanley had encountered lethal toxins before, having learned much from Dr. Mo over the past few years, and had witnessed numerous deadly substances that could claim a life in an instant. Yet none had evoked such horror as this. Thankfully, Hanley possessed a strong psychological fortitude and managed to remain composed a while longer before deciding to depart. As noon approached, he needed to deliver the prepared secret medicine to Senior Brother Lee. Any further considerations regarding this calamity could wait until he had completed his task. Holding on to this thought, Hanley refrained from lingering at the explosion site, leaving all troubles for later. He returned to his dwelling, took a brief rest, and then set off towards the entrance of Shinsho Valley with the medicine in hand. True to his punctual nature, Hanley arrived at... However, Senior Brother Li Feiyu appeared to have been anxiously awaiting his arrival. He stood alone at the valley's entrance, clad in a white robe, yet still wielding the long knife that had left a lasting impression on Hanley. Upon spotting Hanley, the anxious expression on his face dissipated, replaced by a smile that crept onto his lips. Junior Brother Han, you truly are punctual. You said you would arrive at noon, and here you are right on the dot. I've been waiting for over half an hour, Li Feiyu remarked, half in jest and half in mild reproach. My apologies that I spent too much time preparing the medicine yesterday and ended up sleeping late. By the time I handled everything, it was just in time for noon, Hanley replied half-truthfully. Junior Brother Han, the medicine. Is it ready? Li Feiyu's urgency caused him to stammer slightly. Hanley did not respond to Li Feiyu's inquiry immediately. Instead, he smiled calmly and slowly retrieved a palm-sized medicine pouch from his robes, tossing it to Li Feiyu with a "Thank you." Li Feiyu exclaimed, his joy palpable. The prospect of even a slight reduction in pain was a tremendous relief for him, as the agony of consuming the marrow extraction pill was unbearable. He had previously tried many painkillers to no avail, but knowing that Han Li was familiar with the pill's characteristics and had used it himself gave him hope that this medicine might indeed be effective. Do not thank me just yet. Wait until you see if it truly works. Additionally, this is merely a year's supply that I've exhausted my current stock of medicinal materials, but when I gather enough, I shall prepare more for you, Han Li stated candidly. That's quite all right. This should suffice for now. Regardless of its efficacy, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, Junior Brother Han, Li Feiyu replied, his demeanor returning to normal as he acknowledged the debt of gratitude he owed Han Li. With a slight smile, Han Li chose to say no more and took his leave that Li Feiyu, clutching the secret medicine, was eager to return and test its effects, so he did not attempt to keep Han Li any longer. The two bid each other farewell and parted ways. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li first attended to the medicinal garden, clearing away the rabbit remains, the bloodied earth, and the shattered bowl, disposing of everything into the pit. He then leveled the two newly formed holes with soil, rendering the area nearly indistinguishable from its pre-experimental state. Satisfied, he dusted off his hands and scanned the surroundings for anything he might have overlooked. When his gaze fell upon the spot where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he found himself in deep contemplation that he recalled vividly that when he discarded the bowl, the diluted water within it splattered onto a small patch of medicinal herbs, wetting several of them. This led to a moment of hesitation. He wondered whether those herbs would become toxic after absorbing that water. If a person were to consume those potentially poisonous herbs, would they meet a fate akin to that of the rabbits? Should he remove them now? A flurry of questions surged in Han Li's mind. After much deliberation, he resolved to wait and observe the herbs for a while longer, treating it as a minor experiment. If the herbs indeed turned toxic in the coming days, he could always eradicate them then. With his mind made up, he noticed that there was little else to occupy his time, so he retreated to the stone chamber to practice his cultivation, hoping to achieve further breakthroughs in his abilities. By now, Han Li had ceased to concern himself with the specific utility of the cultivation formula. Practicing it had become an instinctive response. Should he fail to engage in this practice, he would find himself at a loss for how to occupy his time on the mountain. The pursuit of a higher level of cultivation had become the sole focus of his existence. After a focused afternoon of training, Han Li found himself disheartened to realize that he was not a natural genius. Although he sensed that he was mere inches from breaking through to the fourth level, he had made no tangible progress, having spent the entire afternoon laboring in vain. That it seemed evident that without external assistance in the form of medicinal substances, he would remain stuck at the third level, unable to advance any further. A longing began to grow within him for Dr. Mo's prompt return, hoping he would be fortunate enough to procure sufficient medicinal materials to aid Han Li in overcoming his current predicament. Chapter 25. The willows take root after another night had passed. Han Li rose early and made his way toward the medicinal herb garden, eager to observe whether there had been any changes in the few plants he had been tending. Before he even stepped into the field, he was suddenly enveloped by a medley of rich herbal fragrances that a moment of surprise flickered across his face, soon followed by a stirring in his heart. Were these the same plants from yesterday? Han Li could scarcely believe his eyes. He slapped his still sleepy face several times until the pain forced him to cease his self-inflicted torment. Unable to contain his joy any longer, Han Li erupted into laughter, his normally tranquil demeanor giving way to unrestrained exuberance. I have struck it rich. Overnight, these herbs, which should only possess a year or two of potency, have transformed into those with over a decade's worth of qualities. Just look at the color of the leaves, the shape of the fruits, and the fragrance of the petals. These are undoubtedly rare herbs that have matured for several years. Han Li meticulously examined the plants once more, confirming that they were indeed precious materials aged several years. If I can replicate this method of hastening the growth of herbs, wouldn't I be able to procure as many precious materials as I desire? Moreover, the herbs I cannot utilize could easily be sold to others, bringing in a considerable fortune. Overwhelmed with excitement, Han Li began to entertain wild thoughts. The more he contemplated, the more thrilled he became, convinced that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Suddenly, he tumbled several times on the ground, his usual composure evaporating as he expressed his exhilaration like a giddy youth of 14 or 15. After a lengthy period, Han Li finally regained his senses, his mind sharpening back to its usual alertness, and began to Firstly, while the herbs appeared to be in perfect condition, their intrinsic medicinal properties still needed verification. After all, they had absorbed that peculiar liquid to attain their current state. Who could say if they contained any mutated components? Han Li recalled the grim fate of those rabbits he had witnessed the previous day, reminding himself to remain cautious. Secondly, the green liquid in the mysterious vial had been exhausted, leaving him uncertain whether further anomalies would manifest, fearing it might be a one-time phenomenon. He resolved to confirm this by nightfall, that if both of these concerns proved inconsequential, he would need to meticulously grasp the details and procedures for inducing the growth of these herbs, fully mastering this extraordinary technique. After deep contemplation, Han Li identified several pressing issues that required resolution. Without addressing them, this grand opportunity would merely be a fleeting illusion. Once he had assessed everything, Han Li sprang into action. He first ventured to the large kitchen outside the valley, inquiring with the steward and purchasing 2 gray-haired rabbits. This peculiar behavior left the kitchen steward both amused and perplexed. Why did this young lad continually buy live rabbits? Was he planning to practice his culinary skills by slaughtering them himself? Han Li paid no mind to the steward's thoughts. This time, instead of tethering the rabbits in the herb garden, he secured them at his doorstep, allowing him to observe their changes closely. He then returned to the fields, carefully harvesting the hastily grown herbs, preparing several potent remedies designed to strengthen bones and muscles, mixing them into the rabbit's favorite food, and feeding them 3 meals a day to test for any toxicity. Having completed these tasks, Han Li anxiously awaited the arrival of night. As he felt the hours stretching interminably, the anticipated night finally arrived as soon as darkness fell. Han Li hurried outside, retrieving the vial from his bag and placing it on the ground. A quarter of an hour passed. There was no sign of movement from the vial. Another 15 minutes elapsed, and still no change as time dragged on. Han Li's heart sank further, and just as despair washed over him, could it truly be a disposable item? Or had he simply failed to execute something correctly? Summoning his dwindling spirits, he surveyed his surroundings. Nothing seems amiss, aside from the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He lifted his gaze skyward, where the heavens loomed dark and obscured. The sky is indeed dark, he pondered. Today, however, the oppressive clouds blanketed the sky. With a renewed sense of purpose, Han Li noted the slight lightening of the horizon. Understanding that nothing extraordinary would unfold tonight, that he decided to stow the vial away, intending to retry once the sky. However, contrary to Han Li's expectations, the following fortnight brought no reprieve. Instead, a persistent drizzle settled in, the weather remaining dreary and unyielding. The more he yearned for clear skies, The more the downpour continued without end, showing no signs of abating, he glanced back at the two rabbits sheltered indoors. Their lively demeanor only deepened his discontent. Since consuming the medicated food, they displayed no adverse symptoms, and indeed, seemed more vigorous than ever. Throughout those days, Hanley meticulously observed the rabbits, confirming they exhibited no signs of poisoning. Instead, they appeared to thrive on the nourishing remedies. However, this favorable outcome did little to lift Han Li's spirits. Rather, it bred a sense of unease that he found himself unable to calm his racing thoughts, as the key to all the interminable inclement weather only served to shroud the mystery further, deepening Han Li's despondency. Chapter 26. The drug inducer. Just when Han Li thought that this dreary, rainy weather would persist, the sun finally re-emerged in the sky, bringing. It had been nearly half a month since Han Li uncovered the secret of the green liquid, and his patience had worn thin that on the very evening of the sunny day, he once again witnessed the extraordinary spectacle that had occurred 4 years prior. Countless glowing points densely encircled the bottle. Upon witnessing this wondrous sight, the heavy stone of anxiety in Han Li's heart finally fell away. It could be firmly established that this small vial was not a mere consumable, but rather a remarkable artifact capable of repeated use. After an additional 7 days of waiting, a drop of green liquid finally appeared within the bottle once more. Although Han Li had already developed a strong sense of assurance regarding this occurrence, he was still immensely delighted, for it signified that he would have a continuous supply. It is essential to recognize that the value of medicinal herbs is primarily assessed by their age. The longer the age of an herb, the greater its medicinal efficacy. Likewise, older herbs are increasingly challenging to locate, typically growing in remote mountains or on steep cliffs. Although some pharmacies and doctors cultivate certain herbs, these are mostly common varieties that can be used after only a brief period of growth. Most individuals would not be foolish enough to cultivate something that requires decades to mature. However, some wealthy and aristocratic families, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances, may have a few rare herbs cultivated specifically for life-saving purposes. These medicinal materials generally take. After all, individuals of such wealth can easily purchase more ordinary items, making it unnecessary to invest significant effort into cultivation. Furthermore, these families, who inherit their fortunes through generations, are not particularly concerned about the times. Consequently, such herbs are often those that require hundreds of years to cultivate or are exceedingly rare, one-of-a-kind specimens, something that ordinary people lack the financial and material resources to undertake. Occasionally, some rare wild herbs briefly appear on the market, but they are typically acquired by these affluent families, resulting in a continued escalation of prices for rare medicinal herbs, often leading to a situation where they are available but unattainable. Han Li was not optimistic about Dr. Mo's prospects on this outing, surmising that he would not achieve significant success, yet he no longer needed to worry about it. With this bottle, countless valuable medicinal materials, with a unique sense of anticipation, Han Li conducted several experiments to induce the maturation of medicinal herbs over the following days. On one occasion, he sprinkled the diluted green liquid over various herbs, only to find that the next day he had merely produced a multitude of. From this trial, Han Li subtly discerned some patterns that in his next experiment, he opted to bypass the dilution step altogether, directly applying the green liquid to a ginseng plant. To his astonishment, upon awakening the following day, Han Li discovered a century-old ginseng, indistinguishable from a wild, century-old specimen. This experiment filled Han Li with joy, not merely because of the rare herb acquired, but due to his newfound understanding of how to effectively utilize the green liquid. Subsequently, Han Li conducted several tests on the porcelain vases, jade bottles, gourds, silver flasks, and more that he found that regardless of the container used, the green liquid could not be preserved for more than 15 minutes. Once extracted from the mysterious vial, it had to be utilized within that time frame, or it would gradually fade away without a trace. The diluted liquid exhibited a similar characteristic. While it could last a bit longer, once a certain period had passed, only the seeped liquid remained in the container, with the essence of the green liquid dissipating entirely. After conducting several such experiments, Hanley lost all confidence in the preservation of the green liquid in other containers. It seemed impossible to store this mysterious fluid in abundance. Thus, he resolved to conduct another test involving the stacking of medicinal properties. He dropped a drop of green liquid onto a green sandal herb, transforming it into a yellow sandal herb with a century's worth of medicinal efficacy. That a few days later, he applied another drop, and its age astonishingly increased by over. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Hanley continued this practice for over 2 months. Whenever new green liquid emerged from the small bottle, he would apply it to the sandal herb, which, true to expectations, gradually transformed its leaves from yellow to a dark yellow-black, and finally to a lustrous black. Ultimately, it became a rare, millennium-old sandal herb. This test was a resounding success, and it appeared that with patience he could continue to elevate the herb's age. However, for Hanley, he merely needed to ascertain that this method was indeed viable, as he did not require herbs with excessively long ages. Medicinal plants with several hundred years of efficacy were ample for his needs. After completing this series of lengthy experiments, Hanley finally had the opportunity to rest and thoughtfully consider his circumstances. That be why this time, a significant amount of time had passed since Dr. Mo had descended the mountain. Now, Hanley lay in his wooden bed within his room, holding the millennium-old sandal herb, lost in thought. His gaze was fixed on the dark herb, seemingly studying it. However, anyone else present, he felt no joy at this moment, unlike when he first acquired the sandal herb. Instead, he was meticulously pondering the benefits and dangers that this small vial had brought him, strategizing for his future. Hanley had encountered numerous examples of the phrase, "having a precious gem brings trouble," in the various texts within Dr. Mo's dwelling. The vial he possessed could be considered a priceless treasure. Should outsiders learn of its existence, he would undoubtedly not survive until the next morning, that he would meet the same fate as many previous possessors of treasures. Overwhelmed by various greedy individuals drawn by, without needing to look far, he considered the nearby sect leaders. If they were to uncover the secret of this vial, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him and seize the treasure, leaving him with a tragic end of treasure lost. The commotion caused by the vial absorbing the glowing points is too great. A careless moment could reveal its secret to outsiders. Hanley resolved firmly, deciding to keep his mouth sealed and not utter a single word about it to others. However, I am currently in urgent. It would be a pity not to utilize this vial, that I must find a way to strike a balance. He recalled his lack of progress in cultivation, feeling somewhat despondent. Regardless, he understood that he could not afford to delay his advancement in the cultivation technique. He was not practicing for Dr. Mo's sake, but had sensed that his recent unusual changes were intrinsically linked to the practice of this enigmatic technique. Chapter 27. The elixirs before. This ensured that no unforeseen incidents would occur during this period, allowing him to use the small vial with confidence and boldness. Hanley estimated the time it would take for Dr. Mo to return, believing that he would find it impossible to locate any valuable medicinal herbs in the vicinity. He would likely need to venture far afield, possibly into the remote and uninhabited depths of the forests, where rare herbs might be discovered. However, such a journey would take a considerable amount of time, at least a year, when accounting for the round trip, and now, nearly half a year had passed since Dr. Mo descended the mountain, and it was anticipated that he would return to the seven mysterious sect in another 6 or 7 months. During the interim, Han Li intended to cultivate as many useful herbs as possible, methodically gathering the required ingredients according to several rare formulas he was familiar with, ensuring that he did not squander the precious green liquid. The concoctions he planned to create, which would assist in enhancing his cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks, were the exquisite elixirs that Dr. Mo had once aspired to formulate, but could not due to a lack of necessary materials. Each of these elixirs, if placed on the market, could bankrupt an ordinary family and were fiercely sought after by those in the martial world. Even with Dr. Mo's remarkable medical skills, he had never encountered any of these finished products. Despite possessing the knowledge of how to formulate these sacred medicines, the absence of the requisite herbs left him to lament helplessly. During his time learning medicine from Dr. Mo, Han Li had developed a keen interest in these rare formulas. Although he never harbored the ambition to concoct such extraordinarily valuable medicines himself, he diligently memorized many of the recipes. Dr. Mo, indifferent to Han Li's enthusiasm for these formulas, would readily provide detailed explanations whenever Han Li inquired, without any hint of concealment. Perhaps Dr. Mo regarded these formulas as a double-edged sword, unpalatable yet regrettably valuable. Now, these formulas had become paramount to Han Li. He diligently cultivated the various herbs required. Time was of the essence, and he needed to complete these concoctions before Dr. Mo's return, after which he would stow the vial away and refrain from using it again on the mountain. Han Li had no confidence in his ability to use the vial in front of Dr. Mo without revealing his secrets. He was acutely aware of how astute and cautious Dr. Mo was and had no intention of disclosing the vial's secret to him. Han Li sensed that his relationship with Dr. Mo was peculiar, far from the typical master-disciple dynamic. Dr. Mo often regarded him with a strange gaze, leading Han Li to feel that the doctor was concealing some detrimental secret regarding him. This sense of unease had intensified over the past couple of years, creating a barrier that prevented the two from sharing a close bond like ordinary masters and disciples that in daily life. Dr. Mo treated him well, refraining from physical punishment or harsh words, and spared no effort in creating optimal conditions for Han. Yet an unspoken awkwardness lingered in the air, a palpable tension between them. Dr. Mo was evidently aware of this rift, but showed no inclination to mend it, continuing to encourage Han Li's progress in cultivation without alteration. However, the once frequent strange glances he cast toward Han Li seemed to have diminished over time, and those peculiar expressions had not resurfaced for quite a while. Nevertheless, Han Li's keen intuition hinted that Dr. Mo had not entirely abandoned his ulterior motives. Rather, he was cleverly masking his true intentions. This only deepened Han Li's wariness, and under such circumstances, how could he dare to reveal the secret of the vial? From numerous historical texts, Han Li had gleaned an invaluable lesson. Harbor no malice, yet remain. Should Dr. Mo genuinely wish him harm, his vigilance could safeguard him from potential injury. Conversely, if Han Li's instincts were mistaken, his caution remained justified that he had no intention of betraying his master. Han Li would continue to honor the filial duties of a disciple. With such thoughts, Han Li felt a twinge of discomfort at the peculiarity of their relationship, which seemed unique within the seven mysterious sect. He couldn't help but sigh. The vial could not be used again after Dr. Mo's return. This was certain. One must acknowledge that there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Even if he were fortunate enough to evade Dr. Mo's scrutiny, there was a chance that others within. The safest course of action would be to conceal it and act as if this incident had never transpired. Having made all necessary preparations and resolved to keep the vial safely tucked away, Han Li finally relaxed and drifted into slumber. In the ensuing months, Han Li clandestinely employed the green liquid from the vial to nurture a considerable quantity of precious herbs. Utilizing these herbs, he concocted numerous rare medicines according to the formulas, though he encountered several failures along the way. Each failure left him with a lingering pain, for the materials used in crafting these potions were exceedingly rare and costly. A single failure represented a significant financial loss. Yet, he could not fault himself entirely. It was the first time anyone had attempted to create these formulas, and failures were an inevitable part of the process. Even Dr. M.O., should he have attempted to concoct these medicines himself, would likely experience a misstep or two. Hanley consoled himself with this thought. Yellow dragon pill, pure spirit powder, golden marrow pill, and vitality elixir, these extraordinary medicines, seldom seen outside, were neatly arranged in several small vials before As he gazed at these elixirs, joy illuminated his face. With these miraculous concoctions, he would not only master the fourth layer of the cultivation technique, but could also easily achieve the fifth and sixth layers without excessive effort. Among these elixirs, the yellow dragon pill and golden marrow pill were particularly beneficial for his cultivation, possessing the remarkable ability to enhance one's power. Finally, the vitality elixir was a wondrous remedy effective against both internal and external injuries, capable of alleviating even the most severe wounds and preserving life. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that he could be deemed a half-hearted member of the martial world. Who could predict when calamity might strike him? What if he found himself entangled in the violent conflicts of the realm? It would be far wiser to prepare some miraculous antidotes and healing elixirs in advance. After all, should he fall victim to poison or injury and perish due to a lack of proper medicine, it would be an egregious injustice. With these thoughts in mind, Hanley proceeded to brew a small quantity of the 2 additional potions, determined to keep them on hand for unforeseen circumstances. After all, every life is singular and precious, and Hanley had no desire to meet with an untimely demise. Although this decision would impact the quantity of the other 2 spiritual herbs, thereby slowing his progress in cultivating the formula, such compromises were unavoidable. Perfection is a rare commodity in this world, and one must sometimes make sacrifices. On the very day he completed the elixirs, Hanley began to follow the prescribed method of consumption, ingesting 1-inch yellow dragon pill and 1 golden marrow pill. These 2 potions truly lived up to their legendary. Under the overwhelming potency of their effects, he effortlessly broke through his bottleneck that very night, achieving the 4th layer of the incantation. Upon reaching the 4th layer, Hanley experienced an entirely unprecedented sensation. His 5 senses were suddenly elevated to an astonishing realm. Everything he beheld became remarkably vivid and clear. Even the minutiae that had once escaped his notice now appeared magnified and distinctly visible. He could even discern the fine strands of cobwebs in the corners of the room. His sense of hearing became extraordinarily acute, as a multitude of familiar and unfamiliar sounds flooded his ears, such as the faint rustling of an earthworm burrowing several yards away, or the buzzing of an unknown insect passing by his front door. These sounds resonated in his ears as though they were occurring right beside him, remarkably real and clear. Additionally, he became aware of peculiar scents that had suddenly emerged, indicating a significant enhancement of his olfactory senses as well. Hanley was both astonished and elated. For the first time, he felt that the time he had devoted to cultivating this incantation had not been in vain. This unique experience signified that the incantation possessed its own distinct merits. While previous layers of cultivation had indeed improved his senses to some extent, none had transformed them as dramatically as the 4th layer had. This was a qualitative leap, akin to becoming an entirely different person. Furthermore, he felt as though his body had become considerably lighter, and his mental acuity had markedly advanced. Now, Hanley believed that he could comfortably go 3 to 5 days without sleep without significant issue. He savored the newfound sensations coursing through his body, reveling in the ability to perceive events occurring within several dozen yards of him without moving an inch. This sense of omnipotence captivated Hanley immensely. He now understood that reaching the fourth layer of the incantation was a true milestone in his journey. He could not help but ponder what exquisite experiences awaited him upon reaching the fifth and sixth layers. Just as Han Li was beginning to grasp the profound intricacies of his cultivation, his nominal master, Dr. Mo, returned to the valley. Not only had he come back himself, but he also brought along a mysterious figure. As soon as Dr. Mo entered the valley, Han Li recognized the familiar sound of his cough from afar. That moment, he was meditating within the stone chamber, striving to advance further. Upon hearing Dr. Mo's voice, he hastily gathered his energy, exited the stone chamber, and made his way toward the valley entrance to pay his respects to his long-absent master. He soon encountered Dr. Mo not far from the entrance. Upon seeing Dr. Mo, Han Li was taken aback. The man remained the same, yet the visage before him bore a pallor of ill health, devoid of vitality. Previously, while Dr. Mo had appeared somewhat yellow and frail, he had not reached such a level of debilitating decline. Now, he looked as if his time was near its end. What astonished Han Li even more was the imposing figure that followed Dr. Mo. A person clad in a black cloak, entirely enveloped in a voluminous green robe, revealing not a hint of skin. This individual was exceptionally tall and robust, towering over Han Li by at least 2 heads, with a physique reminiscent of a giant. However, due to the cloak, Han Li could not discern the figure's features. Only sensing that the person must possess, suppressing his curiosity, Han Li approached and respectfully greeted Dr. Mo before standing attentively to the side, awaiting his master's inquiries, but he was keenly aware that Dr. Mo did not particularly care about his disciple's show of respect. However, it was imperative for him to uphold the necessary etiquette to avoid appearing unruly, which would only place him in a more disadvantageous position. Given Han Li's understanding of Dr. Mo and his usual concern for Han Li's progress in cultivation, he anticipated that upon their reunion, Dr. Mo would inquire about his advancements to gauge his progress. True to his expectations, upon seeing Han Li emerge from the valley, Dr. Mo paused momentarily, coughed a couple of times, and then weakly asked, "How fares your incantation practice? Having mentally prepared himself for this moment, Han Li delivered the response he had rehearsed. It remains much the same, with no significant changes. He had no intention of revealing the truth of his cultivation, as he could not explain the miraculous leap from the initial stage of the third layer to the fourth without external assistance. "Extend your hand." Dr. Mo's expression darkened, and his tone grew stern. Han Li cautiously noted the shift in Dr. Mo's demeanor, a flicker of unease igniting within him. Nonetheless, he harbored no fear of Dr. Mo personally examining his pulse to ascertain the status of his internal energy. After entering the fourth layer, Han Li had unexpectedly discovered that he could manipulate the unique energy within him at will, controlling it to match the intensity he had maintained during the third layer, thereby concealing his true progress from Chapter 29. The rise of conflict. Dr. Mo's expression was inscrutable, his eyes gently half-opened, while one hand firmly clasped Han Li's wrist. His entire focus was devoted to gauging the strength. After a while, he let out a deep sigh, as if expelling all the frustration that had accumulated within him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open, a glint of clarity piercing through the murky depths of his gaze, rendering it too intimidating for anyone to meet his stare. His countenance darkened, clearly unsatisfied with Han Li, yet no reprimands escaped his lips, but he waved his hand coldly, signaling Han Li to follow him. Han Li obediently trailed behind, though he was intrigued by the enigmatic figure beside him. He understood that this was not the moment to indulge his curiosity. Once they entered the room, Dr. wearily sank into a grand armchair, leaning back against the support, half sitting and half reclining. The spark in his eyes had dissipated, reverting to the demeanor of one long afflicted by illness. The mysterious individual remained ever at his heels, standing rigidly behind the chair, as motionless as a statue. Hanley discerned Dr. Mo's displeasure and refrained from provoking him further, mimicking the mist. After what felt like an eternity, silence still reigned, and curiosity began to gnaw at Hanley, prompting him to discreetly lift his gaze to steal a glance at Dr. Mo. Why the furtive glances? If you wish to look, then do so openly. Dr. Mo's cold voice sliced through the stillness as Hanley's neck had barely begun to rise. Startled, Hanley complied, lifting his head fully, Mo's face before quickly retreating. Though his expression remained unchanged, turmoil brewed within him like a tempest. What had transformed Dr. Mo's visage into something so peculiar? A faint shade of darkness seemed to envelop his pallid face, as if a living shadow were extending countless tendrils that writhed and danced across his features. More unsettling was the transformation of Dr. Mo's typically stoic demeanor into one of fierce resolve, his gaze fixed on Hanley with an unsettling intent, the corners of his mouth curling. A sense of foreboding washed over Hanley, an unsettling anxiety coiling around his heart. As a hint of danger began to permeate the room, he cautiously retreated a half step, his hand slipping into the sleeve to grasp a concealed iron tube. At that moment, he heard Dr. Mo's low, mocking tone. Do you believe your little cleverness warrants display? In an instant, Dr. Mo shifted from a reclined position to standing, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he glided towards Hanley like a specter, his chilling laughter echoing in the air. Hanley's complexion paled, realizing the gravity of the situation, and he instinctively raised his arm, but a sudden numbness immobilized him. It was then that he noticed Dr. Mo's fingers had withdrawn from the acupoint on his chest. The speed had been so astonishing that he had sensed nothing of the attack. Dr. Mo, what are you intending to do? If I have erred, please express your grievances directly instead of constraining my acupoint. Hanley stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Dr. Mo remained silent, instead lightly tapping his back and clearing his throat, adopting a facade of frailness. However, having just witnessed his swift prowess, Hanley dared not regard him as a mere ailing elder. This act only heightened his caution. Dr. Mo, given your esteemed position, there is no need to stoop to my level. Should you release my acupoint, I will accept any punishment you deem fit, Hanley implored, showering him with flattering words. Yet, Dr. Mo ignored him, retrieving the iron tube from Hanley's sleeve and regarding him with derision. Witnessing this, Hanley's heart sank, his hopes of swaying Dr. Mo with words extinguished. It was clear that Dr. Mo would not grant him the slightest opportunity. Gradually, Hanley fell silent, his expression calming as he met Dr. Mo's gaze with an emotionless stare. In that instant, the entire room seemed to freeze, an eerie silence enveloping it, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Good, good. Dr. Mo suddenly exclaimed. You are indeed someone I, Mo Jurin, have deemed worthy. Even now, you maintain your composure in the face of danger. My investment in you has not been in vain. What exactly do you intend to do with me? Hanley countered, choosing not to follow Dr. Mo's lead. What do I intend to do with you? Dr. Mo echoed, a hint of ambiguity in his tone. What will be done depends entirely on your own performance. What do you mean? Hanley furrowed his brow, a vague understanding of Dr. Mo's intentions beginning to form. I shall not explicate. With your intellect, you should grasp some of it, shouldn't you? I can surmise a fraction, yet the entirety of the matter eludes me, Hanley admitted candidly. Excellent. That is the correct approach. Should you harbor any questions, feel free to inquire directly. Do not keep them bottled within, Dr. Mo remarked with a sinister smile, the darkness on his face thickening, rendering his features even more menacing. However, that matters little, for I have not genuinely regarded you as my disciple either. Dr. Mo scoffed lightly. Chapter 30. The Decline of a Tyrant. How old do you think I am? He he asked, his facial muscles twitching as he posed an oddly disjointed question. Judging by your appearance, perhaps in your 60s. However, since you have chosen to inquire, your age must surely not align with your outward visage. Are you perhaps significantly older or younger? Hanli expressed his surprise internally, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke in an unassuming tone. Ah, truly remarkable. It is no wonder you are a practitioner of eternal spring technique. A mere country lad transformed into such a sharp and astute individual. D.R.M.O. exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he regarded him. You are correct. I am merely 37 years of age. A figure that left Han Li incredulous escaped Dr. Mo's lips. Impossible? For the first time, Han Li, who had remained composed, felt a stir of astonishment. Indeed, it is inconceivable. Those who encounter me do not merely perceive me as being 60. If I were to claim I had reached 70, none would doubt it. Dr. Mo's voice suddenly escalated, becoming sharp and piercing, grating on Han Li's ears as if striking a nerve deep within him. I, M.O. Jiren, once held a formidable reputation in the martial world of Yuegao's Lanzhou, establishing my own dominion through sheer might. At that time, who in Lanzhou was unaware of the renown of my ghostly hand? All who aligned with me thrived, while those who opposed me. Dr. M.O. returned to his former tone, narrating his past in a low, somber voice. As he recounted his tale, a piercing glimmer returned to his eyes, reminiscent of his former vigor and authority. Listening to D.R.M.O., Han Li was secretly astonished, realizing that his nominal mentor had such a significant background. Alas, good times were fleeting. Just as I entered middle age, poised to further showcase my talents, I fell victim to the treachery of a vile individual, a trusted confidant who conspired against me. Despite my exceptional medical skills allowing me to manage my injuries, I could not fully heal, and my martial prowess waned, leaving me unable to maintain a foothold in the north. Fearing retribution, I was forced to abandon my legacy and family, retreating to other regions of Yuegao in search of a remedy, hoping to restore my former strength. As he recounted his subsequent misfortunes, he became wholly absorbed in his memories, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms until blood flowed freely. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his face betraying an expression of fierce resentment, a chilling intensity that evoked fear in those who beheld it, revealing his deep-seated hatred for the treacherous scoundrels of his past. Sensing the lingering bitterness in his words, Han Li could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine, a cold dread settling in his heart. Fortune smiled upon me at last when, in some mysterious place, I stumbled upon an enigmatic tome. This book was both cryptic and profound. I exerted tremendous effort to grasp its essence and discovered a shortcut to restore my powers. Following its instructions, I endeavored to. Dr. Mo paused, not immediately continuing, his face betraying clear signs of vexation mingled with regret. The result was that you transformed into your current ghastly state. Han Li coldly interjected, articulating the words Dr. Mo had left unsaid. Indeed, I did not anticipate that by adhering to the book's guidance, my powers would return. Yet my body would rapidly age, rendering me this pallid, half-dead specter of a man. Doctor, Macau nudda sumbarli, perturbabilismo que. You must have discovered the cause by now. My missteps in practice allowed malevolent energy to invade me. Now, each day of my life equates to the energy expenditure of 10 ordinary days. I am in a constant state of life depletion. Fortunately, my expertise in health cultivation has enabled me to concoct a secret elixir according to the tome, which has somewhat mitigated the aging process, allowing me to endure until now. What connection does the technique you have mastered have to alleviating your plight? Han Li directly confronted the crux of the matter. Not long after my transformation, I deciphered a solution from the tome. It is your practice of eternal spring technique. As long as I can find someone who has reached the 4th level to assist me in channeling and massaging, stimulating the vital energies, I can escape my current predicament and reclaim the essence I have lost. Why must it be me? Would it not suffice to find anyone who has cultivated this technique? Han Li pondered aloud, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. Do you think eternal spring technique is something just anyone can learn? This method not only necessitates youthful practitioners to begin from scratch, but also requires them to possess a spiritual root constitution. though I am unaware of what constitutes a spiritual root. I have sought hundreds of youths before you, yet none could master the eternal spring technique, Doctor. Mo retorted, frustration etched across his face. Is that so? Hanli was taken aback, realizing the rigorous demands of the technique's cultivation. In the remaining years of my life, I believed I would never find another capable of practicing the technique. I fell into despair, masquerading as a wandering doctor, until by chance I encountered Wang, the leader of the Seven Mysteries sect, who had also suffered betrayal. That in a moment of shared sympathy, I saved his life, and at his invitation, I became a concealed supporter of his sect, intending to live out my remaining days in obscurity. Remarkably, I initially feared that my medical skills and martial expertise would fade away, leading me to recruit you two into the valley, that I genuinely intended to take you as disciples. Yet somehow, I unwittingly had you attempt the eternal spring technique. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck. Even if you could not master the technique, I would still have taken you under my wing to pass on my knowledge. Little did I anticipate that you would respond to its energies. Ah, truly, hope is never lost. Mo unveiled all the mysteries, a flush of vitality spreading across his pallid face, clearly relishing his newfound fortune. Yet I have not even reached the 4th level of the eternal spring technique. Why do you insist on restraining me and laying all this bare? Hanli finally inquired, voicing his deepest concern. That is a fault of your own, that I have invested considerable effort and passion into you, yet you fail to meet my expectations, consistently playing tricks. Now, it is but a final step, yet you remain stagnant. That I could have waited another 2 years, but during this descent from the mountain, an enemy recognized me. After a fierce battle, I vanquished him, but not without depleting my already diminished energy, drastically shortening my lifespan. Even if I exert all my strength, I can only extend my life by another year. How can you expect me to wait any longer? Dr. Mo's previous satisfaction evaporated, replaced by a fierce countenance as he roared at Hanli. Upon hearing this, Hanli maintained his composure, his expression betraying no sign of agitation. Yet internally, tumultuous waves surged, far from the calm demeanor he portrayed. Although he had long suspected Dr. Mo harbored profound intentions toward him, he had not anticipated such a complex web of intrigue surrounding the man's past, experiences, and the techniques he practiced, all of which exceeded his wildest imaginings. Chapter 31. Corpse Worm Pilhan Li's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind of confusion, fear, regret, and bewilderment. Despite the time that had dragged on, he found himself utterly incapable of devising an escape plan, and a sense of panic began to swell within him. He was still quite young. Unable to contend with an old hand like Dr. Mo, his forced composure faltered, revealing cracks that did not go unnoticed by the wily doctor. The beads of perspiration forming on his forehead betrayed the fade of this paper tiger. Dr. Mo meticulously scrutinized every change in Han Li's expression, reveling in the immense pressure he had imposed. That he had always believed that only in moments of mental collapse could one elicit the truth from another. Do you think I believe you are deliberately slacking off, stalling your training? Han Li was caught off guard by this unexpected blow. Of course, it has been 2 years, and you have yet to master the 4th level. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your little tricks? The first 3 levels were completed in just 3 years. Even if the 4th level is exceptionally difficult and you lack medicinal assistance, it is inconceivable that you would make no progress whatsoever in 2 years, Dr. Mo stated ominously, his brows furrowing with palpable ire, as if he had long harbored dissatisfaction with Han Li, now finally unleashing it. It seems that no matter how I explain myself, the old doctor will not believe me, Han Li thought bitterly, realizing that his recent concealment of progress was the very source of his current predicament. He had unwittingly shot himself in the foot, unsure whether revealing the truth to Dr. Mo would prove to be a misstep or a wise decision. Enough talk. I am not interested in knowing whether your past actions were genuine or false. Listen carefully. I have but one question for you. If granted another year, can you elevate your Changchun skill to the 4th level? Dr. Mo's cold laughter punctuated his words as he intently fixed his gaze upon Han Li, awaiting his response with bated breath. Han Li was acutely aware that the answer to this question not only pertained to the doctor's life a year hence, but was also critical to his own survival at present. You should know well that I cannot offer you any other answer. Now, please release my acupoint, Han Li said, allowing himself to relax, his tone lightening. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Mo's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of appreciation. However, he did not approach Han Li to release his acupoint. Instead, he cautiously retrieved a finely carved square sandalwood box from his robes. I cannot simply trust your word. What if you decide to deceive me, feigning diligence in your training? That would be no different from before. For the sake of both our lives, it's prudent to add an extra layer of security, he said with a sinister undertone. Carefully lifting the lid, he revealed a white pill, lying quietly at the center of the box. With a swift motion, Dr. Mo jabbed Han Li, unsealing his acupoint before he could react, and promptly presented the box before him. You are an astute individual. There is no need for me to utter further platitudes. You know what must be done, he said, narrowing his eyes with an ulterior motive. Han Li, feeling the tingling in his slightly numbed limbs, took the sandalwood box without hesitation. He delicately pinched the pill between two fingers, and without a glance, swallowed it whole in front of the doctor. Clap! Clap! Excellent. A man of discernment knows how to navigate the tides of circumstance. But if you help me return to normal, I shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Did I one tea resort to empty flattery? Given the rift between us, it is impossible for me to take you as a disciple. However, I can assure you a life of wealth and prosperity, Dr. Mo stated earnestly, clapping his hands. Now, you must enlighten me on the properties of this pill, lest I unwittingly transgress and lose my life. Han Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion, showing no signs of being swayed. This pill is known as the corpse worm pill. It is not truly a medicine, but rather a concoction of secret methods that produces an egg. Once ingested, it will lie dormant within you for a year. Rest assured, during this period, you will be completely safe and it will not interfere with your other endeavors. After a year, should you consume the specially formulated antidote, it will dissolve without leaving any trace of danger. However, if the antidote is not taken after a year, the egg will absorb enough nutrients to hatch and consume your internal organs, leaving you to writhe in agony for 3 days and nights before you succumb. Dr. Mo spoke nonchalantly about the pill's terrifying effects, subtly warning Han Li. Upon hearing the malevolent nature of the pill, Han Li's body trembled slightly, his complexion darkening to an alarming shade as he struggled to contain his burgeoning wrath. Yet, Dr. Mo was preparing to unleash his ultimate weapon. By the way, I've heard you have many family members at home. I wonder if the silver you send back each month suffices. If not, do not hesitate to ask me. I am quite concerned for your loved ones, Dr. Mo said with feigned sincerity. In that moment, he revealed his true predatory nature, striking at Han Li's most vulnerable point. Han Li's face turned a deep shade of gray, unable to maintain the composure described in books, where one's heart remained serene as still water. Summoning the last of his will, he clenched his teeth, fearful that he might unleash a torrent of curses or desperate pleas, that he understood that no amount of entreaty or threat would sway the doctor, who held the ultimate leverage over him. Rest assured, within a year, I will reach the 4th level. Han Li gritted through clenched teeth, enunciating each word slowly, no longer concealing his deep-seated hatred towards Dr. Mo. Under the stark reality of the threat, he had no choice but to temporarily submit. He was not yet prepared to sever all ties, disregarding the lives of his parents. Now, having been ensnared in Dr. Mo's trap, Han Li found even thoughts of mutual destruction or vengeance rendered futile. This initial confrontation with Dr. Mo had culminated in an unequivocal defeat for him. Upon hearing Han Li's submission, Dr. Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief, his own tension rivaling that of Han Li's, yet concealed beneath a mask of enigmatic expressions. This Changchun skill is truly insidious. This brat is surprisingly difficult to handle at such a young age. Dr. Mo cursed inwardly, caught between envy and resentment that in truth, while the Changchun skill possessed certain capabilities for purification and enlightenment, its efficacy varied depending on the individual. Han Li, inherently more mature and astute than his peers, had surpassed the average youth in intelligence and cunning, especially after honing the Changchun skill. Chapter 32. The spirit of heroism. Han Li turned and strode toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly glanced back and inquired, "The brother standing behind Dr. Mo has yet to utter a word. May I ask what his background is?" Dr. Mo, taken aback by Han Li's unexpected question, smiled faintly and slyly evaded the query, saying, "You are quite astute. Why not take a guess? I am sure you will uncover the truth." Han Li shook his head and briskly exited Dr. Mo's abode, leaving one to wonder whether he was unable to surmise the answer or simply disinterested in making the attempt. As soon as he stepped outside, his expression darkened. In my confrontation with Dr. Mo, I was utterly defenseless, completely subdued by him. This only serves to highlight my naivety, that I foolishly believed that my cleverness could allow me to navigate the situation. In the end, the meticulously crafted vial of poison I produced was rendered useless, having been confiscated before it could serve its purpose that I must return and contemplate how to enhance my own strength. With this thought in mind, he made his way back to his dwelling, evidently unwilling to accept being so easily dominated by Dr. Mo. Inside, Dr. Mo stared blankly at the wooden floor, where a large, bowl-sized hole had mysteriously appeared. Moments ago, he had casually tested the contents of a metal tube, only to find that the venom that erupted from it had effortlessly corroded the ground beneath. Witnessing the bizarre toxicity of the substance, Dr. Mo could no longer suppress his rising dread. He leapt to his feet, cursing vehemently. "You little rascal! When did you learn to concoct such poisons?" I have never instructed him in this regard. I thought it was merely a common sedative. This wretched child is truly ruthless, turning against me without a second thought. Unaware that he had frightened Dr. Mo, Han Li returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. Having endured such a tumultuous day, both his body and spirit were utterly drained, necessitating rest to recuperate his strength. After a restorative sleep, Han Li gradually awakened, propping himself up and glancing at the sky. The dawn was breaking in the east, signaling that it was now the following morning. Indeed, he had slept quite a while. Sitting upright, he refrained from leaving the bed, instead resting his chin on his hands, with his arms draped over his thighs, pondering ways to escape Dr. Mo's control. It was evident that he would be safe for the next year. Dr. Mo, concerned for his own interests, would not dare to harm him and would instead strive to protect him. However, the question of safety after that year was far less certain. As for the matter of Changchun Gong, Han Li felt no apprehension. He had recently mastered the 4th level, and he was confident that achieving the 5th level within a year would be effortless, not requiring further worry. The issue of the corpse bug pill was also manageable. When the time came, he would merely need to demonstrate his progress in cultivation to Dr. Mo, and prior to any demands for treatment, he would leverage the situation to negotiate for the antidote. Surely, Dr. Mo would not wish to offend him over such a matter. Suddenly, a thought struck Han Li. He reached into his belongings and retrieved a small vial, pouring out a jade-green pill before swallowing it whole. After a brief moment, as the effects began to take hold, he commenced a quiet introspection. Cough! That old rascal Mo truly did not deceive me regarding this corpse bug pill. The universally purifying Qingling powder has no effect on it whatsoever. It appears I must indeed wait a year for the antidote. Han Li muttered, somewhat vexed. After placing the vial back in his possession, he rose from the bed and paced around the solitary table in the room. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled slowly, continuing to contemplate the various issues swirling in his mind. Despite the words Dr. Mo had spoken, Han Li harbored doubts, aware that many of his statements were likely misleading. Regrettably, knowing this did little to alleviate his predicament, as he was unable to resist due to the threat against his loved ones. Han Li remained skeptical about whether Dr. Mo would genuinely uphold his promises a year hence. If matters were as simple as Dr. Mo claimed, it would be an easier affair. He would have no need to resist. Yet, the fear lingered that Dr. Mo might conceal detrimental truths, and should he turn against Han Li, the latter would be left defenseless if he failed to prepare. After ruminating on the matter repeatedly, Han Li found no satisfactory resolution. Presently, he and Dr. Mo were both fearful. Dr. Mo was anxious that Han Li would not diligently cultivate, jeopardizing his own life, while Han Li feared that once Dr. Mo's concerns were alleviated, he might strike ruthlessly. Initially, Han Li considered using this situation to intimidate Dr. Mo, compelling him to tread cautiously. However, now that his loved ones were held hostage, he could only retreat and reluctantly acquiesce. Am I truly to place my life in the hands of another, hoping that they will show mercy when the time comes? Han Li felt a wave of despondence wash over him. No, I must not allow this to happen. My fate cannot rest in the whims of others. Surrendering my entire existence to another's control is the height of folly. With that, he dismissed the foolish notion from his mind. After exhausting himself with contemplation, Hanli devised a plan that, while not ideal, was a plan nonetheless, that he resolved to bolster his strength from multiple avenues, seeking to enhance his leverage to intimidate Dr. Mo. Even if the latter were to attack, Hanli would possess the means for self-preservation. It was indeed a clumsy strategy, relying on a defensive posture, allowing Dr. Mo to take the initiative. Yet, at this juncture, it was the only viable course of action, relatively prudent and comprehensive. Having made up his mind, Hanli decided to step outside for some fresh air. He pushed open the door and ambled into the open space, stretching languidly and yawning. Facing the brisk morning breeze and gazing at the half-risen sun, he proclaimed with fervor, "My destiny shall rest solely in my own hands. I will never allow another to dictate my fate." Chapter 33. Private Transactions. Hanli grasped the rope of the wooden bucket and tossed it into the pond. With a swift pull, he hoisted up a bucket brimming with spring water. Effortlessly, Hanli raised the bucket above his head, and with a flick of his wrist, the refreshing water cascaded down upon him from head to toe. How invigorating! How delightful! Both he and another youth exclaimed in unison, reveling in the sudden coolness. It was no wonder, as the sweltering summer heat enveloped them, leaving them shirtless. The icy mountain spring was a welcome relief, washing away their discomfort. Heh, Junior Brother Han, you truly have an eye for hidden gems. Such a secluded little pond, and you found it, remarked the seemingly aloof youth unexpectedly. This is nothing. I have discovered far more elusive locations, though none possess the clarity of this spring. Hanli replied unabashedly, graciously accepting the compliment. The youth in question was Hanli, while the other was Li Feiyu, who had come to gather medicinal herbs. Since receiving pain relief pills from Hanli, which proved remarkably effective in alleviating the agony of the bone extraction pill, Li Feiyu had become increasingly dependent on Hanli's remedies. The quantity that should have lasted a year had been exhausted in mere months due to the unrelenting pain. Driven to desperation, Li Feiyu had no choice but to seek Hanli's assistance for more medicine. At this juncture, Hanli was keen on enhancing his own abilities. Upon learning that Li Feiyu had entered the Seven Absolutes Hall for further training, he proposed an exchange, knowledge of the hall's martial arts in return for his medicinal concoctions. With little time left to live, Li Feiyu readily agreed to Hanli's terms that Tio keep their dealings discreet. Hanli scouted several hidden locations within the sprawling Saisha mountain range for their clandestine meetings. Periodically, they would rendezvous in secret. Hanli would provide the medicine, and Li Feiyu would impart the martial skills he had acquired at the Seven Absolutes Hall. Thus, their mutually beneficial arrangement persisted for over 6 months. During this time, both Li Feiyu and Hanli found each other increasingly agreeable, and unbeknownst to them, they had forged a deep friendship that Li Feiyu was particularly pleased with the secluded spots Hanli had chosen, especially this small pond encircled by sheer cliffs, forming a modest basin. The only access point was a hidden cave, narrow enough that one had to crawl to enter, with the exit astonishingly located within a hollow of an ancient locust tree nestled against the cliff face. Most importantly, on these sweltering days, the presence of such a refreshing pond was a true blessing. After stretching their limbs, a few buckets of cold water poured over them was sheer bliss. Once they had indulged in the cool water, Hanli glanced at the sun and remarked, "The Viper's Fury technique you taught me is too vigorous. I find it unsuitable for my style. Do you have any more delicate and agile techniques?" Junior Brother Han, do you truly believe the Seven Absolutes Hall is solely under my command? I can only select from a small portion of its teachings that my techniques lean towards the robust. Naturally, I would learn the more forceful techniques, Li Feiyu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Hanli. What an exalted figure you are, Senior Brother Li, the foremost among all disciples. How could you be compared to the average students of the Seven Absolutes Hall? Hanli replied sheepishly, sensing Li Feiyu's irritation and hastily offering a few words of flattery. Indeed, it is quite a feat for our great genius Han to bestow a few compliments, Li Feiyu teased with a smirk. Genius. I am hardly that. You dispatch me with just a few moves each time, Hanli protested. That was merely me employing true energy to counter your skills. That hardly counts as an accomplishment. Without true energy, I could likely overwhelm you in under 100 moves, Li Feiyu declared. Who engages in combat without using true energy? Senior brother Li, you are far too modest, Han Li countered. Modesty? I am not being modest in the slightest. You have never practiced martial arts before, nor have you engaged in combat. The only thing you ever learned was that utterly useless heart technique. To grasp the moves so thoroughly in such a short span. If you are not a genius, then what are you? By the way, that mantra of yours holds no power. I wonder why you persist in studying it every day. Han Li could only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself, do you think I wish to learn? I am now trapped in this situation. I cannot afford to cease my studies. Junior brother Han, it is not my intention to nag, but given your aptitude for martial arts over the past 6 months, you should discard that worthless mantra and earnestly learn true techniques from me. I assure you, within 2 years, you will stand out and make a name for yourself, and together we shall dominate the 7 Xian sect. Wouldn't that be splendid? Li Feiyu earnestly urged once more. Han Li felt a flicker of gratitude. Although Li Feiyu had expressed this sentiment numerous times, which had begun to grate on his nerves, he could still sense the sincerity behind it. Gently shaking his head in refusal, he steered the conversation elsewhere. Is there no martial art within the 7 Absolutes Hall that can triumph over adversaries without the use of true energy? Seeing Han Li divert the topic, Li Feiyu refrained from pressing the matter further, recognizing that both of them probably harbored unspoken difficulties. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head and said, there is indeed a peculiar sword technique that does not require true energy to wield. However, what? Han Li inquired eagerly, his heart soaring at the prospect of a suitable martial art. However, this sword technique has remained unpracticed for over a century within the 7 Absolutes Hall, and no one has ever mastered it. It is said that even the elder who created this technique passed away without successfully practicing it. The name of this sword technique is quite strange. The blinking sword technique. Do you not find the name curious? Li Feiyu spoke with a sense of wonder as he recounted the tale of the sword technique. Chapter 34. The blinking sword technique, the blinking sword technique? Han Li murmured, repeating the name of the martial art. Indeed, what connection could there possibly be between a sword technique and blinking? Isn't that name rather amusing? Have you ever practiced this technique? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would train in a martial art that requires no true energy? It's nothing but a fade. Not just me. Since its inception, no one has ever cultivated it. I've heard that if it weren't for the elder who originally established it, having saved the 7 Mysteries sect from numerous crises, and before his demise, insisting that this technique be included in the Hall of 7 Absolutes, the blinking sword technique would never have been considered among the esteemed teachings of the Hall. Li Feiyu, a man with a remarkably loquacious nature that starkly contrasted his cold exterior, revealed the intricate history of the technique before Han Li could even pose further inquiries. Naturally, his tendency to divulge information was only exhibited in Han Li's presence. Outside of this context, he transformed back into the aloof idol, senior brother Li. After listening to Li Feiyu's account, a faint instinct within Han Li hinted that this was precisely what he had been seeking. Senior brother Li, could you possibly transcribe this technique for me and allow me to take it from the Hall of 7 Absolutes? Ah, no problem at all. While I might hesitate to transcribe other martial arts due to daily inspections, the blinking sword technique is neglected in a corner, completely unnoticed. However, copying it can be troublesome. Instead, I could discreetly bring you the original manual. Once you have memorized or transcribed it, I will quietly return it, and no one will be the wiser. Li Feiyu proposed a bolder suggestion with nonchalance. Seeing his confidence, Han Li acquiesced to the plan that he had been slightly apprehensive about the man's notorious forgetfulness, fearing he might accidentally omit key details while copying the technique, which would be most unjust. Securing the original manual was undoubtedly a far better option. All right, it's getting late. I should return to my training. Otherwise, the overseer of the Hall of 7 Absolutes will surely discover my clandestine excursion. Han Li refrained from further comment, merely advising him to exercise caution while pilfering the manual to avoid any mishaps. Li Feiyu, unconcerned, turned away and waved his hand nonchalantly before gradually making his way out of the nearby cave. As Han Li watched his figure vanish at the cave's entrance, the smile on his face faded, revealing a hint of unease. Not long after Li Feiyu departed, Han Li returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon his arrival, he spotted the tall, enigmatic figure standing motionless outside Dr. Mo's abode, leaning against the door, cloaked and seemingly indifferent to the scorching summer sun. Han Li approached the entrance of his own dwelling, pausing to gaze at the silent man. Ever since being coerced by Dr. Mo, Han Li had developed a keen interest in this man, who never revealed his true identity. That it appeared as though he were a natural mute. Since arriving in the valley, he had never uttered a word. More astonishingly, this individual exhibited incredible stamina, standing immobile for extended periods, often an entire day, without displaying any signs of fatigue. In his mind, Han Li had already bestowed upon him the moniker of Monster. He had attempted communication with this person before, but to no avail. The man remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, regardless of how eloquently Han Li spoke. Han Li was thoroughly impressed by Dr. Mo's ability to train a living, breathing being into a mere puppet, devoid of weaknesses. This figure exhibited absolute obedience, remarkable endurance, and never spoke a word, devoid of any emotion. Although Han Li was uncertain about his martial prowess, he suspected it could not be feeble. Forming his final judgment of the man, Han Li recognized that this individual might very well become Dr. Mo's next ace up his sleeve. However, he found himself utterly powerless, unable to discern any flaw in him. The one aspect that perplexed Han Li was that whenever he glanced at the man's back, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen a similar silhouette before. Yet, whenever he tried to recall it, he could never quite place where he had encountered such a figure. After observing for a while, Han Li sighed, closed his door, and retreated inside. He understood that without Dr. Mo's command, this man would not take a moment's rest. Feeling somewhat agitated, he leaped onto his bed, collapsing onto it, and placed his hands behind his head, shutting his eyes. He replayed the few moves he had learned from Li Feiyu in his mind, mentally simulating them, segmenting each detail, and meticulously analyzing them in repetition. This was a newly acquired ability bestowed upon Han Li upon reaching the 5th layer of his Eternal Spring technique. The power of photographic memory. With this advantage, he could mentally record any martial art in its entirety, replaying it countless times in his mind to refine and elevate his understanding. This was also the reason Li Feiyu regarded him as a genius. 2 months prior, relying on the efficacy of 2 sacred herbs, Han Li had forcefully broken through the 4th layer of the Eternal Spring technique, achieving the 5th layer. The effects of the Yellow Dragon Pill and Golden Marrow Pill had far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He had underestimated the tremendous power of those formulas. These concocted pills were indeed priceless treasures. However, the 2 cleansing herbs had consumed a significant portion, and the remainder would barely suffice for him to cultivate the 6th layer of the Eternal Spring technique. He was genuinely eager to discover what surprises the 6th layer might hold for him. With only half a year remaining before Dr. Mo's ultimatum, Han Li felt a mixture of anxiety and frustration. Although he had learned some techniques from Li Feiyu, lacking the corresponding inner energy rendered them mere superficial skills. While they might suffice against those with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, they would be utterly ineffective against Dr. Mo, like a meat bun thrown to a dog, destined to disappear without a trace. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Han Li felt increasingly troubled, lamenting that while his Eternal Spring technique was commendable in many respects, it was ineffectual in real combat scenarios. He could only pin his hopes on the blinking sword technique, yearning for it to bring him a delightful surprise. Chapter 35. Stealing the secret manual on a certain afternoon. Several days later, Han Li stealthily slipped out of the Divine Hand Valley to rendezvous with Li Feiyu. It could hardly be deemed a secret of escape, as Dr. Mo was fully aware of Han Li's frequent departures from the valley, yet he chose not to intervene, allowing Han Li the liberty to come and go as he pleased. This indifferent approach initially left Han Li somewhat apprehensive, uncertain of the ulterior motives at play. However, after a number of uneventful exits, he soon discovered that no one was trailing him, and thus he relaxed, engrossing himself in his own affairs. After a considerable period of contemplation, Han Li gradually began to understand the rationale behind Dr. Mo's leniency. The doctor, despite having secured Han Li's compliance with the corpse insect pill and the life of his family as leverage, was aware that such a brutal method of control would undoubtedly breed resentment within Han Li, rendering him less than willing in his cultivation. He realized that imposing further restrictions on Han Li's freedom would only exacerbate the situation. Ultimately, Dr. Mo's intention was to encourage Han Li to actively and willingly engage in the practice of the everlasting spring technique, rather than coercing him into submission. With this newfound understanding, Han Li's confidence grew. Where he had once been cautious to evade Dr. Mo's gaze, he now strode boldly past him without a word to Tio the casual observer. He appeared carefree and unconcerned, yet internally he maintained a vigilant demeanor. Upon stepping outside the valley, he activated the everlasting spring technique, heightening his senses to an extraordinary level, allowing him to perceive all moving entities within several dozen yards. Han Li was confident that even if Dr. Mo himself were to shadow him, he would remain undetected. While he might falter in direct confrontation, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to utilize his heightened senses as he journeyed along. He carefully evaded the patrolling disciples of the mountain, navigating through a secret passage concealed within an ancient locust tree, and made his way to the small pond where he had previously met with Li Feiyu. Upon entering, he spotted Li Feiyu sitting by the water's edge, his bare feet submerged in the chilly pond, rhythmically splashing the surface with a playful enthusiasm. Without lifting his head, he complained, "Junior brother Han, you are increasingly tardy. Each time I am left waiting for ages. Could you not arrive a bit earlier?" "Apologies, Han Li brushed the dirt from his clothes, preparing to offer an explanation. "Continue," Li Feiyu interrupted, tossing a large package hidden behind him directly at Han Li. "What is this? Is it something delectable?" Han Li queried, somewhat perplexed, but soon realized the package was rigid and heavy, not at all resembling food. "All you think about is food. Did you not request that I bring the sword manual for the blink sword technique?" Li Feiyu shot him a glare before adopting a serious tone. "This is the sword manual. Surely you jest. You have not mistakenly included the whetstone from your courtyard, have you?" Han Li observed the colossal package with skepticism. "How heavy?" He strained to lift it, nearly losing his balance in the process. "Huh!" Li Feiyu could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into guffaws until he rolled on the ground, becoming covered in grass and dirt. Han Li regarded his friend's peculiar antics with suspicion, then glanced at the enormous package once more. He cautiously kicked it with his foot, confirming it indeed felt like a book. Ignoring his mirthful companion, Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. Squatting beside the package, he found it futile to speculate about something whose outcome he could ascertain immediately. With pristine hands, he placed them upon the tightly knotted rope securing the package, his fingers deftly dancing to untie the intricate knot with remarkable ease. Clap! Clap! A series of crisp applause erupted. Rather than immediately unveiling the contents of the package, Han Li turned to the still laughing Li Feiyu at some point. The laughter had ceased, and Li Feiyu, now donned in his shoes, was fervently applauding, seemingly unbothered by the reddened palms. "Every time I witness your mastery of the silk binding technique, I find it utterly astonishing. This martial art appears to have been crafted solely for you. It has only been a mere 2 months since I taught you." Li Feiyu continued to applaud, his admiration unabated. "You did not contrive this oversized package merely to prompt me to perform, did you?" Han Li retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. "Of course not. You'll understand fully once you unveil the package." Li Feiyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Noticing the change in his friend's expression piqued Han Li's curiosity, and he turned his attention back to the package. After a brief contemplation, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently lifting one corner of the wrapping to reveal the concealed object within. "This is..." A wave of cold sweat broke out across Han Li's forehead, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "What do you think? Quite a surprise, isn't it?" Li Feiyu approached leisurely, giving Han Li's shoulder a reassuring pat. Han Li, in a daze, turned to face his friend, momentarily speechless. "Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? I assure you, I will not offer myself to you." Li Feiyu teased with a grin. It was only after hearing this jest that Han Li seemed to regain his senses. "I must distance myself from you. From this moment forth, let it be as if I do not know you, and you have never seen me." Han Li exclaimed in anger. "Whether I am seeing things, or you've lost your mind, You have managed to bring over nearly half of the secret collection from the Seven Absolutes Hall. If the Hall's guardians discover this, neither of us would be able to escape unscathed, Hanley shouted, pointing at the substantial pile of manuals before him, all adorned with the prominent golden characters stating, Collection of the Seven Absolutes Hall. Chapter 36. Astonishment upon witnessing Han Li's explosive temper. Li Feiyu remained unperturbed, his countenance betraying a remarkable indifference. Tilting his head, he inserted his pinky into his ear, diligently excavating within, exuding an aura of nonchalance that suggested a readiness to confront any challenge. After venting his frustrations, Han Li observed Li Feiyu's impenetrable demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the tirade, which prompted a newfound calmness within him, accompanied by a sense of intrigue regarding the peculiar situation. You are neither a fool nor an arrogant braggart. There must be some rationale behind such reckless behavior, Han Li inquired, now clear-headed Li Feiyu. Noticing the swift dissipating of Han Li's anger and the return of his rationality, felt a twinge of regret. Yet he feigned a pitiable expression, exclaiming in a melodramatic tone, "Oh heavens! I am truly wrong. I intended to explain myself earlier, but you scarcely afforded me the opportunity to speak. And now you come to complain about me. I find myself in a rather precarious position." His exaggerated tone and affected demeanor were transparently contrived, eliciting a strong urge in Han Li to deliver a swift kick that would leave Li Feiyu in an undignified heap. "Cease your antics and elucidate the matter at once," Han Li commanded. "Do you not fear being seen by those disciples who idolize you? Should they catch a glimpse of your current lethargy, the formidable image of the cold-hearted assassin you have so carefully crafted would be utterly obliterated," he added with a hint of sarcasm, his patience waning as he recognized the potential gravity of their predicament. Li Feiyu, seemingly grasping Han Li's concerns, refrained from countering the jibe. Instead, he languidly approached a pile of scrolls, bending down to casually retrieve a tome, standing upright with a glimmer of mystery in his eyes. With a cryptic smile, he extended the book towards Han Li, gesturing for him to unveil its contents. With a furrowed brow, Han Li accepted the slender volume, casting a puzzled glance at Li Feiyu, uncertain of his intentions. "Open it, and all will be revealed," Li Feiyu coaxed, adopting a tone that suggested he anticipated an amusing spectacle. "Why not just state it plainly? Why all this air of mystery?" Han Li retorted, though he reluctantly began to turn the pages. Upon revealing the first page, he was met with the clear inscription of Blinking Sword Manual. "Interesting," Han Li murmured, taken aback. The very first book Li Feiyu had handed him was precisely what he had sought. "Do not be alarmed. There are more volumes to peruse," Li Feiyu continued, tossing several additional tomes in Han Li's direction. Han Li caught each one, quickly flipping through them, only to find himself rendered speechless with astonishment. Each volume bore the same unmistakable title, Blinking Sword Manual, emblazoned on the front. After a considerable pause, Han Li lifted his gaze and pointed at the substantial heap of books scattered on the ground, stammering, You cannot possibly mean that. All of these are Blinking Sword Manuals." "Regrettably, my dear Junior Han, you have hit the nail on the head," Li Feiyu replied, feigning a helpless shrug, though the slight curl of his lips and the gleeful inflection in his voice belied his words. "This is inconceivable. There must be nearly 100 volumes here. How could they all be Blinking Sword Manuals?" Han Li questioned incredulously, disregarding the playful tone of Li Feiyu's response. "Why pose such inquiries to me? Who else could I possibly ask?" I was equally astonished to discover so many tomes of identical names hidden away in the library's corner, Li Feiyu remarked, rolling his eyes in mock dismay, betraying a hint of lingering trepidation. Upon observing Han Li's dazed expression, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. For Li Feiyu, witnessing Han Li's startled visage was a rare delight. Typically composed and self-assured, Han Li seemed impervious to astonishment. Yet his current bewildered demeanor made Li Feiyu feel that all his efforts had not been in vain. After a moment, Han Li finally regained his composure. Grasping the books tightly, he lowered his gaze in contemplation for a brief while, then raised his head, a thoughtful expression adorning his features as he spoke deliberately. "Have you counted these books?" "How many are there? Indeed, I have counted. More than once. There are a total of 74 tomes bearing the same title," Li Feiyu interjected without hesitation, providing the precise number. Failure to ascertain the exact count could lead to significant trouble should we overlook a volume or two upon our return, he added, offering a slight justification. With fingers delicately tracing the slightly yellowed pages, Hanley began to meticulously examine the tome in his possession. Chapter 37. The three no practices. The crisp and melodious sound of turning pages echoed in the air. However, Li Feiyu found this sound quite irksome. Ignoring Hanley, who was deeply engrossed in his studies, he made his way back to the edge of the pond, drew the long knife embedded in the earth, and began to practice on his own. Hanley cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his exuberant energy, and chose to disregard his antics, refocusing his attention on the tome in hand. The phrase, reading 10 lines at a glance, likely referred to Han Li's astonishing speed in perusing texts. He swiftly skimmed through a thick book, his head bowed, hardly glancing at it, before casually reaching for another volume and continuing his relentless flipping of pages. His eyes narrowed as he read, occasionally betraying a contemplative expression, his gaze fixed intently on the text, unwilling to divert his attention for even a moment. His head bobbed rhythmically in tune with his reading, embodying the quintessential scholar's demeanor. Time flew by, and Hanley rapidly perused volume after volume of the blinking sword technique. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, he sat cross-legged on the ground, employing the Chongchun technique to replay the contents of the 10 or so books in his mind. Before long, a myriad of emotions danced across Han Li's face. At times, he appeared exhilarated. At others, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, and occasionally, a look of dismay crossed his features. After an indeterminate period, Han Li finally opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight before him. Li Feiyu's face was inexplicably close, nearly touching his own. "What are you doing? Aren't you practicing your sword technique?" "Han, my junior, what time do you think it is? Why ask such foolish questions?" Li Feiyu retreated slightly, pouting that it was only then that Han Li noticed the surrounding light had dimmed. He looked up to find the sky had turned a hazy gray, signaling the approach of evening. "Cough. Time truly flies. I didn't realize so much had passed," Han Li remarked, rising to stretch his limbs. "Well, did you find anything intriguing in those books?" Li Feiyu inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for Han Li's final verdict. "Yes, quite satisfactory and well suited to me," Han Li replied. "What do you mean by satisfactory? Speak more concretely," Li Feiyu responded, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "To be specific, these manuals are a veritable hodgepodge, lacking any coherent system. They are a patchwork of various styles," Han Li explained slowly. "What does blinking sword technique refer to? Does this technique really exist? Why such a peculiar name?" Li Feiyu pressed on, still unsatisfied. "The blinking sword technique does indeed exist. However, it is but a small fragment of this eclectic collection," Han Li patiently elaborated. "As for its name, there is reasoning behind it." "What reasoning? Can't you articulate it all at once instead of delivering it piece by piece, like talking to the old scholar in our town?" Li Feiyu glared at Han Li, unable to tolerate his leisurely pace. Faced with Li Feiyu's impatience, Han Li hastened his explanation. According to the texts, this sword technique utilizes various lights and visual misperceptions to gain the upper hand, often leading to death in the blink of an eye, hence its name. Such an odd technique exists. There are indeed many extraordinary individuals in this world, Li Feiyu exclaimed, intrigued, but his interest promptly waned with Han Li's next statement. "This technique has 3 prohibitions. Those with only a slight mastery of internal energy those lacking great willpower cannot practice it, and those without innate talent cannot practice it." Upon hearing the first condition, Li Feiyu immediately abandoned his curiosity, realizing that his internal energy had reached a considerable level. He certainly could not forsake his own prowess to pursue a technique of uncertain efficacy. With his interest in the manuals utterly extinguished, he decided it was time to take his leave. Before departing, he urged Han Li to transcribe these manuals promptly, promising to bring the originals back during their next meeting. That it was crucial to note that while these texts may not be valued by others, their prolonged disappearance would inevitably attract attention. Not long after Li Feiyu departed, Han Li also bid farewell to the location. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, lending it a somewhat somber appearance. The narrow mountain path was flanked by dense coniferous forests, and as a gust of wind swept through the trees, it produced a rustling sound, causing the branches to sway ominously. Hanli hurried along this somewhat eerie mountain path, making his way towards the Shinsho Valley. Having set out rather late, darkness enveloped the landscape by the time he reached the midway point. Were it not for his mastery of the Changchun technique, which heightened his night vision, Hanli would never have dared to traverse such a dimly lit environment. The path was treacherous, with numerous sharp turns and precarious spots where a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences, potentially costing him his life. Chapter 38. Encounter with a trader as he traversed the dark and dense forest. Hanli remained vigilant, extending his senses. The mountain path, which appeared indistinct to the eyes of an ordinary person, was as clear as daylight to him. His caution was not merely a wariness of the beasts that roamed the woods, but rather an instinctual response that had been ingrained in him over time. Since the Seven Mysteries sect relocated to the colorful Showa mountain range, the already sparse wildlife had been gradually eradicated. Not only had the ferocious beasts disappeared, but even the various venomous snakes that once slithered through the underbrush had largely become prey for the numerous disciples. This meticulousness, this habit of remaining alert in unfamiliar surroundings, was not an innate quality, but one he had consciously cultivated after narrowly escaping from Dr. Mo. Such prudent behavior would serve him well in future endeavors, minimizing the chances of unexpected dangers. The mountain winds seemed to grow fiercer, howling ominously as they swept through the trees, sending a shiver down his spine. In the distance, Hanli sensed he was nearing the forest's edge. He exhaled softly. Walking alone in the pitch-black woods had left him feeling somewhat oppressed. Quickening his pace, he took larger strides, eager to exit the thicket as soon as possible. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind rushed towards him. After the wind passed, Hanli abruptly halted, sensing something unusual. Furrowing his brow, he tilted his head and strained to listen. Moments later, his expression grew grave as he discerned Though the owner of the footsteps moved lightly and was still quite distant, it was evident that two individuals were approaching him, drawing nearer with each passing moment. With a swift and silent motion, Hanli slipped into the dense foliage beside the path, agile and soundless as a cat. Concealed behind a large tree several yards off the path, he curled his body into a small ball. Hidden from view, from the front of the tree, not a trace of Hanli could be seen. Once he found a suitable hiding spot, Hanli felt a slight sense of relief. His heightened sensitivity was not unwarranted. In such a secluded place, and under the cloak of night, the presence of two individuals was decidedly peculiar. Most likely, they were up to something clandestine. He had no desire to inadvertently breach someone else's privacy and incite a murderous rage that might lead to his own demise. However, if he could eavesdrop on their secrets without putting himself in danger, Hanli was quite willing to oblige. He was no rigid hypocrite and would not turn away such an opportunity. Descending the mountain, arrangements made, time, people, the leader. A series of hushed voices drifted toward him, punctuated by the howling winds that scattered much of their words. Only fragments reached his ears. Hanli was taken aback. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a significant secret that in this vast expanse of land, the only figure referred to as the leader could only be Golden Wolf, Jia Tonglong, the notorious antagonist of the Seven Mysteries sect. The mere thought of overhearing such a formidable enemy in this location was indeed intriguing. To the disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, Jia Tonglong was an unmitigated bloodthirsty fiend. Rumor had it that he was a hulking figure with a green face and sharp fangs, known for his brutal temperament, consuming human flesh 3 times a day and drinking human blood. A terrifying specter that instilled fear in many young disciples. However, according to Li Feiyu, the reality was quite different. Jia Tianlong was not the towering monster of legend, but rather a slender and handsome man in his 30s, a stark contrast to the tales. Yet his violent disposition and propensity for murder were as fearsome as the story suggested. Otherwise, how could he possibly command the loyalty of those from a bandit background? Reflecting on his memories of Jia Tianlong, Hanli involuntarily inhaled sharply, curling himself tighter and lowering his breath. This time, stealing. The list. To take action, Another round of whispered conversation reached him, clearer than before, indicating that the two individuals had drawn closer. Hanli dared not make a sound, aware that if he were discovered, it would spell certain doom. These two were undoubtedly spies from the Wild Wolf gang, and they would not permit a third party to survive with knowledge of their secrets. The plan must not delay. Gradually, their conversation lowered in volume, suggesting they were discussing the crux of their scheme. After a brief interval, their voices rose again, but soon became indistinct, the wind once more drowning out their words as they passed along the mountain path, their figures receding into the distance. For a time, Hanli remained crouched behind the tree, paralyzed with caution, until he confirmed through his long spring technique that no other presence lingered within several dozen yards. Only then did he slowly rise. This time, he had narrowly escaped with his life. Fortunate to have detected the spies' movements in advance, he avoided a direct encounter. Given their identities, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate, and lamentably, his own skills offered no hope of escape. Remaining still, Hanli gently rubbed his chin with his fingers, gazing thoughtfully in the direction the two had vanished. Based on the fragments of their conversation, it appeared they were plotting some imminent action against the Seven Mysteries sect, one closely tied to a certain list. Even more startling was that, although he had not seen their faces clearly, he recognized one of the voices. Despite their limited interactions, his exceptional memory allowed him to connect one of them to the inconspicuous steward from the mountain's large kitchen. The man who had sold him rabbits, a figure who struck Hanli as petty and shrewd, sporting a handlebar mustache and a merchant's demeanor, turned out to be a spy from the Wild Wolf gang. This revelation sent a jolt of anxiety through Hanli. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Such a guise would enable the spy to traverse the mountain freely. Chapter 39. Perverse conditions. The voice of another spy was unfamiliar to Hanli. He had likely never encountered this individual before. However, judging by the tone, the person seemed quite young, perhaps in their 20s. Regrettably, Hanli, for the sake of caution, dared not cast a surreptitious glance, fearing that these two, possessing refined prowess, might sense a scrutinizing gaze and thus discover the presence of an outsider nearby, which would be a most unfortunate turn of events. After this incident, the journey ahead was remarkably tranquil. That it was not until a considerable time after dinner that Hanli finally returned to his dwelling. As usual, Dr. Mo displayed no interest in Hanli's mysterious return, refraining even from a cursory glance. Aside from delivering the concocted medicines, he seemed entirely indifferent to Hanli's actions and demeanor, allowing him to act freely. Were it not for the sight of the medicinal herbs sent by Dr. Mo, crafted from the precious materials collected during his last descent, Hanli might have suspected that the other party had abandoned their expectations of him, possibly plotting some nefarious scheme. At this point, Hanli regarded the so-called precious medicines sent by Dr. Mo with disdain. Yet, to avoid arousing suspicion, he still pinched his nose and consumed them. He was not concerned about the possibility of poison being mixed in, for harming him would equally be detrimental to the sender. Reflecting on the encounter with the Wild Wolf gang spies, Hanli devised a clever strategy on his way back. Although he did not harbor deep feelings for the Seven Mysteries sect, he felt it would be unbecoming to remain indifferent to threats occurring right under his nose. Moreover, he had already identified the ideal candidate to handle this matter: Li Feiyu, his senior brother. From Hanli's observations, it seemed that the consumption of the marrow extraction pill had significantly intensified Li Feiyu's ambition for fame and fortune, fueling a considerable desire to ascend to the higher echelons of the Seven Mysteries sect and become a more prominent figure. Hanli speculated that perhaps the other party wished to incite him to greater fervor and prominence in these final moments. Now, presenting such a significant achievement on a silver platter would undoubtedly delight him, thereby repaying the favor of obtaining the sword manual. The mere thought of the blinking sword manual stirred waves of excitement within Hanli. Regarding matters related to the blinking sword manual, he had not deceived his friend. Indeed, the manual was ill-suited for the latter's cultivation. However, he had withheld numerous details, as retaining a few secrets before others was his cardinal rule for survival. Even if someone seemed intimately close, they were not exempt from this principle. Nevertheless, the techniques recorded in these manuals were indeed vastly different from conventional martial arts that in Hanli's view, it would be more appropriate to call it sword skills rather than sword techniques. It was a comprehensive assassination art that integrated various factors such as timing, terrain, and human elements, a rare and pure method of killing with a single stroke. These texts detailed various techniques for slaying an enemy with one decisive strike, employing the practitioner's meticulously honed skills in different environments and at varying times. They taught those who practiced this sword skill to utilize every blade of grass and tree in their surroundings, as well as the varying intensities of light, to create visual misdirection for their opponents, enabling them to seize upon weaknesses and exploit flaws in a fleeting moment to deliver a... This was an exceedingly skillful secret technique. Without an extraordinary innate talent, one could not hope to master this sword art. Thus, practitioners of this secret technique must possess heightened senses, with vision and hearing far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, to have any hope of achieving success. If the aforementioned conditions were not daunting enough, some disciples, drawn by its power, might still seek to learn it. Yet, the requirements were even more stringent, stipulating that practitioners must not harbor pure internal energy, as this would conflict with the techniques of exertion and power, rendering cultivation immensely difficult. Even if one miraculously passed through this obstacle, excessive internal energy in practical situations could inadvertently distort their sword moves, leaving significant openings for their opponents, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Such a condition effectively curtailed the ambitions of the vast majority, for it was well known in the martial world that practicing fists without cultivating internal energy results in futility. For them, neglecting to cultivate internal energy was a grave taboo. To forsake their true energy for the sake of an obscure sword art was to become a laughingstock in the martial realm. Consequently, only a scant few remained with intentions to continue their studies. However, even if these individuals possessed exceptional talents and had no issues with their internal energy, they faced one final hurdle that extinguished any lingering aspirations. This was the overwhelming complexity and intricacy of the sword skills, coupled with the elaborate conditions for their application. Examining the thick stack of manuals, any ordinary person would be daunted. Essentially, each sword manual represented a single sword style, and each style could be subdivided into hundreds of variations, each requiring specific techniques tailored to different environments and times. Such an immense quantity of sword skills would not only be a headache to practice, but would also require memorization and personal comprehension, a task that would leave many in despair. The aforementioned absurd training conditions had thwarted countless aspiring disciples, who secretly cursed the elder who had established this formidable technique. That as time passed, the Seven Mysteries sect gradually lost interest in this sword art, deeming it improbable that anyone could master such a martial skill. They speculated that this martial art was likely a fabrication conjured by the elder in their dying moments. Otherwise, how could the training conditions be so ludicrous? Clearly, this was an attempt to vex disciples unaware of its intricacies, leading these... Chapter 40. The origins of secret techniques. Those who voiced their grievances were oblivious to the fact that the elder who founded this sword technique had, in the prime of his youth, suffered a grievous injury during a skirmish in the martial world, rendering him incapable of cultivating his internal energy. Fearing a significant decline in his standing within the sect, he chose to conceal this misfortune from others and instead feigned an extraordinary advancement in martial prowess, successfully deceiving the members of the sect, both high and low. However, he was left without any means of self-defense, an undeniable truth that remained unchanged. From that moment onward, he adopted a strategy of simplicity, relying on his exceptional wit to remain undetected by others. This period marked the zenith of the Seven Xian sect's dominance in Jingzhou. Upon realizing that his abilities could not be restored, the elder, in a state of despair, clandestinely wielded his authority to dispatch his subordinates to launch surprise attacks on numerous obscure minor sects, unbeknownst to the other power holders. From these sects, he forcibly seized a plethora of hidden martial arts manuscripts, desperately seeking a peerless technique that could be employed without the need for internal energy. After years of relentless plundering, he indeed uncovered many extraordinary secret techniques. Yet none suited his unique requirements. That he was left profoundly disheartened. This elder was no ordinary individual. He possessed remarkable talent and an unparalleled intellect. That in his moment of despair, he conceived the idea of utilizing the myriad secret techniques he had gathered to forge a unique martial art tailored to himself. This spark of inspiration filled him with excitement, for the establishment of a distinctive martial discipline was the lifelong dream of every martial artist. Thus, he became utterly engrossed in this endeavor, dedicating himself to the exploration. Ultimately, to avoid the distractions of worldly matters. He even entered a state of seclusion, turning a blind eye to the sect's internecine strife. The creation of a martial art is no trifling matter. The arduous journey of establishing this unprecedented martial art far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he was a person of great resolve. After nearly half a lifetime of relentless toil, spanning decades of arduous effort, the elder was elated. And as he eagerly rushed to share the joyous news with his fellow sect members, he was met with the shocking realization that the Seven Xian sect had completely fallen into decline. The entire sect was besieged by numerous rival factions, facing imminent annihilation at any moment. The elderly elder, filled with a mix of shock and fury, seized this critical moment to unleash his newly perfected, enigmatic sword technique with tremendous ferocity, slaying numerous formidable foes and instilling fear in the remaining experts. He carved a path through the encirclement, enabling the Seven Xian sect to escape from dire straits, thus securing an invaluable contribution to its survival. Regrettably, just as he achieved this miraculous escape, the elder's time had come to an end. He left behind his cherished sword manual as his final testament to the Hall of Seven Absolutes and departed from this world. Even more lamentable was the fact that, in the years that followed, not a single disciple, up to Han Li, attempted to practice this technique, allowing this brilliant gem to remain shrouded in obscurity. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he was entirely unaware of these past events. Even if he had known, it would not have stirred his interest. For him, the sword technique was merely a means of survival, a potential lifeline in the hands of Dr. Mo. The origins of the technique and its creator held no allure for him. He was a person grounded in reality, unconcerned with matters that bore no tangible benefit, in the solitude of his chamber. Han Li lit an oil lamp and leaned over his wooden desk. He had no intention of transcribing the texts. Instead, he relied on his exceptional memory to commit them all to memory, ensuring their safety from loss or the risk of being discovered. He remained acutely aware of Dr. Mo's watchful gaze and would not be foolish enough to believe he was unobserved, that if numerous copies of these manuscripts were to appear in his room, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion, prompting Dr. Mo to be on guard against him. The orange flame of the lamp flickered, producing a small burst of light, reminding Han Li that time had elapsed and that he should retire for the night. Yet he paid it no heed, completely engrossed in the world of the manuscripts, captivated by the strange techniques within. As the bursts of light continued to erupt, the shadow cast upon the wall wavered, fluctuating in size. Meanwhile, Han Li remained seated, utterly still, creating a striking contrast between motion and stillness, which conveyed an oddly harmonious sensation to an observer. Minutes passed, and Han Li's shadow gradually transformed from distinct clarity to blurriness, and then to emptiness, as the dawn light began to brighten the outside. With a sudden pop, the last large burst of flame erupted, extinguishing the oil lamp completely, jolting Han Li from his reverie. But he lifted his gaze to the lamp, then glanced outside to see the brightening sky, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He never imagined he would become so enamored with the study of lethal techniques he realized he had changed significantly from his former self. After a moment of reflection, Han Li rose, stretching his neck and limbs, causing his joints to crackle. He turned and stepped outside, fetching a basin of cool water from a nearby deep well to wash his face. Invigorating himself, that he then practiced the long spring technique, allowing it to circulate within his body, banishing the weariness of the night. Through his extensive night of reading and research, Han Li understood that to fully master this martial art would require at least a decade of rigorous practice. Yet, time waits for no one. Chapter 41. The night of messages. Han Li was acutely aware that he could not afford to wait indefinitely. In no more than 4 or 5 months, Dr. Mo would confront him directly. Thus, he needed to acquire some degree of self-defense before that inevitable encounter. Ultimately, he resolved to focus solely on a select few simple, yet effective secret techniques that he could master and employ without delay, setting aside the rest for a later time, after he had successfully extricated himself from danger. This decision significantly shortened his training period, enabling him to swiftly learn several easily grasped skills that in truth, Han Li understood that even if he were to master every one of these techniques, it would not guarantee that he could contend with his adversary. Should Dr. Mo have spoken truthfully, given the formidable status of his former faction, it was likely that an array of formidable and sinister methods remained concealed during their previous confrontation. The abilities displayed by Mo were perhaps only a fraction of his true prowess. The mere thought of Mo's ghostly agility sent chills down Han Li's spine, instilling an acute sense of trepidation towards him. He recognized all too well that the limited knowledge he could acquire in such a short span posed a negligible threat to Dr. Mo, rendering it almost inconsequential. Nevertheless, Han Li was resolute. He would never succumb to the folly of passively awaiting his fate, that he understood that if a confrontation were to arise, his sole advantage lay in Mo's underestimation of him. It was only through exploiting this oversight, catching his opponent off guard, that he might grasp a fleeting chance for survival. In the days that followed, Han Li diligently memorized all the techniques from the Blink Sword manual and selected several that would be beneficial to him at present, embarking on a quest to devise an efficient training regimen. After several days of intense contemplation, he meticulously compiled a comprehensive method of cultivation from his readings, and he took pride in his remarkable efficiency in accomplishing such a complex task in such a brief period. During the subsequent fortnight, Han Li systematically addressed various trivial matters, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared and free from any lingering concerns. First, he returned the original manual to Li Feiyu, relating the incident involving the Wild Wolf Gang spies, including the revelation of the kitchen steward's true identity. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu was indeed taken aback and elated, embracing Han Li's shoulders and repeatedly exclaiming, "Good brother," deeply moved by Han Li's generous gesture of delivering such a significant achievement to him. Little did he know that Han Li was preoccupied with preserving his own life, and any opportunity to avoid exertion while doing a favor was most welcome. Once he had concluded his business with Li Feiyu, Han Li personally visited several skilled blacksmiths within the sect. He commissioned a variety of distinct short swords with scabbards and requested discreet modifications to each. Additionally, he ordered some nameless components and a few delicate iron bells, demanding their swift completion, which caused him a slight pang. Days later, Han Li retrieved his custom-made items from the blacksmiths, and upon seeing the gleaming short swords and exquisitely crafted bells, he felt a deep satisfaction and lauded the blacksmith's craftsmanship, convinced that his expenditure had been worthwhile. That night, Han Li vanished without a trace from his residence, leaving behind a note that read, "Old Mo, there is no need for you to be anxious. I am not fleeing. I merely find the atmosphere in the same valley as you too stifling, which is detrimental to my cultivation of the eternal spring technique. Therefore, I have decided to seek a secluded place in the mountains for meditation. Rest assured, on the same day in 4 months, I will return punctually to meet with you, Han Li." Leaning back in his armchair, Dr. Mo held the note in his left hand, scrutinizing it with a clouded expression. Nearby, another note lay on the table, detailing the recent order Han Li had placed with the blacksmith in the dimly lit room. The only sound apart from Mo's fingers tapping rhythmically on the table was the oppressive silence. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort, crumpling the piece of paper into shreds that scattered across the floor. Agitated, he rose and paced the room, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. After several laps, he halted and muttered to himself, "You little rascal, though I cannot fathom your intentions, no matter what tricks you attempt, you cannot escape my grasp. You are destined to be mine." With that, Dr. Mo abruptly turned and approached the window. A low, elongated whistle escaped his lips, and a small, unnamed bird with yellow feathers flitted through the window, circling the room before landing on his shoulder. As the bird steadied itself, it affectionately rubbed its beak against his face, emitting a melodious chirp. "All right, I know you're hungry. Here, this is your favorite, yellow chestnut balls." Upon seeing the bird, Mo's somber demeanor softened, a glimmer of affection illuminating his face as he retrieved a morsel of yellow bird feed from his pocket and offered it to the little creature. "Go now, as you have in the past, and keep a close watch on that individual. As soon as he departs from this mountain range, return immediately to inform me." Mo instructed the bird as one would a companion. Excited by the food, the bird took to the air, fluttering around the room before darting out the window and vanishing into the sky. With the surveillance of the so-called cloud-winged bird, said to fly faster than arrows shot from a strong bow, I wonder what antics you can conjure, he mused darkly. For months, is it? I await your arrival with eager anticipation. It appears my plans are on the verge of success. Anyone who dares to obstruct me now, to impede the execution of my designs, shall meet with death. Divine or mortal, it matters not. Huh. Huh. Dr. M.O. suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter, his eyes alight with a frenzied fervor. Chapter 42. The Cloud-Winged Bird. You are far too self-satisfied. This lad is remarkably astute and certainly not to be underestimated. Do not be so quick to assume that victory is within your grasp, only to find it slipping away at the hands of this young man. Suddenly, the voice of another young man resonated within Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression shifted, his countenance darkening as if frosted over, and he coldly admonished, "You Zitong, refrain from interjecting in my affairs. I do not require your reprimands. Should I succeed, there will undoubtedly be benefits for you. However, your technique seems to possess certain flaws. Are you hoping for some unforeseen complication to arise on my part?" The suspicion woven into Dr. Mo's words was unmistakable. The voice, seemingly intimidated by Dr. M.O., hastily offered an explanation. How could there be any error? Have you not tested it on animals? As for the one that perished, it was merely due to your lack of proficiency with the technique. Nevertheless, the demise of that particular creature should not impede your plans. Humph. It is best that way. Alas, I cannot afford to practice further, or I would have gained more certainty. After contemplating the voice's words and reflecting on the previous experimentation with the technique, the last vestige of doubt within Dr. M.O. dissipated. Following his statement, the voice appeared to have learned from its earlier rebuke, falling silent, leaving only Dr. M.O. to engage in a neurotic soliloquy, creating an atmosphere within the room that was distinctly eerie. Meanwhile, Hanley found himself nestled within an inconspicuous ravine, a locale even more remote and secretive than the place where he had met Li Feiyu. This elongated terrain was ensconced between two steep hills, forming a shape reminiscent. Aside from a secret rope descending from the summit of the lower hill, no other means of egress existed. Moreover, a thick bramble thicket flourished here, consuming vast stretches of land, leaving only a small clearing. Atop the ravine, countless unknown vines wove together to create a natural green canopy, ensuring Hanley need not worry about being inadvertently observed from above. Hanley placed his belongings beneath a massive boulder before he closed his eyes in contemplation, and upon reopening them, his expression radiated determination as he softly declared, "Let us commence with the most challenging of practices, the soft bone technique." Thus began Hanley's solitary path of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, not far from his position, a small yellow bird perched upon a branch, watching him ceaselessly, and only refrained from reporting back to its master when it noted his lack of intention to flee. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for months had elapsed. Within the ravine, a glance revealed an empty expanse devoid of any presence. The originally visible Hanley had vanished, leaving only the small yellow bird, remaining unhurried and poised, meticulously. Suddenly, another small gray bird flitted through the overhead greenery, entering the ravine and circling above before alighting on a yellow wooden post at the edge of the clearing, evidently intending to rest before taking flight once more. The small yellow bird turned its head, casting a disdainful glance at the newly arrived counterpart, its expression akin to that of a human mocking the other. The newly arrived bird, standing on one leg, surveyed its surroundings and eventually spotted its counterpart. It unfurled its wings, seemingly preparing to approach that in an unexpected turn of events. A withered yellow hand descended from above and seized the bewildered gray bird. This sudden occurrence filled the gray bird with terror, and it struggled desperately, yet was utterly unable to escape the grip of its captor. It was at this moment that the small bird discerned that the post beneath its feet had, unbeknownst to it, transformed into a young boy clad in yellow garments. This boy possessed dark skin and an ordinary appearance, with thick brows and large eyes. Apart from a certain clarity in his gaze, there was nothing particularly alluring about him. The boy smiled, observing the small bird's futile struggles. And when it appeared on the brink of exhaustion, he loosened his grip and gently remarked, "Go on, and next time, do not be so foolish. Ensure you ascertain your landing spot before alighting." Instantly liberated, the bird disregarded its fellow, flapping its wings in a panic and fleeing the ravine without a backward glance. After watching the bird depart, the boy remained still for some time before slowly muttering to himself, "It appears my breath-holding technique and concealment skill have reached a certain level of proficiency. Now it is time to practice my assassination techniques in secret." With that, Hanley shifted his form and made his way toward the newly constructed wooden cabin as he passed beneath the tree where the small yellow bird resided. He could not help. This peculiar little bird had caught Hanley's attention more than half a month prior. It had remained perched nearby, vigilantly observing him, seemingly imbued with a remarkable intelligence. Upon first sighting it, Hanley had been captivated by its spirited nature and had grown quite fond of the small creature. He attempted to coax it away, yet regardless of his methods, be it luring, tempting, or setting traps, the bird showed no inclination to fall for his schemes, often regarding him with a look of bemused disdain that left Hanley somewhat exasperated. In a fit of frustration, he contemplated resorting to force, but before he could approach, the bird would take to the skies, and when he withdrew, it would promptly return to its perch, leaving Hanley to stand idly by, unable to act. Reflecting on this, Hanley turned away with a hint of chagrin, choosing to ignore the bird. Deep down, he had begun to suspect that the creature's origins were closely tied to Dr. M.O. and likely served as a means of surveillance. However, Hanley remained unconcerned. As long as Dr. M.O. did not personally oversee him, what could a mere bird truly divulge? Moreover, he held a genuine fondness for this spirited little companion and could not bring himself to employ any harsh measures against it. At this very moment, Dr. M.O. was engrossed within a stone chamber, inscribing a peculiar formation with powdered beast bones while simultaneously engaging in discussion with another figure in his mind, entirely unaware that Hanley had unraveled the means of his surveillance. Chapter 43. All set during this period, a momentous event transpired within the 7 mysterious gates. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Senior Brother Lee, displayed remarkable acumen, promptly unmasking 2 undercover agents from the Wild Wolf Gang, who were plotting to steal the list of disciples undergoing training. Alongside a dozen fellow disciples, he successfully captured them, thereby earning significant merit. Days later, in the presence of numerous disciples, Master Wang conferred upon Li Feiyu the position of protector, formally elevating him to the mid-tier of the 7 mysterious gates, which caused quite a stir and further amplified Li Feiyu's renown. Unbeknownst to Han Li, who was immersed in rigorous training within a secluded wooden cabin, his only excursions being brief forays to the kitchen for sustenance, he had not engaged with anyone for several days and remained oblivious to his friend's current glory. As summer faded into autumn, time slipped swiftly by, and the day of their agreed meeting finally arrived the thorny thicket at the bottom of the ravine. A shadowy figure flitted in and out among the branches adorned with razor-sharp thorns. The perilous spikes posed no hindrance to him. He moved like wraith, gliding through the entangled web of thorns, appearing near and then vanishing into the distance, all in a silent ballet, as if he were not of flesh and blood, but rather an ethereal entity. Eventually, the figure halted upon a tree trunk, standing tall upon a branch, gazing into the distance. It was Han Li, who had made notable progress in his cultivation to AT that moment. His attire was tattered and worn, exposing his skin beneath, his hair disheveled and unkempt, while his face bore streaks of dirt, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. Most astonishingly, small iron bells dangled from various parts of his body: his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. The sight of these bells, coupled with Han Li's ghostly movements through the forest, illuminated the extraordinary nature of his agility. He remained motionless, fixated on the direction of the Divine Hand Valley, murmuring to himself, "The timing is perfect. I have finally mastered the smoke step just in time for the final day. With this skill, my self-preservation is assured." Although his expression was obscured, the joy in his eyes was unmistakably evident. After months of diligent study and practice, Hanli had acquired several formidable secret techniques, instilling within him a measure of confidence. He believed that, even if he could not match the unfathomable prowess of Dr. Mo, he possessed sufficient capability for self-defense that a gentle breeze wafted by, sending a chill through him. He glanced down at his ragged attire, reflecting on his current appearance, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Recalling the challenges of mastering the smoke step, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Practicing in the thorny forest was indeed a perilous endeavor. Initially, his unpracticed movements led to numerous scrapes from the jagged thorns, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Fortunately, he had the vitality pill on hand, which not only healed internal injuries but also exhibited remarkable efficacy for external. After consuming one, he experienced instant cessation of bleeding and scabbing, and by the next day, even the scars had vanished without a trace. Hanli marveled at the pill's extraordinary properties. It far surpassed ordinary ointments for cuts and abrasions. Yet he pondered why it was named Vitality Pill, believing scar removal or blood stopper would be more fitting. That if the creator of the Vitality Pill were to hear Hanli's musings, he would likely be incensed, as his meticulously crafted healing elixir was being compared to mere common remedies of the wandering folk. How could this not infuriate such a master? Nevertheless, it was precisely due to the treacherous environment that Hanli was able to unleash his full potential, rapidly advancing his mastery of the smoke step to a level where it could be put to immediate use. Moreover, just days prior, Hanli had unexpectedly reached the 6th layer of the Eternal Spring technique, the highest level imparted by Dr. Mo without the aid of over a dozen bottles of spiritual elixirs. He doubted he could have achieved this feat in his lifetime, no matter how hard he strained himself. After years of cultivation, Hanli had gained considerable insights into the Eternal Spring technique, finding it to be exceptionally unique in both its practice and its effects, markedly different from conventional martial arts. He believed the success of this technique and the speed of one's progress depended largely on the practitioner's innate qualities and compatibility with the technique. Those with superior aptitude could navigate the path with ease, while those lacking such qualities would find their progress stymied without the assistance of spiritual elixirs. Hanli surmised that some might reach a plateau where further advancement would be impossible, much like his own experience, initially progressing smoothly through the first 3 layers, only to encounter insurmountable difficulties upon reaching the 4th. However, with the aid of elixirs, what once seemed impossible became achievable, allowing one to transcend their inherent limitations. That it was evident how significantly this technique relied on the potency of medicinal substances. Yet, Hanli's habit of consuming elixirs like candy, 1 or 2 a day, was likely unparalleled, which explained why he had effortlessly mastered the more challenging 5th and 6th layers without the arduous struggle he faced at the 4th layer. While the culmination of the 6th layer of the Eternal Spring technique left Hanli feeling more vigorous and mentally agile, he had yet to uncover any other remarkable applications. Curiously, since he began his practice, each layer had enhanced his mental acuity and sensory perception, yet the physical benefits were minimal, merely rendering him stronger and more agile. The energy flow he referred to as pseudo-true qi could circulate through his meridians much like ordinary true qi, but aside from heightening his tactile sensitivity, it lacked any formidable practical effects. Furthermore, he sensed that there were likely unfinished verses beyond the 6th layer, perhaps harboring even greater potential. With that thought, he shook his head in resignation, sighing. Given his current rapport with Dr. Mo, it was futile to hope for access to the subsequent layers. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Hanli leaped gracefully to the ground, landing soundlessly, and then strode purposefully toward the small wooden cabin. Tomorrow, he would meet with Dr. Mo, and before that encounter, he aimed to fully harness his talents by mentally rehearsing the steps of their meeting, meticulously considering every possible nuance and devising optimal strategies for any unforeseen dangers that might arise. Chapter 44. The Antidote. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow despite the early onset of autumn. Inside his chamber, Dr. Mo was restless. Although he had confidence in his method of coercing Hanli, uncertainty gnawed at him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, gradually drawing closer to his abode. Upon recognizing the familiar cadence, Dr. Mo's heart soared with joy, and he swiftly darted to the door, pushing it open with eagerness. Before him appeared a figure slowly advancing, the very target he had long awaited. Hanli, as the latter approached, Dr. Mo suppressed his excitement, forcing a smile that barely concealed his anticipation. Indeed, you are quite punctual. I am pleased to see you have no inclination to flee, which speaks to your wisdom. Come inside. We have much to discuss. At that moment, Dr. Mo's demeanor was as benevolent as a kindly elder from the neighborhood, his face radiant as a blossoming flower. Rest assured, there is no treachery within. It is not a den of danger, he added, noticing Han Li's wary glance towards the room, and he employed a subtle provocation. Humph. Now that I am here, would I truly fear entering your dwelling? Han Li scoffed lightly, as if genuinely riled. He then stepped forward to Dr. Mo with a smile, stepped aside to allow passage, but as he attempted to close the door behind Han Li, he was met with a voice that pierced the air. If you dare to shut the door, I shall assume you intend to ensnare me in some sinister plot, and I will not engage in further discourse with you. Taken aback, Doctor. Mo hesitated for a moment, but then vacated the doorway, nonchalantly declaring, I genuinely wish to discuss matters with you. My intentions are not malevolent, that if you prefer the door to remain open, so be it. With that, Doctor. Mo reclined once more in his armchair, while Han Li, unceremoniously, pulled up a stool and settled opposite him. They scrutinized one another after a half-year's absence. Han Li noted the evident signs of aging on Dr. Mo, who now bore the appearance of a man in his 70s, and inwardly pondered, could it be that his previous assertions were indeed truthful? He truly desires my assistance in restoring his vitality, devoid of ulterior motives? Have I overthought the matter? As Han Li surveyed the surroundings, his gaze abruptly narrowed. In the corner stood a tall, enigmatic figure, silently observing, as still as Dr. Mo. Having appraised Han Li, appeared quite content with his state, he spoke gently. Seeing you now reminds me of your entrance into my abode, when you were but a mere child of 10, scarcely this tall. And now look at you, towering and robust. Time is indeed unrelenting. The casual banter left Han Li momentarily perplexed, unsure of the elder's intent. Yet a sense of caution surged within him, reminding himself that Dr. Mo was a cunning fox, having consumed more salt than he had rice. He must tread carefully to avoid falling into a trap. Master Mo, your kindness has not escaped my memory. I remain ever grateful. Should you require anything, please feel free to command me. Han Li's demeanor softened as he adopted a respectful tone, evoking the image of the obedient disciple from days past. Excellent. Your words assure me that my efforts have not been in vain. Now, let me assess your progress with the eternal spring technique. Dr. Mo seemed to genuinely embrace his role as a mentor, rising to approach Han Li, intent on taking his pulse. Old fox, you truly presume upon your age and shamelessly press forward. Han Li mentally chastised, swiftly evading Dr. Mo's grasp. Do not rush. Master Mo, I can assure you that I have indeed mastered the 4th level of the eternal spring technique. However, might you first bestow upon me the antidote for the corpse insect pill? I would prefer to alleviate my concerns before allowing you to examine my abilities. Han Li replied with a smile, his tone earnest. Oh dear! How forgetful of me. My mind must be failing with age. I had intended to present you with the antidote as soon as you entered. Dr. Mo feigned enlightenment, as if the thought had just occurred to him. He retrieved a silver vial from his sleeve, pouring forth a dark, peculiar pill and tossing it to Han Li. Han Li pretended to fumble, barely catching the pill, bringing it to his nose to inhale its pungent aroma. He glanced at Dr. Mo, who regarded him with a knowing smirk. Though momentarily hesitant, doubt clouding his mind regarding the pill's authenticity, Han Li understood that abstaining from consumption was not an option. The time for the corpse insect pill's effects was imminent. Failure to ingest it could very well spell his demise. Convinced that Dr. Mo still had use for him, and thus would not offer a false remedy, he solemnly swallowed the pill, awaiting its effects. Surprisingly, Dr. Mo seemed unperturbed, reclining leisurely once more and engaging Han Li in idle chatter, as if he had forgotten his original purpose in summoning him. Before long, Han Li felt a brief pang in his abdomen, quickly dissipating. He inspected his body and discovered that the corpse insect pill had completely dissolved, a wave of joy washing over him, reflected in the faint smile that graced his face. These transformations did not escape Dr. Mo's keen observation. Once Hanli had verified the effects of the antidote, he smiled broadly and remarked, "Hanli, you must understand that my administration of the corpse insect pill was a necessary measure. Without its urging, you may not have so readily achieved the fourth level. Thank you for your intentions, Master Mo, but I would prefer that such fortunate circumstances not befall me again." Hanli replied, relieved to have dispelled a significant threat. His spirits, he began to entertain a degree of trust in Dr. Mo's sincerity, refraining from further confrontation regarding the elder's duplicity. "Now, shall I take your pulse?" Dr. posed the question, earnest in his request, leaving Hanli to ponder the potential risks of allowing the elder. Chapter 45, Deception and Fangs. Hanli lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that preventing the other party from assessing his strength was no longer feasible. The other party had unhesitatingly provided him with the antidote to the corpse insect pill, demonstrating a degree of sincerity. Should he continue to resist and obstruct, it might unwittingly arouse their suspicions, leading them to believe that he had not truly mastered the fourth level of the Changchun technique and was merely deceiving them with falsehoods. Such a turn of events could usher in dire consequences, potentially unleashing unforeseen turmoil. Furthermore, he had anticipated this step and had made preparations in advance. Even if the other party were to turn hostile upon checking his pulse, he had devised a means of escape. With these thoughts in mind, Conley lifted his gaze to meet Dr. Mo's eyes and spoke slowly. "Old Mo, in light of your prompt provision of the antidote, this shall be my final act of trust in you. I sincerely hope you will not disappoint me." Upon finishing his statement, he extended his right wrist cautiously, attentively observing the other party's reaction, ready to retract it at the slightest hint of danger. Unfortunately, Dr. Mo maintained a facade of false mirth, revealing no discernible change in demeanor. Upon hearing Conley's acquiescence, his eyebrows merely twitched momentarily before returning to their original position, indicating he had long been prepared for Conley's response. Without uttering another word, he extended his gnarled left hand and gently placed it upon Conley's wrist. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn and austere expression, as if he were engaged in an act of profound sanctity. Conley discreetly sustained his fourth-level power, but witnessing Dr. Mo's expression caused a flicker of doubt within him, elevating his wariness to its zenith. His left hand stealthily pressed against his waist, where a customized sheathed short sword lay concealed. Slowly, a look of astonishment spread across Dr. Mo's face. He had detected the continuous stream of extraordinary energy coursing through Conley's meridians, the intensity of which far exceeded his minimum expectations. Even the most cunning and calculating among men could not suppress the joy that blossomed upon witnessing a long-planned endeavor finally within reach. The earlier forced smile dissolved into genuine delight, radiating from the depths of his heart. "Excellent. It is indeed the fourth level of the Changchun technique. Ha! Ha! This is truly magnificent. Ha!" Dr. Mo unabashedly erupted into hearty laughter, the sound reverberating throughout the room. Yet his grip on Conley's wrist remained unyielding. "Old Mo, what are you doing?" "Shouldn't you let go now?" Conley's expression darkened. He sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, that he attempted to wrench his right hand away with great force, but it remained firmly ensnared. "Let go." "Very well, I shall." Dr. Mo's laughter ceased, replaced by a countenance of malice. He suddenly bellowed, "Halt!" Conley felt a thunderous ringing in his ears. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his body lost its equilibrium, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His left hand, which had rested upon the hilt of his sword, slipped away feebly. This is bad. Although his body was unresponsive, his mind remained acutely aware. He realized he had underestimated the other party, who had seized the opportunity to strike ruthlessly, leaving him with no recourse but to await his fate. "You're still too green, aren't you? Now you have no tricks left to play." Dr. Mo, sensing his predictions had come to fruition, could not help but feel a surge of triumph. "Come here." Dr. Mo forcefully yanked Conley from the ground, pulling him to his feet at his side. He then leaned down, extending his right index finger directly toward the acupoint on Kan Li's chest. With a resounding thud, Dr. Mo's finger struck as if against an iron plate, producing a dull thump. The tip of his finger throbbed painfully from the rebound, rendering his attempt to seal Kan Li's acupoint unsuccessful. What is happening? Dr. Mo was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen event, astonishment flooding his mind. Could it be that he is clad in some form of armor beneath his garments? He wondered in disbelief. His gaze instinctively swept over Kan Li's attire. However, its thinness belied any notion of hidden armor. Leaving him perplexed in that moment of distraction, Kan Li regained control over his body, his recovery capabilities far surpassing Dr. Mo's expectations. The sixth level of the Changchun technique had not been cultivated in vain. Kan Li's resilience against abnormalities exceeded the imagination of the average individual, a fact that even he had not anticipated. At this juncture, Dr. Mo resolutely cast aside his lingering doubts and sought alternative means to subdue Kan Li, only to find that the wrist he had once gripped tightly had inexplicably become slippery and supple, eluding his grasp entirely. In a state of astonishment, he exerted a bit more strength, yet with a swift motion, Kan Li's hand slipped through Dr. Mo's fingers like an eel, leaving the doctor genuinely bewildered. Regardless of Dr. Mo's astonishment, Kan Li executed an unexpected roll, deftly maneuvering to a corner of the room. Once he had distanced himself from Dr. Mo, he cautiously rose to his feet, his expression impassive and his eyes coldly fixed upon the doctor. He refrained from uttering any further words. Although he remained ignorant of the other party's motives for capturing him, he was certain they harbored ill intentions. The claims made earlier regarding the stimulation of his latent power through the Changchun technique were nothing but grandiose lies, entirely untrustworthy. For his own safety, as well as that of his family, Kan Li slowly drew the short sword from his waist with his left hand. The blade, measuring merely a foot in length, shimmered with a sharp azure light, instilling an immediate sense of its lethal sharpness. A fine weapon indeed. Today, it shall be either your demise. One of us must depart this room alive. Kan Li's words were frigid, his fangs exposed for the first time before Dr. Mo. Chapter 46. The piercing blade Mo, somewhat taken aback, glanced at his left hand before shifting his gaze to Han Li, disdain dripping from his words. Interesting. It seems that over the past year, you have indeed kept yourself busy, managing to cultivate such peculiar skills. But do you truly believe that with these trifling techniques, you stand a chance against? It would be refreshing to personally take to the field and stretch my limbs that I shall allow you the first move. Han Li disregarded the verbal jabs aimed at him, having resolved to take the initiative and strike first to seize the upper hand. He positioned his left-hand short sword horizontally before him, diverting Dr. Mo's attention, while a white paper pouch stealthily slipped from his right sleeve, landing in his palm. With a swift move, his figure became indistinct and ethereal as the fog expanded rapidly throughout the room, rendering the space a shrouded expanse where one could hardly see 5 fingers in front of their face. Han Li, too, mysteriously vanished within the haze. Mo furrowed his brow, slightly surprised by Han Li's unexpected maneuver, yet he remained unfazed. With his vast experience, he was well equipped to counter such lowly tactics. However, wary of potential trickery within the smoke, he held his breath, confident that his profound cultivation would allow him to go several moments without inhalation without issue. Mere parlor tricks, and you dare to flaunt them before me. Doctor, Mo scoffed, suddenly striking out with an empty palm into the mist. The white fog swirled violently, as if stirred by a giant stick, revealing a clear opening. Not spotting Han Li's figure, Doctor. Mo did not relent. He unleashed a series of powerful strikes in rapid succession, dispersing the smoke entirely through the doorway, restoring normalcy to the room, though Han Li was conspicuously absent. Curious, this lad possesses some skill, managing to render himself entirely invisible before me, Doctor. Mo mused, a hint of surprise creeping in, yet he remained composed. After all, he had been stationed near the entrance, and not even a mere insect could slip past his notice. He scanned the room meticulously. Numerous bookshelves, a desk, and an armchair. All appeared unchanged. How could a living being like Han Li simply vanish in such a confined space? Though Dr. Mo's expression remained unchanged, his mind began to ponder. Yet, being a master of his craft, he cleared his throat and ambled toward the corner where Han Li had disappeared, intent on investigating further. Upon reaching a distance of 10 feet from the corner, he halted, squinting his eyes as he sensed a faint yet palpable killing intent permeating the vicinity, aimed squarely at him, poised to strike. Dr. Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he meticulously scanned his surroundings, but still detected nothing amiss. Frustration began to mount within him. There was no one around. Was the sky truly falling? As he contemplated the idea, a sudden sound rang out above him, a metallic clang that jolted him into realization. "Not good!" "Doctor!" Mo exclaimed, understanding that his opponent lurked atop the eaves. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his hand upwards in a fierce, slicing motion, attempting to incapacitate the hidden foe intent on doing him harm. A thunderous roar accompanied the force of his strike, mingling with the sharp, clinking sounds that Mo, puzzled, looked up to find nothing but emptiness above him. Only a black iron bell swung from the beam, rattling from the force of his palm. While Mo remained fixated above, a glimmer of cold light surged forth from beneath him, darting rapidly toward his abdomen. The speed was such that it could only be likened to a flash of lightning, and it was only as the light neared his garments that Dr. Mo finally sensed the impending danger. Startled, he reacted instinctively, executing a sudden contortion of his body, bending backward like a willow in the wind, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his skin, slicing through his clothing and leaving a long gash across his torso. Having evaded the strike, Mo did not dare to relax. His feet seemed to spring him backward, allowing him to glide several paces away before he dared to rise and glare at the source of the blade's light. What he beheld was the ground where he had stood moments earlier, now rising in a soft bulge, forming a yellow figure. Han Li, who had skillfully combined the techniques of soft bone mastery, breath concealment, and deceptive invisibility. Dressed in a tunic the same hue as the floor, Han Li held the very short sword that had nearly succeeded against Mo, his expression one of regret, clearly dismayed by the near miss. Mo's formerly sallow complexion now bore a tinge of green. The harrowing experience from moments prior had sent his heart racing, pounding against his chest, a stark reminder of how close he had come to death. Though he was no stranger to peril, never had he encountered such proximity to death, especially at the hands of someone he had always regarded with disdain. Taking a deep breath, he finally regained his composure. "Your performance warrants my earnest attention." After delivering this veiled challenge, Mo slowly raised both hands, resting them in front of him, gazing tenderly at them as if they were lovers. Han Li raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips as he tightened his grip on the short sword and began to approach Mo with measured steps. Chapter 47. The Silver Hand of Magic. The 3 words "silver hand" were slowly uttered from the lips of Dr. Mo, his deep voice resonating as if it were echoing from the heavens. Imbued with an astonishing magical aura that compelled Han Li to momentarily freeze in his tracks. As the last syllable fell from Dr. Mo's mouth, an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy erupted from his being, akin to a tempestuous storm, growing ever more intense and radiating outward, filling the entire small room. Han Li, who had been advancing, was abruptly engulfed by this ferocious energy, forcing him to stagger backwards several steps before he could regain his balance. The color drained from Han Li's face. His heart pounded. It appeared that the earlier sword strike had left a significant impact. "Ah, youngster, to witness my renowned technique, the Silver Hand, is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." Dr. Mo's thunderous and arrogant voice buzzed in Han Li's ears. Fortunately, it lacked any internal force, so the impact was not overwhelmingly severe. It seemed that Dr. Mo held in disdain the notion of resorting to a previously failed tactic against him, which somewhat alleviated Han Li's anxiety. However, hearing Dr. Mo's proud mention of the Silver Hand, for the second time, compelled Han Li to cast a glance at the doctor's hands. What he beheld filled his eyes with shock, causing his previously sealed lips to part slightly. Dr. Mo's arms, once frail and withered, suddenly swelled with an inexplicable vitality, expanding to a girth greater than before. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his formerly dry skin into a gleaming silver hue, reflecting a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, appearing utterly indomitable, as though forged from pure silver. His lack of combat experience left him feeling as though even breathing had become a laborious task, merely from the drastic change in his opponent's aura and the eerie appearance of his hands. Nevertheless, Hanli maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, betraying no hint of insecurity, seemingly oblivious to Dr. Mo's arrogance. Dr. Mo, feeling somewhat displeased, although he had come to regard Han Li with newfound respect, still found it somewhat excessive to unleash his ultimate skill against him. He yearned to see Han Li's expression of fear and helplessness, believing it would justify his display of power. "Do you not realize how much I detest your expression? A mere child, barely past adolescence, strutting about as if you have everything under control," Dr. Mo remarked coldly, his disdain for Han Li unmistakable. "Oh, is that so? To elicit such distaste from the esteemed Dr. Mo is indeed an honor. I shall endeavor to cultivate this trait further," Han Li retorted, no longer silent, employing sarcasm in hopes of provoking a flaw in his opponent's demeanor. However, it was evident that his attempt bore no fruit, for Dr. Mo remained silent, instead clapping his hands together with a resounding bang, producing a sound reminiscent of metal scraping, unsettling to the spirit. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, his silver hand brandished like an impending storm, charging towards Han Li with overwhelming force that it was clear that he intended to forego any further delay, relying on his formidable powers to subdue Han Li in one fell swoop. Han Li's expression turned grave as he focused intently on his opponent's advance. Just as Dr. Mo leaped above him, Han Li raised a short sword, aiming directly at the vulnerable spot, his throat. Seeing Han Li's audacious stance, refusing to evade his formidable assault, Dr. Mo's heart surged with delight as he sneered, "Die." With that, he extended one of his silver hands, brazenly reaching for Han Li's short sword, while the other hand aimed a vicious strike at Han. However, this seemingly ferocious blow was delivered with only half of his strength, a stark contrast to the venomous words he had spoken, revealing an underlying fear of seriously injuring Han Li. An enigma indeed. Unaware of the true nature of this exchange, Han Li instinctively understood that he would not test the strength of his opponent's palm with his own flesh. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he redirected his sword, transforming it into a swirling shield of silver that protected it. Dr. Mo's lips curled into a mocking smirk, yet his hands remained unyielding, driving relentlessly into the sword's arc without any intention of retreat. With a sharp clang, Han Li's short sword collapsed. Not only did it fail to harm the opponent, but it rebounded violently. Seizing this opportunity, Dr. Mo flipped his palm and flicked a finger at the blade, causing Han Li to feel a sudden heat in his grip, and with a swift motion, his sword was sent hurtling away, embedding itself into the wall without a trace of. In quick succession, the other silver hand morphed into a claw, lunging for Han Li's shoulder blade. Intent on restraining his movements and capturing him, as the situation rapidly escalated into dire straits, Han Li displayed no sign of panic. He slightly shifted his shoulder, and in an instant his form became indistinct, transforming into a wisp of smoke that surged forward. Dr. Mo, taken aback by this elusive maneuver, attempted to envelop the smoke with his thick silver hands, showing no intention of allowing Han Li to escape. Yet, the smoke was exceedingly peculiar. It suddenly swirled in all directions, slipping out from beneath the silver barrier at an unimaginable angle, then veering sharply to come to a halt at the corner of the room to Dr. Mo's left, gradually revealing Han Li's true form. Chapter 48. Deceptive words. Dr. Mo lightly descended to the very spot where Han Li had originally stood, not pausing for a moment, and like a specter, he turned around to face him again. The haughty expression that had once adorned his face had completely faded, leaving only a mask of numbness, though a subtle hint of peculiar emotion flickered in his eyes at this moment. Han Li's condition was far from favorable. He was panting heavily, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and an unusual flush had appeared on his cheeks. All these signs indicated that the life-saving measures he had employed moments ago had severely depleted his stamina. Exhaling deeply, Hanli attempted to relax his body to alleviate the significant strain that the Ruyan step had imposed on his muscles. For now, he could only seize every opportunity to recover some of his strength, hoping to enhance his chances of victory in the forthcoming battle. Glancing down at his left hand, which still trembled slightly, he realized it was completely numb, devoid of sensation, rendering him incapable of wielding his sword. It seemed that the left-handed swordplay he had diligently practiced had been temporarily rendered useless, forcing him to rely solely on his remaining right hand for combat. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept across his face. With a significant portion of his strength drained, unable to execute the exquisite Ruyan step once more, and now limited to one-handed combat, his predicament could not have been more dire. It appeared that he had no choice but to resort to his last concealed technique. Hanli glanced at the sun outside, calculating that the time was indeed ripe for the execution of this move. He cast a furtive glance at the short sword embedded in the wall, realizing that he would have no opportunity to retrieve it. His opponent would not allow him the audacity to reclaim the weapon. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew another weapon from his robe. This one was also a half-foot-long, sheathed short sword. Due to its diminutive size, it would be more accurately upon drawing it from its sheath. It appeared significantly broader than an ordinary dagger, gleaming brilliantly and sharp as a razor. Hanli discarded the sheath to the side, switched the sword to his right hand, extended his arm, and pointed. Dr. Mo observed all of this without rushing to launch an attack. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly transforming to one of benevolence. In a gentle tone, he counseled, "Hanli, your repeated evasions have indeed taken me by surprise. However, do you truly believe you can replicate your previous stroke of luck and escape my grasp once more? The footwork you employed earlier is indeed remarkable, yet it appears to have considerable limitations. From a purely stamina standpoint, you cannot sustain it effectively. It would be wise to surrender. You must see that I harbor no intention of seriously injuring you. Complying with my request may not be as dreadful as you envision." Dr. Mo's chameleon-like demeanor sent shivers down Hanli's spine. One moment, he played the benevolent teacher. The next, he was cold and unyielding. And now he spoke with a heavy heart, urging Hanli to surrender. This left Hanli at a loss for words. Did he truly believe he would succumb to such a melodramatic ruse? Yet, the words of his opponent oddly instilled a measure of confidence within him. If Dr. Mo were not wary of him, why resort to such juvenile tactics to deceive him? In an instant, Hanli comprehended the situation thoroughly. He sighed softly, shook his head gently, and without uttering a word, he brandished the short sword in his hand, gesturing toward his opponent, clearly conveying his intentions. Seeing the veins on Dr. Mo's forehead pulse with anger, he realized that Hanli was disregarding his counsel and instead provoking him with the weapon. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he exclaimed, "You are truly ungrateful." He then leaped forward with a stride, his voice slicing through the air. A step away, a world apart. Hanli, equally taken aback, wore an expression of alarm as he hurriedly stepped back, creating space between them before positioning the short sword horizontally in front of him, its tip radiating a cold light to block Dr. Mo's advance, seemingly having completely forgotten the painful lessons of their last encounter. Dr. Mo smirked inwardly. He had no intention of offering a friendly warning to his opponent, but he thrust his palms apart, dividing his attack into two paths as he advanced toward Hanli, ignoring the glimmering blade. Just as the two silver hands were about to breach the barrier of sword light, a light laugh echoed from across the way, reminiscent of a hunter reveling in the sight of prey ensnared in a trap. A chill coursed through Dr. Mo's heart, causing him to slow his advance and momentarily freeze, only to hear a cold voice declare, "Right now, you are the one who has truly fallen into a trap. Just take a look at the short sword in my hand." Upon hearing this, Dr. Mo involuntarily glanced at the short sword, only to find that Hanli had inexplicably ceased his previous movements and assumed a peculiar posture, his upper body slightly leaning back, the short sword held horizontally at his waist, while his lower body was coiled in a taut stance, resembling a bow drawn taut, ready to release an arrow. The short sword mentioned in the words glimmered with a faint azure light, yet appeared entirely unremarkable, leaving Dr. Mo somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Hanli adopted such an odd stance and employed deceptive words to rattle his composure, hoping to gain an advantage? This thought brought a smirk to Dr. Mo's lips, prompting him to contemplate mocking his opponent. But he was abruptly taken aback as Han Li lunged forward, as if propelled by a powerful bowstring, transforming into a swift arrow that shot toward him. The speed of this attack caused even Dr. Mo to change color in surprise in a rush. He brought his previously separated hands together, intending to catch Han Li's sword blade between his palms. However, he soon witnessed the short sword gently flicker, transforming into a multitude of indistinguishable blades that pierced toward him from various angles, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Dr. Mo scoffed, his opinion of Han Li dropping further still. Employing such ostentatious and impractical techniques before an expert like himself was tantamount to courting death. He could easily pinpoint the true blade's trajectory. Therefore, he widened his eyes, focusing intently on the genuine sword's path, while simultaneously maintaining his hand movements, accelerating his attack in an attempt to shatter the blade with one decisive strike, leaving Han Li defenseless. Chapter 49. The intricate trap. As the two parties were on the verge of contact, Han Li subtly twisted the blade in his hand, altering its angle ever so slightly. This minuscule adjustment, though seemingly trivial, appeared to Dr. Mo as a cataclysmic transformation. Mo was momentarily dazzled as a dozen blinding orbs of white light suddenly erupted before him, their radiance overwhelming and unfiltered as it struck his eyes. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This is not good. He hastily retreated, instinctively shutting his eyelids. Yet it was too late. The white light surged into his vision in an instant, leaving no opportunity for reaction. He felt an intense heat in his eyes, followed by a painful ache and an incessant stream of tears that poured forth without restraint. Ignoring the discomfort, he struggled to open his eyes and gaze outward, only to be met with a blinding whiteness. Not only could he not discern any objects, but even the outlines of things became shrouded in a haze of indistinction. That moment, a mixture of shock and fury coursed through him as he berated himself for having unwittingly fallen into the opponent's trap yet again. Nevertheless, Dr. Mo, a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, possessed a wealth of experience in handling perilous situations. While he retreated to create distance and buy himself some time, he also drew his palms back, brandishing them in front of him, relying on his indomitable magic silver hands to shield his vital upper body. He firmly resolved not to launch any offensive maneuvers until his vision returned to normal, opting instead to await clarity before striking, lest he fall victim once more to the cunning ploys of this wily adversary. At this juncture, Dr. Mo had completely cast aside any previous underestimations. The stakes of this confrontation with Han Li were as grave as those he had faced in earlier life-and-death encounters with formidable foes. Though he could not discern the actions of his opponent, Dr. Mo heightened his senses, straining to hear any clue that might reveal the next move, but he sensed a shadow darting before him, immediately followed by a sharp sound, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind, advancing directly towards him. Rather than panic at Han Li's assassination attempt, Dr. Mo felt a surge of elation. The opponent's approach was undeniably juvenile. Had he stealthily lurked in the shadows, he might have posed a genuine threat. However, such a brazen frontal assault held little to fear, for Dr. Mo had honed his ability to discern sound to an artful degree. Not only could he detect the thrust of a dagger, but even the approach of a delicate embroidery needle would be unmistakable to him. As he listened intently, Dr. Mo feigned a slight opening in his defense, and indeed, the sound of the attack instantly shifted, plunging through the gap directly towards his throat. With a sinister grin, Dr. Mo's right hand sprang into action like lightning, seizing the blade with an iron grip, undeterred by the sharpness of the weapon. The opponent, clearly realizing the precariousness of his situation, yanked back on the short sword with all his might, but under the control of Dr. Mo's magic silver hand. Such efforts were futile, merely an exercise in vain. Feeling a swell of triumph, Dr. Mo remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that his adversary might awaken to the danger and attempt to escape. He disregarded the fact that his vision had yet to normalize and exerted all his strength to pull the sword closer, intending to drag Han Li across the divide and subdue him personally. To his astonishment, he found the blade suddenly weightless, as if it had vanished in a thin air. Stunned, Dr. Mo pondered how the sword he had firmly grasped could now feel so ethereal. Even if Han Li had released his grip, It should not have felt so insubstantial. Before he could unravel the mystery, he felt a sharp, slicing sound erupt mere inches from his throat, as if a slender object were piercing through the air towards him at an extraordinary speed. The air pressure alone sent a twinge of pain to his throat. Instinctively, he reacted, tilting his head sharply to evade the lethal strike, contorting his neck at an improbable angle in a desperate bid to escape the impending doom. The years of rigorous training bore fruit at that moment. He felt a chilling sensation as the sharp object grazed his neck, merely nicking the skin without inflicting severe harm. Having narrowly avoided that attack, Dr. Mo, fearing further assaults, mimicked Han Li's earlier escape strategy, collapsing to the ground and rolling away like a lazy donkey, distancing himself from Han Li before daring to rise again. Once upright, he felt a searing pain at his neck and instinctively touched the wound, discovering his fingers slick with blood. He had lost a considerable amount. Swiftly, he pressed 2 fingers against the nearby blood vessels to staunch the flow. In that moment, he was struck by a wave of dread, realizing that he should not have escaped that last attack. Astonishingly, his body's reflexes had somehow saved him from certain doom. With this thought, Dr. Mo lifted his gaze to Han Li, only to find that his vision had inexplicably returned to clarity. He could see once more. Han Li stood before him, a look of frustration etched across his face, evidently displeased that Dr. Mo had evaded yet another deadly strike in his hand. He brandished a short, pointed weapon resembling a peculiar diminutive cone, the grip still resembling that of a sword, giving it an odd appearance, smeared with the remnants of blood, evidence of the injury inflicted upon Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. He could no longer tolerate the near brushes with death he had experienced and was on the verge of an explosive outburst when he suddenly felt something in his right hand. Peering down, he realized he held a blade devoid of a hilt, weightless in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, it dawned on him that this blade was hollow. The object concealed within was none other than the pointed cone. The blade was merely an elaborate ruse, a deceptive covering for the true weapon that in an instant, his boiling rage was extinguished by this unexpected revelation. Chapter 50. The scented silk. At this moment, Dr. Mo recalled how, upon entering the room, Han Li had been adamant about not allowing him to close the door. It seemed that back then, the other party had already laid the groundwork for an ambush, cleverly utilizing the reflection of sunlight. Despite his tender years, this individual was remarkably astute, orchestrating such a meticulously devised trap that ensnared this seasoned veteran, leaving him nearly helpless. The depth of this person's cunning was truly incongruous with his age and experience. Could it be that he was indeed a prodigious talent, a reincarnation of a genius? As he pondered this, a sense of dread enveloped him, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Following this setback, Dr. Mo's wariness towards Han Li intensified. He approached Han Li with extreme caution, momentarily hesitant to make any rash moves. Meanwhile, Han Li, for reasons unknown, merely glared at Dr. Mo, displaying no intention of aggression. The two found themselves in a standoff, each staring the other down. After a brief silence, amidst the awkward atmosphere, Han Li suddenly broke the tension with a statement that left Dr. Mo utterly astounded, momentarily speechless. "Old Mo, shall we call it a truce? Or perhaps I should surrender? What do you think?" Upon finishing his words, Han Li casually tossed his weapon to the ground and flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, embodying the innocence of a rural youth. Surrender? Dr. Mo initially thought he had misheard, but soon realized the absurdity of the suggestion. Glancing at the iron spike discarded by Han Li, he retorted fiercely, "What kind of trickery is this? Do not presume that I will fall for your deceit, that if you wish to surrender, you could have done so from the very beginning, rather than wait until we were locked in a life-or-death struggle to propose such a notion." Han Li smiled at Dr. Mo, seemingly acquiescing to the accusation, and once again they found themselves in a stalemate. After a brief pause, Dr. Mo appeared to recall something amusing, suddenly bending over and clutching his abdomen as he erupted into laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Ha! How amusing! I completely forgot such a crucial detail. Actually engaged you in a straightforward confrontation." Through his intermittent laughter, Dr. Mo spoke in a somewhat garbled manner. Hanli furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, glancing out the window as a smile returned to his lips. Unhurriedly, he remarked, "Old Mo, don't you think we've lingered here long enough? It's time to bring this to a close." Dr. Mo paused in surprise. His laughter subsiding, he straightened up, adopting a serious expression, and after a moment, he coolly replied, "I, too, believe it is time to end this." Suddenly, both men felt a surge of confidence, as if they had discovered the key to overpowering the other and forcing submission. After a moment of silence, it was Han Li who broke the stillness, brimming with self-assurance, convinced that he could compel Dr. Mo to relent. "Old Mo, do you realize that your life is now in my hands?" Han Li's declaration was startling. "My life in your hands?" Dr. Mo scoffed, skepticism etched across his face. "Do you not notice something peculiar about your wound?" "Nonsense. I've examined it closely. Your dagger bears no—" Dr. Mo began to retort, but his expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that the injury had not come from the dagger, but from the concealed spike. "It seems I need not elaborate further." "Old Mo has grasped my meaning," Han Li said with a grin. "Even so, what of it? Do not forget that I taught you all there is to know about pharmacology. There is no poison I cannot neutralize." Dr. Mo's demeanor returned to calm, his confidence restored. "Ah, I neglected to mention that my weapon is coated with scented silk." "Scented silk?" Dr. Mo gasped, clearly taken aback. "Indeed, old Mo must be aware of the potency of this substance," Han Li teased leisurely. "Nonsense! How could you possibly concoct such a poison? I have never divulged a single detail about that formulation." Dr. Mo maintained his facade of disbelief, though inwardly he was already beginning to suspect the truth due to the unusual sensation emanating from his wound. Seeing Dr. Mo still unwilling to concede, Han Li sighed and felt compelled to clarify. "Do not forget, your medical texts were entirely open to me. That formula was nestled within an obscure herbal compendium. Had I not examined it thoroughly, I might have truly overlooked it." Only then did Dr. Mo recall that upon acquiring the formula, he had meticulously transcribed the preparation method and required ingredients onto a slip of paper, fearing he might forget due to the multitude of components involved. He had tucked it away in a book, but after a series of events, he had completely forgotten about it, unwittingly causing himself this considerable trouble. "Let us take a seat and discuss matters properly. It is time for reconciliation," Han Li asserted confidently. With a huff, Dr. Mo ignored Han Li, his mind vigorously recalling the preparation method and effects of scented silk. The name itself sounded innocuous, even evoking thoughts of allure, yet its potency was akin to the unbearable longing of a lovesick maiden, penetrating to the very bone. Chapter 51. The giants might once afflicted by the poison of Chuangxiangxi. Its toxic essence infiltrates the bloodstream, gradually permeating the entire body. For an ordinary person, the danger remains relatively manageable within a short span of time. However, for a martial artist, the threat is undeniably lethal. The poisoned individual must refrain from recklessly channeling their internal energy during this period, lest the toxicity escalate rapidly, causing a tumultuous reversal of blood flow and excruciating agony. As time elapses and the poison delves deeper into the body, complications arise. Although one may regain control over their internal energy, daily consumption of an antidote becomes imperative to suppress the toxin. Failure to do so may lead to grotesque transformations of the skeletal structure, resulting in a slow decay of the body until one is reduced to a quivering mass, utterly incapacitated. Even more daunting is the fact that, once the poison has penetrated the marrow, complete eradication becomes impossible. The afflicted must rely on a regimen of carefully tailored remedies to stave off the toxin's onset, rendering the poison an inescapable companion, entwined with one's existence for eternity. The components used to concoct this poison are numerous and varied, many of which can be substituted, leading to similar outcomes but differing toxicities depending on the preparer's skill, resulting in an unpredictable and elusive nature. Naturally, the antidotes differ as well. Only the creator of the poison possesses the knowledge to craft an effective remedy, while others, despite understanding the formulation of Chuangxiangxi, find themselves utterly at a loss for remedy preparation. Thus, the life of the poisoned individual rests precariously in the hands of the poisoner, who wields absolute control, rendering the victim submissive and compliant. Dr. Mo sifted through his memories regarding Chuangxiangxi and understood the reason behind Han Li's unyielding demeanor. A wry smile flickered across his mind, but his expression remained unchanged as he spoke coolly. Is this your ultimate gambit? You boy, if you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then surrender quietly. Han Li's heart plummeted. Seeing Dr. Mo's unwavering demeanor, seemingly unconcerned by his threats, he realized that he must have overlooked something crucial. It was evident that Dr. Mo dismissed the poison entirely, remaining unfazed by the presence of Chuangxiangxi within him, as if it had not even grazed his nerves. Realizing this, Han Li understood he was in a dire predicament. The opponent seemed to possess immense confidence in subduing him. Observing Han Li's silence, Dr. Mo chuckled sinisterly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, before bellowing, "Iron slave, seize him!" At the sound of those words, Han Li suddenly recalled an important figure he had seemingly forgotten upon entering the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his foot to grasp a weapon at his side, and the iron spike leapt into his hand. In that instant, a colossal shadow surged forth from the corner of the room, propelled by a fierce wind, reaching him in the blink of an eye, its speed rendering Han Li utterly incapable of evasion. In desperation, he thrust the sharp spike towards the shadow's abdomen, hoping to at least momentarily impede its advance and afford himself a chance to escape. It was a futile endeavor to aim such a diminutive weapon at that particular location. Yet Han Li had no other options. The adversary was simply too towering, and his weapon was barely a few inches long, leaving him with no choice but to aim there. Suddenly, Han Li felt as though he had collided with some monstrous entity. His outstretched wrist seemed to be struck by a massive tree trunk, dislocating it instantly, while his body was forced backwards several steps by the impact. The iron spike, upon striking the foe, felt as if it had met stone, hurtling away into oblivion. Fury and alarm surged within Han Li as he struggled to regain his footing, only to be met with an encroaching darkness. The immense figure loomed closer, and he felt a sharp pain in his shoulders as two colossal hands firmly grasped his shoulder blades, instilling a sensation of impending fracture. In a desperate bid, he raised his knee and forcefully drove it towards the critical area between the giant's legs. Ouch! Han Li yelped as cold sweat poured down him. The vulnerable spot was unexpectedly solid, and he felt as though his kneecap had shattered against an unyielding surface. However, this action seemed to provoke his captor further. The grip on his shoulders tightened with brutal force, nearly rendering him unconscious as he crumpled to the ground. Be gentle, iron slave. This individual still holds great value for me, came Dr. Mo's sharp admonition at that critical juncture. As his words faded, Han Li sensed a release of pressure from his shoulders, and the pain diminished considerably. He exhaled a sigh of relief, for the first time finding Dr. Mo's voice surprisingly soothing. Yet amidst his relief, the nagging questions that had plagued him only deepened from the outset. Han Li had sensed that for reasons unknown, Dr. Mo displayed an unusual reluctance to harm him at pivotal moments, as if fearing to inflict damage. He was acutely aware that this was not an act of benevolence. There was certainly something hidden, something that made the other wary, preventing him from unleashing his full might, which explained their prolonged entanglement. Resolute, Han Li determined to exploit this circumstance to bargain with his captor. Seeking a means to escape his grasp, Dr. Mo approached him, seemingly perceptive of his thoughts. A fleeting smirk crossed his features as he first examined Han Li's chest, extracting a heart-protecting mirror that had inadvertently obstructed his acupoint. Shaking his head in bemusement, he then produced a rectangular wooden box of exquisite craftsmanship, intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, unmistakably a precious artifact seldom seen among common folk. Before Han Li, Dr. Mo solemnly opened the box, revealing several identical silver blades within. These blades bore an unusual shape, appearing neither quite like a knife nor a sword, their curved edges resembling crescent moons, yet their dimensions akin to daggers, possessing a peculiar allure. As Dr. Mo withdrew one of the silver blades, Han Li noted its astonishing thinness, akin to a mere sheet of paper, glinting with a cold radiance that suggested unparalleled sharpness, promising to slice through flesh with the ease of tailoring fabric. Even more bizarre was the handle, which bore an intricately carved demon head with closed eyes, featuring a green face, elongated fangs, and two horns, exuding a chilling malevolence. With the strange blade in hand, Dr. Mo cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, a look imbued with ominous significance. This gesture sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Could it be that his ominous predictions were indeed coming to fruition, and that he was to be cleaved by this grotesque blade? Chapter 52. 7 Ghosts Devouring Souls. Han Li's complexion began to turn ashen as he watched Dr. Mo raise the sinister blade high above him. Under the sunlight, the blade's edge glimmered ominously, emphasizing its extraordinary sharpness. A flicker of panic surged within him. Yet reason dictated that such an effort to capture him must imply that his life would not be extinguished without a second thought. This was merely an act of intimidation. Thus, as the gleaming blade descended slowly from above, aiming for his body, he remained silent, striving to maintain a facade of composure. It was not until the blade's edge was but half an inch from his head, with the tips of his hair already feeling the chilling aura, that he gradually closed his eyes, a fleeting thought of regret flickering in his mind. Is the opponent truly prepared to strike? Had I known this would be the case, I might as well have begged for mercy. Perhaps there would have been a sliver of hope for survival. I am still so young. I truly do not wish to perish in this manner. Would my parents be devastated to learn of my demise? Would they regret sending me to the 7 Mysteries sect? Faced with the precipice of life and death, an array of thoughts surged within Han Li. As if in that fleeting moment, he experienced the poignant vicissitudes of life, gaining profound insights into the matters of existence and mortality. A thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh. Han Li's body trembled slightly, but soon astonishment took hold. He felt no pain whatsoever. What is happening? He opened his eyes in bewilderment. To his shock, he found that the sinister blade had embedded itself into Dr. Mo's shoulder, penetrating deeply, leaving only the handle exposed, quivering slightly. Perhaps due to its extraordinary sharpness, not a single drop of blood had escaped, rendering the scene exceedingly eerie to as Han Li gazed. Dumbfounded, Dr. Mo began to commend him in a peculiar manner. "Ah, young man, you truly possess a measure of courage. You allowed the blade to rest against your neck without uttering a plea for mercy. Impressive indeed. In my days traversing the world, I have encountered countless so-called fearless heroes. Yet once ensnared by my grasp and faced with mere intimidation, they all transformed into quivering cowards, begging for their lives in abject terror." Han Li stood there, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He had almost made a fool of himself, but had managed to maintain a facade of bravado, harboring a lingering hope that the adversary would not truly harm him, thus escaping unscathed. Moreover, his pride held him back from groveling for mercy. Now, confronted with Dr. Mo's incessant praise, Han Li felt a tumult of emotions swell within him, uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. As Han Li wrestled with his thoughts, Dr. Mo swiftly plunged several more sinister blades into his own body, leaving only the handles protruding, each adorned with grotesque heads. When Han Li regained his senses, he was horrified to discover that a total of 7 blades were embedded in Dr. Mo's shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, presenting a ghastly sight reminiscent of a victim of dismemberment. A mixture of amusement and astonishment coursed through Han Li. He realized that such self-infliction was likely part of an extraordinarily powerful technique, leaving him to wonder if it was intended for him. Once Dr. Mo completed his grim task, he fell silent, bending forward to sit cross-legged before Han Li, then closed his eyes, entering a trance, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Han Li's heart stirred. He sensed a rare opportunity for escape. However, as he attempted to move his limbs, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulder, rendering him immobile once more. With a wry smile, Han Li cursed himself for forgetting about the giant beside him. With the man watching closely, how could he possibly find a chance to flee? It appeared that Dr. Mo had anticipated this, having calculated every possibility before entering his meditative state, showing not the slightest fear of any tricks Han Li might attempt. This so-called Iron Slave, a creature of unknown origin, was impervious to blades and bullets, even to the most vulnerable of male anatomy. Han Li realized he was entirely at the mercy of this formidable individual. As Han Li contemplated the giant, a grotesque transformation unfolded before him. Dr. Mo's face began to twitch erratically, his body quaking uncontrollably, as his features contorted in agony, an unsettling sight enhanced by the blades embedded in his flesh, emanating an aura of chilling dread that filled the room. Suddenly, Dr. Mo ceased his convulsions, and a deep, guttural roar emanated from his throat, imbued with primal ferocity. That I in that instant. He seemed no longer an elderly man, but rather a ferocious beast that had just emerged from the wild. Then, a more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The ghostly mist that had once appeared on Dr. Mo's face a year prior reemerged. This mist, however, was markedly different, far thicker and darker than before. Enveloping Dr. Mo's visage, it resembled a pitch-black mask, concealing his true identity. From the swirling mist emerged tentacles that had undergone a drastic transformation. The sinuous tendrils glistened with a smooth, obsidian sheen, exuding an almost tangible quality, writhing and dancing wildly across Dr. Mo's face. His fingers formed a lotus shape as he executed a peculiar gesture, his lips moving silently as if reciting incantations, but Hanley could not discern the words due to the low volume. As Dr. Mo engaged in this enigmatic ritual, the mist upon his face appeared to stir, boiling with agitation as if hot oil met cold water, swelling and frothing, sending forth more minuscule tendrils that writhed menacingly, seemingly intent on thwarting Dr. Mo's further actions. At the moment the black mist thickened to its utmost density, Dr. Mo opened his eyes. Through the oppressive veil, Hanley could still perceive the fierce light emanating from them. 7 ghosts devouring souls. Dr. Mo bellowed, proclaiming the name of the secret technique he was about to employ. Chapter 53. The handsome man. Upon hearing this, Hanley couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. However, the subsequent scene unfolded before him like a tempest, delivering a profound shock to his spirit, making him acutely aware of the vast expanse of the unknown in the world around him. With the booming voice of Dr. Mo resonating through the air, the 7 bizarre blades embedded in his body began to quiver, emitting a low, resonant hum from the grotesque heads, the sound escalating in intensity and pitch, as if they were on the verge of animating, striving to liberate themselves from his flesh. Dr. Mo, witnessing the blades seemingly acting of their own volition, appeared exasperated, and he muttered a few words under his breath, too faint and swift for Hanley to discern, but he surmised they were unlikely to be of a pleasant nature. Rising to his feet, Dr. Mo circled the room before finally stomping his foot in frustration and reluctantly inserting a finger into the gaping maw of one of the grotesque heads. An astonishing event transpired. The lifeless head, against all odds, closed its mouth, fiercely clamping down on the offering that had been presented to it, and began to gently suckle. Dr. Mo's body trembled subtly, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. The black mist obscured his visage, preventing Hanley from perceiving his expression, but it was reasonable to assume his countenance was far from pleasant. After what felt like the duration of a single tea session, the grotesque head finally seemed satiated, releasing its grip and allowing the humming to subside into silence. Subsequently, Dr. Mo replicated the process, feeding each grotesque head in turn, before reluctantly withdrawing his finger. Upon completing this peculiar ritual, Dr. Mo resumed the intricate hand gestures he had previously employed, muttering incantations once more. This time, the 7 bizarre blades ceased their trembling and emitted no further sounds. Instead, they simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing blood-red irises, their mouths widening grotesquely, puffing out their cheeks as they began to inhale deeply, as if drawing in the very essence of the air around them. The black mist enveloping Dr. Mo's face seemed to sense the impending doom, surging violently as the protruding tendrils writhed with increasing ferocity. Yet it was all in vain. 7 slender black lines were still drawn from the mist, tracing elegant arcs in the air before accurately plunging into the awaiting mouths of the grotesque heads, which devoured the essence piece by piece. Hanley found himself momentarily dazed. Positioned directly opposite Dr. Mo, he witnessed the unfolding events with startling clarity. Even the fine details of each tooth upon the grotesque faces were vividly apparent. For the first time, he was touched by the power of another realm, utterly overwhelmed by the extraordinary forces at play, the peculiar silver blades, the eerie grotesque heads, and the ominous black mist that danced across Dr. Mo's face. All phenomena that defied rational explanation, shattering his previous understanding of existence. Previously, Hanley had harbored merely a skeptical belief in the supernatural. For him, such occurrences were merely folklore, not worthy of belief unless witnessed firsthand. Yet now, these phantasmagorical scenes, in that moment, Han Li's thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. Confronted by such inhuman power, he, a mere prisoner, was utterly at a loss as to how to respond. Gradually, the oppressive black mist enveloping Dr. Mo's face thinned and dispersed, consumed by the grotesque heads until only a faint, wispy layer remained, barely shrouding his visage. At this juncture, Dr. Mo's features became somewhat discernible, but upon recognizing the familiar visage that reemerged, Han Li's mouth fell agape in astonishment. His jaw slackened in disbelief. Today it presented Han Li with an abundance of surprises, yet none were as disconcerting as the revelation unfolding before his eyes. Emerging from the black mist was the face of a robust man in his 30s, radiating youthful vigor, unmistakably Dr. Mo himself, yet appearing at least several decades younger. The resolute contours of his face, the authoritative glint in his eyes, and the slight smirk at the corners of his mouth painted the picture of an extraordinarily handsome man. Such a mature visage wielded an irresistible allure, capable of ensnaring the hearts of women, whether they were innocent maidens or disenchanted matrons nestled in the confines of their opulent homes, leaving them vulnerable to his charm. With the slightest gesture, they would likely find themselves ensnared, unable to extricate themselves from his enchantment. Upon beholding this visage, Han Li felt an inexplicable urge to shatter it with his fist, as the allure of this handsome man seemed to incite the jealousy of other men. As the last remnants of black mist were consumed by the grotesque mouths, Han Li recalled Dr. Mo's earlier confession that he was originally in his 30s, and that the ravages of time had been inflicted upon him due to a calamity during his healing, wherein malevolent forces had drained his essence. In light of this, it appeared Dr. Mo had not deceived him in this regard. The current appearance must indeed be his original form, though the method of his restoration was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, Han Li realized that Dr. Mo's rejuvenation extended beyond mere appearance. His physique and hair had also undergone transformation, the glossy black locks and erect stature indicating he was in the prime of his life, his vitality and energy reaching an apex. However, if Dr. Mo possesses the means to restore his original appearance, why then must he subject himself to such drastic measures? Han Li pondered, the haze of astonishment beginning to dissipate. He recognized he remained entrenched in peril, his mind racing to analyze the situation, desperately seeking an avenue of escape. Observing the rejuvenated Dr. Mo, Han Li noted a certain disorientation in his demeanor. He stood there, seemingly transfixed, uttering not a word. After a prolonged silence, he raised a hand, examining the smooth skin of his palm with the reverence one might reserve for a long-lost treasure, then closed his eyes, pressing his palm against his cheek, gently caressing it as if savoring the vitality of youth once more. Dr. Mo's narcissistic expression was almost too much for Han Li to endure. He could not fathom the tumult of emotions coursing through Dr. Mo at that moment, a kaleidoscope of feelings as he reveled in the restoration of his youth. Dr. Mo, you appear to have returned to your former self. If that is the case, might you no longer require my assistance? Could you perhaps grant me clemency, allowing me to serve you faithfully in the future? Han Li, unable to contain his impatience, ventured to speak. Uncertain of how Dr. Mo intended to deal with him, he feigned ignorance, hoping to glean insight into his fate and devise a strategy accordingly. Chapter 54. The Spirit-Binding Talisman. Han Li, you truly possess the ability to endure and adapt. However, do you believe it is feasible for me to spare you? Dr. Mo's youthful visage broke into a subtle smile, radiating a brilliance that could drive women to madness. Yet, the tone of his voice startled Han Li once more. It bore an indescribable magnetism, rendering it immensely pleasant to the ear, in stark contrast to the previously dry and bitter sentiments he had encountered. That it appeared that, in addition to his striking appearance, his voice was equally formidable. For the first time, Dr. Mo addressed Han Li by name. Although the news he bore was not favorable, it imparted a sense of acknowledgement that was far superior to the incessant monikers of brat he had previously endured, thus alleviating some of the gloom residing in his heart. Merely from an outward perspective, one could find no fault in Dr. Mo's current demeanor. Every gesture exuded unparalleled elegance, epitomizing the ideal of a handsome man, devoid of any trace of his former disheveled appearance. It was likely that in his prime, This visage had captivated countless chivalrous women of the martial world. "What exactly do you intend to do with me? Kindly provide a clear answer," Han Li asserted, unaffected by the other's striking beauty, for he was no woman to be swayed by mere appearances. Moreover, given the lack of any indication of mercy in the other's words, there was no necessity to bestow him with a favorable demeanor. "What do I intend?" Dr. Mo flexed his newly invigorated limbs, stretching his long body lazily, smiling without replying to Han Li's inquiry. Instead, he retrieved yet another item from within his robes. This time, the object was a small package meticulously folded from silk, its satin hue blazing like fire, vibrant and eye-catching, with every stitch appearing exquisitely crafted, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. What could possibly be concealed within this silk? Might it be another peculiar artifact akin to the silver blade? In a moment of curiosity, Han Li forgot to press the matter further. Dr. Mo did not allow Han Li to ponder for long. With deft movements, he unwrapped the silken fabric and carefully extracted a crumpled piece of yellowed paper. Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment, yet beneath it lay a sudden alertness, for he understood that the most unassuming items often harbored unimaginable purposes. The paper he presented was certainly not for mundane use. Especially considering the bizarre events that had transpired earlier, it likely concealed significant secrets. With 2 fingers, Dr. Mo delicately pinched the yellowed paper, cautiously smoothing it out. Han Li finally observed it closely. The paper was small, no larger than the palm of his hand, cut into a long strip with a somewhat antiquated hue, suggesting it had aged considerably. Most striking were the shimmering silver symbols painted upon it, each shape unique and unfamiliar to Han Li. Yet upon first glance, he felt an inexplicable surge of mystical energy coursing through him, stirring his inner essence, as if the symbols had awakened something dormant within him, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. Realizing something was amiss, Han Li focused intently on the peculiar characters, attempting to decipher their hidden meanings. The symbols twisted and turned in intricate patterns, yet they hinted at an underlying order, concealing profound mysteries within their arrangement and form. Regrettably, time was too brief for Han Li to comprehend their significance, in that fleeting moment, Dr. Mo had drawn near to Han Li, observing the peculiar expression on his face as he fixated on the yellow paper in his hands, a look of obsession evident in his eyes. For a brief instant, a glimmer of pity flickered in Dr. Mo's gaze, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared, returning to his usual demeanor. Leaning closer, his mouth near Han Li's ear, he whispered in a hushed tone, "Han Li, do not hold it against me. I am left with no choice. You should prepare for your reincarnation. This body shall be mine." "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Han Li was jolted from his reverie by Dr. Mo's words, his heart racing as he sensed the impending doom looming over him. Ignoring the threat posed by the giant behind him, he began to thrash about, desperately seeking to retrieve a few small items from his person, hoping to create chaos and seize an opportunity to escape. "Tie him down, do not let him move," came the cold command from Dr. Mo, and with that, Han Li's final resistance was quashed. 2 massive hands, akin to small mountains, bore down with increased force, pinning his shoulders and rendering him immobile. Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, trickled down his temples. Han Li's eyes widened in horror. He bit down hard on his lip, helplessly watching as Dr. Mo intoned incantations before him. The yellow paper, held delicately between Dr. Mo's fingers, began to flutter as if caught by a wind that did not exist. The silver symbols illuminated one after another, emitting an enigmatic glow. Though Han Li's body was paralyzed, his mind remained acutely aware. It was evident that once all the symbols glimmered, it would be the moment of his undoing. With a solemn expression, Dr. Mo fixed his gaze upon the yellow paper, and as the final symbol shone brightly, a flicker of joy crossed his features. He then executed a series of intricate gestures while clutching the paper, brandishing it through the air before exclaiming the word "bind," as if summoning the thunder of spring. Simultaneously, the paper was forcefully pressed against Han Li's forehead, adhering firmly to his skin. The instant it made contact, Han Li felt his control over his body vanish, unable even to blink, entirely disconnected from his corporeal form. Yet he could still see and hear, his consciousness a mere spectator, unable to command his own body, as if he were a lifeless shell. This sensation was entirely different from being paralyzed through pressure points. Though one could not move, the body remained aware of its own existence. Panic surged within Han Li as he grappled with the uncertainty of Dr. Mo's intentions and the imminent threat to his very being. Was this truly the end? Do not rush. You may retain this body for a brief moment longer. Dr. Mo seemed to address him directly, or perhaps he was merely speaking to himself. Starting from today, I shall strive to update twice daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Readers, please extend your applause and do not forget to cast your votes. Chapter 55. The Third Party. Your thoughts are indeed quite lively. If they were free to roam, it would be my headache, Doctor. Mo stated calmly and unhurriedly, that he then extended an arm, effortlessly lifting Han Li, and strode out of the room. Outside, the blazing sun still radiated intense heat. Han Li felt as though he had been within the confines of the room for an eternity, though in reality, only a brief moment had passed. Mo carried Han Li as if he were merely an object, meandering through the medicinal garden beside the house until they arrived at a secluded stone wall. The giant man silently followed closely behind, akin to a shadow that never strayed far. Through his eyes, Han Li clearly perceived that, at some point, a stone house, unlike any he had seen before, had been constructed before him. This stone structure bore a striking resemblance to the stone chamber where he previously meditated, built entirely from stone materials, the only distinction being that the exterior walls had been roughly coated with a layer of lime wash. Judging by the materials used, although the construction was rather crude, it was evident that it had only recently been completed. Were he still capable of scent, he would likely detect the pungent odor of fresh lime. Iron Slave, remain outside. Should any living being approach this house, kill without mercy, Dr. Mo commanded, his tone laced with bloodthirstiness, evidently fearful of any unforeseen interruptions that might thwart his intentions. The stone door was easily pushed open, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, casually closing the door behind him. It seemed that Mo was quite familiar with this abode. It was highly likely that he was the one who had constructed it. The stone house was entirely enclosed, devoid of any windows. Upon closing the door, Han Li initially expected the interior to be shrouded in darkness. But to his surprise, the room was illuminated with an array of oil lamps and candles of varying sizes. The modest space was aglow with radiant light, the flames flickering as brightly as daylight. The scene within the house rendered Han Li speechless. Indeed, even if he wished to speak, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly unsettled him was the peculiar pattern, several yards in diameter, drawn in the center of the stone house. The design appeared to be composed of some sort of powder, but due to his inability to approach and examine it closely, he could not ascertain its true nature. Surrounding the pattern, several fist-sized pieces of jade were embedded, which glimmered brilliantly under the candlelight. Clearly rare treasures that if a connoisseur of such gemstones were to behold these exquisite pieces, carelessly set into the stone floor, they would undoubtedly be tormented by sleepless nights. As Han Li remained entranced by the spectacle, he suddenly felt himself unceremoniously tossed into the center of the design, lying flat on the ground, staring up at the ceiling. A sense of urgency washed over him. At such a critical moment, he could not see Dr. Mo's every move, which left him in a state of unease. However, rendered powerless, he could only console himself with the thought that at least he was not lying face down. Otherwise, he would have nothing to gaze upon but the floor. Poof, poof, poof. A series of strange sounds echoed, prompting Han Li to wonder about their origin. Soon, he realized that the light had dimmed significantly, understanding that Dr. Mo had extinguished many of the flames. The reason behind this action remained a mystery. Moments later, Dr. Mo's voice broke the silence. Does the method you propose truly work? Know that I have staked everything on it. His voice was chillingly cold. Han Li found himself perplexed, unsure whether the statement was directed at him. It certainly did not sound like it. Nevertheless, aside from the two of them, there was no one else present in the stone house. Perhaps Mo had forgotten so quickly that he was still bound by the cursed yellow paper, rendering him unable to speak. There is absolutely no issue. The 7 ghosts devouring souls technique and the spirit-fixing talisman I transmitted to you earlier have never been false. A strange male voice suddenly interjected, sounding youthful, likely belonging to a man in his 20s. Han Li felt a wave of numbness wash over him. The bizarre occurrences he had experienced today far surpassed anything he had encountered in previous years. Thus, the sudden emergence of another voice seemed hardly remarkable. Humph. Previous efficacy is of no consequence, Dr. Mo spat. Shocking Hanel, in the past, such vulgarity would have been trivial. Yet, considering Dr. Mo's current handsome appearance, hearing such coarse language was almost comical. If, at the last moment, you deliberately leave me a way out and ensnare me in a trap, whom shall I seek for redress? Before the young man could respond, Dr. Mo continued speaking to himself. Do not say that you will act as a guarantor. You must know that you were destined to be dead, and the one who caused your demise is none other than me. How can you harbor no resentment? How can you not secretly deceive me? Dr. Mo's barrage of questions left no room for rebuttal, as if he sought to expel the unease festering within him. Following this, aside from Mos heavy breathing, an extended silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, the young man did not respond. Han Li's heart chilled at these words. This suddenly appearing young man was evidently someone who had once died. Could he possibly be a ghost? From their dialogue, it seemed that the strange techniques employed by Mo had originated from this individual. What do you want from me? I have sworn a toxic oath in the names of my ancestors, my parents, my entire family, and even my entire clan. Is this not sufficient to satisfy you? The young man finally spoke, his voice laced with indignation. Han Li felt a jolt. This youth was so deranged as to stake the names of so many beloved kin to gain Dr. Mo's trust, revealing himself to be a person of inherently callous nature. The fleeting sympathy he had felt due to their shared plight evaporated in an instant. Indeed, I cannot do anything to you. Your physical form is destroyed, and only your spirit remains here, condemned to exist in perpetual darkness. Compared to complete annihilation, this is hardly a superior fate. Dr. Mo's tone softened, evidently reluctant to sever ties completely. Chapter 56. The Battle of the Light Orbs, Yu Zitong. I merely wish to remind you once more, should any misfortune befall me, your fate will not be much better. Be aware that your current ethereal form cannot endure for long. If I do not assist you in locating a suitable physical vessel, you may very well dissolve into nothingness. Therefore, if there are any omissions or falsehoods in the technique I imparted, now is the time to confess. I shall bear no resentment towards you. I could even utter a curse before your very eyes. Dr. Mo remained relentless, fervently attempting to enlighten the young man. Han Li finally grasped the essence of the matter. Dr. Mo's painstaking words stemmed from a deep-seated fear that this individual named Yu Zitong had manipulated the transmission of the technique, potentially leading to disastrous consequences for himself. Hence, at this critical juncture, he sought further verification from the other party to ease his anxieties. I assure you, the method of possession I imparted to you has not been altered in the slightest. If I have deceived you, may all my kin suffer divine retribution and meet a wretched end, leading to the extinction of my lineage. Yu Zedong spoke without a moment's hesitation. Will the residual essence within your body suffice for future uses of this technique? After issuing his oath, Yu Zedong effectively closed off any avenue for Dr. Mo's objections. Upon hearing this, the stone chamber once again fell into silence, save for the sound of Dr. Mo's restless pacing. Han Li silently prayed. For the first time in his life, he found himself wishing to a passing deity, hoping the other party would be deterred and abandon their nefarious intentions. Even though he knew it was absurd and somewhat self-deceptive, it was the only recourse available to him at that moment. Very well, to trust in a person is wise, but to doubt them is folly. If one seeks to gain such substantial benefits, it is only natural to take some risks. Dr. Mo finally resolved himself. With these words, despair washed over Han Li. If his face were capable of expression, it would surely have turned pale, reflecting his despondency. Yu Zitong, however, appeared quite elated, his words brimming with excitement. Indeed, it should be so. Consider this. You were once an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual roots, entirely unqualified to tread the path of cultivation. However, upon the successful execution of the technique, your fate shall be transformed. With this vessel possessing spiritual roots, you may seek out a family or sect devoted to cultivation, thereby liberating yourself from the cycles of life and death, potentially living far longer than any mortal. Haha, I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Rest assured, I, M.O. Jurin, am a man of my word. Once successful, I shall promptly assist you in acquiring a vessel endowed with spiritual roots, ensuring that you are not wronged, my dear you. Dr. M.O., enraptured by the prospect of success, became increasingly cordial towards Zito, his words laced with an intention to cultivate camaraderie. Then I extend my gratitude to you, brother M.O. Upon achieving success, I shall hold nothing back, sharing every aspect of my cultivation techniques with you. Yu Zitong, cunning as ever, adeptly drew closer in their relationship. Han Li, listening intently from the sidelines, felt a surge of fury. These two were truly in cahoots, shamelessly treating his body as a mere object of acquisition, entirely disregarding the opinions of its rightful owner. Yet he found himself utterly powerless in this situation. Having cast aside his doubts, Dr. M.O. was determined to proceed without further delay. He retrieved several slender golden needles from an unknown source and deftly inserted them into the nape of his neck, his complexion brightening as his spirit surged, prepared to cast the spell without error. He then approached Han Li, adjusting his body into a proper position before settling down cross-legged across from him. Dr. M.O. formed a hand seal, and with a flick of his wrist, a red light shot forth from his hand, striking the pattern beneath Han Li, instantly illuminating several surrounding jade stones. Subsequently, a low, resonant chant emerged from Dr. Mo's lips, akin to an incantation, inducing a profound drowsiness in all who heard it. As Han Li's consciousness began to blur in response to the incantation, he fought against the overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. This is bad. Han Li realized the peril he was in. He understood that this was a deliberate action by Dr. M.O., the precursor to an attempt to seize his body. Unwilling to resign himself to this fate, he exerted every ounce of strength to resist the encroaching sound. Yet his efforts proved futile. Had he still possessed control over his body, he might have resorted to biting his tongue or inflicting pain upon himself to remain awake, but now he could only endure passively. Under the powerful hypnosis of the spell, Han Li soon lost consciousness, and just before slipping into oblivion, he caught a glimpse of Dr. Mo's once handsome visage, now rendered grotesque and terrifying in the dim light, devoid of all its former charm. "You've become so ugly." This was the last thought Han Li had before his slumber, a lament devoid of any foul language. In the depths of an endless darkness, Han Li experienced an extraordinary and bizarre dream. In this dream, he transformed into a fist-sized green light orb, possessing a small realm of his own, where he soared freely, filled with unparalleled joy. However, before long, an intruder burst onto the scene, a yellow light orb, no larger than a thumb, yet brimming with hostility. Upon spotting Han Li, it charged towards him ferociously, opening its wide maw to bite. Han Li, undeterred, retaliated in kind, manifesting his own mouth to counterattack. In mere moments, the yellow orb, relying on its smaller size, was swiftly devoured by Han Li, bringing the skirmish to a swift conclusion. Triumphant, Han Li reveled in the delightful taste of his victory. Just then, another intruder entered. The newcomer was a green light orb, similar to his own, albeit significantly larger, though its glow appeared dim and feeble compared to Han Li's radiance. Upon encountering Han Li's transformed orb, the new foe was clearly taken aback, hesitating momentarily. However, having just savored the ecstasy of devouring another orb, Han Li was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Without consideration for the disparity in their strengths, he charged forward. Seeing this, the other orb had no choice but to engage, and they began to gnash and tear at each other. Though the opponent was larger, it was weak and evidently nothing more than a hollow shell, succumbing quickly after a brief struggle, retreating in haste. Han Li refused to let the foe escape, giving chase. However, the adversary proved cunning. Whenever captured, it would shed the bitten portion and flee, ultimately managing to escape, albeit reduced in size by a third. After 2 battles, unfortunately, none appeared. As time passed, he ceased to concern himself with the absence of challengers, continuing to drift joyfully in solitude, and long moments slipped by, as if he were destined to remain in this state forever. Chapter 57. Awakening from the shadows of death, a chilling sensation began to seep from the innermost recesses of Han Li's heart, gradually enveloping his entire being and rousing him from his slumber. As he regained consciousness, he was met with an overwhelming heaviness in his head, accompanied by a dull ache, while his body felt languid and weak, as if he were recovering from a severe illness. Struggling to open his eyes, he found his eyelids unbearably heavy, rendering him immobile. In his dazed state, Hanley recalled the events that transpired before his unconsciousness, that a shiver ran down his spine, jolting his mind into a clearer state, compelling him to assess his current condition. It appeared that his body had not been usurped, for despite his inability to open his eyes, the discomfort suppressing his excitement, he patiently endeavored to regain some strength, and with great effort, he managed to pry open a narrow slit between his eyelids, allowing him to discern the surroundings. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of a frail, white-haired visage, deeply aged and haggard. Unmistakably that of the elderly Dr. Amo, however, he appeared to have aged a decade further, now resembling a man who could not be any older. At that moment, the doctor's eyes were wide open, a look of sheer terror etched upon his face as he gazed at Hanley. Taken aback, Hanley's body tensed instinctively, casting aside his earlier weakness as a singular thought surged through his mind. To strike first and seize the initiative. Having learned from his previous experience, he resolved never again to allow himself to be easily subdued. Yet, as he observed the doctor, he noticed something peculiar. The physician's expression was frozen, unmoving, devoid of any signs of breath, as though he had long since succumbed to death. Hanley furrowed his brow, wary yet unable to let his guard down. He fixated on the doctor's face, searching for any signs of life. After a meticulous observation lasting a quarter of an hour, Hanley was reluctantly compelled to acknowledge that the doctor indeed did not resemble a living being. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached the doctor, reaching out to grasp his wrist while placing a finger beneath the doctor's nostrils to test for breath. After a few moments of silence, he confirmed there was none. With that realization, Hanley felt an immense weight lift from his heart, his spirit buoyed by a newfound sense of ease, as the oppressive burden he had long carried was finally cast aside. Even now, he struggled to believe that his formidable adversary, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Amo, had met his end in such an unceremonious and inexplicable manner that he touched his forehead, noting the absence of the so-called calming talisman, which had vanished without a trace, leaving him puzzled as to its whereabouts. Reflecting on his recent studies of talismans, he surmised that the yellow talisman must have disintegrated into ashes due to the depletion of its magical essence, explaining its current elusiveness. With his mind now at ease, Hanley turned his gaze beyond the doctor's lifeless form, seeking any clues that might elucidate the circumstances of the doctor's demise. The oil lamps and candles surrounding him still flickered, indicating that he had not been unconscious for an extended period. In contrast, several jade stones nearby had turned dull and gray, their quality seemingly diminished several-fold. As his gaze shifted, he noticed something lurking in the corner of the stone chamber, attempting to evade his line of sight. This object was no stranger to him. It was the assailant he had last battled in his dreams, the green orb that had narrowly escaped his grasp after losing a third of its mass. Now, it was desperately trying to burrow into the wall, clearly fearful of Hanley and attempting to conceal itself. Initially taken aback, Hanley soon pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on one hand as he contemplated the situation. After a brief moment, he rose to his feet and approached the glowing orb, but he halted when he was merely half a yard away and spoke slowly. "I believe we should be formally introduced. You must be Uzito." The green orb trembled slightly, its radiance flickering erratically. Upon hearing Hanley utter its name, it dimmed momentarily before regaining its brightness. "You've deduced my identity. You are indeed worthy of being Dr. Amo's disciple. Just as troublesome and formidable," the orb acknowledged, its tone betraying a sense of resignation, mirroring that of the youth. It did not attempt to refute Hanley's assertion, instead conceding to his deduction. "Then, might I inquire as to your identity and the nature of your association with Dr. Amo, along with the details of your original plan?" "I have ample time to listen to your account," Hanley stated, his expression as impassive as a mask, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 58. The Cultivator Cough. "Speaking of which, I too am a victim," Uzito began, hoping to elicit sympathy from Hanley while distancing himself from Dr. Amo. However, seeing Hanley remain unmoved, he continued, "Initially, I was a loose cultivator. Yu Zedong candidly recounted his background and the sequence of events in great detail, portraying himself as a pitiful creature coerced into complicity by Dr. Mo, shifting all blame onto the deceased doctor. Naturally, Hanli did not wholly believe his account. Yet combining it with the fragments of truth he had gleaned from Dr. Mo's earlier revelations, he was able to infer a rough semblance of the truth. By stripping away the potential fabrications in Yu Zedong's words, Hanli gained a general understanding of the situation. The portion of Dr. Mo's narrative concerning his being ambushed and subsequently seeking methods to restore his powers prior to those events was likely genuine, as there was no necessity for deception there. However, the claim of having discovered a mystical tome at some enigmatic location, which purportedly contained the secrets to restoring his abilities, was a fabrication that it was Yu Zedong who enabled Dr. Mo's recovery, yet it was also Yu Zedong who brought about his own curse. It turned out that Yu Zedong was originally a member of a so-called cultivator family, having cultivated the eternal spring technique to the 7th level, achieving a certain proficiency. However, due to limitations in his innate talents, he was unable to advance further, failing to meet the requirements. Without a foundation, a cultivator could not be considered a true member of the sect, nor could they legitimately enter the realm of cultivation. Thus, in desperation, Yu Zedong emerged from his secluded abode, intending to venture into the mundane world to seek opportunities for a breakthrough in his mindset. Naturally, if he could also discover some rare herbs to concoct elixirs, that would be even better. Yet, he was aware that such hopes were rather bleak. Nonetheless, he thought that fortune might smile upon him, granting him unexpected luck. With such enticing aspirations, the barely 20-year-old Yu Zedong stepped into the mundane realm as described by cultivators. The dazzling world outside overwhelmed him, quickly blinding him with its splendor. His already fragile mindset deteriorated within a few years, leading him to become a favored guest of a powerful family, where he began to indulge in worldly luxuries, causing his desire for cultivation to gradually fade. For a disciple like Yu Zedong, who had given up midway, his family would naturally strike his name from the genealogical records a century later. From that point onward, he would be considered a mundane person, severed from any connection to his family, unless a descendant with exceptional innate talent emerged, allowing for a return to the ancestral lineage. If he continued down this path, while it was true that the great Tao appeared closed to him and he could not cultivate, a life of longevity and wealth was within reach. Such a situation, though rare among cultivators who had yet to establish a foundation, was not without precedent and was hardly a catastrophic matter. However, whether it was heaven's providence or a stroke of good fortune for Yu Zedong, one fateful day, after several years of wandering, he casually strolled through the streets and, out of habit, browsed a pharmacy. To his astonishment, he discovered a rare blood spirit herb, which bore a striking resemblance to the common red oil flower, leading the ignorant shopkeeper to display them together. Upon sighting it, Yu Zedong was overjoyed. Possessing this herb greatly enhanced his chances of breaking through his bottleneck, rekindling his ambition for cultivation. He immediately reached for his money to purchase it. Unbeknownst to him, another cultivator entered the shop and also laid eyes on the herb, unwilling to let it slip away. The two engaged in a heated dispute right there. Seeing the opportunity, the shopkeeper eagerly capitalized on the situation, declaring that the herb would go to whoever offered the higher sum. As luck would have it, Yu Zedong possessed slightly more wealth, allowing him to secure the precious herb. However, he was not naive enough to believe that the other would simply acquiesce. He fled his residence that very night, hastening to his family's domain. Yet, having only traversed half the distance, he was pursued by the other cultivator, leading to a fierce confrontation. The opponent's magical prowess far surpassed his own, and Yu Zedong was soon left bloodied and defeated, yet he could not bear to relinquish the hard-won herb. Gritting his teeth, he activated a life-saving talisman he had brought from his family, employing a desperate technique to frighten off his adversary, thus securing his escape. However, he was gravely injured in this dire state. He encountered Dr. Mo, who was also out seeking remedies in a twist of fate. Yu Zedong, despite having traversed the world for several years, lacked any experience in dealing with the complexities of the martial world. Upon noticing Dr. Mo's condition, he inadvertently revealed his possession of a miraculous herb, unwittingly inviting disaster. Dr. Mo, in his desperate search for a remedy, upon hearing of Yu Zedong's possession of a curative herb, resorted to every possible means to extract it from him, pleading earnestly. Although Yu Zedong's claimed herb was not as extraordinary as the blood spirit herb, it comprised several rare medicinal ingredients, painstakingly refined at great cost of his vitality, and he possessed only a limited supply. Given his severe injuries, he cherished it even more and would not part with it lightly for someone he regarded as insignificant. Seeing that his humble entreaties yielded no results, Dr. Mo's frustration transformed into fury, and he secretly followed Yu Zedong to a secluded spot where he stealthily administered a specially concocted poison. Under normal circumstances, such poison should not have affected Yu Zedong. However, this particular concoction was so potent that even Dr. Mo himself was unsure of its effects, resulting in an unexpected success. Already gravely injured, Yu Zedong found himself further weakened by the insidious poison. Teetering on the brink of death to this moment, Dr. Mo revealed himself, brazenly rummaging through Yu Zedong's belongings. Upon witnessing this, Yu Zedong's understanding of the situation crystallized in an instant, and in a fit of rage, he instinctively unleashed the blood arrow in soul curse, transforming his essence into a blood curse that he spat upon Dr. Mo. Subsequently, his primordial spirit abandoned his corporeal form, quietly drifting out of his body. Once his spirit had exited, Yu Zedong realized he had acted hastily, neglecting to prepare a vessel for his spirit's safety. With no other option, he dove into Dr. Mo's body, temporarily averting the threat of annihilation. Dr. Mo, taken aback by the sudden deluge of blood, was initially startled, but after discerning no immediate anomaly, he dismissed the incident. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he identified several pills from Yu Zedong's corpse and, overjoyed, consumed them. Miraculously, his ailments were cured, and his powers were restored in a state of ecstatic delight. Dr. Mo, laden with the spoils he had scavenged from Yu Zedong and clutching an incomprehensible text on the eternal spring technique, prepared to return to Lanzhou to exact revenge and reclaim his former glory. Chapter 59. The Three Unbreakable Laws. Dr. Mo's brief period of joy was soon overshadowed by the manifestation of the haunting curse's terrifying power, but he aged at an alarming rate, nearly a year for each passing day. Consumed by fear, he exhausted every possible method to control the bizarre phenomena occurring within him. Yet to little avail that if this continued, he would inevitably meet his demise, succumbing to the frailty of old age like any ordinary elder. Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Zedong's essence was in an even more dire predicament. Upon entering Dr. Mo's body, he soon began to experience a phenomenon of assimilation by the latter's spirit. Faced with such a reality, Yu Zedong reluctantly resolved to take the initiative and attempt to seize control. His reluctance stemmed not from any benevolent intentions, but rather from a profound fear of the three ironclad laws of possession known in the realm of cultivation. First, cultivators are forbidden from possessing mortals. Otherwise, the body being taken would collapse under the strain of the possession. Second, only those with superior magical power can successfully possess those with lesser abilities, avoiding any backlash, and the greater the disparity in power, the safer the endeavor. Third, a cultivator may attempt possession only once in their lifetime, as any subsequent attempt would result in the inexplicable annihilation of their essence. These unyielding laws, tested through countless trials, have constrained innumerable nefarious individuals attempting to wreak havoc through possession, as well as those seeking to evade disaster through cunning means. The heavens have issued warnings against such transgressive acts, ensuring that cultivators do not use this technique to plunge the world into chaos. Therefore, had Dr. Mo been a cultivator, Yu Zedong would have harbored no fear. He could have engaged in a desperate struggle for this fleshly form. However, as a mere mortal devoid of magical prowess, Dr. Mo could not withstand the act of possession, and it was likely that even halfway through, the body would shatter completely. Moreover, even if he sought refuge in another's body, he could not escape the fate of re-experiencing assimilation, facing an even worse predicament. His magical power would diminish drastically with each exit and entry of his essence, and soon it would be entirely depleted, leaving him trapped within another's body, ultimately consumed. Once transformed into an essence, he could no longer meditate to replenish his power. It was a diminishing resource, dwindling with time, and he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Thus, unless he could find a cultivator with weak abilities who could withstand the act of possession, he would never again risk separating his essence from his body. Under the immense pressure of imminent body collapse due to the blood curse and the danger of being assimilated by the other essence, the survival-driven Yu Zitong reluctantly set aside their enmity and reached out to Dr. Mo, fully disclosing the circumstances and the stakes involved. Upon hearing this, Dr. Mo initially felt a surge of anger but soon recognized the fortuitous opportunity presented to him. Without hesitation, he and Yu Zitong established a pact, revealing his true nature as a cunning strategist. First, Dr. Mo would follow the methods imparted by Yu Zitong to control his consciousness, striving to avoid assimilating the other essence that in return. Yu Zitong would teach him certain secret arts to slow his aging process and temporarily grant him magical power. Second, Dr. Mo was to seek out a young boy with a spiritual root, capable of cultivating the eternal spring technique, to instruct him in this practice. When the time was ripe, Dr. Mo would rely on his temporarily acquired magical power to enact possession and be reborn. Dr. Mo had previously harbored doubts about this, wishing to cultivate the technique himself, but found himself utterly unsuccessful, only to be mocked by Yu Zitong, who pointed. The final stipulation was that after successfully possessing another body and having ample time to recuperate, Dr. Mo would assist Yu Zitong in finding a suitable vessel and aid in his possession. While these terms appeared to favor Dr. Mo, it was a necessary compromise given the imminent threat of Yu Zitong's assimilation. Being in a disadvantageous position, he had little choice but to concede some ground. In the course of these negotiations, Yu Zitong suggested that Dr. Mo seek assistance from his family's secluded refuge. Yet the seasoned Dr. Mo was unwilling to relinquish control, firmly refusing without any room for negotiation, which left Yu Zitong seething with resentment in the days to come. The subsequent events unfolded without much to elaborate on. Dr. Mo, unable to find a suitable candidate over the years, despondently entered the Seven Mysteries sect, where he fortuitously took in Han Li and taught him the Eternal Spring technique. These events aligned closely with what Dr. Mo had conveyed, and Han Li himself had experienced them firsthand. After listening to this narrative, Han Li let out a long sigh, as most of his lingering doubts were resolved. However, upon noticing Yu Zitong's sudden silence, he darkened his expression and coldly remarked, "It seems you have yet to disclose the reason behind Dr. Mo's demise." "There is little to explain. It was merely Dr. Mo's miscalculation regarding your progress in the Eternal Spring technique. His magical power was far inferior to yours, leading to his failed possession and subsequent consumption by you." Yu Zitong hesitated before finally revealing the truth. "So, the yellow sphere of light that first entered my body was Dr. Mo's essence, and the second green one was yours," Han Li remarked nonchalantly. At that time, I thought you and Dr. Mo had perished together. To avoid wasting this body, I merely sought to borrow it," he said somewhat awkwardly. "It seems it was not merely an assumption, but a meticulously crafted scheme on your part. Yu Zitong, when you initially imparted the possession technique to Dr. Mo, I suspect your intentions were far from noble, deliberately omitting any mention of the correlation between success and the depth of magical power. According to your original design, Dr. Mo would employ the self-harming soul-devouring technique alongside my fourth layer of the Eternal Spring technique, their powers being relatively equal. Once possession commenced, it would result in mutual destruction, benefiting you, the opportunistic third party, who would then seize my body and succeed in possession. Then am I correct in my deductions, esteemed cultivator Yu?" Han Li articulated his reasoning with calm precision. Yu Zitong remained silent for a long moment, finally exhaling a sigh of resignation, clearly disheartened and unable to refute the claims. "Initially, I praised you lightly, but now I genuinely commend you. Your intellect truly surpasses expectations, eclipsing even Mo Jiren's cunning," he conceded. "You are indeed correct. This entire scheme was orchestrated by me. However, I did not foresee your exceptional talent in cultivation, achieving the sixth layer of the Eternal Spring technique in such a short time, merely one layer below me. You effortlessly devoured Dr. Mo's essence, and even my own, significantly weakened as I was, could not withstand your prowess, resulting in further depletion of my vitality." Yet, he abruptly shifted his tone, adopting an air of, "You possess innate spiritual roots and exceptional talent, making it a great pity for you to remain in the mundane world, that if you would assist me in finding a suitable vessel and aid in the possession, I would gladly act as your guide, introducing you to the elders of my family and taking you as my disciple. What do you think? Chapter 60. Testing the poison Yu Zitong was brimming with confidence in his words. He found it hard to believe that anyone could resist the allure of immortality and transcendence. Once, even Dr. Amo had harbored a deep animosity towards him. Yet under similar circumstances, he had obediently collaborated, and why Yu Zitong was certain that with just a hint of temptation, this individual would undoubtedly capitulate. However, to his disappointment, upon hearing his enticing words, Hanli did not display any signs of excitement. Instead, he remained eerily calm, as if Yu Zitong's declarations had stirred no ripples within him. The matter of cooperation shall be considered at a later time, but I have a question that I hope you can elucidate, Hanli said, fixing his clear gaze upon the luminous orb. Should I answer this inquiry? Will you be inclined to collaborate? That depends on whether your answer satisfies me. Very well. Ask away. Yu Zitong readily acquiesced, demonstrating a keen understanding of the adage. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Hanli paused before speaking, lifting his gaze to the ceiling as he pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. Yu Zitong was taken aback by Hanli's solemn demeanor, his mind racing with speculation about the troublesome question Hanli might pose. I wish to know what adverse consequences may arise from my reverse devouring of portions of Dr. Mo's and your primordial spirit. Why do I experience a throbbing pain in my head, as if I have absorbed an abundance of material that I cannot scrutinize? Surely there can be no ill effects. Hanli finally voiced his lingering concern since awakening. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong realized that Hanli was merely fretting over this trivial issue, and his heart immediately lightened, his voice becoming considerably more buoyant. Ah, so, it is this matter. My dear brother, you are overthinking it. There is no need for concern. Understand that the elements you have absorbed into your mind will gradually dissipate within a year or two, requiring no effort on your part. Are you suggesting that my devouring of these elements is entirely futile, leaving no trace? I find that hard to believe, Hanli retorted, casting a skeptical glance at Yu Zitong, revealing his distrust. To say that nothing remains would be an exaggeration. However, what can be retained is indeed minimal. Yu Zitong hastily clarified, fearing any misunderstanding. The memories, experiences, and emotions contained within are utterly untouchable. Should you attempt to absorb them, you risk becoming an imbecile, experiencing a split personality, or in severe cases, suffering a catastrophic mental rupture. One must recognize that the primordial spirit is the most delicate of entities. It cannot be carelessly melded with others. To temporarily house another's primordial spirit in your mind is permissible, but to claim it as your own is mere folly. If it were so simple to seize another's experiences, memories, and techniques, chaos would ensue. Who would diligently practice and seek enlightenment when they could simply usurp it? The only aspect of the devoured primordial spirit that can be utilized is a minuscule fragment of the inherent power, which can slightly bolster one's own primordial spirit, but only to a limited extent. This essence dissipates the quickest, vanishing within a few days, rendering it useless. As Hanli listened to Yu Zitong's explanation, he released the last vestige of his concern that he could discern that Yu Zitong was not lying. At that moment, Yu Zitong was likely contemplating a collaboration akin to that with Dr. Mo, and thus had no incentive to deceive him over a matter that would soon reveal the truth. After Yu Zitong concluded his final statement, he noticed Hanli nodding in apparent belief, which brought him a surge of joy. The orb of light, representing his primordial spirit, seemed to glow even brighter. He eagerly inquired, "Brother Han, it appears you are satisfied with my explanation. Shall we now discuss the particulars of our collaboration?" "Indeed, it would be a great fortune to partner with a cultivator like yourself." Hanli suddenly broke into a radiant smile, his pearly teeth gleaming with sincerity. "Really?" Yu Zitong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated such swift agreement before even completing his persuasion, and he hastily sought confirmation. "Absolutely," Hanli replied promptly and clearly that he then smiled as he produced an object from his robe, addressing Yu Zitong and ignoring Yu Zitong's fury. Hanli grasped the buckle of his belt above his abdomen, swiftly drawing forth a gleaming sword with a sharp swish. This blade, as wide as a finger and approximately 1.5 feet in length, was an exceptionally rare jade belt short sword, crafted at great expense by a blacksmith. Though he was not proficient with such weapons, he had kept it concealed until now, unexpectedly finding it useful. Holding the weapon he had long hidden, which had nearly gone unused, Han Li's expression darkened ominously. The previous smile entirely vanished. He cast a look of disdain at the trembling primordial spirit before him. Then, without uttering another word, he leaped forward, wielding the sword as if it were a mere chopping tool. Chapter 61. The annihilation of the divine. The primordial spirit of Yu Zitong was ensnared in a narrow corner, flailing about like a wingless fly. Each time it attempted to escape, a dark liquid would force it back midway, followed by a deadly glint that mercilessly sliced at the luminous orb, continuously diminishing its verdant glow. A profound despair enveloped his heart. Although the relentless strikes of the sharp blade had sapped his spirit significantly, he remained largely unconcerned. What truly left him bereft of options was the incessant erosion caused by the black liquid. Ever since the substance had splattered upon him, he felt an incessant tingling upon his primordial spirit, rendering him feeble and gradually eroding the remnants of his magical power. Most grievously, it obstructed Yu Zitong's ability to cast spells, leaving him seemingly shackled in place. "Why are you intent on killing me? Why?" In the face of Han Li's cold and merciless onslaught, Yu Zitong's hoarse cries echoed from the luminous sphere, saturated with indignation. Yet, Han Li remained resolute in his silence, responding only with the swift, relentless arc of his blade. Before long, Yu Zitong's voice dwindled, growing weaker until it faded into mere murmurs, ultimately succumbing to silence. Han Li did not cease his assault immediately. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the feeble remnants of the primordial spirit that lay on the ground, akin to a flickering candle flame. Observing that he could not extinguish the last vestiges of the green light, he finally sheathed his soft sword, coiling it back onto his belt. At that moment, Han Li coldly declared, "I never collaborate with those who swear oaths upon their own parents. Let alone follow in the footsteps of Dr. Mo, placing my trust in the assurances of a wretch like you." Casting a frigid glance at the dying flicker of Yu Zitong's primordial spirit, Han Li unhesitatingly turned away and approached the stone door, forcefully pushing it open. As the heavy door swung ajar, radiant beams of sunlight streamed in, illuminating the remnants of the primordial spirit. In an instant, the faint green light flickered and extinguished, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that dissipated into the air. Thus, Han Li eradicated the sole trace of Yu Zitong's existence from the world, leaving no avenue for inquiry into this individual. It is worth noting that Han Li's awareness of the primordial spirit's aversion to light stemmed from Dr. Mo's earlier actions of extinguishing numerous lamps upon entering the room. Otherwise, he might have found himself at a loss in dealing with such an indomitable lingering threat, perpetually on edge. However, Han Li's ease in obliterating Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was also attributable to another vial of 7 poisons water that he had meticulously prepared. This concoction, an enhancement of the 5 poisons water previously acquired by Dr. Mo, had been fortified with a new ingredient known as earthen mushroom flower. This poisonous herb not only possessed potent toxicity against ordinary individuals, but also significantly hindered the primordial spirits of cultivators. It was precisely this that rendered Yu Zitong incapable of successfully casting spells, leading to the effortless extinguishment of his spirit. Moreover, Han Li's decision to douse the opponent's primordial spirit with the 7 poisons water was merely inspired by various legends in which all manner of demons and specters exhibited a profound fear of liquids like chicken blood and black dog blood. With a flash of inspiration, Han Li treated Yu Zitong's spirit as a malevolent entity. One cannot help but wonder how Yu Zitong would react from the depths below, perhaps seething with rage at being undone by such unforeseen circumstances. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he was entirely oblivious to these serendipitous coincidences. He simply understood that even if the poison failed to achieve its purpose, the moment he opened the door, Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was destined for obliteration. With such comprehensive considerations in mind, he unleashed a merciless assault upon Yu Zitong without a hint of compassion. Now liberated, he was no longer burdened by the oppressive weight of a blade poised at his throat, eternally bracing for death. Slowly returning to the center of the stone chamber, Han Li paused in silent contemplation. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, soaring over 3 feet off the ground, and let out a series of boisterous shouts. fervently expressing the elation that surged within him. At that moment, he truly returned to himself, embracing the essence of a mere 16-year-old boy. I am finally free. I am finally free. With a sudden sharpness, Han Li's jubilant cries were abruptly severed, as if cut by a blade. A colossal figure loomed just outside the stone door, drifting into his line of sight. It was the giant known as Iron Slave. Han Li's expression instantly darkened. Upon seeing this figure, he felt a familiar ache in his shoulder. He had made a grave error, once again neglecting to inquire about the giant's origins and weaknesses from Yu Zitong's primordial spirit. However, Han Li found a modicum of solace in the fact that the giant seemed utterly disinterested in the events within the stone chamber, merely pacing outside and adhering. Han Li furrowed his brow, sensing the situation had grown precarious. This giant, seemingly a bit dull-witted, followed commands without question. Yet for Han Li, such individuals were the most formidable adversaries, as he could not persuade them through dialogue to cease hostilities and reconcile. Should a conflict arise, Han Li would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, with only the empty vial of poison to threaten the giant. Pacing back and forth in the chamber, Han Li racked his brain for a means to subdue the opponent, yet his thoughts were as tangled as a massive. By chance, his gaze fell upon Dr. Mo's lifeless body. An idea sparked within him. Perhaps I can discover a way to counter the giant through the corpse, he mused. Turning to glance outside, he observed the giant still tirelessly wandering, showing no signs of approaching. Reassured by this, Han Li stepped forward to Dr. Mo's corpse, unperturbed, and began to meticulously search inch by inch. Chapter 62. The transaction one by one. An array of peculiar and oddly shaped items, both familiar and foreign, were unearthed by Han Li. They were meticulously sorted into two piles based on their level of suspicion and set aside. Gradually, he found himself astonished by the sheer volume of eclectic items possessed by Dr. Mo, many of which clearly bore the potential for deadly consequences. Among them was a dart designed to silence its target, a pouch containing sand infused with snake venom, and a collection of exceptionally sharp boomerangs. As the assortment grew, Han Li's breath quickened, and with each careful examination, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. It dawned on him just how fortunate he had been during his earlier confrontation with Dr. Mo. Had the man intended to capture him lethally rather than merely alive, he might not have emerged unscathed. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Han Li could not help but chuckle at himself. Here I am, a living man, thoroughly unnerved by the possessions of the deceased. Once his search was complete, Han Li began to scrutinize the items he deemed suspicious. This small vial emits an unpleasant odor. It seems to contain some form of antidote, so it should be harmless, he mused, examining a peculiar weapon resembling a small wheel, which, despite its unknown purpose, he surmised had no connection to the giant. He set it aside for the time being. And this scented pouch. As he handled the various objects, he engaged in lively soliloquy, betraying a sense of enthusiasm at that moment. He held in his hand a simple pouch embroidered with white silk flowers. Logically, such an unremarkable item should not raise suspicion. However, Han Li found it curious that this seemingly ordinary object would be found among the belongings of a figure as formidable as Dr. Mo. He first cradled the pouch, gauging its weight, which felt light, suggesting it did not contain anything substantial. Upon squeezing it, he detected a paper-like texture, hinting at the presence of hidden pages within. His spirits lifted. He unfastened the pouch and, as anticipated, retrieved several sheets of paper that a fleeting glance revealed the handwriting belonged to Dr. Mo, instilling him with a sense of reassurance. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was taken aback to discover it was a letter of testament left for him by Dr. Mo. A wave of confusion washed over him, igniting his curiosity as he perused the pages meticulously. After reading, he exhaled deeply towards the heavens, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Heavy with concern, he began to pace like an elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought. With each couple of steps, he paused to ponder, only to resume walking again, circling Dr. Mo's lifeless body like a mill donkey, his face shifting between shades of red and white, betraying the turmoil within. This state of inner turmoil was a rare sight for Han Li. Had Li Feiyu witnessed it, he would likely have erupted into laughter. The cause of Han Li's disquiet stemmed from the grave news and difficult decision imparted by the letter. The antidote for the corpse bug. According to the letter, The only remedy lay within the sunlit jade passed down through his family, with no other means of alleviation. Not even the legendary antidotes could counteract this poison. Thus, in those pages, Dr. Mo candidly informed Han Li that this letter, along with the previously administered venom, served as a contingency plan. Should he fail in his attempt to seize control, it was highly likely that Han Li would be the one to survive. To safeguard his own interests, he proposed a simple transaction with Han Li, one that promised mutual benefit. Not only would it relieve Dr. Mo of his concerns, but it would also bestow upon Han Li a considerable fortune and innumerable advantages. Dr. Mo did not entertain the notion of Yu Zitong surviving. He spoke derisively of him in the letter, viewing him as a cold-hearted, self-preserving individual with only a modicum of cleverness. Even as a cultivator, he would not amount to much. The one who would ultimately triumph would certainly not be him. Upon reaching this point in the letter, Han Li could not suppress a bitter. Dr. Mo, with all his cunning, likely never anticipated that he would fall into the very trap laid by someone he deemed beneath him. Had Han Li not concealed the true progress of his cultivation, he would have almost certainly perished alongside Dr. Mo, leaving you. This, of course, was intertwined with Dr. Mo's delusions of attaining immortality, which had clouded his judgment. It seemed that no matter the caliber of cultivator, one must never underestimate their adversaries. In the letter, the terms of the proposed transaction were straightforward. Dr. Mo requested that Han Li visit his home within a year or two, but this was imperative, as the venom would manifest within 2 years, and he had a family and considerable assets to protect. Although Dr. Mo had arranged many contingencies before his departure, should he fail to return for an extended period, his unruly subordinates and enemies would surely grow suspicious, endangering his loved ones. Thus, Han Li had to act promptly to ensure their safety, securing them a life free from the perils of the martial world in compensation for his previous treachery, and to persuade Han Li to assist him without resentment. Dr. Mo offered to betroth one of his daughters to Han Li. However, he made it clear that his enemies were formidable, and his subordinates were difficult to control. Given Han Li's current abilities, confronting them directly would likely prove challenging. Hence, he had arranged 2 false identities for Han Li in a concealed compartment of his abode, leaving behind tokens and letters of endorsement for him to choose a suitable persona. Additionally, he provided a list of trusted associates, potential threats, and enemies, along with essential details to consider to further validate the sincerity of his testament. He concluded the letter with instructions on controlling and summoning the Iron Slave and the Cloud-Winged Bird. What perplexed Han Li was Dr. Mo's vague assertion that the Iron Slave was a soulless corpse, merely a shell devoid of spirit, as its true soul had long since reincarnated. This left Han Li scratching his head. Did he truly come across as a person of deep sentiment? Nevertheless, setting aside the matter of the poison, the prospect of such a fortune was undeniably enticing. Han Li, who had always been sensitive to wealth, found himself captivated by the transaction proposed by Dr. Mo. The thought of marrying his daughter stirred a peculiar feeling within him, especially since, judging by Dr. Mo's own appearance, it was reasonable to assume that his daughter would not lack in beauty. Yet, the risks involved were considerable. A single misstep could cost him his life. The foes that Dr. Mo regarded as worthy adversaries would not be easily dealt with. With all his meticulous planning, Dr. Mo had ensnared Han Li and his family's safety within a web of life, beauty, and immense wealth. It appeared that Han Li had no choice but to reluctantly swallow this honey-coated poison. Chapter 63. The true form. After traversing in circles numerous times, Han Li finally came to a halt. Should I proceed with this transaction, or shall I wait until the poison becomes insurmountable to decide? He thought with a sense of resignation. Casting a glance at the giant outside, he recalled the enigmatic words from the will, which stirred a flicker of curiosity within him that he resolved to experiment with the method of controlling the giant. Lowering himself, Han Li rummaged through the pile of items and unearthed a small brass bell that was modest in size, easily cradled in one hand, yet exquisitely crafted with proportions that revealed the handiwork of a master artisan. The only striking feature that set it apart from an ordinary bell was the faint traces of blood imbued within its walls, which made it all the more conspicuous. Han Li scrutinized the artifact known as the soul-calling bell, but could discern no remarkable power within it. According to the letter, this object could subdue such a terrifying creature as the giant. It was indeed hard to fathom. Holding the bell in his left hand and casually grasping a dagger in his right, he cautiously stepped out of the stone door, inching closer to the giant with trepidation. When he was more than 2 paces away from the giant, Hanli paused, unwilling to venture any nearer for fear of unforeseen consequences. That moment, the giant stood rigidly with his back turned to Hanli. Tong! A clear, resonant chime emanated from the small bell as Hanli gently struck it with the dagger. He furrowed his brow. The sound seemed no different from an ordinary bell toll. Could this truly subdue the giant? Doubt began to creep into his mind, and he crouched slightly, prepared to retreat to the stone chamber at the slightest hint of danger. Upon hearing the bell, the giant's shoulders twitched ever so slightly, indicating a response. Hanli's heart leapt in excitement, and he hastily continued to strike the brass bell in quick succession. Tong! Tong! The peals of the bell rang out continuously, and the giant began to tremble. Eventually, his footing faltered, and he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. The giant's enormous form met the dry earth with a resounding thud, kicking up clouds of dust that overwhelmed the unprepared Hanli, causing him to sneeze several times in a state of disarray. However, he paid little heed to such trivialities, swiftly leaping onto the giant's body and yanking the cloak from his head, revealing a grotesquely swollen visage that sent chills down Hanli's spine. Suppressing his discomfort, he dared not linger on the sight. He swiftly used the dagger to make a small incision on his wrist, allowing his blood to flow freely and spill onto the giant's face, saturating it completely. Only once the giant's large countenance was thoroughly coated did Hanli apply pressure to his wound and deftly secure a clean cloth around it to staunch the blood flow. He then calmly observed the giant's reaction that a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before him. The blood seemed to absorb into the giant's skin, leaving no trace behind. Hanli was left astounded, even failing to notice that he had pressed too hard on his own wound, causing fresh blood to seep from the cloth. Once the blood was nearly depleted, the giant slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet, his expression vacant, devoid of emotion. Yet, when the giant's gaze met Hanli's, an overwhelming sensation washed over him, a strange mix of familiarity and strangeness that made his head thrum. It was as though something foreign had suddenly intertwined within his innermost being, akin to a beloved pet dog that yearned for his attention. Taken aback, Hanli quickly regained his composure, for he observed the giant's previously expressionless face transform, now imbued with a look of compliance that made Hanli feel and suppressing his inner jubilation. Hanli issued a test command to the giant in a low, commanding tone. "Tear down that stone door for me." Without uttering a word, the giant took several strides toward the stone door, raised his fist high as if wielding a massive hammer, and within mere moments shattered it into fragments. Then, like a whirlwind, he returned to Hanli's side, awaiting his next command. Typically unresponsive to extremes of joy or sorrow, Hanli couldn't suppress his elation, his lips curling in a smile. With such a powerful ally at his disposal, the dangers of the world seemed trivial in comparison, that as he reveled in the thought of a splendid future, he gazed upon the giant with eager eyes, finding himself increasingly satisfied with the sight. The previously unappealing visage now appeared almost endearing, even invoking a sense of familiarity. Familiar? Hanli was startled by this sentiment, perplexed. How could he feel such an affinity for a countenance he had never encountered before? Driven by curiosity, he began to scrutinize the giant's features, seeking an explanation. Gradually, he realized that if the giant's slightly swollen features were restored to their original state, proportionally reduced, the face would not be considered unattractive. In fact, it was rather wholesome, bearing a striking resemblance to someone he knew well. Hanli's complexion paled, falling into a contemplative silence for several moments before extending his hands to gently caress the giant's face. "Zhanggu, is it truly you?" he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with serenity. The reconstructed visage bore an uncanny likeness to his long-lost friend Zhang Tai, whose absence had spanned several years. Coupled with the cryptic words left by Dr. Imo, Hanli felt increasingly certain that the giant was intricately linked to Zhang Tai. Could it be true, as stated in the letter, that this giant was merely the corporeal shell of Zhang Tai, while his soul had long since departed? Yet, Why had his body transformed into such a towering and fearsome figure? Chapter 64. The soul of the melody. Han Li felt the frigid temperature of the massive figure before him, his fingers grazing the surface of the giant's skin, while his gaze lingered upon the lifeless, vacant eyes. In his heart, he speculated about the fate that had befallen Zhang Ti. It was almost certain that Dr. Mo had conspired with Yu Zitong to abduct Zhang Tai, who had made some progress in elephant armor technique, fabricating a false narrative of his departure to deceive the many eyes and ears of Qishuan's sect. In secrecy, they had employed some form of sorcery to obliterate Zhang Tai's soul, transforming his body into a grotesque semblance reminiscent of a perfected state of the elephant armor technique. Han Li's conjectures were astute, for the truth was not far. Years ago, Dr. Mo had been struck by a whimsical notion to merge the elephant armor technique with the corpse refining methods proposed by Yu Zidong, aiming to create a legion of obedient, formidable corpses capable of dominating the martial world. Yet within a short span, only this singular giant had been forged, treasured by Dr. Mo and hidden away in a secluded spot at the foot of the mountain, only recently brought back during his visit. However, Yu Zidong held no interest in such an unorthodox creation, dismissing it with disdain. For when he was still in possession of his own corporeal form, there were countless methods at his disposal. Their only merit lay in their simple materials and ease of production. Even those with a modicum of magical prowess could replicate them. After a prolonged moment, Han Li abruptly withdrew his hand from the giant's face, casting his anxious gaze away and fixating instead on the dilapidated stone door. In that fleeting instant, he felt a chill seep into his heart, not for Zhang Tai's tragic fate, but due to an unsettling awareness of his own cold indifference that he had anticipated that knowing his friend's dismal end would incite a fury that compelled him to raise his head and cry out the names Mo Jiren and Yu Zitong, his voice brimming with hatred. Yet, in truth, aside from a tinge of sorrow, he felt little else, as if the one who had fallen to such a fate was not his former friend Zhang Tai, but merely an inconsequential passerby. Was it because he recognized that the Zhang Tai before him was merely a shell, devoid of his true essence? Or had his heart hardened into something ruthlessly ironclad? This display of selfish apathy sent a wave of fear coursing through Han Li. It was then that he realized how foreign he had become to himself. Finally awakening from his stupor, Han Li regarded the giant with a complex expression, unsure of how to address him. Recalling Dr. Mo's words about the lost soul and walking corpse, he looked skyward and softly uttered, "Brother Zhang, I trust you have been reincarnated. The body you left behind is of no use now. Allow me to utilize it. I promise to wield it with caution, and I hope you will not hold it against me." After uttering this prayer-like sentiment, Han Li felt a modicum of peace wash over him, and he turned to the giant, saying, "Since you are but the shell left by Brother Zhang, lacking an independent soul, I shall name you Chu Han. I hope you can lend me your strength in the days to come." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the giant stood motionless, exhibiting only the usual docility, devoid of any semblance of independent thought, destined to passively accept commands. How foolish of me to converse with a soulless body in such a manner. Han Li chided himself, shaking his head in self-deprecation as he strode into the stone chamber with a light-hearted step. Han Li had completely emerged from his despondency, his demeanor restored to normalcy, as though nothing had transpired. It seemed he had indeed become the iron-willed and rational being he believed himself to be, no longer easily ensnared by emotional turmoil. This astonishing transformation, was it a blessing or a curse for Han Li, who was poised to embark on the path of a cultivator? In the time that followed, Han Li busied himself diligently to ensure proper resolution of matters at hand. That he not only buried Dr. Mo's body beneath a grand tree, but also obliterated all remnants within the stone chamber, commanding Chu Han to demolish the entire structure until it was reduced to a heap of rubble, unrecognizable in its original form before he finally ceased his efforts. After this tumultuous undertaking, twilight descended, the sun beginning its descent. Han Li stood before the remnants of what was once a stone dwelling, now a mere pile of debris, surveying his surroundings for any overlooked details before nodding in satisfaction. "Chu Han, let us depart." Alas, you lack consciousness and the ability to speak. Otherwise, it would be far more reassuring to have someone to confer with. Bathed in the fiery glow of the setting sun, Han Li ambled along, his elongated shadow trailing behind him as he chatted incessantly with the giant, now named Chu Han, finding in him a listener to whom he could unburden his thoughts without fear of reproach. In this moment, any trace of coldness or cruelty had vanished, leaving him akin to an amiable neighborly youth. Once Chu Han was settled, Han Li returned to his quarters, within the confines of his abode, longer than the sum of the past 10 years of my life. Then, without warning, he collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to the depths of slumber, but he was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically drained. Yet, it is truly wonderful to have returned alive, he thought with a faint smile, as he drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 65. The divine physician Han Li reclined in the grand armchair, once favored by Dr. Mo, holding a tome whose cover bore the inscription, the Longevity Sutra. Yet within lay a volume detailing the intricate verses of the Changchun Gong. He was engrossed, captivated by its content. This very book had been a constant companion in Dr. Mo's hands, a source of endless fascination for him, which had previously puzzled Han Li. Now, having uncovered its secret, he realized that he was not merely perusing a treatise on health preservation. Rather, he was deciphering the profound incantations of the Changchun Gong. Evidently, Dr. Mo had not entirely abandoned hope regarding his inability to cultivate magical powers, nor had he fully embraced Yu Zedong's assertions about spiritual roots, but had instead been quietly contemplating the matter on his own. This volume of scripture had been discovered by Han Li alongside other items hidden in a concealed compartment. That it not only contained the preceding 6 levels of incantations he had practiced, but also detailed the final 2 levels of techniques. This unexpected revelation filled Han Li with exhilaration for quite some time. Upon realizing that he had been cultivating what was reputedly the ability to summon the winds and rain, true magical prowess, his desire to comprehend the subsequent techniques of the Changchun Gong intensified. After all, who would not wish to become an immortal being? At this moment, the sun shone brightly, warm rays streaming through the open skylight, casting a gentle light upon Han Li. As he read, he found himself squinting, his eyes narrowing to mere slits, and with his reclining posture, he appeared exceptionally languid. He lifted his gaze slightly to glance at the skylight, finding it rather blinding. Casually, he used the open book to shield his face from the glaring sunlight. As darkness enveloped his vision, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, invigorating his spirit, prompting him to silently memorize. Recently, he had sensed signs of a breakthrough in his Changchun Gong due to the continuous consumption of spiritual herbs, and anticipated that he would soon reach the 7th level of mastery. Gaining insight into the techniques of the lower levels would undoubtedly aid him in overcoming his current bottleneck. That it had been more than half a year since the day Dr. Mo had perished. The day after that fateful event, Han Li, in a bid to obscure the signs of Dr. Mo's demise, had meticulously forged a letter in Mo's handwriting, feigning a desire to return to his homeland for a family visit. He submitted this missive to the elder responsible for patrolling the sect. In the letter, he audaciously adopted Mo's tone, claiming to have inherited all of Mo's medical knowledge and was now capable of treating others. He explained that Dr. Mo's journey home was long and uncertain, thus requesting the sect leaders to allow him to temporarily assume the duties of a physician until Mo's return. Upon submission, the elders in charge exhibited no suspicion, for Dr. Mo had often spent years gathering medicinal herbs, frequently absent from the mountain. Although he held a title of veneration within the Seven Xian sect, he was in essence a guest physician. However, the elders remained skeptical regarding Han Li's assertion of having mastered all of Dr. Mo's medical skills, harboring a degree of doubt. While it was true that Dr. Mo occasionally treated lower-ranking disciples for minor ailments such as colds and wounds, his expertise was primarily directed toward the higher-ups of the sect. Thus, initially, the elders did not permit Han Li to immediately take over Mo's responsibilities. Instead, they assigned him to treat the lower-ranking disciples, intending to assess his true capabilities. Han Li paid little mind to the upper-echelon skepticism regarding his medical skills. He adopted a nonchalant attitude towards whom he treated, and his motivation for assuming Dr. Mo's position stemmed from his admiration for the secluded tranquility of the Divine Hand Valley and its abundant herbal garden. Should he remain in the valley, Gaining full control over it would permit him to openly utilize his mysterious vials to cultivate rare herbs without the apprehension of others discovering his secret. Though the valley was currently his alone, he pondered the possibility that if Dr. Mo did not return for an extended period, the sect leaders might decide to reclaim it. Therefore, to demonstrate his medical prowess, Hanli exerted himself diligently in treating the disciples, even utilizing the considerable supply of precious herbs he secretly produced each day as a result, leveraging both his already commendable medical skills. Consequently, as he had anticipated, his reputation as a miraculous healer resonated throughout the Seven Xian sect like thunder on a clear day, garnering the attention of the entire mountain. Everyone became aware that a young physician of remarkable skill had emerged from their ranks, whose medical prowess was deemed extraordinary. Under his care, whether for external or internal injuries or perplexing ailments, recovery was assured within 3 days, surpassing even the esteemed Dr. Mo. In truth, Han Li's medical skills were still inferior to those of Dr. Mo. However, the latter could not afford to squander such a wealth of rare herbs, making Han Li's recovery outcomes far more impressive. Thus, when Han Li once again transformed a severely injured disciple into a lively individual within mere days, the prominent figures could no longer remain idle. Merely a day later, they summoned him for a meeting. To his surprise, the individual awaiting him was none other than Deputy Sect Leader Ma, with whom he had crossed paths at Bone Refinement Cliff. It was evident that Ma had entirely forgotten the inconspicuous disciple Han Li had once been. Upon seeing him, Ma expressed a willingness to allow Han Li to assume Dr. Mo's duties, along with all the associated benefits. Naturally, the title of a guest physician could not yet be conferred upon him, due to his tender age of merely 16 or 17, which would not instill confidence in the other esteemed physicians. However, his monthly remuneration would be dispensed according to the standard for guest physicians. Finally, Deputy Sect Leader Ma added that should Han Li have any grievances, he was encouraged to voice them, and they would be duly considered. Chapter 66. Peculiar regulations. The generous demeanor of the other party made Han Li realize that as long as the conditions he proposed were not excessively unreasonable, there was an overwhelming likelihood that they would acquiesce. It appeared that his original expectations could be easily fulfilled. However, such generous treatment was indeed rare within the entire Seven Xian sect. This clearly indicated that the higher-ups were well aware of the significance a skilled physician held for the people of the martial world. Han Li was not one to be overly polite. He directly requested that the Divine Hand Valley be granted to him for solitary residence, insisting that he wished for no external disturbances while he conducted his medical research within the valley. This request, which hardly constituted a demand, was readily agreed upon by the sect leader, Ma. Perhaps in an effort to win Han Li's favor, the leader even took the initiative to propose sending a. Momentarily swayed by this unexpected offer, Han Li felt a surge of excitement and almost acquiesced. Yet, upon reflection, considering the multitude of secrets he bore, he ultimately declined with a twinge of regret. Han Li's actions garnered the admiration of the sect leader, who began to regard him with newfound respect, frequently extolling his virtues as a young man of great promise, untainted by the allure of feminine beauty, declaring that if he had a daughter, she would surely be wed to him. Such remarks left Han Li both amused and exasperated. It was not that he was averse to women, but rather that the timing was not propitious. Thus, the entirety of the Divine Hand Valley became Han Li's private domain, with outsiders generally prohibited from intruding. To enforce this, Han Li even installed a large bell at the valley's entrance. Anyone wishing to see him need only strike the bell, prompting Han Li to emerge immediately. This peculiar regulation was boldly established alongside the bell, and even some mid-level personnel found themselves. The reason behind Han Li's bizarre decree was solely to prevent any lingering possibility of the secret of the vial being divulged as long as no one trespassed into the valley. Han Li could ensure that the astonishing capabilities of the vial would remain known to no one but himself. Initially, this regulation was of little concern to the lower-ranking disciples. However, it incited considerable dissatisfaction among many high-ranking officials, who deemed Han Li arrogant and lacking in humility. Even Dr. Mo had never displayed such airs. How dared a mere apprentice, recently graduated, behave so presumptuously? Yet when Hanli miraculously revived a severely injured protector from the brink of death and fully healed him, all complaints vanished without a trace. No one would risk offending a physician who might very well save their lives on multiple occasions. Thus, the act of ringing the bell to meet with him was accepted as a peculiar temperament befitting a divine healer. As days turned into weeks, even several sect leaders gradually acquiesced to this regulation. When they sought medical assistance, they too would send someone to courteously ring the bell, then respectfully invite Hanli to attend them. In this manner, Hanli gradually became an anomaly within the lore of the Seven Xian sect. He was neither a high-ranking official, possessing no authority, nor a lowly disciple, for who had ever seen such a prominent apprentice? Even the sect leaders would refer to him as Dr. Han. The name of Han Li had become one few dared to utter directly. Of course, this did not include Li Feiyu, the senior brother. In front of others, Li Feiyu maintained his usual cold demeanor, but upon encountering Han Li, he immediately adopted a carefree attitude, unabashedly calling him by name, showing no signs of the distance or respect that other disciples, like Wang Daping, had adopted. This, however, brought Han Li some solace, for the experience of isolation was hardly pleasant. The mere thought of Li Feiyu's playful expression inevitably reminded him of another familiar, pained face. Not long ago, he unexpectedly met another acquaintance from the journey up the mountain, now a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. Wu Yan. He was afflicted with a peculiar ailment that was neither too severe nor too mild, yet had proven difficult to cure through various inept physicians, leaving him in considerable distress. He had to resort to leveraging the favor of sect leader Ma to seek Han Li's expertise. It must be said that Wu Yan had a good memory. Upon seeing the renowned Dr. Han, he immediately recognized his former companion, Han Li. The astonishment and peculiarity reflected on his face remained vividly in Han Li's memory, for Wu Yan's past demeanor towards him had hardly been commendable, even bordering on hostile. Seeing Wu Yan's awkwardness, Han Li could not help but find it amusing, and naturally, he did not refuse to treat him. However, to preserve his own reputation, Han Li deliberately increased the dosage of the medicine prescribed, ensuring that Wu Yan would be cured in just 2 days. Unfortunately, this led to some discomfort during his recovery due to the potency of the medicine, serving as a small form of retribution for Wu Yan's past unkindness. It seemed that Han Li was not as magnanimous as he believed. In truth, he held grudges. Thus, Han Li gradually supplanted Dr. Mo's position within the mountain, even elevating it further. Each day, he would extract the small vial and place it in an open area within the valley, allowing it to cultivate miraculous green liquid every 7 to 8 days, nurturing rare herbs of great age, which he then meticulously crafted into various medicinal concoctions. A small portion of these remedies was administered to those who sought his healing, while the majority was consumed by Han Li himself to enhance his vitality and facilitate the cultivation of his longevity technique. Han Li shifted slightly in the armchair, seeking greater comfort. Though he sat in Dr. Mo's chair, this was not the physician's abode. It was Han Li's own residence. He had unapologetically appropriated all items he deemed useful from Dr. Mo's quarters and relocated them to his own. Given his current standing, even if someone were to witness his apparent disrespect towards Dr. Mo, they would not dare to admonish him, for in the eyes of others, Han Li's significance had eclipsed that of Dr. Mo. People were, after all, quite pragmatic. In truth, Dr. Mo's residence was significantly larger than Han Li's, and moving there would have been more fitting. However, Han Li felt a sense of living openly in the home of a deceased whom he had a hand in killing felt profoundly unsettling. That it was far more comforting and secure to dwell in his own humble abode. Nevertheless, thoughts of Dr. Mo inevitably brought to mind the frustration stemming from his lingering ties to the deceased. During this period, he meticulously examined both the interior and exterior of his body multiple times, discovering a subtle, And Han Li attempted to utilize Qingling powder and various other detoxification methods, but alas, none proved effective. That it appeared that an inevitable journey awaited him in a year's time. Chapter 67. The Art of Fireball. After a prolonged period of stillness, Han Li suddenly raised his right hand, extending a solitary finger, a gesture that left onlookers perplexed. Moments later, a subtle fluctuation in the space around the tip of his finger gave rise to several sparks, which, upon their emergence, crackled audibly and transformed into a red fireball the size of a walnut. Though diminutive, this fireball radiated an intense heat that swiftly enveloped the entire room. Han Li remained motionless, as if in a deep slumber, his face obscured by a book, while the small fireball at his fingertip emitted a continuous series of crackling sounds, starkly contrasting with his stillness. As time passed, the fireball maintained its extraordinary vitality, showing no signs of extinguishing. However, Han Li began to exhibit signs of a reaction. Suddenly, Han Li sat upright in his armchair, oblivious to the book that fell from his face to the ground. His gaze was fixed intently upon the fireball, his visage flushed with exertion. Beads of sweat formed on the exposed skin of his forehead and neck, as if he had just completed a vigorous workout, his body emanating heat. After a brief while, the fireball began to wobble with the intensity of Han Li's trembling, its flames fluctuating, and eventually, it diminished into a mere spark, vanishing into thin air. The moment the fireball disappeared, Han Li slumped back into his chair, utterly exhausted, as though he had just undertaken ever since witnessing the various spells demonstrated by Dr. Amo. Han Li had developed a profound interest in these wondrous and formidable arts. Regrettably, despite possessing the pinnacle of the 6th level of long spring gong power, Han Li felt akin to a beggar clutching a golden bowl, utterly ignorant of the techniques required to wield such power. Unaware even of the most yet now, he had discovered several incantations suitable for a novice like himself, which filled him with elation. The spells recorded at the end of the manual included Fireball Technique, Spirit Binding Charm, Wind Control Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, and Heavenly Eye Technique. Each incantation contained within these spells appeared to Han Li as profound and arcane, challenging his comprehension. This was hardly surprising, as the terminology employed in these incantations was derived from an ancient linguistic structure. Although he had read extensively, his mastery of this realm was rather shallow, rendering the meanings elusive. In his frustration, Han Li resolved to summon the same fervor he had initially exhibited while learning Long Spring Gong, diving headfirst into a plethora of texts on classical literature, dedicating countless days and nights to unraveling the true significance of the incantations. Meticulously, even though he had never before practiced spellcasting, he was acutely aware that the consequences of mismanaging such formidable powers could be far more severe than merely losing control of one's vital energy. It could very well cost him his life. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Han Li approached the task with utmost caution, unwilling to entertain any carelessness. After 3 months of intensive study, Han Li finally integrated the theoretical aspects of these incantations, leading him to embark on the practical aspect of spellcasting. This hands-on experience proved to be quite a blow to his confidence that he had initially believed that, given his cleverness in mastering the blinking sword technique, learning spells would be relatively straightforward. However, to his dismay, he found himself utterly inept. While he comprehended the principles, he struggled to execute them correctly, whether due to improper hand movements, mispronounced incantations, or insufficient magical energy, rendering him seemingly dull-witted. Han Li found himself at a loss. If the issue was one of insufficient magical energy, he could simply consume a few more spiritual herbs to remedy it. Yet this was an intrinsic limitation he could not overcome, leading him to after enduring a prolonged period of arduous practice, he finally achieved modest success with the Fireball Technique and Heavenly Eye Technique, while the other 3 spells remained elusive, with no discernible effects whatsoever. In his frustration, he redirected his focus exclusively towards the Fireball Technique and Heavenly Eye Technique, nurturing considerable hope for their potential. Remarkably, the Fireball Technique did not disappoint Han Li. Indeed, it exceeded his expectations. Despite the fireball's modest size, the terrifying heat it contained rendered it virtually unstoppable, capable of igniting virtually any material. Even weapons forged from fine steel would be reduced to molten iron at the point of contact with the fireball. Witnessing such inhuman power, Hanli even hurled the fireball onto the surface of a body of water to test its potency. The water ignited instantly, resembling oil, demonstrating no inclination to be subdued by the vastness of the water. Having fully grasped the formidable prowess, consider this. A cultivator with even a modicum of spellcasting ability could effortlessly eliminate so-called masters in the martial world with a simple spell like fireball technique. If a more powerful cultivator were to... The disparity in strength was so vast that it was no wonder cultivators like Yu Zitong regarded ordinary people with such contempt. Chapter 68. Poisoning. As for another spell, Heavenly Eye Technique, Hanli harbored high expectations after witnessing the remarkable nature of the fireball technique. However, upon truly casting the spell, he realized that it was merely a simplistic application of magical power to the eyes, devoid of any real difficulty, and was quite easy to master. Yet, its utility corresponded with its simplicity. It served merely as an auxiliary spell to observe whether a person possessed magical power, and to gauge its depth. Initially, Hanli was quite enthusiastic, repeatedly employing the Heavenly Eye Technique on his own eyes. Subsequently, using his to his surprise, he observed a faint layer of white light enveloping him, which grew increasingly dense near his dantian. It seemed that this was what they referred to as magical power. Upon seeing it, Hanli instinctively reached out to touch the white light, but felt nothing. It appeared that magical power, like true qi, was formless and intangible, only perceptible under the Heavenly Eye Technique. However, after several attempts, after all, within the entire Seven Xian sect, he was the only one who could be considered a half-cultivator. Whom could he use the Heavenly Eye Technique on? He certainly couldn't spend his days narcissistically gazing at himself. Thus, apart from intensifying his practice of the fireball technique in hopes of mastering it for practical application, he shifted his focus to several other spells he had yet to learn, beginning the process of repetition and practice, hoping for further breakthroughs. As he contemplated the arduous nature of mastering the other spells, Hanli couldn't help but sigh, having noticed that since he began practicing magic, the frequency of his sighs had increased significantly. Dang. Hanli furrowed his brow. Recently, it seemed that the number of people seeking medical attention had suddenly increased, and most of them bore severe injuries, amputations, knife wounds, and sword injuries. He did not dare to delay, for saving lives was akin to extinguishing a fire. Grabbing his prepared medical kit, he exited his dwelling and hurried towards the valley entrance. At the forest's edge outside the valley, Hanli spotted a senior disciple clad in fine garb. Upon seeing Hanli, the disciple's face lit up, and he rushed over with urgency. "Dr. Han, you've arrived. My master has been poisoned and is on the brink of death. Please, you must come quickly and see if you can alleviate the toxin." As the disciple approached, Hanli recognized him as Ma Rong, the favored disciple of Elder Li, whom he had encountered a few times during Elder Li's visits to the Divine Hand Valley. Thus, he regarded him as a semi-acquaintance. "Poison?" Hanli inquired, following the disciple hastily while inwardly lamenting his misfortune, as he himself had yet to resolve the poison afflicting him. Yes, during their confrontation, he was unfortunately struck by a dark green pellet. Initially, he thought little of it and even managed to slay his opponent. However, upon returning to the mount, if it were merely a common poison, I wouldn't have troubled Dr. Han. Those quacks, aside from recognizing that my master was afflicted by a rare toxin, could offer no further insights and wouldn't even dare to prescribe a... Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he merely responded with a non-committal and continued on his way with Ma Rong, though he felt a twinge of doubt within. To be frank, he was not particularly adept at detoxification. While he had some confidence in treating internal and external injuries due to his reliable medicines, the prospect of countering a rare and potent poison left him feeling uncertain. Although he possessed a sacred elixir, furthermore, the other doctors on the mountain were not inept. They possessed unique skills for treating common ailments such as injuries and poisons. Otherwise, they would have long been dismissed by the sect's prominent figures, who valued their own lives and would. The fact that the other physicians had not even dared to prescribe a remedy indicated that this poison was indeed quite formidable and not an ordinary one, that he could only rely on his wits and adapt accordingly. Even if he failed to save the patient, it would not tarnish his reputation too severely, for no healer could truly claim to cure all ailments, and his standing within the sect would likely remain largely unaffected. As Hanli pondered his strategy, Ma Rong nearly had him half-dragged along, running eagerly towards Elder Li's residence. Observing his fervent demeanor, Hanli discerned that a deep bond existed between master and disciple. A hint of melancholy washed over Han Li as he reflected on his own relationship with Dr. Mo, which, while labeled as a master-disciple bond, was in truth adversarial. How he wished their dynamic could mirror the amicable rapport shared by Ma Rong and his master. Deep down, he still held a measure of respect for Dr. Mo, for both his formidable medical skills and the longevity technique he had imparted to Han Li. Yet alas, fate had conspired against them. Heaven had decreed that they could not coexist, culminating in a fierce clash that led to Dr. Mo's untimely demise by Han Li's hand. As Han Li was lost in these poignant musings, Ma Rong had already ushered him to Elder Li's. Chapter 69. Li Feiyu and the young girl Elder Li's residence was far from opulent. It occupied a modest space, resembling an ordinary dwelling. Surrounding the few adjoining rooms was a 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick earthen wall, enclosing. The wall featured a semicircular archway facing the path, through which many visitors could be seen lingering near the partially opened wooden door. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Li was surprised to discover that the actual number of people present far exceeded what he had observed from outside. They gathered in small clusters, engaging in hushed discussions regarding Elder Li's condition. Han Li had long heard that Elder Li was one of the few amiable figures among the upper echelons of the Seven Mysteries sect. He rarely lost his temper with junior disciples or peers and was known for his lack of ambition in pursuing power. Such a benevolent character naturally garnered widespread admiration within the sect. Now that Elder Li had encountered misfortune, those of some standing felt compelled, whether out of genuine concern or mere obligation, to either pay a visit themselves or send someone in their stead, thus creating the scene before Han Li. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the crowd quickly recognized him, and immediately, those of lower status, such as protectors, rushed over to greet him, each vying to show their respect. Gittings, divine position Han. Dr. Han has arrived. A chorus of flattering voices. Observing the enthusiastic faces surrounding him, Han Li reciprocated their greetings with a radiant smile, displaying utmost politeness, though internally he was thoroughly repulsed by the insincerity of their flattery. Fortunately, those of higher status, including a few vice hall masters and offerings, maintained a sense of decorum, merely nodding subtly in Han Li's direction without approaching him further. Their restraint elicited a modicum of appreciation from Han Li, as he was relieved not to have to engage with those lofty figures any longer. Ma Rong, on the other hand, feeling too low in status to interject, could only watch anxiously from the sidelines as Han Li navigated the incessant flattery. His face was etched with concern, his hands fidgeting restlessly. At long last, after Han Li had exchanged pleasantries with the final individual, Ma Rong could no longer contain himself that he rushed forward, seizing Han Li's arm and leading him into the house. This brash action drew discontented glances from several individuals who had hoped to curry favor with the esteemed divine physician Han. Outwardly, Han Li wore a wry smile, but inwardly he felt a surge of relief. Finally, he could escape the clutches of those incessantly chatty individuals. Thus, Han Li was unceremoniously ushered into the living room. Inside, the gathering was sparse. Aside from a few family members, there were 2 elders and the vice hall master Ma present. However, to Han Li's astonishment, Li Feiyu was also there. This revelation puzzled him, as he believed Li Feiyu had no connection to Elder Li. What could possibly bring him to this place? As these questions swirled in his mind, Hanli noticed that Li Feiyu was standing beside a petite young girl, her cheeks stained with tears, whom he was comforting with tender words. The earnestness in his demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual behavior around fellow disciples, and even in Han Li's presence, revealing an unmistakable vulnerability of a man ensnared by love. Realizing Li Feiyu had fallen deeply for this girl, Han Li couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and amusement, but he took a moment to scrutinize the young lady's appearance, curious to see what enchanting beauty could have ensnared such a reckless rogue as Li Feiyu. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, adorned with a jade hairpin, dressed in a light green gown that perfectly complemented her delicate frame. Her long, dark hair was braided into two neat plaits cascading down her back, lending a mischievous charm to her. Yet, her red-rimmed eyes and overall look of distress evoked a strong impulse in Han Li to cradle her in his arms and offer her solace. Indeed, she is a genuine beauty. Han Li, a flicker of envy and longing stirred within him as he pondered when he might encounter a kindred spirit of his own. Perhaps sensing Han Li's interest in the young girl, Ma Rong hurriedly stepped forward to introduce the individuals present in the room to him. He had already met Hall Master Ma and Elder Qian, so he promptly greeted them. "Greetings, Hall Master Ma, Elder Qian. Ah, young Dr. Han has come." Hall Master Ma responded warmly, exhibiting a friendly demeanor without any airs of superiority. Why include young Elder Qian, on the other hand, merely nodded, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Hall Master Ma's warmth. Han Li chose not to take offense, understanding that Elder Qian's unique internal cultivation required him to maintain an emotionally detached disposition. The other elder, a burly man with a ruddy complexion, was unfamiliar to Han Li, suggesting they had never crossed paths. However, the rough texture of his hands and the stoutness of his fingers indicated he had trained in it. He has been supervising the work of the Gathering Treasure Hall outside the mountain and just returned a few days ago, Ma Rong explained. Elder Zhao responded with a non-committal grunt, his skepticism apparent in his gaze. Clearly, given Elder Zhao's lack of warmth, Han Li felt no inclination to ingratiate himself further. He offered a simple greeting before attempting to sidestep the elder's scrutiny. "Please note that I will focus on consolidating and revising the points raised by readers tomorrow, so only one chapter will be updated. I hope for your understanding. I shall endeavor to improve the writing quality. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 70. Instigation. The master of the Ma sect seemed to have sensed the tension between the two individuals. Rather than expressing concern, a hint of delight flickered across his face. Though the young Dr. Han is still in his youth, his medical skills are undoubtedly remarkable. I believe Elder Li will surely experience a miraculous recovery. He suddenly praised Han Li's medical prowess. Is that so? At such a tender age, can he truly possess such exceptional skills? I find it hard to believe. Could he possibly surpass the abilities of Dr. The elder, known for his fiery temperament, fell into the trap laid by the other and, without a moment's hesitation, voiced his skepticism. This remark left the family members nearby at a loss for words. Clearly, they could not openly agree, as they were depending on this young miracle worker to save their loved one. Conversely, contradicting him seemed inappropriate, especially since the other party was a close friend of Elder Li and a senior amongst them. "Ha, Elder Zhao, you are unaware that Dr. Han is the esteemed disciple of Dr. Mo, whose skills have surpassed even those of his master, excelling far beyond his reach." The master of the Ma sect rejoiced inwardly, adding fuel to the fire. "A mere child of I remain unconvinced, unless I witness it with my own eyes." Elder Zhao shook his head vigorously, oblivious to the trap he had fallen into, offending someone he should not have. He seemed to be rather brash, yet it was puzzling how such a person could occupy a high position among the elders. Han Li listened with an eye roll, thinking to himself, "Do you really need to validate my medical expertise? Although he was aware that the master of the Ma sect had intentionally provoked this reaction, he still felt a twinge of annoyance. It was evident that Elder Zhao and the master of the Ma sect were not from the same faction and harbored some animosity. Elder Zhao's mixed circle technique is indeed masterfully refined, with boundless power. The master of the Ma sect. The purity of the Ma sect's profound Yin finger cannot compare to that of my techniques. Elder Zhao, seemingly indifferent to the other's title, retorted coldly. Ha! This was not the first time Elder Zhao had encountered such a situation. He felt powerless and unwilling to engage further with such a brazen opponent, thus choosing silence. However, he was perplexed by the master's sudden remark, as although they belonged to different factions, it was the first time he had openly exposed their upper-level discord in front of so many juniors, leaving him to wonder what scheme lay beneath. Han Li, unfazed by their sharp exchange, feigned ignorance. Deep down, he understood that the master of the Ma sect was once again attempting to sow discord between him and the other higher-ups. Ever since their first encounter, the master had repeatedly sought to entice Han Li into his faction, hoping to expand his influence through the esteemed healer. Yet, Han Li had no intention of becoming embroiled in the power struggles of the Seven Profound sect. It was not that he held himself in disdain, but rather, after encountering the likes of D, Ardem-O, and Yuzito, especially after learning 2 types of spells, his perspective had broadened significantly. He had long since lost interest in the petty squabbles of the Seven Profound sect. Even if one aspired to be a man of power, he would not stoop beneath the likes of the master of the Ma sect to be his pawn. Although Han Li's strength was considerable, he did not wish to offend the master. Thus, he engaged in a war of attrition, neither conceding to the master's demands nor outright rejecting them, instead providing no clear response. As a result, the master of the Ma sect found himself in a quandary. Due to Han Li's indecision and the irreplaceable nature of his medical skills, he could not force him into his faction, and thus the matter of his joining remained unresolved. However, to prevent Han Li from aligning with other factions, the master would seize any opportunity to undermine Han Li's connections with other senior members, inciting discord. Whether these seemingly juvenile tactics were effective, Han Li could not say. However, he had yet to be troubled by any higher-ups from other factions, much to his secret delight. Now, the master of the Ma sect was employing the same stratagem again, and he presumed that he would leave a poor impression on Ma Rong, observing the tension akin to a cockfight, felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly continued with the introductions. "This is my teacher's wife, Mrs. Li," he said, pointing to a middle-aged woman who bore a slight resemblance to the young girl. This is the youngest, a girl named Zhang Xiao, turned out to be Elder Li's niece, which surprised Han Li immensely. When it came to introducing Li Feiyu, the latter feigned ignorance of Han Li, adopting a cool demeanor that made Ma Rong, who had intended to introduce them, feel awkward. He quickly whispered to Han Li, "Law Protector Li is always like this. She usually has this temperament, and it's not directed at you, Dr. Han. Please do not take it to heart." Han Li smiled faintly, knowing that Li Feiyu preferred not to reveal their relationship. "I won't hold it against some individuals that let's focus on Elder Li's condition. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Han Li subtly criticized Li Feiyu. Upon hearing this, Ma Rong felt relieved and promptly led everyone into the patient's bedroom. Li Feiyu, hearing this, twitched her lips slightly, seemingly unperturbed, but as everyone turned away, she suddenly made a face at Han Li before quickly returning to her previous demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Han Li stifled a laugh, choosing to ignore her antics, and followed Mrs. Li's lead to Elder Li's bedside. Upon seeing the figure lying on the bed, even the usually bold Han Li could not help but gasp in shock, realizing why the other doctors had refrained from prescribing any treatment. The once kind and gentle Elder Li now lay unconscious, from his face to his neck, and from his hands to his feet, grotesque, coin-sized poison spots marred his skin, each of vivid hue, shocking to behold. What troubled Han Li even more was the bluish tint to his lips and the ominous black aura enveloping his visage, indicative of a severe late-stage poisoning. It would be a formidable challenge to save his life. Chapter 71. Qingling powder. Han Li furrowed his brow tightly. Remaining silent, he had just taken the pulse, examined the tongue coating and pupils, and preliminarily deduced that this poison was akin to the twining. It was a mixed toxin that to meticulously extract the various toxic elements contained within. Han Li lacked the requisite skill that he could only attempt to use the Qingling powder alongside a few other dubious. Contemplating this, Han Li inwardly cursed himself for being unable to detoxify, yet relinquishing the dilemma to his fellow physicians, while outwardly feigning deep contemplation. After a brief interval, Elder Zhao, can you save Elder Li or not? Speak up, Elder Zhao. You are far too impatient. That can't you see that Dr. Han is devising a solution? Have a little patience. Before Han Li could respond, Master Elder Zhao glared, his mouth poised to retort, but Han Li preemptively cleared his throat, interrupting him. The cough elicited a wave of astonished glances from those in the room, and Han Li suddenly realized how comical it seemed for someone of his tender years to mimic an elderly man's cough. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His objective had been achieved, and he was keen to avoid further bickering between the two. This poison is indeed a mixed toxin, and the detoxification process is rather intricate. I cannot guarantee complete success in eliminating this venom, but it is worth a try. However, the detoxification may involve certain risks and could endanger Elder Li's life, that I wonder if you all are willing to proceed. Han Li feigned a look of difficulty as he voiced these words. For him, it would be preferable if he were not tasked with the detoxification. His confidence was quite limited. His statement left the assembled family members exchanging glances, none daring to agree to immediate action. Yet it appeared that aside from Han Li, the other physicians were even less capable. After a prolonged silence, Elder Li's wife, Li, suddenly spoke up. May I ask, Dr. Han, what are your chances of saving my husband? 50%. Han Li replied without hesitation. Very well, then Dr. Han, please proceed with the treatment. If anything were to happen to my husband, I would not hold you accountable. It would simply be fate, Mrs. Li declared resolutely, surprising Han Li with her swift decision. Sister-in-law, should you not reconsider? This young doctor appears rather inexperienced, Elder Zhao urged, anxious to dissuade Mrs. Li's impulsiveness. I have thought it through carefully that if we do not allow Dr. Han to attempt the detoxification, my husband may not survive the night. It is better to take a risk with a 50% chance of saving him, Mrs. Li replied softly, her head bowed in sorrow. Elder Zhao found himself at a loss for words. Han Li glanced at the others, noting that none opposed Mrs. Li's resolution, that he then retrieved a cerulean porcelain vial from his medical kit and poured out a crimson pill. We need to dissolve this medicine and administer it to Elder Li. I will, came a clear voice before Han Li had even finished speaking. Zhang Xiao, who had been standing nearby with reddened eyes, promptly exited the room. Li Feiyu hesitated briefly before following suit, prompting Han Li to inwardly scorn him. Before long, Zhang Xiao returned, an expression of helplessness on her face, her hands empty. In contrast, Li Feiyu cautious. The sight elicited suppressed laughter among the onlookers, their expressions gleefully anticipating the unfolding drama, causing a faint blush to rise on Zhang Xiao's cheeks, revealing her youthful embarrassment. However, this turn of events alleviated the tense atmosphere in the room, allowing many to relax their anxieties. Li Feiyu dutifully presented the bowl to Li. Dr. Han, do you think this water is suitable? I turned to seek Han Li's opinion. Yes, Han Li replied, glancing instantly. The liquid transformed into a vibrant red hue. Administer it to Elder Li. Since you women are more meticulous, it would be best if you handle this. He extended his hand, returning the bowl to her. I readily accepted, not hesitating, to her. Every word from Han Li was a matter of her husband's life. How could she not comply? What exactly is this medicine? Elder Zhao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired as he watched Mrs. Li carefully poured the red liquid into Elder Li's mouth, a question that resonated with everyone present. Is a detoxifying concoction of my own creation. I hope it proves effective. He preferred to keep the name Qingling powder under wraps, uncertain whether this miraculous antidote might bring him trouble, opting instead for a more discreet approach. After the potion was administered, approximately the length of a meal later, the dark aura on Elder Li's face began to dissipate, and the toxic spots on his body gradually faded. This evident transformation indicated to even the untrained eye that the poison was progressively alleviating, and the situation was improving. Witnessing this, the onlookers could not help but beam with joy. Only Elder Zhao maintained his pride, giving a slight huff, though his expression had softened considerably. Seeing that the poison was already beginning to recede without further intervention, Han Li felt a twinge of astonishment. Perhaps this poison was not as formidable as he had imagined. Yet, as the situation improved, Han Li found himself somewhat disheartened for two reasons. Firstly, he had mentioned that the detoxification process carried risks, but if the toxin were to be so easily resolved, would that not be akin to slapping his own face, leading others to believe he had intentionally deceived them? Secondly, if Qingling powder worked so well on others' poisons, why was it ineffective against his own lingering affliction? This matter continued to vex him greatly. Chapter 72. Extraction of Poison. Han Li inwardly grumbled. Yet in order to uphold his image as a divine healer, he had to present himself with an air of confidence, smiling silently. His calm demeanor managed to reassure those present, leading them to believe that the efficacy of the pill was anticipated by him, thus increasing their admiration for him. The master of the Ma sect beamed with delight, a hint of smugness gracing his features, as if Han Li were already under his command. Perhaps he thought that, for the time being, he was the most likely candidate to gain Han Li's allegiance, which accounted for his exuberant demeanor. However, the situation soon took a turn. "This is bad," Zhang Xiuer exclaimed. "It seems the dark energy on Uncle's face has reappeared." Her words startled everyone, prompting several impatient individuals to rush forward for a closer look, including Elder Zhao. Han Li, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but did not join the throng at the bedside. Li was, however, a perceptive and discerning individual. She quickly instructed the two younger ones to step back, clearing space for Han Li, the esteemed healer. Once a gap opened at the bedside, Han Li approached unhurriedly and began his meticulous observation. After about half a stick of incense had burned, he confidently deduced that this was not a resurgence of dark energy, but rather a remnant of poison that could not be entirely eradicated. After arriving at this conclusion, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiuer, perceiving her reaction as somewhat exaggerated. This glance of mild reproach went unnoticed by others, yet it was caught by Li Feiyu, who had been fixated on Zhang Xiuer, and he shot a glare back at Han Li, evidently offended by what he perceived as an affront to his goddess. Han Li sighed inwardly. It seemed that the love-struck Li Feiyu had indeed prioritized romance over camaraderie. He chose not to engage further with this infatuated fool and redirected his focus to Elder Li's condition. Aside from the unresolved dark energy on his face, the poison spots on Elder Li's body had stabilized at the size of mung beans, showing no further signs of fading. The lingering toxins had caused him to remain in a state of unconsciousness. Recognizing that his prepared follow-up measures would soon be necessary, Han Li felt relieved that he would not need to fabricate excuses for his earlier statements, as this would conveniently demonstrate his foresight. "Fetch a basin, filled to the brim with clear water," Han Li commanded with an authoritative tone. This time, it was not Zhang Xiuer who attended to the task, but Ma Rong, who promptly dashed out to comply. Han Li then turned to Elder Qian and the master of the Ma sect, stating earnestly, "Are both of you capable of this?" The master of the Ma sect's gaze flickered uncertainly, yet he acquiesced. Elder Qian nodded coldly, agreeing with alacrity. "Why must you enlist them? Am I not capable?" Elder Zhao interjected, feeling slighted by Han Li's apparent dismissal of his abilities. Han Li sighed internally, realizing he would need to clarify his reasoning to this obstinate individual. Elder Zhao, your practice of the mixed circle palm primarily relies on external techniques, does it not? When it comes to the purity of inner strength, I believe that the master of the Ma sect and Elder Qian are more suitable for this task, Han Li explained calmly and patiently. The response from Zhao left him momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Han Li's subtle rebuke. Ignoring the disgruntled elder, Han Li addressed the others in the room with an imperative tone. Everyone aside from the master and Elder Qian should step outside. The technique I am about to employ to detoxify. She respectfully bowed deeply and stated, I shall take my leave then. She then promptly exited the room, demonstrating her understanding of the gravity of the matter. Following Li's lead, regardless of their willingness, the others once Ma Rong returned with the basin of clear water. Han Li swiftly ushered him out and firmly closed the door, leaving the onlookers outside exchanging glances. Time passed slowly, a quarter of an hour ticking by. The door to the bedroom remained closed, with no sound emanating from within. This unusual stillness rendered those waiting for news increasingly anxious, a shadow of unease creeping into their hearts. Even Li, who had previously maintained her composure, began to exhibit signs of restlessness, let alone the hot-tempered elder Zhao, who had already paced the hall countless times. Just as the occupants of the hall were on the verge of losing their patience, the bedroom door creaked open. Instinctively, everyone's gaze snapped towards the entrance, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Han Li emerged, his face etched with fatigue. Noticing the solemn expressions on the faces of those gathered, he offered a slight smile. All is well. The residual poison has been completely expelled. Elder Li may rest for another night, and he shall awaken on his own by tomorrow. Han Li's words were delivered with confidence, and surprisingly, even he had not anticipated the process of detoxification to proceed so smoothly, devoid of any setbacks. Upon hearing this, Li and the others beamed with joy, their earlier gloom dissipating entirely. Several impatient individuals were eager to rush inside for a glimpse, but Han Li raised a hand to halt them. Elder Li is currently in a weakened state, and it is crucial to avoid a crowd. Furthermore, the Master and Elder Qian have expended considerable energy in the detoxification process and are recovering that I believe it would be best if only you, madam, were to enter, Han Li stated gravely to Li. Upon receiving this encouraging news, Li had no further objections. She nodded in agreement, hastily thanking Han Li, and hurried into the bedroom alone. Chapter 73. The thought there, she beheld the master of the horse and Elder Qian, seated cross-legged on either side of the bed, their eyes closed in meditation. Between them lay a basin filled with blood as dark as ink, from which the foul smell emanated. Their faces were somewhat pallid, clearly indicating, as Han Li had mentioned, that they had expended considerable energy, that a surge of gratitude welled up in Li's heart for the two of them. Although she possessed no martial prowess, the atmosphere around her had imparted enough wisdom to understand the gravity of the moment, prompting her to tread lightly and approach the bedside with utmost care. Upon gazing at the figure on the bed, she found Elder Li in a sweet slumber. The anguish that had once marred his brow now entirely vanished. Though his complexion still bore hints of a sallow hue, the dark aura enveloping him. Evidently, the poison had been completely purged, and Li could not help but weep tears of joy. After a considerable time, she wiped the remnants of her tears and realized she ought to return to express her profound gratitude to Han Li. She gently retraced her steps to the living room, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng, bombarded with questions. Yet she could not find Han Li among them. Her surprise was palpable, and she hastily inquired of Ma Rong and the others. Upon hearing their responses, Li learned that after Han Li had presented a medicinal formula for recuperation, he had taken his leave, vanishing like a wisp of smoke without lingering even a moment longer. After absorbing this information, Li fell silent for a while, but her resolve crystallized. Once Elder Li's health was restored, she and her husband would surely visit in person to express their heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving favor. Unbeknownst to Li, aside from the esteemed healer Han, there was another absence in the room, Li Feiyu, who had been inseparable from Zhang Xiao. Meanwhile, beneath a dense tree along a secluded path, Han Li, just as he counted nearly 1,000, a shadow swooped down from the sky, lunging at him with the ferocity of an eagle seizing its prey, as if driven by deep-seated animosity. "Hey!" "Stop that. Why is it that every time we meet, you always feel the urge to strike? I'm not the likes of Zhang Xiao." As Han Li's words escaped him, the shadow adeptly twisted midair and gracefully descended beside him, embodying the very essence of elegance. It was none other than Li Fei. Is that not a gross affront? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu lightly lifted her right foot, delivering a playful kick to Han Li's rear as a form of admonishment. Han Li rolled his eyes in response, then sprang to his feet with the "I truly regret my choice of friends. Enough of your nonsense. What on earth did you summon me for? You do realize I had a rare opportunity to get closer to Miss Zhang, and now it's squandered." "If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall not be forgiven." Li Feiyu's indignation was palpable. She harbored deep resentment toward Han Li for this inexplicable summons. "Did I call you out?" "I was completely unaware. Did I ever explicitly state such?" Han Li feigned astonishment with exaggerated flair. "Your suggestive gestures as I left were unmistakable. Even a blind person could decipher them. Spare me the roundabout talk. If there's nothing of consequence, I must return." Li Feiyu turned to leave, her demeanor so resolute that Han Li could not discern its authenticity. Not wishing to prolong the jest, Han Li suddenly adopted a serious expression and addressed Li Feiyu earnestly. "Please do not take offense at my inquiry, but as a friend," Han Li sighed inwardly, knowing that further questions would be unnecessary. Her expression had already conveyed everything. "Why did you have to awaken me to such a grim reality?" Li Feiyu's countenance was steeped in sorrow, and after a prolonged pause, she spoke with evident anguish. Han Li refrained from responding to her query, instead offering a gentle pat on her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. "You must have heard that in matters of the heart, the more one invests, the greater the ensuing pain." Finally, Li Feiyu gazed at Han Li with an expression tinged with incredulity. "What? Is there something amiss?" Han Li felt a tingle of unease under her scrutinizing gaze. "Your words belie the wisdom of a seasoned veteran in the affairs of love. Have you truly experienced such entanglements?" Li Feiyu suddenly inquired. "Of course not. All of this wisdom is gleaned from books. I merely found it compelling and thought to share it with you." "Oh, so that is the case. I was wondering how someone as dashing as I could possibly lag behind you in matters of romance, only to discover you were merely Han Li was rendered speechless. This fellow had recovered far too swiftly. Just moments ago, she was despairing, and now she wore a playful grin, truly a being of fluctuating emotions. Yet, can you remain unmoved at the sight of her in another's embrace? Li Feiyu's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as she coldly declared, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on Miss Zhang, but while I draw breath, Zhang Xiao is to be mine alone." Her words carried a chilling weight, as if they could freeze the very air around them. Chapter 70. Suddenly, the aura around Li Feiyu sharply retracted, reverting to a playful demeanor. He winked at Han Li and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "What do you think? Was my earlier presence sufficiently formidable? Did it not exude an air of dominance, reminiscent of a true hero, compelling you to admire me to the depths of your being, igniting within you a heart of loyalty? Han Li could not help having been somewhat moved by Li Feiyu's previous words. He found himself immediately brought back to reality by the latter's subsequent remarks that he glared at him with intensity, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Hero." I would say you resemble more of a clumsy bear. Li Feiyu, unfazed, burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the delight of having temporarily subdued Han Li. Yet, Han Li gradually regained his composure, and amidst the sound of Li Feiyu's mirth, he spoke in a subdued tone. "I have already cautioned you before, and you are well aware of your circumstances. Thus, I shall ask you once more with utmost seriousness. Should you choose to disperse your power, I could grant you many more years of life, allowing you to share a lengthy existence with Miss Zhang. Have you truly given this no further thought?" Li Feiyu's laughter came to an abrupt halt, his countenance darkening as fierce light flickered in his eyes, fixating intently on Han Li without uttering a word. However, Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, his expression devoid of any unusual emotion, merely meeting the gaze of his counterpart with clear-eyed resolve. After a considerable span of time, equivalent to the brewing of a cup of tea, Li Feiyu finally withdrew the glimmer from his eyes, his expression softening slightly. "Han Li, you cannot be unaware that I would never entertain the notion of voluntarily dispersing my power. I understand you mean well, but I implore you, do not bring it up again, shall we?" He forced a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "Moreover, do you truly believe that, having become a powerless drifter, Miss Zhang would still hold any affection for me?" There was a hint of self-deprecation in his words. Han Li fell silent, turning his gaze to the path from which Li Feiyu had arrived, pondering quietly for a moment before speaking with a somber tone. "Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer attempt to persuade you. You ought to return now. I sincerely hope that you and Miss Zhang truly achieve a happy union." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face instantly brightened with joy, and he clapped Han Li's shoulder. "I shall take my leave now." With that, he leapt into the air, vanishing down the path in mere moments, leaving not a trace behind. Ouch! Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder tightly, realizing that Li Feiyu's playful slaps had covertly harnessed internal energy. The discomfort was indeed considerable. That rascal, in retaliation for exposing his vulnerabilities, resorted to such methods against me, Han Li thought, grimacing as he hastily retrieved healing elixirs from his robe. After finally exhibiting a moment of kindness, I find myself met with such consequences. Perhaps I am truly unsuited for acts of goodwill. I might as well return to mastering my techniques. This scheme can only be revisited the next time we meet. Han Li mused with some reluctance. Time passed, and Han Li had reached the age of 18, that, during this period, the Seven Mysteries sect, pressed by the incessant encroachments of the Wolf Gang, officially declared war. Consequently, countless skirmishes erupted along the borders of the two factions, resulting in the demise of several companions who had ventured into the mountains alongside Han Li, leaving him deeply contemplative. The great bell outside the valley tolled ever more frequently, due to the increasing number of injured, which inadvertently honed Han Li's healing skills, leading to significant advancements in his medical expertise. However, despite Han Li's miraculous healing abilities, many mid to high-ranking members continued to fall, either perishing in battle or succumbing to grievous injuries before Han Li could attend to them. As a result, numerous young masters from both factions emerged, claiming the positions of those who had fallen. Notable figures included the 5 Fiends and 3 Eagles of the Wolf Gang, as well as the 7 heroes of the 7 Mysteries sect, with Li Feiyu being one of the prominent champions. Having personally slain an opponent, he had ascended to the esteemed position of deputy leader of the Outer Blade Hall, enjoying considerable power, while his relationship with Zhang Xiao was progressing rapidly, having reached the stage of discussing marriage. Upon learning of this, Han Li could only let out a soft sigh. He was uncertain whether Li Feiyu's actions were right or wrong. After all, he was not Li Feiyu, and without experiencing the situation firsthand, he could not grasp the complexities of right and wrong. Nonetheless, if the roles were reversed, and he were to witness his beloved with another, Han Li questioned whether he would possess the fortitude to act, especially knowing he was on the brink of death yet still pursuing marriage. Such resolve seemed beyond his reach. Thus, Han Li chose to feign ignorance, for there exists a certain distance between individuals. Li Feiyu was his friend, and naturally, he would lean slightly in his favor, a notion that brought Han Li a sense of inner peace. Moreover, another crucial matter had recently arisen, consuming much of his thoughts and leaving him even less inclined to concern himself with other issues. After countless failures, Han Li finally mastered the use of the Wind Command. Much like the Heavenly Eye technique, the Wind Command is also an auxiliary spell applicable solely. However, its practical applications far surpass those of the Heavenly Eye technique. Upon invoking the Wind Command, Han Li felt as light as a swallow, effortlessly leaping several zhang with a mere tap of his toes against the ground. The exhilarating sensation of racing at high speed across the land, leaving everything far behind, became an addiction for Han Li, compelling him to sprint through the valley 5 or 6 times daily, relishing the experience of a master of lightness. Of course, the acceleration effects of the Wind Command differ significantly from those of the Smoke Step. The latter emphasizes exploiting narrow gaps, transforming impossibilities into possibilities, achieving speed through considerable exertion over short distances, an art form best displayed in confined spaces. In contrast, the Wind Command imposes no physical burden apart from the continuous consumption of minimal magical energy, allowing for unrestricted sprinting without the fear of exhaustion. Furthermore, Chapter 75, the integration of martial and magical arts. Ever since Han Li mastered the wind control technique, his curiosity regarding the other 2 spells, Spirit Fixation Talisman and Object Manipulation Technique, has intensified significantly that he devoted a considerable amount of time and energy to these arts, hoping that one day he might achieve a sudden and profound comprehension akin to his experience with wind control. However, after numerous attempts at research, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that his inability to cast these 2 spells might not stem from any personal inadequacy, but rather from the lack of suitable external conditions for spellcasting. According to the texts, the Spirit Fixation Talisman is a type of charm that necessitates the use of a pre-prepared talisman. Consequently, Han Li had been crafting these talismans using yellow paper purchased from a nearby town, meticulously drawing the prescribed symbols with a brush. Although the text did not specify the type of paint required for drawing the talisman symbols, he recalled the silver symbols used by Dr. Mo, and thus opted to employ the precious and luxurious silver powder. Whether this pigment was effective remained uncertain to Han Li, yet at least in appearance, his homemade talismans bore an uncanny resemblance to the examples in the books. Regrettably, mere similarity in appearance proved insufficient. When Han Li recited the incantations to activate the talismans, the symbols failed to emit the dazzling silver light characteristic of Dr. Mo's usage, nor did any other extraordinary phenomena occur. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether the failure was due to errors in the incantations or hand gestures, or if it stemmed from the unsuccessful creation of the talismans. However, following this exploration, Han Li's understanding evolved, by delving deeply into various related materials and texts concerning spell legends. He ultimately discerned that the talismans employed by cultivators were certainly not mere ordinary paper and pigments as understood by mortals, but rather fashioned from certain unique materials exclusive to the realm of cultivation, potentially requiring some special method for their creation. Thus, even if his incantations and gestures were flawless, success in spellcasting remained elusive. The same reasoning applied to the object manipulation technique. Previously, Han Li had assumed that any common object could serve as a target for this spell, so he had been attempting to manipulate furniture or weapons as targets, naturally with no effect. However, upon being reminded of the talisman issue, he realized that the objects to be manipulated were likely not ordinary items, but rather specific artifacts utilized by cultivators. Consequently, he began to experiment with having identified the fundamental source of the problem and recognized that without the appropriate items, he could not successfully cast the spirit fixation talisman or the object manipulation technique. Han Li shifted his focus away from these spells. Instead, he contemplated the idea of integrating martial arts with several spells, aiming to rapidly enhance his own capabilities and elevate his prowess within a short period. With this whimsical notion in mind, Han Li embarked on a rigorous journey of self-discipline, soon achieving modest success. After a series of attempts, he finally managed to merge the rising smoke step with the wind control technique. The process of fusion entailed first casting the wind control technique upon himself and subsequently employing the rising smoke step in succession. However, the coordination between the two techniques required careful control, as any misalignment could easily lead to failure, demanding considerable effort and concentration from Han Li. This integration allowed him to gradually refine the wind control technique, which was originally not adept at agile maneuvers, and mitigated the physical exhaustion associated with the rising smoke step, enabling him to move with a swiftness akin to lightning, rendering him elusive in motion. Not long thereafter, Han Li also devised his own innovative approach to the usage of fireball technique. Traditionally, after the conjuration of a small fireball, the practitioner should propel it towards the target. Han Li believed that the speed of the fireball, propelled solely by magical energy, was too slow, making it easily avoidable by any skilled martial artist, thus limiting its effectiveness in combat. Consequently, he opted to employ the fireball technique in a novel manner by only casting it halfway. Upon the fireball's appearance, he refrained from launching it outward, instead choosing to wield it as a compact weapon, utilizing its destructive properties while maintaining. With his refined agility and the searing fireball in hand, Han Li now felt confident in his ability to effortlessly vanquish any formidable opponent. With these newfound methods, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer troubled by his prior inadequacies, and now felt sufficiently empowered to Meanwhile, his everlasting spring skill quietly progressed to the 8th level, as he consumed spiritual herbs daily, as if they were mere snacks, further augmenting his magical prowess in terms of the depth of his magical energy. Han Li had surpassed the former Yu Zedong. However, regarding the mastery of spells and practical combat techniques, he still fell short of Yu Zedong's capabilities. After all, Yu Zedong had the advantage of guidance from elders during family training, as well as peers for sparring, placing him far ahead of Han Li, who was still in a relatively nascent stage. Unaware of this disparity, or perhaps indifferent to it, Han Li had never harbored the arrogance to believe that a few rudimentary spells would allow him to contend with true cultivators. His current adversaries primarily comprised mundane practitioners of the martial world. Thus, Han Li remained in high spirits as he prepared to find an excuse to depart from the Seven Xian sect when the Wolfpack gang unexpectedly. The news sent shockwaves through the Seven Xian sect, as the recent period had seen the Wolfpack gang dominating the conflicts and suppressing the Seven Xian sect. Under such advantageous circumstances, why would they suddenly seek negotiations? Could there be some ulterior motive? This sparked a wave of suspicion among many. Voices both for and against the negotiations erupted within the Seven Xian sect, with various high-ranking members expressing different opinions. Li Feiyu was among the most vehement opponents, as the support for both sides proved nearly equal. No decisive argument could be reached, ultimately leading sect leader Wang to decree that they should engage in discussions first. If the terms were reasonable, they would shake hands and reach an accord. If the demands were overly harsh, they would continue the struggle. While this compromise could not satisfy either faction entirely, it was the only feasible solution available. and thus they had no choice but to proceed accordingly. Chapter 76. Negotiations and the outbreak of conflict following several rounds of discussions between the Seven Mysteries sect and the Wolfgang. A location known as Sandfall Slope was mutually acknowledged as the site for negotiations. The Wolfgang firmly insisted that a leader from each side must participate in order to demonstrate mutual sincerity. Otherwise, there was no point in holding the talks. This stipulation did not stir unrest within the Seven Mysteries sect, as it was a common condition in such negotiations. Naturally, the true head of the sect would never place themselves in peril. The most they would send was a deputy sect leader, while the Wolfgang would similarly dispatch a corresponding deputy to uphold their facade, making this requirement entirely reasonable. Thus, both parties agreed on a specific date for the negotiations, and on that day, each would dispatch a contingent of over 100 individuals to attend the meeting to mitigate the risk of ambush during the negotiations. The Seven Mysteries sect meticulously arranged for both the participants and their backup. The negotiation team was led by the sect's second strongest figure, Deputy Sect Leader Wu, and the nearly 100 members were all distinguished experts within the sect, primarily comprising protectors, esteemed members, and several elders and hall masters, thereby presenting a formidable lineup. With such a cadre of experts, even if the Wolfgang were to muster all their elite forces, it was unlikely they could obstruct the Seven Mysteries sect's advance, instilling great confidence throughout the sect. In the event of any untoward circumstances, the negotiators could rely on their formidable martial skills to swiftly break through and return to their territory, where additional teams of elite Blood Blade Hall disciples would be ready to assist, ensuring a safe retreat. Li Feiyu also volunteered to join the delegation, for with his life nearing its end, he found himself irresistibly drawn to perilous situations. Thus, this team, comprising nearly half of the sect's elite, set off from the mountain as the day of negotiations approached. The round trip would take at least half a month, a truly lengthy endeavor. Han Li, however, remained indifferent to him. Whether the talk succeeded or failed was inconsequential, as he was on the verge of departing for the outside world to seek his own path. The rise and fall of the Seven Mysteries sect held little significance for him. As long as he was not directly implicated, he had little interest in these affairs. Hence, during the days leading up to the departure of the negotiation team, Han Li had resolved that upon the return of the negotiation team, he would formally bid farewell to the sect leaders. Should the higher-ups prove obstinate and refuse to grant him leave, he would not hesitate to reveal his true strength to dissuade them entirely. In truth, slipping away unnoticed would be the simplest course of action. However, Han Li was concerned that if they could not locate him, they might inconvenience his family instead. Therefore, it was prudent to openly inform the higher-ups of his departure, demonstrating his capabilities to ensure his safety. As for the excuse for his departure, Han Li had already devised a plan, stating that he wished to seek out Dr. Mo, his mentor. Whether they believed him or not was of little concern to Han Li. With absolute strength backing him, he had no reason to fear their ulterior motives. Whenever he contemplated this, a cold smile would involuntarily grace his lips at that moment. If he desired to take the lives of several sect leaders, it would be a matter of utmost simplicity. Of course, such thoughts remained purely hypothetical, and he had no intention of acting upon them. However, Han Li could never have anticipated that on the fourth night, following the departure of the negotiation team, a ragged, dust-covered figure with disheveled hair would suddenly burst into his chamber, eyes bloodshot and wild. With cracked lips, he rasped, "The negotiation team has perished. Deputy Leader Wu is dead, along with the protectors and esteemed members. Nearly everyone is dead." Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily stunned, but before he could inquire further, a sharp whistle echoed from the mountain. Clang, clang, a series of muffled clangs followed suit. Bang, bang, ding, ding, boom, boom. Various alarm sounds erupted in unison, quickly followed by a cacophony of battle cries reverberating throughout the mountain. The clash of weapons could be faintly heard, and in that instant, the entirety of colorful Cloud Mountain transformed into a vast battlefield. Han Li's expression darkened, and he paid no heed to the messenger's continued words. In a flash, he exited his abode, scanning his surroundings until he spotted the tallest building. With a slight stamp of his foot, he ascended to the rooftop and gazed towards the valley below. His countenance was grim, reflecting the flames rising in the near distance, shadows flitting about, and the incessant flashing of blades amidst the chaos of shouts, alarms, and furious commands that filled the air. Hearing a rush of wind behind him, he did not turn but asked, "Li Feiyu, is it the Wolf Gang?" Indeed, I never anticipated their meticulous planning would lead to the near annihilation of our negotiation team, only for them to immediately pursue us survivors up the mountain. Came the response from the very messenger who had departed 4 days prior, his voice thick with anger and resentment. Chapter 77. Strategies, but how did they manage to breach the outer sentinels on the mountain? When we retreated to the mountain, we had clearly ordered the guards along the way to heighten their vigilance. Li Feiyu pondered aloud, a look of confusion etched on his face. There's nothing particularly strange about it. The Wolf Gang must have been plotting this large-scale offensive for quite some time. Infiltrating a few outer spies would be a trivial matter for them. With these traitors guiding them, it is entirely normal for those outposts to be taken down silently, Han Li replied nonchalantly. However, it is impossible for the Wolf Gang to easily seize all the branches. I suspect their strategy is to encircle all the peaks where the various halls are located without attacking, and then concentrate their stronger fighters to focus on assaulting the main hall situated on Sunset Peak. If they can capture or kill the key figures of our sect, the remaining branches will inevitably crumble, he continued. What should we do now? Should we head to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu pressed, a hint of impatience in his tone. Han Li fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to Li Feiyu and spoke in a grave voice. You have yet to tell me how it is possible that a negotiation team comprised of so many experts could be completely annihilated. Logically, the Wolf Gang should not possess such overwhelming strength. Upon hearing this, the muscles in Li Feiyu's face twitched slightly, that he instinctively licked his cracked lips, revealing a faint bitter smile as he responded. They employed a large number of repeating crossbows, all of which were enhanced military-grade weapons. Military-grade repeating crossbows? Indeed. Just 2 days after we left the mountain, while traversing a grassy expanse on our own territory, we all let our guard down. Suddenly, countless members of the Wolf Gang emerged from the ground around us, each wielding a sturdy crossbow. A deluge of crossbow bolts rained down upon us, and the sheer density of the barrage caused all the disciples with lesser martial skills to perish on the spot. Only a few, either exceptionally skilled or fortunate, managed to survive, albeit with significant injuries. I was one of the lucky ones. Otherwise, I would not have made it back. As Li Feiyu recounted this harrowing experience, a flicker of fear surfaced in his eyes, a testament to the profound impact the terrifying scene of that crossbow volley had on him. The remaining survivors, in a desperate bid for survival, decided to split up and fight our way through individually. I was fortunate, as I was not considered a significant target by them, resulting in fewer pursuers. The opponents I faced were not particularly formidable, allowing me to escape. However, when I made my way back, I discovered that the various strongholds along the route, which should have been manned by our forces, had inexplicably been overrun by the Wolf Gang, lying in wait for us, the stragglers, to fall into their trap. After being caught off guard a couple of times, I dared not seek assistance any longer. In my quest to ascertain the fates of others, I resolved to ambush a blue-clad enforcer of the Wolf Gang. From him, I learned that Sect Master Wu and several elders had perished in the ambush, overwhelmed by the enemy's numerous experts. Only a handful of us, who were not deemed significant but possessed considerable martial prowess, managed to escape. Along the way, I fortuitously encountered 2 other disciples who had also managed to escape, and we fled together for a day and a night until we finally returned to the mountain. Once we were back, the 2 disciples headed to Sunset Peak to inform Sect Master Wang of the annihilation of the negotiation team. I concocted an excuse of tending to my injuries and discreetly came to consult with you regarding our countermeasures. Given that Sect Master Wu and so many others perished in the ambush while only we few, whose status is neither high nor low, managed to return, I cannot help but wonder what do you propose we do now? Li Feiyu exhaled this lengthy tirade, his expression shifting to one of resignation. After listening, Han Li furrowed his brow and tilted his head in contemplation. The clamor of battle on the mountain intensified, punctuated by the chilling screams of the dying, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice took on a somber tone. Yes, I have over 20 subordinates stationed in several houses near Elder Li's residence. I had originally planned to wait for the negotiation team to return before bringing them down the mountain to handle matters. Very well, let us first head to Elder Li's abode, gather these individuals, and also confer with Miss Zhang Xiu. As for our next steps, we shall decide once we ascertain the specifics of the situation, Han Li stated calmly, exuding a sense of rationality. Understood? I will follow your lead. With the chaos outside, I am genuinely concerned for Xiuer's safety. Li Feiyu admitted, his anxiety palpable. Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Li Feiyu, perplexed by his thoughts. On one hand, he exhibited profound concern for Zhang Xiu, while on the other, he was fully aware of his own impending demise, yet insisted on marrying her, seemingly wishing to leave her a widow. What a contradictory fellow! Han Li silently critiqued his friend. With a gentle leap, Han Li descended from the rooftop, followed closely by Li Feiyu. I will gather my belongings, and then we shall leave at once. Make haste, my concern for Xiuer's safety weighs heavily on me, Li Feiyu urged. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only remain speechless. That Li Feiyu's incessant mention of Xiu was quite grating, evoking both disdain and a tinge of jealousy from Han Li. Determined to ignore his friend's sudden transformation into a lovesick fool, Han Li returned to the interior of the dwelling, efficiently packing essential items. Chapter 78. The Slaughter in the Forest. Are we ready now? Upon seeing Han Li emerge from the dwelling, Li Feiyu immediately urged him with palpable impatience. Han Li cast a disdainful glance at Li Feiyu, then approached a smaller, adjacent house, and through the tightly shut door, coldly called out, Chu Han, come forth. Your presence is required tonight. No sooner had Han Li's words fallen than, with a resounding crash, the wooden door shattered as if it were made of paper, and amidst the swirling wood chips, a colossal figure slowly strode out from within. Li Feiyu stared, his eyes wide, at the imposing figure before him, a giant exuding an aura reminiscent of a demon, yet cloaked in such a way that his face remained obscured. The giant silently positioned himself behind Han Li. Let us proceed, Han Li said with a smile, and this time it was he who urged the dazed Li Feiyu to move. Oh! Li Feiyu finally snapped back to reality. He regarded Han Li with a strange expression, then glanced at the giant before sealing his lips and silently leading the way out of the valley. Han Li observed the retreating figure of Li Feiyu, a faint smile gracing his lips, before quickening his pace to catch up. The giant, Chu Han, followed closely behind, never straying even an inch. Han Li felt a profound satisfaction with Li Feiyu's perceptiveness. It was precisely their mutual respect for one another's privacy that had forged such a strong bond of friendship between them. The group moved swiftly, and in no time, they arrived near the valley's entrance. However, just as Li Feiyu lifted his leg to step into the woods, Han Li abruptly extended his right hand and firmly gripped his shoulder, halting his advance. What is it? Li Feiyu inquired, puzzled and somewhat dissatisfied, for he was burning with impatience. Someone is approaching, and not merely one individual, Han Li replied indifferently. Li Feiyu was taken aback and immediately focused intently. Yet after a considerable time, he heard nothing but he cast a bewildered glance at Han Li, who remained calm and unperturbed, offering no explanation. Li Feiyu frowned, somewhat reluctant, but he instinctively chose to heed Han Li's gesture, refraining from further speech. Before long, however, Li Feiyu's expression grew grave as he turned to Han Li, astonished, for he had finally discerned the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from outside the valley. Indeed, many individuals were drawing near. Sun Jifa. There is a large bell at the edge of this forest, along with a small path. It seems this is indeed the Valley of Divine Hands mentioned by the Deputy Lord, a robust voice called from the other side of the woods. Indeed, from the map and this large bell, it is unmistakably here. Remember well, the Lord has issued a stern decree. We are only to capture the divine healer within the valley alive. No harm must come to him, or we shall face the consequences as per the sect's rules. Understood? Another voice, sharp and commanding, rang out like a rooster's crow. Yes, yes. A chorus of affirmations followed, and from the tone of their voices, it was evident there were at least a dozen individuals, all seemingly possessing considerable martial prowess. Aside from one blue-clad enforcer, the rest are elite members of the Wolf Gang. The blue-clad enforcer is akin to our sect's protector, while the elite members are on par with our inner disciples, Li Feiyu whispered urgently, leaning closer to Han Li to explain. Li Feiyu understood that his friend typically showed little interest in the affairs of their adversaries, so he refrained from questioning how Han Li had noticed the footsteps so early. Instead, he focused on informing him of the enemy's identity, hoping to keep him alert and vigilant. Han Li, upon hearing this, grasped Li Feiyu's intention, chuckling softly, yet he chose to remain silent, seemingly unconcerned. Li Feiyu, however, grew anxious. With my current stamina, I could manage to confront that blue-clad enforcer alone, but if the others join in, I would surely be outmatched, and I know you are cunning. Please share your ideas swiftly. Otherwise, it will be too late. His words came out rushed and fervent, for the group had already entered the thicket and was making their way toward Han Li and his companions. Perhaps we should find a place to hide, to avoid the brunt of the enemy's onslaught. Li Feiyu proposed, an idea that sounded reasonable. However, Han Li had no intention of adopting it. Chu Han, aside from capturing the blue-clad individual alive, eliminate the others within the woods. Han Li suddenly turned and coldly commanded the giant. What? Li Feiyu was taken aback by this proclamation. Yet before he could process it, the giant behind Han Li transformed into a gust of wind, dashing into the forest, and immediately, the air was filled with the cries and shrieks of the Wolf Gang members. Ah! Who is it? Not good. We are under attack. What? What kind of monster is this? The cacophony of startled exclamations and anguished cries erupted within the woods, surging forth only to gradually diminish, until before long, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Li Feiyu stood there, staring at the forest, his face a portrait of disbelief. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The burly man emerged from the woods, holding a blue-clad figure, as effortlessly as one might carry a small chick. Blood stained his attire, the vivid splashes of crimson against the green robe reminiscent of the brilliance of peach blossoms. Li Feiyu inhaled sharply, taken aback. The giant strode forward, tossing the unconscious blue-clad man to the ground, and a pungent scent of blood assaulted Li Feiyu's senses. His complexion paled, and he instinctively took a half-step back. The giant paid no heed to Li Feiyu's reaction. Instead, he took a step back to resume his position behind Han Li, standing still and silent as if he had never left. Li Feiyu exhaled deeply, relaxing his stance. Glancing at the blue-clad man on the ground and then at Han Li, who remained unfazed, he suddenly chuckled. I wondered why you seemed so composed. It turns out you have such a formidable ally by your side. Why didn't you inform me of this sooner? I've been anxious for no reason. Though Li Feiyu's tone was lighthearted, his mind raced with speculation about the relationship between Han Li and the imposing giant. Han Li, perceptive to Li Feiyu's thoughts, chose not to clarify. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke leisurely. This blue-clad enforcer likely possesses valuable information. Who shall conduct the interrogation? I believe, esteemed Li Daodang, you are far more adept in such matters. Allow me to entrust this task to you. Li Feiyu felt somewhat reluctant at Han Li's diversion from introducing the giant, yet his curiosity about interrogating the enforcer overcame his hesitance. Thus, he acquiesced. He swiftly transported the unconscious blue-clad man into the woods, embarking on his interrogation endeavor, while Han Li leisurely settled onto the grass, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Before long, Li Feiyu emerged from the forest, his expression dark and brooding. Why so soon? Did you uncover any useful information? Han Li, remaining seated, arched an eyebrow and inquired directly. He is a coward, terrified for his life. Before I even laid a hand on him, he revealed everything. As for the information, there are two pieces, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Li Feiyu raplia, visibly bagja. Let us start with the good news. It might brighten my spirits, Han Li responded nonchalantly. The good news is that your guess regarding the Wild Wolf Gang's plans was indeed accurate. They have confined the other peaks and are not launching an offensive, instead concentrating their main forces at Sunset Peak. where they are desperately assaulting, having reportedly captured several checkpoints. Li Feiyu delivered this news in a flat tone, appearing unconcerned for the safety of the higher-ups. Given that the good news is thus, I shudder to think how dire the bad news must be. Han Li mused, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. Your ominous predictions are spot on. The bad news is that the attackers besieging the mountain this time, aside from the Wild Wolf Gang, also include the Iron Spear Society, the Water-Severing Sect, and several other minor factions. It seems our sect is truly facing a grave crisis. Han Li paused, taken aback by the unexpected nature of this revelation. Do not dwell on the number of attackers. It is imperative we rendezvous with your beloved and your subordinates. Given the current chaos outside, we must depart swiftly. Han Li concluded, his surprise short-lived as he quickly assessed the situation. Li Feiyu nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion most agreeable. What about that fellow you captured? How did you handle him? Han Li suddenly asked. I silenced him. What else could I have done? Li Feiyu replied dismissively. Han Li smiled faintly, rising gracefully from the grass. Let us proceed with caution to avoid enemy detection. If escape proves impossible, eliminate any who discover our presence without mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will only swell. Though spoken lightly, Han Li's words bore a chilling weight, imbued with a sense of impending violence. A few miles away from the Divine Hand Valley, in Elder Li's courtyard, a throng of people filled the space, both men and women, young and old. They appeared entirely untrained in martial arts, yet murmured anxiously amongst themselves, each face etched with worry. Nearby, a group of over 20 youths clad in black, wielding swords and daggers, stood vigilantly, starkly contrasting the unarmed crowd within the courtyard. Inside the main hall of the residence, two individuals were embroiled in a heated debate. I strongly oppose sending anyone outside. Our defenses are already weak, and dispatching more individuals would only exacerbate our vulnerability. Absolutely not, a portly middle-aged man exclaimed, spitting words vehemently, shaking his head as if to emphasize his resolute opposition. Yet we are oblivious to the events unfolding outside. If we do not send someone to investigate, we will be completely in the dark, which is far too passive, countered Ma Rong, Elder Li's favored disciple. Passive or not, the happenings outside are of no concern to me. The safety of this place is paramount. Do you dare defy my orders? The rotund man blinked several times, suddenly producing a golden badge from his pocket, waving it before Ma Rong with a face full of arrogance. Ma Rong glanced at the man before him, then at the badge, and sighed deeply. I would not dare. I shall comply with your orders. Chapter 80. Encounter with the enemy. This token is the personal insignia of the Lord of the Wang sect. Holding it grants the bearer the authority to issue commands to disciples ranked below the elders. The portly man in question is a close confidant of the Lord, reportedly a relatively recent cousin. Thus, any messages or orders from the Lord are conveyed through this individual. Not long ago, the Lord hastily bestowed this token upon him, instructing him to summon Elder Li to the mountain for a discussion. However, after delivering the command, the man felt it too arduous to return immediately to the Sunset Peak after descending, relying on his privileged status to insist on resting at the residence of Li. Left with no other option, Elder Li reluctantly acquiesced, while he himself hurriedly gathered Zhang Xiu'er and several other disciples to ascend the mountain. Soon after, a great upheaval occurred atop the mountain, and this cowardly man was understandably reluctant to return alone. Meanwhile, those in the courtyard were mostly the families of the helpers from the Qishuan sect, many of whom possessed little martial skill. As chaos erupted, panic ensued among these individuals, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Ma Rong, possessing a decisive nature, promptly requested the assistance of over 20 subordinates left behind by Li Feiyu to gather and corral these people together, preventing them from scattering into the night and encountering unforeseen dangers. Given the remoteness of the location, constructed in a secluded valley, the residents heard the distant cries for help and the sounds of conflict, but remained completely unaware of the specific events unfolding outside. Once Ma Rong completed these arrangements, he intended to send some individuals to gather intelligence about the situation. However, at that moment, the utterly unskilled portly man emerged once more, not only obstructing the reconnaissance efforts, but also leveraging the token to usurp Ma Rong's command over the outer disciples, subsequently deciding to hunker down and do nothing, as if burying his head in the sand. Ma Rong, acutely aware of the critical importance of understanding the enemy's situation, engaged in several disputes with the fearful man, yet was consistently overpowered by the latter's reliance on the Lord's token. He was not even permitted to investigate personally, as the man seemed to view Ma Rong as merely a tool for his own survival. Thus, Ma Rong paced anxiously in the parlor like an ant on a hot stove, utterly powerless against this ignorant, portly individual. He understood that disobeying orders and acting independently within the Qishuan sect carried severe repercussions, ranging from the loss of martial prowess and expulsion from the sect to the potential forfeiture of one's life through execution. Hence, despite his knowledge that a momentous event was transpiring outside, possibly putting their sect at a critical juncture, he remained immobilized. Just as Ma Rong wished he could strike down this so-called superior, Han Li, along their journey, they encountered traces of the enemy, avoiding detection whenever possible, striving to conceal their movements. That it was only when they were little over a mile from Elder Li's residence that they were confronted by a group of individuals clad in green, making it impossible to remain hidden any longer, resulting in their first direct engagement with the enemy. The dozen or so green-clad individuals armed with steel knives surrounded them from all sides, trapping them in the center. Observing their movements, it was evident that most of those adorned with a single white line embroidered on their sleeves possessed inferior martial skills. Two individuals with two white lines exhibited significantly greater prowess. Yet the most formidable among them was a figure with three white lines embroidered on his sleeve and a scar across his face, evidently the leader of this group. The scarred leader scrutinized the few individuals he had cornered, feeling a twinge of curiosity. This was understandable, as among them, Li Feiyu appeared disheveled and filthy, resembling a mountain cook, while Han Li's vacant gaze and darkened skin made him look like a rustic farmer devoid of martial arts skills. The only one who posed a threat was the tall figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat, stained with blood. These three incongruous figures stood together. Even the self-proclaimed veteran of the realm found him. He exchanged a cautionary glance with his subordinates before loudly declaring, "Regardless of who you are, the Qishuan sect is finished. Surrender now, and you may yet preserve your lives." Han Li chuckled lightly and turned to Li Feiyu, saying, "Who will strike first, you, or shall it be Chu Han?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he replied sternly, "These individuals appear to be low-ranking disciples of the Duan. Their weapons will serve me well." With that, he darted forth like a streak of light, instantly closing the distance to the nearest green-clad adversary. The man was taken aback, and just as he prepared to wield his steel knife, he felt his weapon become weightless, only to find it in a frantic retreat. It was already too late. A flash of white light appeared before him, and his head was severed from his body. Li Feiyu's series of actions were executed with such precision and swiftness that the remaining disciples of the Duanshui sect had yet to react before they witnessed the death of their comrade. The expressions of the remaining individuals changed dramatically, especially that of the scarred leader, whose superior martial prowess weighed heavily on his mind. He recognized that they were up against a formidable expert beyond their capacity to contend with, prompting him to decisively command, "Retreat. Save yourselves. Signal for reinforcements immediately." His words galvanized the other green-clad individuals, who, in an instant, transformed from their encircling formation into a panicked scatter, fleeing in all directions, some reaching into their clothes, presumably to... One of the individuals adorned with two white lines on his sleeves sprinted the fastest, quickly covering several zhang in distance. Just as he savored the prospect of escape, a chill gripped his neck, and a half-inch sword tip emerged from his throat, only to vanish just as swiftly. Overwhelmed by terror, he yearned to scream, yet his body felt drained of strength, turning limp as he watched himself slowly collapse to the ground. Unable to move in that moment, he comprehended that he had been struck from behind, the sword piercing his throat. A sense of discontent welled within this green-clad individual. Having fled so far, how could he perish so swiftly? Struggling, he turned his head to the side. A shadow flickered behind one of the farthest fleeing individuals, and after a light, effortless thrust of a sword, the shadow vanished. only to reappear behind another companion, delivering a similar fatal strike. At that moment, the previous victim, with a sword through his throat, fell limply to the grassy ground, blood gushing from his wound. Having witnessed all this, the green-clad man could only smile serenely as he succumbed to death, knowing he would not be alone for long. Many others would soon join him, as that ghostly shadow would spare none of them. Chapter 81. Jia Tianlong. At this moment, the ambitious Jia Tianlong, the golden wolf, exhibited a rare flush upon his typically pallid visage, a testament to his exhilaration. It is little wonder that he bore such a countenance. After all, the lifelong nemesis of the Wild Wolf Gang, the Seven Mysteries sect, was poised to collapse before him, all due to his meticulous machinations. As the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, how could he possibly refrain from feeling triumphant? He stood on the slope of Sunset Peak, once a watchpoint for the Seven Mysteries sect, surrounded by a throng of his red-clad iron guards. This cadre of 50 to 60 elite warriors had been meticulously cultivated by him, each a paragon of martial prowess and unwavering loyalty, utterly devoted to his cause. These individuals were treasures he seldom deployed in routine skirmishes, yet now he had them at his side, intent on instilling a profound sense of dread in the smaller factions that dared to stir. Otherwise, leaders from rival groups, such as the Iron Spear Society and the Watercutters, would not so readily bow to his authority. Indeed, these factions were averse to the Wild Wolf Gang's monopoly on power. They aspired for a perpetual balance of conflict, allowing them to thrive in the interstices. Had it not been for Jia Tianlong's swift and decisive actions in seizing the families of these leaders and his alluring promises of wealth, the smaller factions would likely have turned against him long ago. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance back at the despondent leaders of the minor factions who stood a short distance behind him. Each of them appeared dejected. Upon meeting Jia Tianlong's gaze, they either glared defiantly or averted their eyes in fear. Witnessing their plight, Jia Tianlong couldn't help but smirk coldly, turning away to contemplate strategies for assimilating these smaller factions once the Seven Mysteries sect had been dealt with. Before Jia Tianlong, nearly 1,000 individuals clad in an array of garments and wielding various weapons were fervently assaulting a watchpoint of the Seven Mysteries sect. Their formation was chaotic, lacking any semblance of coordination, resulting in... Yet, Jia Tianlong remained unfazed, for it was not his Wild Wolf Gang members who were attacking, but rather the followers of the Iron Spear Society and the Watercutters. He had not expected these forces to breach the final and most treacherous stronghold of Sunset Peak. His aim was merely to exhaust the defenders, paving the way for his elite warriors to strike with their crossbows. The mere thought of those military-grade crossbows brought a glimmer of joy to Jia Tianlong's refined features. The ease with which the Wild Wolf Gang had gained the upper hand was largely attributable to these lethal instruments of war. Without them, not only would the enemy's negotiating team have escaped annihilation, but the several watchpoints already captured would have inflicted considerable losses on the Wild Wolf Gang, jeopardizing his future plans to absorb the smaller factions. These military crossbows had come to him without any exertion on his part. They had simply fallen into his lap. Recounting the events of 3 months prior, he recalled how he had been formulating this operation when an officer claiming to be a relative sought an audience with him. To his astonishment, the officer turned out to be a cousin. Years ago, when the Wild Wolf Gang was still a band of marauders, a number of their ranks had accepted the government's amnesty, and his cousin had been among them. Over the years, he had risen to the rank of deputy general. Now, this cousin happened to be transporting supplies to a border garrison in Jingzhou, and, hearing of Jia Tianlong's reputation as the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, had come to pay a visit. Their reunion was filled with heartfelt exchanges, and upon hearing Jia Tianlong recount recent skirmishes with the Seven Mysteries sect, his cousin had arrogantly proclaimed that with just 100 crossbows, he could decimate the entire sect. Though spoken casually, the remark ignited a spark in Jia Tianlong's mind, prompting him to inquire whether his cousin could procure some crossbows. The cousin, with a knowing smile, revealed that his supply convoy indeed carried many crossbows, and while he could provide them, a certain sum of silver was needed to silence the authorities. Elated, Jia Tianlong promptly exchanged over 20,000 taels of silver for more than 300 crossbows, which he entrusted to his most trusted subordinates for careful use, yielding a series of victories in the days that followed. Breached! The gate has fallen! A cacophony of jubilant shouts jolted Jia Tianlong from his reverie. Surprised, he lifted his gaze towards the peak, where the watchpoint, once adorned with the Seven Mysteries sect's banner, was now overrun by the ranks of smaller factions. Jia Tianlong furrowed his brow in confusion. Given the defensive strength of the previous checkpoints, this final barrier should have proven all the more formidable. Why had it been so easily overtaken by this ragtag assembly? Was there some insidious plot at play? His expression darkened. Those familiar with Jia Tianlong understood that this was a manifestation of his displeasure. Anyone daring to provoke him at this moment would find themselves in grave peril. "Hey, since it's breached, why don't we proceed?" A voice, grating like a rusty bell, rang out, devoid of any respect for Jia Tianlong. Though he should have been furious, Jia Tianlong turned to the speaker with unexpected deference, responding, "Master Zhang, I find this breach rather suspicious. It may be a trap that IT is wise to exercise caution. What is there to fear? With me at your side, can these mere mortals truly harm you? Let us move quickly. I've been waiting here for nearly an entire night and am on the verge of exhaustion. The sooner we deal with these Seven Mysteries scoundrels, the sooner I can retire for the night." The voice, though not aged, carried an annoyingly pretentious tone. Chapter 82. The Golden Light Master. The speaker stood beside Jia Tianlong, a diminutive figure barely 3 feet tall. This gnome, appearing to be in his 40s, was lean and wiry, clad in a red robe adorned with golden embroidery. His fingers and neck were adorned with gold rings and a chunky gold chain, and several golden bells jingled at his waist. As he spoke, his mouth sparkled with golden teeth, presenting an unmistakable image of a nouveau riche at this moment. He bore an expression of palpable impatience, evidently displeased with Jia Tianlong's hesitance. Such a grotesquely diminutive individual, dressed like a rural tycoon, audaciously disrespected Jia Tianlong, prompting the loyal iron guards nearby to glare at him with indignation. The gnome noticed their discontent, but merely chuckled derisively, disregarding them entirely, and haughtily addressed Jia Tianlong. "Chief Jia, you have spent 3,000 taels of gold to summon me from the distant Golden Light Monastery. Surely you do not intend for me to merely wait idly throughout the night. If there is anyone you wish for me to deal with, now is the time to speak. You do not expect me to handle the leader of the Seven Mysterious sect, do you? Such a weak opponent is hardly worthy of your extravagant expenditure. The leader of the Seven Mysterious sect is not the one I require your assistance with. Rather, it is the 3 esteemed uncles of the sect's leader. Though they have publicly declared themselves deceased, they have actually been residing in the hidden chambers of Sunset Peak, engaged in a life-and-death ordeal. Their prowess has likely reached an extraordinary level, far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary master, and they represent the Seven Mysterious sect's greatest reliance. Only you, master, can confront them," Jia Tianlong replied with utmost humility, showing no hint of disdain. It is worth noting that this red-robed gnome was someone Jia Tianlong had encountered by chance at a certain temple near the barbarian territories. The individual claimed to be the Golden Light Master, possessing boundless magical abilities, and had personally demonstrated the art of flying swords and the indestructible body technique to him. Having witnessed the formidable power of these 2 techniques, Jia Tianlong was thoroughly impressed, recognizing the gnome as a legendary cultivator, and felt a desire to forge a deeper connection. Upon realizing this man's obsession with gold, Jia Tianlong promptly showered him with copious amounts of gold and offered flattering compliments, ultimately persuading him to agree to assist him once. Thus, Jia Tianlong consistently treated this gnome with deference, suppressing any signs of disdain for his arrogance, acutely aware that the Golden Light Master was not someone his modest wild wolf gang could confront. Upon hearing this, the Golden Light Master burst into a fit of laughter, and once his mirth subsided, he arrogantly declared, "Merely a few ordinary individuals. Leave them to me. Regardless of their skill or martial prowess, they are no match for my flying sword technique. Rest assured, then I shall rely on your esteemed capabilities. Master, did I promise that my reward will be honored, and upon successful completion, I am willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels of gold as a token of gratitude." Jia Tianlong exclaimed with joy, quickly augmenting the promised remuneration. He understood that the gnome was not one to be trifled with, and it was prudent to speak in terms of gold. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on the gnome's parched, orange peel-like face. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly appreciating Jia Tianlong's perceptiveness. With the Golden Light Master's assurance, Jia Tianlong no longer hesitated and immediately commanded the members of the Wild Wolf Gang to ascend to the summit of Sunset Peak, preparing to assault the primary hall of the Seven Mysterious Sect, the Hall of Seven Mysteries. Due to the throngs of people ascending the mountain, Jia Tianlong and his iron guards exerted considerable effort to reach the stone hall. That was Jia Tianlong's first glimpse of his arch-rival's main hall, and he was taken aback by the grandeur of the Hall of Seven Mysteries. He now felt that the Wild Wolf Gang's headquarters paled in comparison, resembling a mere doghouse in its lamentable state. That the summit of Sunset Peak, several stone halls, constructed from massive green stone, though obscured by the darkness and the flickering torches, the imposing and majestic presence of the halls left the members of the Wild Wolf Gang and other smaller factions momentarily daunted, causing them to encircle the stone halls tightly without launching an immediate assault. After all, this sect has been established for over 200 years. Its financial resources far exceed those of my humble gang, which has only risen in the past decade. Truly extravagant. Jia Tianlong mused quietly that he had resolved that once he obliterated the Seven Mysterious Sect, he would promptly relocate his headquarters here, as such magnificent architecture would befit his status as a regional overlord. Jia Tianlong cast a glance at the darkened entrance of the main hall opposite him, then surveyed his subordinates, and gradually raised his right hand. In an instant, the entire Sunset Peak fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on his raised palm, knowing that once it descended, the brutal assault on the Hall of Seven Mysteries would commence. Hold on! At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the shadowy entrance of the main hall. A rhythmic sound of footsteps, pat, pat, emerged from within, growing increasingly distinct. Finally, a middle-aged man clad in white appeared at the entrance, a wooden hairpin nestled in his hair, and a long sword sheathed in a white scabbard at his side. His complexion was ghostly pale, yet his eyes shone with an intense brilliance. Piercing through those they fell upon like a sword, instilling a sense of dread. He halted several paces away from the entrance, calmly surveying the crowd before him, showing no sign of trepidation. Eventually, his gaze settled on Jia Tianlong's elevated right hand, before shifting to his face. Jia Tianlong, he uttered, calling out the name of the Wild Wolf Gang's chief. Wang Juechu. Jia Tianlong retorted without a hint of timidity, acknowledging the man's identity. Interestingly enough, as leaders of our respective factions, this marks our first face-to-face encounter, does it not, my esteemed Wang sect leader? Jia Tianlong spoke with an air of nonchalance, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips, before gradually lowering his raised hand. Wang Juechu regarded Jia Tianlong with an expressionless stare, remaining silent, as the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Are you here alone, Wang's sect leader, contemplating surrender? Jia Tianlong inquired with a teasing tone, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, I am considering discussing the matter of surrender with you. Wang Juechu, the leader of the Seven Mysterious Sect, replied coldly, akin to an icy specter. Chapter 83. The Great Trap. Do you truly intend to surrender? Jia Tianlong inquired, his expression tinged with surprise. Surrender is surrender, yet which of us yields to the other remains to be seen. Master Wang replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he casually rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, speaking slowly. What do you mean by that? Jia Tianlong's countenance darkened, and with a swift gesture, he signaled for encirclement. Instantly, his iron guards surged forward, forming a semicircular formation to surround Wang Juechu. Simultaneously, they drew their crossbows, the glinting tips of the bolts aimed squarely at him. It was evident that upon Jia Tianlong's command, they would release a volley without hesitation, eliminating Wang Juechu on the spot. Do you think our sect relocated its main hall? Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt a slight unease settle in his heart, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. He refrained from interrupting Wang's discourse, maintaining a grim expression, eager to discern what he had to say. It was the seventh-generation leader, Master Li, who chose to move our sect here. He was not only a man of great vision, but also adept in the art of engineering, truly a prodigy of his time. At this juncture, Master Wang paused momentarily, a hint of admiration gracing his features. He then continued, Master Li selected Sunset Peak as the site for our main hall for two reasons. First, the mountain's treacherous terrain makes it easy to defend and difficult to assault, an ideal stronghold. Second, within the mountain lies a vast natural limestone cave, an extraordinary formation that occupies nearly two-thirds of the mountain's interior. Upon witnessing this marvel, Master Li conceived a plan, employing his Now, should anyone activate the preset mechanisms, the mountain would collapse instantaneously, entombing all who dwell upon it. After uttering these words, Master Wang fell silent, scanning the densely packed crowd before him with a cold, lifeless gaze. Jia Tanlong stood momentarily stunned. Naturally, he found it hard to believe Wang's declarations, yet he was at a loss for how to counter the looming threat. The others atop the peak who had heard the exchange began to stir restlessly, murmuring amongst themselves. Some of the more astute individuals even began to edge toward the sole path down the mountain, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Silence. Those who move or make a ruckus will face death without mercy. Jia Tanlong swiftly regained his composure, feeling a surge of anger upon witnessing the disarray amongst his ranks, spurred solely by Wang's words. Realizing that immediate action was necessary to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, he issued a ruthless command without hesitation. His order was executed flawlessly by his loyal subordinates, who swiftly dispatched several timid individuals attempting to flee. The remaining crowd was soon quelled into silence, intimidated by the display of force. However, Jia Tianlong understood that this calm was merely superficial and temporary, that if he could not promptly debunk Wang's claims as lies, neither his men nor those from other factions would remain at ease. The slightest disturbance could send them all into a panic. You cannot expect us to believe your words based solely on your assertions. Jia Tianlong suppressed his ire, determined to expose Wang's deception personally. Certainly not. I possess ample evidence for you to witness. However, heed my warning. Should anyone attempt to flee or continue the assault after seeing my proof, I will activate the mechanisms, ensuring our mutual destruction. Jia Tianlong scrutinized Wang's expression, searching for any sign of deceit. Regrettably, Wang maintained an icy demeanor, revealing no signs of guilt or uncertainty. This left Jia Tianlong pondering whether Wang's words were indeed a ruse or if there existed a genuine doomsday mechanism. Activate Mechanism 2. Wang Juechu suddenly turned, commanding the main hall with a raised voice. He then averted his gaze, fixating on a smaller stone chamber, disregarding Jia Tianlong entirely. Jia Tianlong's fury ignited at Wang's blatant dismissal, and he struggled to contain his rage, vowing that should Wang's evidence fail to satisfy him, he would order the master to be turned into a pincushion. However, Wang's peculiar fixation on the stone chamber caught the attention of the members of the Wild Wolf gang, who could not help but focus their gaze on the scene, anxious to witness what would unfold. Amidst the palpable tension, none noticed two figures clad in the garb of the broken water flow, whispering quietly at the periphery of the gathering. Han Li, do you think what our leader said is true or false? Could it be that such a massive sunset peak is truly hollow? I've visited several times and never sensed anything amiss. Could it be that Master Wang is deceiving them, attempting to buy time? Or perhaps, one of the young men continued to press the silent youth beside him, eager for an explanation to his growing doubts. These two were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, originally en route to Elder Li's residence. Chapter 84. The earth trembles initially, in order to prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from fleeing and alarming other enemies. Han Li had no choice but to intervene personally. Utilizing both the Luo Yin step and the wind control technique, he effortlessly eliminated all adversaries in a mere instant, leaving Li Feiyu, who had intended to continue the fight, utterly astounded. It was at that moment he grasped the true extent of Han Li's formidable power. Once he regained his composure, Li Feiyu attributed Han Li's astonishing prowess solely to the practice of the blinking sword technique. This notion nearly drove him to madness, and he immediately contemplated the idea of self-dismantling his cultivation to focus on mastering the blinking sword technique instead. However, a sliver of remaining ration. Thus, as they continued on their journey, Li Feiyu incessantly expressed his jealousy towards Han Li, lamenting that his friend had fortuitously acquired such an extraordinary skill. Han Li, indifferent to the now envious rants of his companions, all foes crumbled before Han Li's enigmatic agility, failing to withstand even a single strike, and this included several high-ranking experts among them. Thus, under Han Li's overwhelming display of might, the duo effortlessly reached Elder Li's residence, where they met Ma Rong. From him, They learned that Elder Li and Zhang Xiao had already ascended Sunset Peak. Upon receiving this grim news, Li Feiyu's face turned ashen, that he was acutely aware that the currents in despair. The two conferred and then departed from Elder Li's abode, hastening towards Sunset Peak, where a minor commotion ensued before their departure. The despicable, corpulent confidant of the Wang sect leader, upon their attempt to leave, brandished a token and threatened them with orders to remain, or face the consequences of sect regulations. Li Feiyu, consumed by anxiety for Zhang Xiao's safety, could hardly concern himself with such regulations. With a swift motion, he struck the loquacious fat man unconscious, commanding his subordinates to continue protecting the others while he and Han Li made their escape. As they approached the vicinity of Sunset Peak, the sheer number of enemies startled them. Realizing that a direct confrontation would be futile, the two devised a clever plan. They incapacitated two disciples of the Broken Water sect, donned their garments, and amidst the chaos of the encroaching darkness, stealthily blended into the throng of attackers, easily making their way to the summit. There, they overheard the current declarations of the Wang sect leader. As for Chu Han, due to his conspicuous appearance, he was concealed in a hidden location, remaining at the foot of the mountain. Hearing of the potential existence of a mutual destruction trump card at Sunset Peak piqued Li Feiyu's curiosity, prompting him to incessantly question Han Li in hopes of receiving some reassurance. Do not concern yourself with the veracity of these claims. Our foremost priority is to swiftly enter the main hall, reunite with your beloved, and then quietly descend the mountain. Regardless of the truth, remaining here is perilously unwise. Han Li finally replied in a hushed tone. That is indeed a candid truth, but in this glaring scrutiny, how can we possibly slip inside? Li Feiyu replied, his head bowed and brows knitted in distress. Ahem. We can only wait and see if an opportunity presents itself. Han Li echoed his own sense of helplessness that as the two anxiously concealed themselves within the crowd, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Initially, it was a mere quiver, but soon escalated into violent shudders, causing many to lose their footing and tumble to the ground, while numerous rocks cascaded down the mountainside. Alas, the mountain is collapsing. That Wang fellow intends to perish alongside us. A careless voice rang out amidst the panicking throng. Upon hearing this, panic ensued, with many disregarding Wang Juechu's prior warnings, scrambling toward the exit in a desperate bid to escape what they believed to be an imminent disaster. With a resounding crash, the sound of a massive collapse echoed through the air, causing the ground to shake even more violently to the sound of this thunderous noise. Everyone assumed it heralded the mountain's collapse, and despair gripped them, for it seemed that even if they wished to flee, it was likely already too late. Meanwhile, Jia Tianlong was both alarmed and furious. Though still surrounded by his fiercely loyal iron guards, he was engulfed in confusion. Unsure of what to do next, he instinctively turned his gaze toward his ally, Jin Guangshangren, but upon witnessing the panic etched upon the latter's face, he could not help but smile bitterly. It became evident that this esteemed figure was equally imperiled. Instantly, Jia Tianlong's admiration for him diminished significantly. I had thought the Wild Wolf Gang consisted of fearless heroes. It appears they are merely a disorganized rabble. Suddenly, Wang Juechu's derisive voice cut through the chaos, resonating clearly in everyone's ears despite the tumult, indicative of his refined prowess. As his words echoed, the tremors beneath them miraculously ceased, as if the mountain itself had calmed its fury in that fleeting moment. At this juncture, the onlookers realized that the much-discussed stone hall had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping hole of considerable size. A few audacious individuals dared to step closer to the edge, peering into the abyss, and could not suppress a gasp as they beheld the inky blackness below, its depths unfathomable. Leader Jia, I wonder if this evidence suffices to validate my claims? Wang Juechu inquired coldly. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned ashen, but he refrained from responding immediately, instead surveying his surroundings, that he noted the expressions of sheer terror etched upon the faces of his men. Even the iron guards by his side appeared particularly grim. Realizing that his objective of annihilating the seven mystic sect in one fell swoop was now unattainable, he recognized the necessity of retreating and reassessing their strategy. What conditions do you propose? speak your mind. However, you should be aware that even under these circumstances, we are merely at a stalemate. Do not overreach. He turned back, his words. Chapter 85. The Blood Duel of the Death Contract. The conditions are few and simple. Merely two, Wang Juechu stated expressionlessly. First, your people must withdraw from the territory of our sect, and this withdrawal must occur in batches, under the supervision of our disciples. His tone was quite austere. Agreed, no problem, Jia Tianlong responded without hesitation. Witnessing the other party's swift agreement, Wang Juechu smirked coldly before presenting the next condition that took Jia Tianlong by surprise. Secondly, both of us must engage in a blood duel bound by a death contract here, after which you may leave. A death contract duel? Is this for real? Has the opponent lost his mind? As soon as Wang Juechu uttered these words, it immediately stirred a tempest within the crowd opposite him, with varied expressions adorning the faces of all who heard. Some appeared as pale as if they had encountered a venomous scorpion, while others brimmed with excitement, seeming eager to partake. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong's expression shifted momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. Did I hear incorrectly? Are both parties to sign a death contract, permitting only one to leave the dueling ground? He chuckled, seemingly in a casual inquiry. Not at all. This is a necessary blood duel to settle the debts of blood owed to Master Wu and others, and both of us must participate, Wang Juechu declared coldly, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, fixing his gaze on Jia Tianlong. Jia Tianlong chuckled softly, choosing not to immediately respond, instead contemplating with a flicker of thought in his eyes that it seemed he was not to be dismissive of the death contract duel, opting for careful consideration before providing an answer. Nearby, Han Li, feeling perplexed amidst the murmurs of the crowd regarding the death contract duel, could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Li Feiyu beside him. What is a death contract duel? It seems like a significant matter. No way. You don't even know what a death contract duel is? That is hard to believe. It is the most notorious and bloody method for resolving disputes among the martial world. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face lit up with astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Of course. You know I have little knowledge of such matters in the martial world, so what is so special about it? Han Li replied in a somewhat irritable whisper. Oh, that is true. I almost forgot that detail, Li Feiyu said, scratching his head in embarrassment. The so-called death contract duel refers to a situation where two parties with deep-seated grudges must sign a life and death agreement before the duel, declaring that only one shall leave the arena alive. If anyone attempts to leave the duel prematurely, they will not only suffer disgrace, but also face a bounty and pursuit from the entire martial world. This is because everyone in the martial world regards the death contract. In recent years, it has become rare to hear of anyone resorting to this method of duel, Li Feiyu elaborated in detail. After listening, Han Li frowned slightly, and upon understanding the nature of the death contract duel, he regarded Wang Juechu's sudden proposal for this deadly contest with skepticism. In his view, such a duel was evidently a path to mutual destruction. Why engage in it at all? It would be far more prudent to allow the enemy to leave swiftly, thus avoiding prolonged troubles. Very well, I accept and will proceed with the death contract duel, Jia Tianlong declared after careful deliberation, his gaze wandering over the golden-clad individual a few times before reaching a firm resolution. It was clear that the other party aimed to use this opportunity to eliminate him. Yet he too desired to seize this chance to eradicate the remaining elite of the Seven Mysteries sect. Jia Tianlong was well aware of Wang Juechu's intentions. He sought to rely on the backing of 3 unknown masters. However, he had already obtained intelligence through his undercover agents and was well prepared. Now, with a flying sword user on his side as a trump card, coupled with his strategic foresight, he felt he had over a 90% chance of emerging victorious from the death contract duel. As long as he could eliminate Wang Juechu and the remaining experts of the Seven Mysteries sect during the deadly contest, it wouldn't matter if this plan failed, for when he attacked again, the opponent would undoubtedly lack the strength to resist. After all, cultivating a master is not a matter of mere months. Thus, the typically cautious Jia Tianlong dared to take this risk and resolutely agreed to sign the life and death contract. Master Wang, according to the rules of the death contract duel, since you proposed the time and place for the duel, and I have not objected, then the number of participants and the method should be decided by me, correct? Jia Tianlong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, Wang Juechu reluctantly conceded. Then, I demand that 100 participants engage in the duel, with 50 from each side, employing a free-for-all format. Jia Tianlong boldly asserted his demands. 50 participants? A free-for-all? A hint of surprise flickered across Wang Juechu's icy countenance. Typically, in death duels, both parties would limit themselves to 20 or 30 participants to avoid severe depletion of their vitality. Free-for-all battles were exceedingly rare, with one-on-one duels being the norm. However, since he had initiated the duel, he could not retract his statement, and he held firm confidence in his three masters, believing that even in a free-for-all, victory would undoubtedly be on his side. Moreover, as long as he could eliminate Jia Tianlong, the price paid would be well worth it. Once this cunning leader of the wolf gang was dead, his unruly subordinates would surely fragment, embroiled in infighting for leadership, leaving the... With these thoughts in mind, Wang Juechu nodded in agreement to the opponent's request. Bring forth the arena for the duel. Prepare the life and death contract. Wang Juechu commanded sternly to those behind him. Chapter 86. Mutation. With his command, over 30 disciples clad in splendid garments rushed out from the main hall. These individuals remained silent, diligently encircling the dueling ground with wooden stakes and ropes in the open space before the hall. Their swift movements indicated that they were all well-trained. Far from being mere low-ranking disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect, as the arena for the duel took shape, Li Feiyu, feeling somewhat unsettled, inquired of Han Li, "Are we to remain here? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" "What is inappropriate about it? Your little beloved is in no peril at present. She is quite safe. Once their duel concludes, we shall take advantage of the ensuing chaos during the Wild Wolf Gang's retreat to discreetly extract Ms. Zhang. Then, the two of you can flee to a distant place where they cannot find you, thus sparing you from being made a scapegoat for a crime far too great for you to bear." Han Li replied nonchalantly, revealing his apparent lack of deep allegiance to the Seven Mysteries sect. "Isn't that elopement? No, that won't do. Showa would never agree to such a thing." Li Feiyu shook his head vigorously. "Then simply render her unconscious, forcibly take her away, and then you can make an irreversible decision afterward." Han Li responded with a casual indifference. "You." Li Feiyu was left speechless, staring at Han Li in disbelief. As the two became entangled in their discussion, the sect leader Wang received two blood-red documents, the life and death contracts, from a disciple with solemnity. He retained one for himself and passed the other to the opposing Jia Tianlong. Upon receiving the document, Jia Tianlong's demeanor turned serious. He carefully opened the contract, scrutinizing its contents before nodding an affirmation and closing it, subsequently beginning the selection of fighters for the duel. After thorough consideration, he selected 13 elite warriors from the Wild Wolf Gang to minimize losses. He also chose a dozen capable members from smaller factions. Regardless of their willingness, once they signed the death contract, they would fight desperately for their lives. The remaining combatants were composed of his adept Iron Guards, with the illustrious Jin Guangshangren also slated to participate, as Jia Tianlong was counting on the prowess of his swordsmanship. While Jia Tianlong busied himself, Wang Juechu had returned to the stone hall at some point, yet to emerge, presumably ruminating over the selection of participants for the deadly contest. As the duel arena was finally completed, the sect leader Wang stepped out of the hall, flanked by 300 to 400 individuals. Among them were both young and old, men and women, all with gleaming eyes and steady strides, clearly the elite of the Seven Mysteries sect. Jia Tianlong's attention was particularly drawn to three individuals closely following Wang Juechu. The first was a scholarly figure clad in flowing robes, exuding an air of intellect. The second was a towering man, bare-chested, with a fierce beard. The last was a cold-faced individual dressed in gray, bearing a long sword on his back. At first glance, they appeared to be middle-aged, yet a closer inspection revealed the profound weariness of age etched into their features, suggesting they were not as youthful as they seemed. Jia Tianlong understood that these three must be Wang Juechu's esteemed uncles, indicating that the opposition was indeed determined to secure their position in this place. With this thought, he turned to the dwarf Jin Guangshangren beside him and inquired, "What do you think of those three? Are they manageable?" "Just a few ordinary mortals. The moment my flying sword is unleashed, their lives shall be forfeit. What is there to worry about? Do you doubt my abilities? Jin Guang, Shangren retorted, his gaze fierce and his tone unyielding. Not at all. I merely asked out of curiosity. Please do not take offense, esteemed master. Jia Tianlong quickly replied with a smile, fearing he might have angered his most valuable ally. The dwarf's anger subsided upon hearing this. Seeing the tension ease, Jia Tianlong felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this powerful figure was not one to be trifled with. He stifled a wry smile and turned, calling out, "Are we ready? Begin signing the life and death contracts." With that command, the participants from the Wild Wolf gang began to sign their names on the contracts, affirming their fighting spirit. Concurrently, Wang Juechu coldly proclaimed, "Sign the life and death contracts." Immediately, dozens of pre-selected warriors emerged from the ranks of the Seven Mysteries sect, prepared to inscribe their names upon the documents. As these individuals stepped forward, Han Li naturally cast his gaze upon them, hoping to spot any familiar faces that he indeed noticed Wang Juechu's three uncles, but paid them little mind. Upon recognizing this elder, Han Li could not help but exclaim, "Elder Li!" To his astonishment, it was none other than Elder Li, who had been saved by Han Li, the master of Marong, now among those participating in the deadly contest. Regaining his composure, Han Li swiftly turned to Li Feiyu, giving his shoulder a firm pat, and exclaimed, "Did you see? Elder Li is there. He is also signing the life and death contract." Li Feiyu stood. "What is the matter?" Han Li asked, bewildered. Even if Elder Li is signing the life and death contract, there is no need for such a reaction. He queried with curiosity. This. Li Feiyu finally returned his gaze, staring blankly at Han Li before uttering a statement that left Han Li momentarily stunned. Xiaoer is also there. She too is preparing to participate in the death duel. Upon uttering these words, Li Feiyu's face immediately darkened to an extreme degree. Chapter 87. A slight display of skill where? Han Li inquired urgently as he regained his composure. There! Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han Li finally spotted the pale-faced Zhang Xiaoer in the corner of the crowd, standing alongside two other female companions engaged in the deadly contest. She was adorned in a delicate white gown, her lips slightly pursed, resembling a fragile white flower, exuding an air of vulnerability. How could a delicate lady like Ms. Zhang participate in such a brutal duel? Is Wang mistaken? Han Li voiced his disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Xiaoer is also a core disciple of the Seven Absolutes Hall. Did I not mention this to you? Li Feiyu replied with a wry smile, revealing information that astonished Han Li greatly. Han Li fell silent, clearly realizing that the remaining experts of the Seven Mysteries sect were few, and that their leader, Wang, showed no inclination towards mercy, in a bid to secure victory in the duel. Even someone as delicate as Zhang Xiao had been dispatched, indicating a desperate gamble. "Brother, I won't waste words. I wish to be with Xiao. Take care of yourself," Li Feiyu said, gently patting Han Li on the shoulder before turning to merge into the crowd. Just as he took a few steps, a soft sigh emanated from behind, followed by a gentle breeze, and Han Li appeared beside him. "What is the big deal? It is merely a life and death duel. Such trivial matters do not daunt me. As we are friends, I shall lend a hand," Han Li said with a smile. Without hesitation, Li Feiyu delivered a hearty thump on Han Li's chest. "Thank you." Han Li merely smiled in silence. As he had expressed, his motivation for following Li Feiyu was twofold. On one hand, he had spent considerable time with him, developing a deep bond and unwilling to watch him face danger alone. On the other, he was emboldened by his own skills, believing that the so-called experts of the Wild Wolf gang posed little threat to him, who had mastered both the fireball technique and wind control technique. Furthermore, he felt an eagerness to personally test his current capabilities. The two of them boldly pushed through the crowd, making their way towards Wang Juechu. Midway, they tore their garb from the Broken Water sect, revealing the attire of the Seven Mysteries sect. Their sudden appearance and identity shift left both sides in shock, momentarily rendering them speechless as they advanced effortlessly to stand before Wang Juechu. "Hall Master Li, Dr. Han." At that moment, many disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect recognized these two prominent figures, exclaiming in astonishment. Zhang Xiaoer, upon seeing Li Feiyu, was overjoyed, her charming face radiating delight. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of people present, she might have leaped into her beloved's arms to pour out her heart. Naturally, Wang, too, recognized the two, his eyes betraying a glimmer of surprise at their unexpected arrival. Deputy Hall Master of the Outer Blade Hall, Li Feiyu, pays respects to the sect master. Li Feiyu announced loudly. We both wish to sign the death contract and participate in the blood duel. We hope for the sect master's approval. Without waiting for inquiry, he stated his request directly, while Han Li stood silently beside him, appearing as if he followed Li Feiyu's lead. Upon hearing Li Feiyu's words, Wang Juechu, who had initially prepared to reprimand, swallowed his words, a hint of a smile gracing his cold visage. He replied warmly, "Excellent. With Hall Master Li joining the duel, our odds of victory have undoubtedly increased. However, Dr. Han should refrain from participating. After all, your medical skills are invaluable to our sect. That IT would be a loss if anything were to happen to you during the duel." Han Li smiled quietly at this remark. Before Li Feiyu could respond, he subtly shifted, instantly vanishing from Wang's sight. Wang Juechu, taken aback, began searching for him, only to hear Han Li's languid voice from behind. "I wonder if my skills are worthy of the sect master's attention." "I believe I can protect myself even in the duel, so I beg the sect master to honor my sincere intention." Wang Juechu was utterly astonished that he had never anticipated that the physician known for his medical expertise possessed such terrifying agility, silently appearing behind him without his awareness. What a formidable skill! Who exactly is this person? What could his intentions be lurking within our sect? A cascade of alarming thoughts flooded Wang Juechu's mind. He turned to observe Han Li, who maintained an innocuous demeanor, and glanced at his three senior uncles, whose expressions had shifted, revealing a glint of fear in their eyes. It was evident that Han Li's prowess had instilled a significant degree of wariness in them, that a myriad of thoughts circled in Wang Juechu's mind before he ultimately made a decision. He suddenly burst into laughter, then spoke warmly. "Since Dr. Han harbors such genuine loyalty towards our sect, how could I, as the sect master, decline?" He then gestured for the two weakest disciples among those participating in the duel to step aside, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to join the fray. He instructed them to be the first to inscribe their names in ink on the blood-red death contract, thus becoming the initial participants in the deadly contest. The commotion on the Seven Mysteries sect side was keenly observed by Jia Tianlong. Although he felt somewhat surprised by the addition of two formidable opponents, he remained unfazed, convinced that mere mortals could not withstand the sword techniques of the Golden Light Master. Thus, once both sides had signed the death contracts and exchanged the necessary documents, the blood duel, where only one side could emerge alive, finally commenced. Chapter 88. The Golden Shield. The Golden Light Man stood in the center of the arena, his expression one of unbridled pride. Flanked by them prior to his entrance, he had assured Jia Tianlong that he alone could vanquish all the participants from the Seven Mysterious sect. Naturally, in exchange for his all-encompassing guarantee, the originally promised reward of 5,000 taels of gold had now escalated to 8,000. The mere thought of acquiring such a substantial sum of gold ignited a fervor within the Golden Light Man's heart, and he cast a disdainful glance at the crowd opposite him, eager to annihilate them. Han Li stood apart from Li Feiyu, positioned at the opposite end of the gathering. Li Feiyu was engrossed in intimate whispers with Zhang Xiao, fully immersed in their own world of romance. Han Li, possessing a modicum of tact, refrained from intruding upon their private exchange. "I wonder what this pair of young lovers is thinking, discussing matters of the heart amidst such a life-and-death scenario," he mused, feeling a twinge of envy. Upon regaining his focus, Han Li, like the others, regarded the diminutive figure before them with curiosity. The members of the wolf pack have all concealed themselves behind, yet they send forth a man clad in such garish attire as the vanguard. Is it possible that this gnome possesses some extraordinary skills? Han Li pondered, blinking in disbelief. That it was evident that the sect leader shared Han Li's sentiments. Rather than allowing everyone to rush in recklessly, he dispatched a lone blade-wielding guardian to confront the gnome, seemingly intent on gauging the latter's capabilities before formulating a strategy to avoid unnecessary casualties. Although the duel was to be fought in a chaotic manner, it was entirely reasonable for the two sides to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. As the Golden Light Man observed a solitary figure advancing toward him. He emitted a series of peculiar chuckles, his voice grating like a rusty bell, causing discomfort to all who heard it. The Guardian dispatched was a robust man in his 30s, his countenance fierce, with bulging veins on the hand gripping his blade, indicating his prowess in close combat. Despite the unsettling laughter, he remained composed, clearly a veteran in the art of battle. As the imposing figure drew near, the Golden Light Man ceased his bizarre laughter. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a yell. The gnome paid no heed to the approaching warrior, instead clutching the talisman with one hand and beginning to chant an incantation. While the guardian of the seven mysterious sect was oblivious to the gnome's peculiar behavior, his extensive experience in combat warned him that he must not allow the gnome to complete whatever he was attempting, lest it spell doom for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, closing the distance in mere strides, and swung his steel blade with tremendous force, the edge gleaming ominously as it descended upon the gnome's head. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the gnome completed his incantation, slapping the talisman against himself. Suddenly, a blinding golden radiance erupted from the point of contact, dazzling the warrior's eyes, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Yet he remained undaunted, his blade still descending with unyielding might. The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena. The Guardian felt a sudden heat in his grip, and the weapon nearly slipped from his hand. Startled, he realized the precariousness of his situation. With a swift push of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself backwards several paces before halting, blade poised defensively. To AT that moment, he heard gasps of astonishment reverberating among the spectators. The Guardian's anxiety heightened. He yearned to comprehend the source of this bizarre occurrence. Fortunately, his vision soon returned to normal, and he quickly focused on the scene before him. Standing several paces away, the gnome remained utterly still, yet his entire form radiated a shimmering golden aura, resembling a thick suit of armor that shielded him from harm. It was evident that the previous strike had merely struck the golden shield, failing to inflict any injury upon the gnome. The nature of this golden light was inscrutable, proving to be as resilient as steel, rendering the warrior's efforts futile. Despite his vast experience, the Guardian was momentarily stunned by this unprecedented spectacle. Clutching his steel blade, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, but he was not alone in his bewilderment. All those present on Sunset Peak were equally astounded. It is worth noting that tales of cultivators were scarcely known among the populace, particularly in such a remote locale, where knowledge was even more limited. Consequently, the majority of those witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon felt an overwhelming sense of mystery and a that moment. While Jatumlong secretly reveled in the unfolding drama, and the members of the seven mysterious sect exchanged bewildered glances, Han Li, positioned at the back of the crowd, felt a greater shock than anyone else. He was likely the only individual on the entire mountain, aside from the gnome, who possessed any understanding of such magical arts. That it was apparent that the gnome was employing a talisman akin to a spirit-setting talisman, albeit seemingly of a more advanced nature. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Han Li silently recited the incantation for the heavenly eye technique, discreetly casting it upon himself before hastily directing his gaze toward the gnome. Beneath the golden radiance enveloping the gnome, Han Li discerned flickering wisps of pale light, far more ethereal than the surrounding golden glow. Had he not been specifically searching, he might have overlooked them entirely. This gnome was, in fact, a cultivator with significantly weaker powers than Han Li. This revelation filled him with both elation and trepidation, joy at the realization that, as a novice, he possessed greater strength than this gnome, yet worry over the unknown breadth and potency of the gnome's magical abilities. Chapter 89. The Spear and the Shield. Han Li turned his gaze towards the leader of the Wang sect, only to find Wang Juechu's expression dark and brooding as he conferred with the three aged followers beside him, appearing to find the golden aura surrounding the gnome quite troublesome. The Golden Light Man's eerie laughter erupted once more as he tilted his head back, nostrils flaring defiantly, and proclaimed, "I shall remain here, motionless, allowing you to attack at will." Should anyone succeed in breaking my indestructible golden barrier, I may just spare your insignificant lives." Following his taunt, he erupted into boisterous laughter. This declaration incited the disciples of the Seven Xian sect, who had previously harbored some trepidation towards the golden barrier, into a frenzy of anger. Several formidable martial artists immediately attempted to surge forward from the crowd to confront the gnome, but were swiftly halted by the leader, Wang Juechu. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the remaining protectors back to his side and whispered a few words to the burly man among his companions. The man nodded resolutely and strode forward, approaching the gnome with determined steps. As the gnome beheld the heavily bearded man before him, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. That it was well known that he had been ridiculed throughout his life for his naturally deficient stature, fostering a deep-seated hatred for those tall and imposing figures, placing this man squarely within his realm of envy. He was already contemplating the most brutal methods to torment his adversary. This bare-chested man was one of Wang Juechu's three uncles. Despite his rugged appearance, he was not merely a brute. In truth, he had surpassed the age of 60, that once a renowned warrior of the Seven Xian sect, he had claimed countless lives in battle, and thus approached the peculiar golden barrier with caution. He scrutinized the golden radiance and the golden light man within before breaking into a grin. Suddenly, he extended 2 fingers and lightly flicked the barrier, producing a resounding ding. The golden light man was infuriated by this frivolous act. He growled ominously. "You brutish fool! Do you wish to hasten your own demise?" Unfazed by the insult, the man took a step to the side of the gnome, and then another, swiftly positioning himself behind the gnome. In this manner, he circled the golden light man, gradually increasing the size of his strides and the speed of his revolution until his form became a blur, indistinct to the eye. The golden light man, disoriented by the incessant circling, felt his frustration mounting. Without a second thought, he reached into his robes, seemingly to retrieve an object. The bearded man, still circling, observed this movement keenly. Suddenly, he let out a piercing howl, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl, deep, resonant, and prolonged, which reverberated through the ears of everyone on the sunset peak, causing the nearby branches and leaves to tremble. Upon hearing the howl, the golden light man was momentarily incapacitated, his limbs weakened. Unable to withdraw his hand from his robes, in that instant, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the man's joints, clear and sharp, quickening in tempo until they resembled a rapid-fire barrage, drowning out the howl in an instant. When the man circled back to stand before the gnome once more, he halted, and the cacophony ceased abruptly. As the onlookers emerged from their stupor, they noticed that the man's physique had inexplicably swelled, his chest and arms appearing as if forged from iron, glistening with a dark sheen. In comparison to the gnome, he now resembled a giant. Taking advantage of the moment, the golden light man finally extracted a long, dark wooden box from within his robes, which bore a talisman sealing its contents. Before the gnome could tear off the talisman, the giant man unleashed a colossal fist upon the golden barrier, causing it to shudder and warp, leaving the gnome unable to stabilize himself enough to remove the talisman. The golden light man, alarmed, recognized the formidable power of the barrier, realizing that this man could distort it with mere strength. His earlier disdain evaporated as he hastened his efforts to tear the talisman free. With a decisive rip, the talisman was finally removed, and a flicker of joy illuminated the golden light man's face. But just then, a series of loud thuds echoed from the barrier, causing him to sway and ultimately collapse onto the ground. He soon realized that the man was now using both hands and feet to unleash a relentless flurry of attacks on the barrier, which buckled and twisted under the assault, resembling pliable dough being kneaded, the golden light threatening to shatter at any moment. Witnessing this spectacle, the golden light man's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer maintain the poise of a master. In a flurry of panic, he began to chant spells, but in his disarray, he faltered, achieving no effect whatsoever as the dark box remained undisturbed. From his vantage point, Jia Tianlong was taken aback that he was left speechless not only by the golden light man's foolishness, but also by the prowess of Wang Juechu's uncle. Having previously tested the barrier's might, he knew it to be virtually impervious, akin to diamond in its resilience. Yet now, it trembled and yielded to the man's blows, as if it were mere Play-Doh. This was truly astonishing. The man's skill was unfathomably profound. The realization that two more equally formidable opponents stood alongside him filled Jia Tunlong with regret for his impulsive agreement to engage in a deadly duel. Now he understood the source of his adversary's unwavering confidence. With such monstrous allies, he too might have felt compelled to demand a blood feud. Contemplating the situation, Jia Tunlong glanced at the beleaguered gnome, considering whether he should send assistance to this esteemed master to prevent him from perishing without even deploying his signature sword technique. Chapter 90. Flying sword from an outward perspective, the man in a frenzy of attack appeared to hold an absolute advantage. Yet, unbeknownst to others, this seemingly formidable individual was inwardly lamenting his plight. Although each punch he delivered caused the golden light to cave in, sending tremors through the entire golden barrier, it seemed merely a matter of time before he would shatter this layer of defense. However, who could fathom that with each contact of his hands and feet against the golden light, he endured a resilient rebound force. As he exerted more strength, the backlash. Furthermore, the golden light possessed remarkable elasticity. The areas he struck would immediately revert to their original form upon his withdrawal, as if they had never been impacted at all. Even when he relentlessly assaulted the same spot, he could merely maintain its indentation, unable to penetrate further. Thus, the brawny man's assault persisted for quite a while, yet the golden shield remained in a state of quivering uncertainty, appearing as though it could be breached at any moment. However, the thoughts of all present underwent a dramatic shift. They realized that this man could not break through the protective barrier, and his immense strength could only induce minor oscillations, failing to annihilate it entirely. Consequently, not only did Jia Tianlong abandon the notion of sending someone forward, but even the dwarf himself became composed. Nevertheless, due to his earlier embarrassment, the golden light master's expression took on a tone of spite, his gaze towards the man turning increasingly venomous. Yet, owing to the continuous assaults he endured, his balance was compromised, leading him to err in his incantations during this interval. Thus, he decided to cease his gestures, instead fixing his gaze upon his opponent. The man, oblivious to these changes, continued his relentless assault on the golden shield. Just as onlookers presumed that he would not tire and would press on, he suddenly pivoted, retreating with surprising speed, his massive form moving with unexpected agility. This unexpected maneuver astonished the observers, who soon erupted in exclamations. The golden light master, momentarily taken aback, quickly erupted in fury that he hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, placing the black box across his lap, and began to chant fervently. His fingers raised before his chest, assumed peculiar positions, trembling with great effort, as if each finger were burdened with 1,000 pounds. At this juncture, the man was merely a few steps away from the main formation of the seven mysterious sect, poised to rejoin the crowd. Suddenly, a thunderous command of "Rise" resounded from behind him, and he observed the faces of Wang Juechu and others shift dramatically, prompting them to simultaneously cry out, "Be careful!" Startled, the man hastily veered to the left, glancing back. He beheld a grayish light, striking like a bolt of lightning, whizzing past the spot he had just occupied. That a chill ran through him. But he soon reassured himself that having evaded this hidden weapon, he could reunite with his two fellow disciples and rest easy. Yet before he could fully process this thought, an excruciating pain shot through his right arm that he instinctively lowered his gaze. And before he could comprehend the situation, a chorus of gasps erupted, including the anxious voices of his two brothers. Momentarily stunned and perplexed, he suddenly witnessed a flash of light as a gray beam pierced through his chest, unmistakably the same hidden weapon he had narrowly avoided moments ago. Anger surged within him, and he attempted to voice his thoughts, but his body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. It was only then that he realized his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. What in the world is happening? He pondered, filled with questions and indignation, as darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. This man left the world without grasping the entirety of the events that had transpired, yet the onlookers from the Wild Wolf Gang and the seven mysterious sect observed everything with clarity. They witnessed the moment the dwarf completed his incantation and uttered the command "Rise," as a slender gray beam shot forth from the black box, circling above the dwarf's head before hurtling towards the man, guided by his pointed finger. Though the man cleverly dodged the initial strike aimed at his chest, the gray light grazed his shoulder, and his arm fell limply to his side, having been cleaved without him even realizing it. What followed sent a wave of shock through the crowd. After being evaded, the gray beam, responding to the dwarf's finger, executed a sharp turn and lunged back towards the man, ultimately claiming his life with ease, as he remained entirely unprepared. All present were left speechless, their eyes instinctively drawn to the gray light that returned to hover above the dwarf's head. The term flying sword surged into the minds of most onlookers. Although they were unaware of the existence of cultivators, they had heard numerous tales of flying swords from various legends. This gray beam bore an uncanny resemblance to the flying swords wielded by legendary sword immortals, almost identical in nature. Could it be that this unassuming dwarf was indeed a legendary sword immortal? Most gazes turned towards the Golden Light Master, filled with reverence, for the title of Sword Immortal still commanded considerable awe among mortals. At that moment, the Golden Light Master stood tall and proud, exuding an air of invincibility as he showcased his control over the gray light, making it dance above his head like a long gray serpent, inciting admiration from. If the morale of Jia Tianlong's faction soared due to the assistance of the Sword Immortal, the seven mysterious sect found themselves engulfed in uncertainty, their fighting spirit diminished. In contrast, Hanli stood as the sole individual in the crowd who felt an overwhelming surge of joy upon witnessing the gray light. He discerned that the incantation and gestures employed by the Golden Light Master to manipulate the gray light were identical to those he had learned in his own object control technique. Although he could not ascertain whether the gray light was indeed a flying sword, he was certain that it was manipulated by the same technique. In that moment, Han Li's mind brimmed with thoughts of murder and treasure-seeking, signaling a burgeoning interest in the world of cultivators. Chapter 91. The treasure heist, just as the dwarf was basking in his triumph, and Han Li harbored ulterior motives. Two figures emerged from the set. Without uttering a word, they dashed towards the dwarf with the swiftness of lightning. The remaining two disciples of Wang Juechu. Their faces were etched with profound sorrow, clearly devastated by the death of the burly man. Thus, they harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Golden Light Master, disregarding the dwarf's status as a sword immortal, their sole intention being to exact vengeance for their fallen comrade. Wang, the leader, initially sought to dissuade their reckless advance, but upon reflection, he realized that the dwarf, skilled in demonic arts, would have to be confronted eventually. Moreover, his two disciples were the only ones capable of posing a genuine threat to the dwarf. Rather than hinder their pursuit now, it would be more prudent to allow them to confront him in their fervor for revenge. With this thought, the words he had intended to call them back were swallowed back down his throat. Having learned from his previous encounter, the Golden Light Master dared not underestimate his opponents this time. He directed the gray light towards the two with a mere gesture, and it transformed into a long arc, hurtling towards them. The scholar among the two, upon witnessing what seemed to be a flying sword, raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of his wrist, a slender silver thread shot forth from his sleeve. It met the gray light head-on, momentarily halting its advance. However, the gray light soon resumed its relentless approach, indicating that the silver line had little effect. While others failed to discern the nature of that silver line, Han Li, endowed with extraordinary vision from his Changchun technique, perceived it clearly. It was, in fact, a series of silver needles aligned in a straight line. Han Li was intrigued by how the scholar managed to launch such delicate yet powerful projectiles with such force. Seeing that the silver line was ineffective, the scholar remained unperturbed, and he bent his body and began to spin like a top, from which countless cold rays, both large and small, burst forth. These icy beams split into two paths. One converged with the gray light, resulting in a cacophony of clashing sounds, forcing the gray light to remain suspended in midair. The other surged towards the dwarf, striking the golden barrier with a resounding clang, creating a spectacular display. The icy stream engaging with the gray light shed shards and remnants, yet due to their fragmented nature, their original forms were unrecognizable. Meanwhile, those icy projectiles rebounding from the golden barrier remained intact. Various concealed weapons including flying daggers, Bodhi seeds, iron lotuses, and money darts, along with some unfamiliar objects whose names were lost to time. The Golden Light Master paused momentarily, but then smirked, for he did not believe these mundane items could withstand his treasures for long. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the venue, startling everyone, the crowd turned to see that the gray-clad figure, who had initially dashed out alongside the scholar, had drawn a sword from his back. He approached the gray light with deliberate strides, the sword's tip emanating a white glow over 2 inches long, fluctuating ominously with a chilling aura. "Blade Radiance," someone exclaimed, uttering the name of this coveted sword technique that every swordsman yearned for. In an instant, the atmosphere inside and outside the arena erupted with excitement. If the flying sword was merely a legend, the Blade Radiance was a myth within the martial world, the aspiration of every swordsman. Now, with both the flying sword and Blade Radiance making an appearance and poised for combat, it was impossible for those present not to feel their blood surge, a sense of fulfillment flooding their hearts. At this moment, Jia Tianlong felt not exhilaration but a chilling dread, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He realized the true meaning of hindsight, overwhelmed by fear. Although he had been aware of had he not summoned the Golden Light Master, this gray-clad figure alone could have wiped out everyone on his side. Jia Tianlong's face turned ashen with terror. The gray-clad figure arrived beneath the gray light. At that moment, whether by the scholar's design or because his concealed weapons had truly been exhausted, the scholar abruptly ceased his spinning. The silver stream that had been countering the gray light also halted, and the unimpeded gray light descended mercilessly upon the gray-clad figure. With sword in hand and unwavering resolve, he leapt into the air. He swung the blade radiance downwards towards the gray light with force. With a resounding clang, the gray-clad figure plummeted to the ground, staggering back several steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression waning. The tip of his sword, 3 inches long, had vanished, leaving only a blunt end. The gray light, having endured the strike, fell like a wounded bird to the ground. Yet, even in its descent, it retained its brilliance, pulsating with vitality. Witnessing this scene, both Jia Tianlong's group and the 7 Mystical Gate disciples gasped in astonishment. However, the disciples of the 7 Mystical Gate were filled with joy, while Jia Tianlong's side was consumed with anxiety. The scholar, elated, glanced at the faltering gray-clad figure, and then at the dwarf. After a brief hesitation, he propelled himself towards the dwarf, determined to eliminate the formidable foe first. Before the scholar could advance several steps, a loud cry from behind him echoed, "Get down!" Startled, the scholar instinctively reacted, yet felt a chill at his neck as the gray light whizzed past him. He then saw a headless body rush forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The silhouette appeared hauntingly familiar. Just as the scholar made this realization, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Golden Light Master, brimming with arrogance, directed the gray light, which had leapt back into the fray, towards the sole surviving gray-clad figure among the 3 masters. He reveled in his cunning, having dispatched the scholar with ease. As he contemplated the imminent eradication of the remaining 7 Mystical Gate members, a voice from the crowd called out, "I find this flying object quite delightful. How about you let me play with it?" Before the words had fully escaped, he felt a surge of potent spiritual energy latch onto the gray light, forcibly severing his connection and usurping control. The gray light, instead of flying towards the gray-clad figure, veered off course and spiraled towards the crowd. As the gray light approached, panic ensued, with everyone scrambling to evade it, except for a seemingly ordinary youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, who stood frozen in place. The youth flashed a smile at the Golden Light Master, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that starkly contrasted with his dark complexion that he then pointed at the gray light, which obediently landed in his hand. An immortal cultivator. The dwarf felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion draining to an ashen hue. Chapter 92. The Sword Talisman. All those who beheld this scene were left in a state of disbelief, questioning their own senses. Initially, when the gray light veered towards the disciples of the Seven Shin sect, many assumed that the dwarf had changed his mind, intending to eliminate the weaker disciples first before returning to deal with the gray-clad figure. To their astonishment, upon reaching the crowd, the gray light was effortlessly seized by an unassuming disciple with a mere flick of his hand, rendering the situation utterly incredible. On the side of the Seven Shin sect, including Master Wang and the gray-clad figure, everyone was overwhelmed with a mixture of shock and joy at this unexpected turn of events. In his elation, Wang Juechu felt immense gratitude for his foresight in allowing Han Li to participate in the deadly struggle. He understood that the survival of everyone in this fierce contest, as well as the future endurance of the Seven Shin sect, now hinged entirely on the suddenly enigmatic figure of Han Li. Li Feiyu, who had some understanding of Han Li, was equally dumbfounded, his mouth agape and unable to close for quite some time. Although he knew his friend was somewhat extraordinary, the fact that he could seize a celestial sword from the likes of a sword immortal left him feeling as if he were dreaming, utterly dazed. As for Zhang Xiu, elderly, and the opposing Jia Tunlong, their expressions were a vivid tapestry of shock and astonishment, each more remarkable than the last. Countless gazes filled with fear, doubt, and surprise converged upon Han Li, who remained composed, a smile lingering on his lips, seemingly unfazed by the multitude of stares directed at him. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath Han Li's calm exterior, his heart was tumultuous with frustration. Heavens above, Han Li had not intended to act at this moment. His original plan was to wait until the dwarf grew careless and remove the golden barrier. At that time, he could stealthily approach from behind and easily dispatch the adversary with a small fireball. However, fate had other designs. He was stirred by the sight of the gray light flitting about, and before he knew it, he had instinctively employed the object manipulation. The ease with which he had seized it was astonishing. The BY merely extending his magical prowess over the gray light, he effortlessly erased the dwarf's spiritual energy, establishing a connection between himself and the gray luminescence. Under his guidance, the gray light wobbled toward him like a child taking its first steps, and he successfully collected IT present. Han Li felt a blend of triumph for easily acquiring the treasure and concern for having to confront the dwarf directly. He was acutely aware that he had little confidence in his ability to forcibly breach the dwarf's defenses. The only source of reassurance was the fact that his own magical power was several times more profound than that of his opponent. Of course, no trace of worry could be discerned from Han Li's countenance, that he understood that maintaining a psychological upper hand would translate into tangible advantages in actual combat, thereby enhancing his chances of victory, a strategy he had gleaned from the Blink Sword Manual. Thus, upon observing the dwarf's anxious demeanor, Han Li exuded an air of confidence, in stark contrast to his opponent's trepidation. Now leisurely toying with the newly acquired treasure, he marveled at the gray light, which retained a lively, fluid form, its cold radiance obscuring its true shape. Glancing up at the pale-faced dwarf, Han Li smiled faintly. He enveloped his hands in magical energy, gently rubbing the gray light between them, causing its brilliance to dissipate and reveal its true nature. It turned out to be a talisman, a peculiar one depicting a small gray sword. The gray sword etched upon the talisman was rendered with remarkable detail, appearing almost lifelike, and without any magical stimulation. It emitted a faint glow, as if it were indeed an extraordinary weapon, radiating an icy aura. Seeing this, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. It was clearly not a flying sword or any comparable magical artifact. While it bore an unusual quality, it was still just a piece of talisman paper. However, recalling the talisman's potential might in action, he felt a sense of reassurance, knowing its power would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. With a swift motion, he tucked the talisman into his robes, wary of using it in the presence of its original owner, uncertain of what tricks the dwarf might have played upon it. Moreover, his object manipulation technique had not undergone sufficient practical application, rendering him somewhat inexperienced. He surmised that even if he employed the talisman now, it would likely be ineffective against his opponent. The golden-clad figure watched in disbelief as Han Li tucked away his prized possession, fury boiling within him. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Han Li. After all, the fact that Han Li could effortlessly erase his spiritual presence from the talisman indicated that the latter's magical prowess was at least several times greater than his own, leaving him with little bravery to engage in combat. Observing the dwarf's shrinking demeanor, Han Li realized he had completely subdued his opponent, who remained oblivious to his true capabilities, emboldening him further. Han Li decided to capitalize on this intimidation. After employing the wind control technique, he swiftly approached the dwarf. The golden-clad figure, witnessing Han Li's uncanny agility, felt a surge of dread and instinctively stepped back, nervously murmuring, "What do you intend to do? I have not encroached upon this territory's resources, nor have I plucked any spiritual herbs or medicines, that I merely collected some mundane gold, posing no threat to your family's interests. You have no justification to harm me." Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart swelled with delight, realizing the dwarf had mistaken him for a member of a certain celestial family. His confidence surged further, and he feigned a casual smile, adopting an air of mystery as he inquired softly, "Might I ask who you are? Why do you intrude upon the affairs of mortals, disrupting the local secular order? This presents significant challenges for our family." Hearing this, the dwarf sensed a gentle tone in Han Li's words, seemingly devoid of aggression, and his spirits lifted. After a few rapid glances, he hastily deflected. "I am a disciple of the Yi family from the Qin Yi Ridge, merely passing through. I could not refuse the request of the Wild Wolf Gang's leader due to some past connections, and thus I inadvertently intervened that I had no intention of offending your family. I hope you will forgive me. May I inquire the name of your esteemed family? I would certainly come to express my apologies in the future." Chapter 93. Fiery conflagration against the foe. When the diminutive figure proclaimed his affiliation with the Yi family, he could not help but puff out his chest, as if suddenly emboldened by this assertion. His voice grew more robust, revealing a palpable confidence in the reputation of the Qin Yi Ling Yi clan. Observing the sudden surge of bravado in the gnome, Han Li discerned that this Qin Yi Ling Yi family must indeed. However, the fact that he relied on such a formidable lineage yet appeared so flustered at the outset suggested that he was either lying or merely a trifling pawn within his clan, whose fate was of little concern to anyone. Within a brief span, Han Li reached a conclusion. Eliminating this individual would likely yield minimal repercussions. This deduction thoroughly dispelled the last vestige of hesitation lingering in Han Li's mind, intensifying the murderous intent brewing within him. After all, it was a rare occurrence to encounter a cultivator whose magical prowess paled in comparison to his own, coupled with such foolish demeanor. Even without this deadly confrontation, Han Li would have never let slip such a splendid opportunity for a hunt. Moreover, judging by the gnome's words and actions, he was no virtuous soul. Thus, Han Li felt no qualms about taking decisive action. "Is it the illustrious Yi family of Qin Ling that you speak of?" Han Li feigned astonishment, seemingly incredulous. Since the gnome dared to invoke such a name as a shield, it was reasonable to assume that it carried significant weight among cultivators. Han Li mused internally. "Indeed, it is that very Yi family. Since you are aware of their name, I trust you shall not intentionally make things difficult for me." The gnome, sensing the effectiveness of his ruse, raised his voice considerably. "The Yi family?" Han Li pretended to deliberate, scratching his head in a manner that conveyed indecision. Seeing this, the gnome's heart swelled with delight, and he hastily shifted to a tone of both pleading and intimidation, banging on the side of his drum with a clamor, fearful that the situation might turn unfavorably for him. "How about this? I shall escort you to meet an elder of our clan, and they can determine how best to handle your situation. What say you?" Han Li appeared to struggle with the proposition. "There is no need for such trouble. This is merely a trifling matter, that if you require the elders to intervene for such a minor issue, it may leave a poor impression on them and hinder your future prospects." The gnome, startled by the implication, quickly adopted a fade of concern and urged Han Li against it. At this moment, Jin Guangshangren had completely regarded Han Li as a naive youth, assuming him to be a disciple who had spent his life in rigorous cultivation within his family, only recently venturing into the secular world. This would explain why he possessed such profound magical abilities at such a tender age. Thank you for your kind reminder. Han Li appeared genuinely moved. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand and withdrew a talisman emblazoned with a small sword. Since this is our first meeting and you have shown such consideration towards me, allow me to return this treasure to you. Han Li stated earnestly, a hint of reluctance evident in his expression. The gnome was overjoyed, unable to believe the naivety of the youth before him, who would so readily relinquish the coveted item back to its owner. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing a change of heart from Han Li, he swiftly performed a hand gesture, causing the golden barrier surrounding him to shatter and vanish entirely. He then eagerly reached out to accept the talisman, brazenly declaring, "Since you are so sincere, I shall not be polite." Just as the gnome's hand was about to grasp the talisman, Han Li's expression abruptly shifted, his face contorted with astonishment as he called out over the gnome's shoulder, "Patriarch, why have you come in person?" Upon hearing this, the gnome trembled, instantly abandoning thoughts of the treasure as he whirled around to look behind him. He found nothing but silence and emptiness. This is not good. Even a fool would recognize the deception now, and before he could fully turn back, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. In the next moment, his vision was engulfed in a fiery red, and his body ignited in flames, reducing him to ashes in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Han Li exhaled a long sigh of relief, retracting the hand from which he had unleashed the small fireball. The ability to dispatch his foe with such a simple fireball technique had seemed effortless, yet it had demanded considerable thought and exertion on his part. The successful ambush filled him with a sense of quiet satisfaction, a smile playing upon his lips. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu, having witnessed the events unfold, were left utterly baffled. Although they had observed everything with their own eyes, they struggled to comprehend the circumstances, for Han Li and the gnome had spoken in hushed tones to avoid detection. The onlookers, being too distant, could not discern the exchange, only noting that the gnome appeared fearful upon encountering Han Li, followed by a few exchanged words, after which they observed Han Li conjuring a small fireball that effortlessly incinerated the gnome, Jin Guangshang Run, the very pillar of the wild wolf gang. Jia Tianlong's expression was one of deep bitterness, a feeling akin to despair. How had the situation shifted so drastically? What had once been a promising scenario had unraveled into chaos with the appearance of this inconspicuous disciple from the Seven Mystic Sect, culminating in the demise of Jin Guangshang Run in a mere blaze. Conversely, Wang Juechu experienced a wholly different sentiment, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword as he gazed with fervor at Han Li, who was crouched on the ground in an ungraceful. At this moment, Han Li too was exhilarated, though not out of joy, but rather because he had unearthed several undamaged items from the gnome's charred remains. The meager spoils included a talisman, a token, and a book. The talisman was one the gnome had employed to emit golden light and create a protective barrier. Though he did not yet know the incantation, it elicited wild elation in Han Li, as it fulfilled his desperate need for a means of self-defense. The token was a triangular black plate, one side inscribed with the ancient characters for ascend to immortality, while the other bore the silver character for order. The entire piece appeared non-metallic yet was surprisingly weighty, its purpose unknown. As for the book, Han Li initially assumed that its survival from the fire indicated it was of some significance. However, after flipping through a few pages, he discovered it was a genealogy, a family tree of the Qin clan. He could not fathom why Jin Guangshangren had carried it with him, leading to his disappointment. This gnome claimed to be of the Yi family, yet carried a genealogy of the Qin clan. Could it be that he is the illegitimate offspring of someone from the Yi family? Han Li speculated with a tinge of malice. If complete victory, although the 3 items obtained were not immediately usable, Han Li nonetheless accepted them without hesitation. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothing and regarded Jia Tianlong and the members of the wolf gang with a smirk that was neither truly a smile nor a frown. "Do you intend to sever your own meridians, or shall I assist you in your departure?" Han Li's tone was courteous, yet his words left the wolf gang members with no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt an icy chill envelop him, rendering his face rigid with fear, but he repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm, convinced that there must be a way to deal with this individual. However, involuntarily, he wiped his face, revealing a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead, that a bitter smile crossed his lips as he realized there was no need for a mirror to confirm that his complexion was far from favorable. Indeed, it was likely quite ghastly. He strained to turn his neck and scan the expressions of those around him, only to find that the others also wore ashen faces, their expressions filled with terror and despair, completely devoid of fighting spirit. In his growing despondency, Jia Tianlong glanced toward the Seven Xian sect, where his arch-nemesis, Wang Juechu, regarded him with a cold gaze reserved for the condemned, while others wore expressions of vindictive glee. Jia Tianlong felt lost, his gaze wandering outside the arena to his once loyal subordinates. Their expressions varied. Some were anxious, others indifferent. Yet a considerable number bore expressions of delight, whispering conspiratorially amongst themselves, reveling in his misfortune. I cannot perish here. I shall survive and continue my quest for dominance. A particular countenance among the crowd ignited a spark of madness within Jia Tianlong's eyes. Bring forth the Iron Guards, true to his status as the leader of a gang. His voice, infused with power, revitalized those who had been frozen in uncertainty within the arena, awakening them from their stupor. Whether they were members of the Wolf Gang or skilled individuals from smaller factions, they all found newfound resolve, rolling up their sleeves and adopting a posture of determined confrontation. Han Li frowned slightly, let out a soft snort, and, with hands clasped behind his back, began to stride toward Jia Tianlong. It seems I shall need to exert a bit more effort, he mused self-deprecatingly. Loose the arrows. As soon as Jia Tianlong saw the opponent within range of the crossbows, he licked his parched lips and ordered without hesitation. Instantly, hundreds of steel bolts, glimmering ominously, cascaded towards Han Li, saturating the air with a deadly intent. That in a stunning display, Jia Tianlong watched as the young man faced the oncoming barrage of bolts with unwavering composure, even offering him an enigmatic smile. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his form began to blur, and the bolts passed through him as if he were but a wisp of smoke, shooting off into the distance, his body seemingly rendered insubstantial. In that fleeting moment, he swayed slightly and vanished without a trace beneath the sunlit sky. Jia Tianlong's complexion turned a shade of deep jade, and just as he opened his mouth to caution his subordinates to be vigilant, Han Li reappeared mere steps away from them. This time, without waiting for Jia Tianlong's command, the Iron Guards unleashed another volley of crossbow bolts, accompanied by an array of concealed weapons such as darts and hidden projectiles, all converging upon Han Li in a frenzied assault. What left them in bewilderment was the fact that once again, the opponent disappeared before their very eyes, that Jia Tianlong was engulfed in a whirlwind of fear. Two piercing screams suddenly echoed from behind him, jolting him from his reverie. He spun around in alarm to find two of his Iron Guards, who had been standing close together, now engulfed in flames, transformed into blazing infernos. The vanishing youth had just withdrawn his hands from the two, and in that instant, they were reduced to ashes. Jia Tianlong caught a glimpse of a flickering red light in the young man's palm, a manifestation of some arcane technique. What Jia Tianlong witnessed was a flawless demonstration of the synergy between magic and martial prowess, as the red light in Han Li's palm was none other than a small fireball from the fireball technique. As Han Li's inner power flowed, he replenished the fireball to its original size, then vanished once more, only to re-emerge at the opposite end of the crowd, where he incinerated another individual. Thus, Han Li flickered in and out among the throng, each appearance heralding a new victim. Any part of his being that made contact with his adversaries ignited them instantly, obliterating them from existence. Jia Tianlong stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of life, his complexion resembling that of a corpse. Within the span of mere moments, over half of his followers had perished, and those remaining were gripped by panic, scattering in all directions. Yet, before Han Li's ghostly agility, one by one, they were all reduced to cinders as the last of his subordinates succumbed to the flames. Jia Tianlong was rendered completely numb. He understood that his continued survival was merely by the whim of his opponent. Yet now he stood alone, convinced that the flames of death would soon descend upon him. Without further ado, Han Li eliminated the final member of Jia Tianlong's entourage, Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly moved behind the gang leader and delivered a full-fledged fireball technique, granting the great leader a final farewell. After Jia Tianlong departed this world, Han Li dusted off his hands and murmured to himself, "It appears that taking a few more lives is not as challenging as one might presume. If only you had chosen to end your own suffering, it would have been so much better. No pain at all. Now, as I take matters into my own hands, I must admit, the sensation of burning is quite unpleasant." Chapter 95. The name of the demon Han Li lifted his gaze towards the outside world, and what met his eyes were the faces of individuals from the Seven Xian sect, the Wild Wolf Gang, and other factions, all of whom appeared pale and stricken with fear, their eyes brimming with trepidation as they regarded him. It was evident that his actions, whether it was retrieving the flying sword, slaying the Golden Light Master, or effortlessly turning dozens of masters, including Jia Tianlong, to ashes in an instant, demonstrated that Han Li was not merely a celestial being akin to the gnome, but also possessed a... Consequently, wherever his gaze fell, all present averted their eyes, none daring to meet his stare. At that moment, Han Li truly embodied the essence of terror. Why are you still lingering? Do you wish to remain atop the mountain, so I may escort you down myself? Han Li suddenly called out coldly towards the direction of the Wild Wolf Gang. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated in the ears of the thousands present on the mountain as if a thunderclap had struck, sending them into a state of panic. "Run! If we don't leave now, he may set us ablaze again." Someone's voice pierced the chaos, igniting a frenzy among the members of the Wild Wolf Gang and other smaller factions, who scrambled in disarray to flee down the mountain. The throng of bodies pressed upon the narrow path leading down, creating a crush that surely trampled countless individuals in their haste. In moments, the Sunset Peak became desolate, with only the disciples of the Seven Xian sect remaining, devoid of any other faction as presence. Wang Juechu felt a mix of astonishment and elation that he had not anticipated that the crisis facing his sect would dissipate so effortlessly, nor that Jia Tianlong would be so decisively vanquished. This realization filled him with exhilaration, yet also a tinge of unease that he understood that since the other party had so effortlessly aided the Seven Xian sect in overcoming this calamity, they could just as easily suppress the sect, potentially rendering its situation worse than... As these thoughts coursed through Wang Juechu's mind, his previously settled heart began to race once more, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the center of the arena. "Oh, where is Physician Han?" Upon this realization, Wang Juechu was taken aback. The individual he had deemed a formidable and unpredictable factor, Han Li, had vanished from his previous location. "Has anyone seen Dr. Han?" Wang Juechu hurriedly inquired to those around him. Not a clue. Didn't he notice nearly everyone shook their heads in ignorance? This was hardly surprising. All present had been so awed by Han Li's fiery methods that few dared to fixate their gaze upon this harbinger of doom. Moreover, given his elusive agility, it would be a trivial matter for him to disappear without a trace. "Stop searching, that I just saw him blend into the crowd descending the mountain. He has already left Sunset Peak," spoke a gray-clad individual, his complexion significantly improved. "He has gone down the mountain. Where could he possibly be headed?" Wang Juechu mused with a complex expression, murmuring to himself that as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fortuitously landed on someone. Suddenly, Wang Juechu's eyes brightened, and a sly smile crept onto his lips, revealing a glimmer of cunning. That moment, Li Feiyu, who was unusually exhilarated at the transformation of his friend into an extraordinary figure, was engrossed in conversation with Zhang Xiu, oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on him. Thus, the members of the Wild Wolf Gang and other factions hastily retreated from Caixia Mountain, making a swift exit from the territory of the Seven Xian sect throughout the night. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Seven Xian sect, led by Wang Juechu, had suffered significant losses and did not dispatch anyone to pursue them in the days to come. Both the Wild Wolf Gang and the Seven Xian sect would lay low, recuperating. The tumultuous battle between the Seven Xian sect and the Wild Wolf Gang soon spread across the thousands of miles of land, becoming a local legend steeped in the hues of fantasy and magic. It was recounted by both the righteous and the wicked, and even ordinary folk delighted in sharing it. Ensuring its longevity as a tale that I end this narrative, the conflict commenced with a peerless swordsman, adept at wielding sword light, clashing against a sword immortal capable of commanding flying swords. Ultimately, the sword immortal's ethereal flying swords proved superior to the swordsman's techniques, leading to the latter's defeat. At the critical juncture, the antagonist known as the fire demon emerged, seizing the opportunity to slay the sword immortal while both sides were gravely weakened. In a fit of rage, he incinerated nearly 1,000 individuals present from various factions, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the Wild Wolf Gang's leader. In the end, the fire demon, burdened by the weight of his heinous deeds, incurred the wrath of the heavens and was struck down by divine lightning, leaving no trace of his existence. When Han Li, residing in the Valley of Divine Hands, first heard this thoroughly demonized rumor about himself from Li Feiyu, he stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was doubled over in laughter, unable to regain his composure for quite a while. It was now midday on the 5th day following the conclusion of the fierce battle. That night, amidst the chaos, Han Li had quietly descended Sunset Peak, blending with the crowd, and upon finding Chu Han, they returned to the valley together. Upon his return, Han Li promptly hung a sign at the valley entrance declaring his seclusion and refusal to meet anyone, thereby turning away several high-ranking members of the Seven Shin sect who had rushed to pay their respects during the night. Of course, given Han Li's current reputation, these individuals dared not express any discontent, nor did they risk entering the valley uninvited, ultimately departing in dejection after waiting for a while. In the subsequent days, Han Li began practicing the driving object technique using a talisman inscribed with a small sword, acutely aware that time was not on his side. Thus, from dawn until dusk, he transformed the talisman into a wisp of gray light, allowing it to spiral and dance within the valley until his magical energy was completely exhausted. He would then quietly close his eyes to recuperate, allowing his energy to gradually replenish. Once his magical power returned to its normal levels, Han Li would once again activate the talisman and resume his practice. In this manner, Han Li relentlessly repeated his training. This monotonous regimen persisted for 3 days until he deemed himself to have grasped the preliminary application of the driving object technique, at which point he formally concluded his training. Chapter 96. Defects. As Han Li engaged in the actual manipulation of the swirling gray light, he discovered that employing the object manipulation technique to control the gray light, which had transformed from the talisman, was not without significant limitations. Firstly, channeling this gray light consumed an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. For someone like Han Li, who had cultivated the Eternal Spring technique to the 8th layer, utilizing the complete version of the Fireball technique could allow him to cast it continuously over 100 times. However, when manipulating the gray light, his spiritual energy would be depleted in a mere quarter of an hour, leaving him utterly drained. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that his spiritual energy was too limited, allowing him to control the talisman for but a fleeting moment. This also elucidated why Han Li encountered such feeble resistance when he seized this item. The opponent likely exhausted a significant portion of their spiritual energy while previously manipulating the gray light, making them no match for Han Li, whose spiritual prowess far surpassed that of the other party, resulting in their swift defeat. Moreover, another drawback of the gray light was its restricted range for inflicting harm. The gray light could only be adeptly manipulated within a radius of 20 zhang centered around Han Li. Beyond this range, it would become sluggish and sometimes fail entirely if it ventured beyond 30 zhang. The gray light would revert entirely to its talisman form and fall to the ground like dust. If the aforementioned 2 shortcomings could potentially improve as Han Li's spiritual energy advanced, the final issue was the talisman's inherent fatal flaw. After utilizing the talisman several times, Han Li noticed that the cold gleam emitted by the gray sword depicted on the talisman gradually weakened with each use, indicating a dwindling lifespan. In other words, this talisman possessed a finite number of uses and time limitations. When its uses were exhausted, it would lose its spiritual essence and cease to function entirely. This realization was one of the reasons Han Li promptly ceased his practice after gaining a slight understanding of manipulating the gray light. After all, he wished to reserve such a formidable tool for a critical moment that it was possible that this item could save his life in a future crisis. Likewise, Han Li surmised that the golden talisman capable of transforming into a golden shield must also bear similar limitations. However, he was currently unaware of the incantation required for its use, and thus stored it safely for future needs. During his rest, he also examined the triangular token and the Qin family genealogy, but unfortunately, yielded no significant discoveries. On the fifth day, just as Han Li removed the unseen sign, Li Feiyu burst in with exuberance, and upon seeing Han Li, proceeded to recount the rumors of his demonic transformation. These rumors left Han Li both amused and exasperated. He could only maintain a stern expression, casting a disapproving glance at Li Feiyu, who unabashedly mocked him. Eventually, Li Feiyu ceased his laughter, gradually tempering his expression before addressing Han Li in a solemn tone. "I trust you can surmise the reason for my visit here." "Indeed. It is merely that those esteemed individuals are concerned for my well-being and have sent you to gauge my sentiments," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Hee, as long as you understand," Li Feiyu sighed with apparent relief. "They have promised to elevate my status as the deputy hall master of the Outer Blade Hall in exchange for my cooperation." Li Feiyu's demeanor quickly shifted back to a playful one. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before murmuring to himself. It seems that without meeting with those associated with the Wang sect and clarifying certain matters, they will remain unsettled. Here's what we shall do. You return and inform Sect Master Wang that I shall personally visit him at Sunset Peak tomorrow at noon, so he need not be anxious, Han Li stated with a smile. Very well. With your word, I can relay this, Li Feiyu shrugged, feigning indifference. Following this, Han Li and Li Feiyu exchanged light banter, with Han Li even demonstrating the fireball technique up close, leaving his friend in awe for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, Li Feiyu took his leave, heading back to report to Wang Juechu and the others. Han Li stood at the door, gazing at Li Feiyu's retreating figure, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, he broke into a mysterious smile and appeared quite pleased as he entered the house and closed the door. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Feiyu stealthily ascended Sunset Peak and quietly infiltrated Wang's sect master's quarters. When Wang Juechu awoke to find a figure standing before him, his expression turned exceedingly grim. Nevertheless, he managed to force a smile and awkwardly inquired, "What brings you here, Dr. Han? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. However, was it not agreed that we would meet at noon? Why have you arrived so early?" Han Li cast a cold glance at Sect Master Wang, causing him to tremble involuntarily, his face contorted in discomfort. Sensing a flicker of fear in Wang Juechu's expression, Han Li felt a surge of satisfaction. The glance he directed at the sect master had been enhanced by the Heavenly Eye technique, a newfound application he had discovered recently, capable of instilling psychological intimidation in ordinary individuals, rendering them flustered, akin to the legendary soul capture technique, circulating in the martial world. "It is nothing. I merely thought that arriving in the morning might ensure that everyone is in a clearer state of mind and less likely to commit any unpleasant acts," Han Li remarked, his expression inscrutable while his tone bore an unkind edge. If readers find this story engaging, please do not forget to bookmark this book and cast your votes. Chapter 97. Behind-the-scenes transactions. Upon hearing this remark, the leader of the Wang sect felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if a drum had begun to beat within him. The day prior, he and other senior members had received a notification from Li Feiyu, informing them that Han Li would arrive at Sunset Peak at noon the following day. Some individuals immediately proposed that Han was too dangerous and difficult to control, suggesting that they should resort to underhanded tactics during the meeting to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, this suggestion was met with vehement opposition from another faction, who deemed such actions excessively perilous. They argued that a failure could lead to severe repercussions from Han's side and insisted that they should first engage in dialogue before making any decisions. Those eager to take immediate action countered with fervent rebuttals, claiming that prolonging the discussion could lead to leaks and other complications. That in truth, all were acutely aware that the assertion of Han being overly dangerous was merely a pretext. It was in fact certain individuals who coveted his cultivation techniques, hoping to glean benefits from this esteemed doctor. Even those who opposed the idea of taking violent measures likely harbored similar intentions, albeit employing more subtle and discreet methods. The two factions argued heatedly before the sect leader, their faces flushed with emotion, and as the meeting neared its conclusion, neither side had managed to persuade the other, continuing their incessant bickering. Ultimately, it was the surviving elder in gray robes who could no longer tolerate the discord. He coldly interjected, silencing the assembly. "Are you not afraid that should you eliminate this esteemed doctor, his elders may come seeking retribution?" His words fell upon the heated assembly like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening the fervent leaders to the gravity of their situation. Indeed, given his youth and prowess, he surely has formidable elders backing him. If we were to recklessly extinguish his life, would we not all find ourselves without a grave when his kin come to claim vengeance? Upon realizing that harming Han Li would equate to self-destruction, those who initially advocated for violence swiftly changed their stance. Even if one or two greedy souls continued to cling to their intentions, the consensus shifted towards treating Han Li with a more measured approach. Now, as Wang Juechu listened to Han Li's sudden, profound statement, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, suspecting that Han possessed extraordinary abilities and had somehow gleaned details from their previous contentious meeting, prompting him to issue this warning. Nevertheless, as a seasoned sect leader, Wang Juechu quickly regained his composure, shaking off the effects of the unsettling revelation. "Why does the esteemed Dr. Han speak thus? The entirety of our sect holds you in the highest regard." Wang Juechu calculated his words carefully and decided to probe further into Han's intentions. "Yet, I have heard whispers that suggest someone may wish to bring harm upon me." Han Li replied with a cold smile, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Wang Juechu was initially taken aback, but upon observing Han's demeanor, which bore no signs of fury, he felt somewhat reassured. The fact that Han had approached him alone, without a hint of anger, indicated that he might have merely caught wind of something rather than possessing comprehensive knowledge of the meeting's proceedings. It appeared there was still room to mend their relationship. Perhaps esteemed Dr. Han has misconstrued the situation. Indeed, a few scoundrels emerged from our ranks yesterday, seeking to act ungratefully. However, rest assured, these individuals have been apprehended and are under strict surveillance. The majority of our sect remains profoundly grateful to you and would never engage in actions that would bring harm to those who have aided us, Wang Juechu declared with righteous indignation after weighing his thoughts. Han Li, upon hearing these words, could not suppress a smirk within. Ever since revealing his strength and aiding the Seven Mysteries sect through its tribulations, he had consistently reminded himself of the adage, "A bird will hide its bow after the hunt, and to dismantle the bridge after crossing," emphasizing the need for caution. One should never assume that kindness would be met with gratitude, for the human heart is the most inscrutable of entities. For those who consider themselves significant figures, it is a commonplace occurrence to turn a blind eye to gratitude when sufficient profit is at stake, as natural as quenching one's thirst. This realization was one of the reasons Han had retreated to his valley, avoiding contact with outsiders, that he deliberately sought to allow these higher-ups a moment of clarity, ensuring that their avarice did not consume their rationality entirely. Later, after instructing Li Feiyu to convey his message regarding the meeting with the senior members, Han had no intention of appearing at the designated time, but he understood that, although his current abilities far surpassed those of the average martial artist, if the other party resorted to underhanded tactics, there were countless ways to lead him to his demise. Thus, for his safety, he chose to meet with the sect leader half a day early, secretly and alone, as he had just tested the waters. Wang Juechu had revealed his hand, indicating that the prominent figures of the Seven Mysteries sect had indeed contemplated taking action against him. Yet, this was of little consequence. Whether or not they had genuinely intended to act or were merely entertaining the thought, he would not allow himself to be consumed by anger. For after concluding his negotiations with the foremost figure of the Seven Mysteries sect, he would make his swift departure, severing all ties with them. "I won't mince words. To be frank, esteemed sect leader, after our meeting, I shall depart from this place and venture to distant lands, likely never to return to Saisha Mountain. Before I leave, however, I wish to propose a mutually beneficial transaction," Han Li said, fixing his gaze upon Wang Juechu, his tone suddenly enigmatic. "A transaction?" The sect leader was momentarily startled to hear that Han intended to leave, but upon realizing that Han wished to engage in a transaction, he was left perplexed. What kind of transaction could I possibly have with this esteemed doctor? His heart raced with uncertainty. When noon arrived, the previously agreed-upon meeting time, Han Li did not appear at the main hall of Sunset Peak. Instead, it was Wang Juechu, brimming with vitality, who was the last to step into the venue. The sect leader promptly announced that there was no need to wait any longer, as Han Li had already departed from Saisha Mountain and was now untraceable. It was assumed that he had left Jingzhou, possibly even the country of Yu, thus alleviating all potential troubles. The assembly, upon hearing this proclamation, exchanged wide-eyed glances, rendered speechless in the profound silence that enveloped the hall. With the man gone, what further schemes can we pursue? Let us proceed with our own affairs, they lamented helplessly. Chapter 98. Returned to the village not long after Han Li departed from Kaixiao Mountain. The sect leader Wang publicly announced the acceptance of Li Feiyu as his close disciple, promoting him to the position of head of the Outer Blade Hall, bestowing upon him great favor. Furthermore, several years later, during an incident where Han Li's uncle inadvertently committed a grave error that endangered his life due to a breach of sect rules, it was Wang who, against the opinions of many, intervened to ensure his safety. In the ensuing conflicts within the sect, Wang faced formidable adversaries and sustained severe injuries on multiple occasions, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, each time when all believed his end was near, he miraculously survived, relying on a pill from a jade vial, soon regaining his vitality. This remarkable occurrence sparked envy among others, who inquired about the name and origin of this miraculous medicine. But Wang Juechu remained evasive, refusing to disclose any details. Naturally, those who sought the pill returned empty-handed. It was not until many years later, at Wang Juechu's death, that he revealed the name of the pill, Vitality Pill. By then, only 3 pills remained in the jade vial. However, these remaining pills incited a tempest of bloodshed, bringing considerable trouble to Wang Juechu's descendants. But that is a tale for another time. Let us set it aside for now. At this moment, Li Feiyu stood holding several small vials and a note, lost in thought. Upon returning from Zhangxiu that morning, he found these items in his dwelling. The note, left by Han Li, was succinct, merely informing Li Feiyu that he had left the Seven Xin sect and might never return. The vial contained a carefully concocted medicine, intended to extend Li Feiyu's life, with a hope that he would not refuse it. At the end of the note, Han Li had drawn a smiling face, accompanied by a wish for Li Feiyu and Zhangxiu to marry soon and bear many children. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Li Feiyu suddenly dashed out of the house and ascended to the peak of the nearest small mountain. From the summit, he gazed anxiously towards the entrance of the Seven Xian sect, only to see a sea of verdant greenery, devoid of any human presence. After standing motionless for a considerable time, he sighed deeply and murmured with a lonely expression, "I hope you take care. Safe travels." He then slowly descended the mountain, his solitary figure appearing profoundly melancholic and despondent. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the ancient path, heading eastward. Han Li and Chu Han were seated within this vehicle, which, despite its spacious interior, currently accommodated only the two of them. Han Li had temporarily rented the entire carriage for a few taels of silver. The wooden carriage, though somewhat shabby and aged on the exterior, was surprisingly clean inside, with 2 robust horses pulling it at a swift pace. Han Li had chosen this carriage for these very attributes, knowing that typically such a carriage would earn merely a tael or so over several days of work. The driver was an unremarkable, lean middle-aged man who was not particularly talkative. He would only speak if Han Li initiated conversation, a trait that pleased Han Li was essential, as the imposing Chu Han, cloaked and enigmatic, would attract unwarranted attention if a loquacious driver were to engage him in conversation. Perched on Han Li's shoulder was the yellow-feathered cloud-winged bird. A spirited little creature now half closed its eyes, seemingly at rest, that on the opposite end of the carriage sat Chu Han, shouldering a substantial bundle containing not only a change of clothes, but also a significant quantity of gold, silver, and various heavy items. As for the delicate artifacts and letters received from Dr. Mo, Han Li kept them close, fearing their loss. Now, Han Li sat quietly in the carriage, listening to the creaking of the wooden wheels, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, unaffected by the departure from the Seven Xian sect. The only aspect he felt a twinge of reluctance toward was parting from his dear friend, Li Feiyu. However, he was confident that Li Feiyu had received his message and the concocted elixir. He hoped it would prove effective and allow his friend to savor more of life's pleasures. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li stretched, leaned against the carriage wall, and began to drift into a light slumber. He had instructed the driver that their destination was the small village by the mountain where he was born. Although he knew it improbable, he could not help but wish that upon opening his eyes, he would see the faces of his parents and siblings. It had been so many years since he had left them. Their faces had begun to blur in his memories. Thus, before venturing far from home, he felt compelled to lay eyes upon them once more. Otherwise, he could never depart with peace. I wonder how my little sister is faring. She should be around 16 or 17 now, blossoming into a young lady. The last letter from home mentioned she was betrothed and had received a bride price. As he began to drift off to sleep, a faint image of a petite, frail figure emerged in his mind. This figure had always trailed behind him, sweetly calling, fourth brother, time truly flies." Hanli eventually succumbed to a deep and tranquil slumber, reminiscent of his childhood when his parents would guard him, shooing away mosquitoes, allowing him to sleep soundly and sweetly. 5 days later, Hanli, traversing the yellow earth road, finally caught sight of the familiar small village in the distance. The low mud walls, the rows of straw stacks, and the uneven little paths, all of which had once haunted his dreams, were now vividly before him. Suppressing the excitement within, he instructed the driver to halt the carriage at a distance from the village. Leaving Chu Han inside, he then hastened towards the village entrance, feeling his heart race with each step closer to home. This overwhelming sensation was one he had not felt in a long time. Chapter 99. Departure at long last. Hanli stepped into the village, one careful footfall at a time. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by the jubilant sounds of instruments, and as he meandered along the village path, he noticed not a single villager in sight. A flicker of recognition flashed in Han Li's mind. This scene and its accompanying sounds were reminiscent of his childhood, unmistakably signaling that a wedding celebration was underway at a nearby home, drawing the villagers to partake in the festivities. Energized by this realization, Han Li extended his spiritual awareness, only to discover that indeed, the villagers, young and old, were congregated in a particular spot. However, the location seemed strikingly familiar to him. It was none other than his own familial abode that a wave of astonishment washed over Han Li. Could it be? He pondered quietly, a premonition beginning to take shape, and he quickened his pace, deftly weaving around several houses and turning a few corners, until suddenly, the scene before him brightened. Before his eyes, hundreds of villagers encircled a modest courtyard. Within the enclosure stood several well-constructed tile-roofed houses, markedly superior to the nearby dwellings that on either side of the entrance to the courtyard and the houses, large red characters of joy were prominently displayed. A small ensemble of musicians played merrily, filling the air with a festive ambience. The villagers were scattered around. Some stood, others squatted, and a few, lacking decorum, simply sat upon the ground. They clustered in small groups, whispering to one another, passionately debating various topics, while some cast envious glances towards the courtyard. Nearby, a throng of children frolicked, chasing each other in delight. Witnessing this familiar scene, Han Li was momentarily engulfed in nostalgia, as if he had been transported back to his youth, joining the children in their carefree play. Ah, the fourth daughter of the Han family is truly fortunate. I hear her groom is a scholar from the city, a man of considerable learning, one villager exclaimed. Indeed, she has gone from being the primary wife to becoming a lady of distinction, another chimed in. I've heard the dowry from the Han family is astonishing, amounting to dozens of taels of silver. Such wealth is truly remarkable. The clamor of gossip among the village women jolted Han Li from his reverie. The fourth daughter of the Han family. Could that be my little sister? Is it truly her wedding day? A tumult of indescribable emotions surged within him, churning relentlessly. For reasons unknown, Han Li stealthily slipped behind a nearby large tree, fixating his gaze on the entrance of the courtyard. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. The bridal procession has arrived. The groom is here to fetch the bride. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into a flurry of excitement, the air thickening with their animated chatter. The bride is coming out. The new wife is about to appear. Come quickly to witness. The children, too, joined the fervor, shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. Han Li's spirit surged, his eyes alight with anticipation as he gazed towards the courtyard entrance. With a creak, the wooden gate swung open, revealing a procession of men and women emerging from within. At the center of this gathering stood a young girl clad in a resplendent red wedding gown. Her delicate chin and fair features suggested she was around 16 or 17, her expression tinged with bashfulness. Hanley widened his eyes, scrutinizing her visage, desperately seeking traces of his sister within her features. While he discerned a hint of familiarity in her eyes, the other aspects of her appearance eluded his recognition. Ahem! How true it is that a girl transforms remarkably as she matures. Hanley chuckled ruefully, redirecting his gaze towards those accompanying her. That stout fellow must be my third uncle. He looks just as plump as ever. And the tall, dark man beside him is my elder brother, Han Tai. The woman next to him must be his wife. As he continued to identify each person, muttering to himself, he found a semblance of comfort in the ritual. However, when his gaze fell upon a pair of elderly figures with silver hair, he fell silent. He stood motionless behind the tree, his expression a complex tapestry of joy, trepidation, and a touch of bewilderment. The extent of his parents' aging far surpassed his expectations. He recalled that when he ascended the mountain, his mother's hair was still a rich black. Yet now, streaks of gray adorned her temples, while his father's once stalwart posture had succumbed to a stoop. Hanley stood in stunned silence, his mind swirling in confusion, as if engulfed in a fog. The unfolding events around him became a blur. It was only when he regained his senses that he realized his sister had boarded a lavishly decorated bridal sedan, now departing in the distance. Accompanying her was a scholar astride a magnificent green horse. With a determined glance at the retreating bridal procession, he turned back to gaze at the faces of his parents and closest kin, then closed his eyes. Imprinting their visages deeply within his heart, Hanley pivoted, a resolute expression suddenly illuminating his face, and strode purposefully towards the village entrance. He understood that when he next stepped beyond the threshold, his ties with these individuals would likely sever, perhaps forever. He was acutely aware that ever since he had learned the ways of the Changchun technique and acknowledged the existence of cultivators, he was destined to traverse a path entirely divergent from that of ordinary mortals. Regardless of what fate awaited him, be it fortune or misfortune, he would harbor no regrets regarding his choices. If readers find this captivating, please do not forget to bookmark this book. Volume 2. The Initial Steps on the Path of Cultivation. Chapter 100. Jiyuan City Lanzhou is the 8th largest province in terms of area among the 13 provinces of the Yu Kingdom, yet it ranks second in terms of prosperity, surpassed only by Xinju. Situated in the southern part of the Yu Kingdom, it boasts fertile lands and an abundance of waterways, lakes, and canals, coupled with consistently favorable weather, making it exceptionally suitable for rice cultivation. It stands as a premier grain-producing region in the nation. Jiyuan City, positioned in the central part of Lanzhou, although not the provincial capital, is undeniably the largest city in the province. The Grand Canal, which traverses the Yu Kingdom from north to south, runs directly through the heart of this city. Additionally, several other land and water routes converge here, facilitating remarkably developed transportation, thus earning it the title of a water transport hub and a vital commercial thoroughfare. Each year, countless merchants and travelers pass through this city, greatly stimulating its economic activities. Consequently, it is hardly surprising that Jiyuan City has become the foremost city in the entire province. Within Jiyuan City, various vehicle depots, docks, and shipping houses abound, scattered throughout the urban landscape. The workforce comprising carters, laborers, and boatmen is vast, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them is Sun Ergu, a man who earns his living at the docks. True to his name, Sun Ergu possesses slanted brows and squinty eyes, exuding the appearance of a rascal. However, his keen ability to read people's sentiments and his knack for flattery have allowed him to rise to the position of a small gang leader at the dock, overseeing dozens of laborers who assist passing merchants with the transportation of goods and luggage. Thus, when Sun Ergu arrived at the small dock early that morning, several of his subordinates hurried over, respectfully greeting him with, "Good morning, Second Master. The Second Master has arrived." Upon hearing these titles, Sun Ergu felt a twinge of pride. After all, being addressed as Master indicates a certain status in this locale. Hence, he adopted an air of superiority, snorting in acknowledgement of his subordinates' greetings. "What's Second Master? I'm just Ergu, aren't I?" "Indeed. Just a two-legged dog, a dog in human guise. Ha! Ha! A chorus of mocking laughter rang in son Urga's ears, unabashedly deriding him. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened, and his mood soured instantaneously. He slowly turned his head towards a group of dozens standing across the dock, his gaze landing on a burly, muscular man, his eyes flashing with a hint of resentment. If one were to inquire about the individual son Urga despises most in Jiyuan City, this imposing man would undoubtedly rank among the top three. Were someone to offer him a deal to trade all his wealth for the complete eradication of this man from existence, son Urga might hesitate. However, if the price were halved, he would agree without a second thought, despite the fact that his so-called entire wealth had dwindled considerably due to his indulgences in gambling and vice. The man, whose original name has long been forgotten, is referred to either as Black Master or by his nickname Black Bear among the dockworkers. He is the leader of another small gang known as the Iron Fist Society, holding a status comparable to that of son Urgu and his gang, the For Peace Gang. Consequently, he has also been dispatched to manage a contingent of laborers at this dock. In this small dock, two tigers cannot coexist. Thus, the two gangs have been at odds since the outset. Following several conflicts over merchant disputes, their relationship has soured even further. Now, whenever the two groups meet, they exchange not only insults, but also shoves and pushes, as if on the brink of a full-blown brawl. If the subordinates are at odds, one can only imagine the animosity between son Urgu and Black Bear, the primary beneficiaries of the business in this area. Both men regard each other with palpable disdain. However, as leaders of their respective gangs, they understand that the Iron Fist Society and the For Peace Gang are allied factions, united against a larger rival gang known as the Poison Dragon Gang. Thus, while both aspire to oust the other from this territory and monopolize the dock, they must exercise enforced restraint for the time being. Nevertheless, their pent-up frustrations and fury are frequently vented through the verbal skirmishes of their subordinates, becoming a daily ritual each morning. Just then, without needing any signal from son Urgu, several of his sharp-tongued subordinates began to retaliate unreservedly. Do you know what the stupidest beast is? A bear. And among bears, which is the most foolish? Of course, it's the Black Bear. Ha! Initially, Black Bear had been reveling in the mockery directed at his adversary, wearing a triumphant expression. However, upon hearing those words, his face darkened in an instant. Meanwhile, son Urga chuckled, patting the shoulders of a few of his subordinates in encouragement. Unwilling to back down, Black Bear's men unleashed a torrent of crude insults in retaliation. Naturally, son Urga's side did not hold back either. All were men of stature, unafraid of confrontation. Thus, they hurled back the most offensive and unflattering remarks they could muster to ask their leaders. Son Urgu and Black Bear remained seated, observing the fray with detached amusement. Being men of some standing, they could not afford to engage in such a petty exchange of insults. Just as both factions were becoming hoarse from their verbal sparring, one of son Urgu's subordinates suddenly exclaimed, "A boat is approaching." This announcement instantly silenced the nearly 100 brawny men, who turned in unison to gaze toward the riverbank. After all, shiny silver coins were far more enticing than the fleeting thrill of verbal duels. However, upon seeing the vessel that had docked, disappointment washed over them. It was merely a small flat-bottomed boat, capable of accommodating at most 3 to 5 passengers, hardly a significant business opportunity. This was hardly surprising, given the dilapidated and remote nature of this dock, where large ships seldom anchored. Only during peak trading seasons would larger vessels, unable to dock at other piers, reluctantly land here. After the small boat came to a halt, 2 figures disembarked. A seemingly ordinary young man, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, and an exceptionally towering giant, far surpassing the height of an average person. The young man donned a simple blue tunic, with a small yellow bird perched on his shoulder, gazing about with the wide-eyed curiosity of a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. The giant, meanwhile, wore a hooded cloak and a green robe, obscuring his features, presenting an air of mystery that he followed closely behind the young man, exhibiting the demeanor of a devoted servant. This young man and the giant were none other than Han Li and Chu Han, who had just completed a 3-month journey to arrive at the hometown of Dr. M.O. Chapter 101. Wealth brings trouble. Han Li set forth from his homeland, journeying southeastward towards Lanzhou. Along the way, he encountered both companions with whom he traversed the bustling urban areas, as well as moments of solitude while navigating the desolate mountains and wilds in search of shortcuts. Fortunately, he faced no significant dangers during his travels. The sole mishap occurred one night while camping in the wilderness, where he encountered a few famished wolves, which ultimately became his dinner. Throughout this arduous journey, he traversed 2 additional states before finally arriving, weary yet determined, at Lanzazu. Upon entering the territory, he was taken aback by the intricate network of waterways. It is worth noting that his previous abode in Uejo was predominantly characterized by rugged mountains and hills, lacking significant rivers or lakes. The locals relied heavily on wells and small streams for their water supply. Thus, Hanley found himself captivated by the multitude of vessels navigating the waterways, and his curiosity compelled him to charter a small boat, allowing him to experience the thrill of flowing downstream for the first time. Days later, he arrived at Jiu'an City, as mentioned in Dr. Mo's letter, stepping onto an inconspicuous dock. His initial impression of the dock was one of dismay. It was rudely constructed from simple wooden planks, cramped and disheveled, littered with broken baskets and tattered sacks, creating an aura of chaos and filth. Within the only 2 bamboo shelters erected on the dock stood dozens of burly men, some bare-chested, others clad only in short jackets, exuding a palpable air of ferocity. These men fixed their gaze upon Han Li and Chu Han, some with eager expressions gleaming in their eyes. After a brief moment of surprise, Han Li managed a slight smile. Prior to disembarking, the boatman had kindly warned him of an unspoken rule at the Jiu'an City dock. Regardless of the quantity of goods a merchant brought ashore, they were obligated to hire a dock worker to assist in carrying their belongings. Failing to do so could result in unfriendly treatment from the laborers or worse, a beating to a newcomer. Hanley had no intention of violating local customs. Thus, he called out sincerely, "I wish to hire a laborer. Is anyone available?" At that moment, Sun Ergu had retracted his gaze. After scrutinizing the newcomer, he concluded that this young man was likely the son of a local landowner, with his imposing companion serving as a somewhat brutish bodyguard. Such combinations were commonplace in Jiu'an City, where wealthy patrons sought to broaden their horizons, spend a little, and return home to boast. Hence, there was little cause for concern. However, such individuals were also prone to flaunting their wealth, making them prime targets for exploitation. A few flattering words would often lead these country bumpkins to offer not only the agreed-upon payment for transport, but also generous tips. Thus, for those hired, it was a lucrative endeavor. Yet this time, the opportunity did not belong to them. According to a prior agreement with Heixiong, they were to alternate in securing business, and neither party was permitted to encroach upon the other's territory. Since they had just completed a transaction the previous day, it was now the turn of Heixiong's people. Reflecting on this, Sun Ergu glanced over at Heixiong, who quietly communicated with his subordinates, and soon one man, brimming with enthusiasm, broke from the crowd and rushed towards the young man. "That's not feasible. You alone cannot carry IT. That IT would be best to call for another person," Hanley remarked, observing the robust fellow before him and casting a glance at Chu Han's oversized bundle, shaking his head gently. "Young master, this little load is nothing. I can lift it with one hand, and no need to summon anyone else," the man insisted, unwilling to share the reward with another, convinced that he could manage the parcel unless it was filled with stones. With that, he approached Chu Han and unceremoniously attempted to seize the bundle. Hanley sighed. The contents of that parcel included thousands of taels of silver and various other valuables, weighing far more than an ordinary person could bear. Reluctantly, he signaled to Chu Han to hand over the package, hoping to avoid conflict. Indeed, upon taking hold of the large parcel, the man's face instantly paled. Struggling to carry it just a few steps, he turned crimson, panting heavily, and ultimately had to shamefully place it down and return for assistance. Seeing that 2 men could finally lift the package, Hanley nodded in satisfaction and swiftly departed the dock, making his way toward the city. Little did he know that his lack of worldly experience had drawn the attention of 2 sets of greedy eyes, leading him towards an impending entanglement with unwarranted trouble. As Sun Ergu watched the young man recede into the distance, he finally retracted his covetous gaze. Suppressing his excitement, he exchanged a knowing glance with Heixiong that he was acutely aware that the immense wealth concealed within that bundle would not escape the latter's notice. True to expectation, Heixiong's expression mirrored that of surprise, and after a moment's hesitation, he gestured to Sun Ergu. Understanding the unspoken agreement, they moved to a nearby refuse pile that in the face of such a fortune, even the deepest grievances could be set aside. After all, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. 50-50 split. Son Ergu stated bluntly. 70-30. This is our business. Haexiong retorted without hesitation. 40-60. It cannot be less. You know as well as I do that your previous reasoning holds no water, Son Ergu replied, his tone sharp. That, Haexiong hesitated, evidently reluctant to concede an additional share of profit. If you ponder too long, other factions may soon set their sights on this plump target, Son Ergu warned coldly. Very well. It is settled. We shall seal our pact with a handshake. Haexiong, clearly agitated by Son Ergu's words, finally acquiesced. With a series of spat exchanges, they each spat in their palms and struck hands thrice, momentarily solidifying their alliance. Now, let us hasten to catch up. We must not allow this lad to slip into a crowded area, Son Ergu urged anxiously. Rest assured, I have instructed those two subordinates to lead them through the Blackwater Alley. We shall intercept them just in time, Haexiong replied, a sly grin emerging that belied his rugged appearance. Excellent. A brilliant scheme, my brother. Son Ergu feigned delight, yet internally braced himself, wary of Haexiong's cunning nature. Chapter 102. Lethal Pursuit. As soon as Han Li stepped out of the dock, he instructed the two porters to lead him to a nearby inn, intending to rest well before contemplating his further plans. The two men readily agreed and guided Han Li through the winding streets toward the city. However, after traversing for quite some time, the inn remained elusive, and Han Li, despite following closely behind the porters, began to notice that the paths they took grew increasingly obscure, with fewer and fewer people in sight. A frown creased his brow. Although he lacked experience staying in major towns, he understood that an inn could hardly be situated in such a remote area, where clientele would be scarce. Thus, when they were finally led into a filthy, shadowy alley, Han Li could not help but smile wryly, realizing he should immediately subdue the two men and interrogate them about their true intentions. Just as he contemplated taking action, a group of over a dozen burly men suddenly emerged from the depths of the alley ahead. They appeared somewhat familiar, as though he had seen them in the dock shed. Armed with various iron rods and sharp knives, they regarded Han Li and Chu Han with malevolent intent, while the two porters, burdened with packages, abruptly dashed into the crowd, turning to Han Li with sinister grins. With a resigned sigh, Han Li discerned their motives without the need for torture. He had not anticipated encountering such treachery upon entering the hometown of Dr. M.O. Kid, don't blame us for being ruthless. It's your own fault for carrying so much silver. Blame your unfortunate fate. A gruff voice boomed from behind. Turning around, Han Li saw another 7 or 8 strong men, among whom were two familiar figures, Haexiong and Son Ergu. These two were no strangers to the treacherous business of robbery and murder. They understood that if they executed their plan cleanly and left no survivors, the disappearance of non-locals would hardly draw the authorities' attention. After all, the number of missing persons in the area each year was staggering, making it impractical for officials to investigate every case. Upon Haexiong's command, he exchanged glances with the other men, who brandished their weapons and charged viciously at Han Li and Chu Han, who were trapped in the middle. Observing the bloodthirsty expressions of the attackers, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Han Li's eyes. He recognized that these men had engaged in such deeds before, as evidenced by the lingering scent of blood they carried. Kill them. Hold nothing back, Han Li coldly ordered Chu Han. Upon hearing this, Chu Han let out a series of low growls infused with excitement and suddenly sprang forward, plunging into the oncoming crowd. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, striking a burly man on the head with lightning speed. The man flew sideways against the stone wall like a sack of sand, blood and brain matter spilling onto the ground, leaving only half of his skull intact. At that moment, a sharp knife and a thick iron rod came hurtling toward Chu Han's back. Without looking back, he swung his other hand backward in a half circle. With two resounding bangs, the weapons collided with his arms and were sent flying into the air, their wielders left with bloody hands. Immediately afterward, Chu Han grounded himself on one leg, sweeping the other foot swiftly like a scythe, striking the two men in the abdomen and sending them crashing to the ground, motionless. Those witnessing the scene gasped in shock, and the men surrounding him revealed expressions of fear, hesitating in their advance. Nevertheless, even as they paused, Chu Han showed no mercy, striking out with both fists to crush the skulls of two more assailants beside him. He would not relent without Han Li's command. Sun Ergu and He Xiong's faces turned grim. It was evident they had miscalculated. This towering figure was no ordinary bodyguard. He was exceptionally formidable. Kill this giant. Each of you will receive 20 taels of silver. Sun Ergu, sensing an ominous premonition, urgently called out to a few nearby experts, offering a generous reward. Hearing this, the men around Sun Ergu displayed eager expressions. These individuals were merely rough fighters with rudimentary skills and could not perceive the vast chasm separating them from Chu Han. They mistakenly believed he was just slightly stronger and more skilled, and now, spurred by the promise of gold, they charged at Chu Han. Upon hearing Sun Ergu's proclamation, He Xiong's facial muscles twitched slightly as he maintained a stoic silence, his gaze darting nervously between Han Li and the fray. Unlike Sun Ergu, He Xiong had clawed his way to his current position through sheer grit and bloodshed. He possessed decent skills that barely placed him among the third-rate fighters, and his keen perception allowed him to quickly assess Chu Han's prowess. Instantly, he realized that even their leader would likely falter against such strength, let alone their motley crew. Yet, he did not dare to flee, for it was clear that the giant had yet to exert his full force, that if he attempted to escape, he would likely meet a swift demise. In a desperate bid for survival, He Xiong decided to focus on the unassuming young man, who evidently held a far superior status than the giant, but if he could take this young man hostage, perhaps they could find a way out. As for the notion of robbing him, he dared not entertain such thoughts. With such a formidable bodyguard, this young man was undoubtedly no country bumpkin, but rather a scion of a prominent family, disguised for a casual outing. If he managed to escape today, it would be a miracle, especially with the heavy burden he carried. With this resolve, He Xiong stealthily approached the fray as his subordinates charged forward. Chapter 103. Subduing Han Li stood with his back to the black bear, facing the tumultuous crowd engaged in combat. Although the black bear moved with utmost stealth, it was impossible to evade Han Li's keen senses. As the formidable creature lunged forward, mere steps away from Han Li, he shifted with a subtle grace, suddenly facing the bear with an enigmatic smile. The black bear, taken aback, found itself unable to retreat as it pounced. With no recourse, it let out a fierce roar, extending its massive, fur-covered hands to seize its opponent, silently hoping that this youth lacked combat experience and would be daunted by its ferocity, allowing for an easy victory. However, Han Li, witnessing the brashness of the hulking brute charging at him, felt his expression darken that in an instant, he vanished from sight. The black bear, realizing something was amiss, hastily attempted to flee, but suddenly felt a chilling sensation at its neck as a gleaming sword tip emerged from its throat, only to vanish just as swiftly. The bear clutched its neck, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood, but only managed to emit a few choked gasps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Sun Ergu's face turned ashen as he beheld the young man glide ghost-like behind the black bear, drawing a soft sword that effortlessly pierced the bear's throat. At that moment, the youth began to wipe the blood from his glimmering blade with a piece of white cloth. Seemingly sensing Sun Ergu's gaze, he glanced up and offered a fleeting smile. Sun Ergu, akin to a man who had encountered a venomous serpent, hastily averted his eyes. Rather than feeling any joy at the demise of his rival, he was engulfed by a sense of melancholic sympathy, realizing that this young man was no mere lamb. It dawned on him that he and his compatriots had unwittingly marched towards their own doom, blindly thrusting themselves into the hands of this grim figure. His only hope now rested on his subordinates subduing the towering giant, which might afford him a chance to negotiate for his life. However, upon surveying the scene involving the giant, Sun Ergu stood frozen in shock. Over 20 men lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unmoving, while the giant stood with arms crossed, coldly locking eyes with Sun Ergu. Though obscured by a cloak, the aura of bloodlust emanating from the giant was palpable, transforming Sun Ergu's pale complexion into one of sheer terror. Han Li observed the shifting expressions of Sun Ergu with a detached interest, recognizing that the man possessed no martial prowess and was now thoroughly paralyzed by fear. Thus he had little inclination to engage him further. Chu Han, finish him off. Han Li finally turned and commanded nonchalantly. No, please. I surrender. I am willing to offer all my wealth to you, my lord. I will serve you like a beast of burden. I possess knowledge of every significant event in Jiyuan City and can be of great assistance to you. Sun Ergo blurted out, collapsing to the ground in terror as the giant approached, his pleas tumbling out in a frenzied rush. Ah! Han Li had no intention of heeding Sun Ergo's entreaties, but upon hearing the man's familiarity with Jiyuan City, his interest was piqued. Hold on for a moment, Han Li called out, halting Chu Han, who was poised to snap Sun Ergo's neck. He stepped forward, coming face to face with the trembling man. Are you well acquainted with Jiyuan City? Han Li inquired with a smile, feigning warmth. Yet, having just witnessed Han Li's ruthless demeanor, Sun Ergo dared not exhibit any nonchalance. He stammered, I am very familiar, exceptionally so. I grew up in Jiyuan City and know every detail like the back of my hand. Desperation gripped him, and he yearned to amplify his words 100-fold to prove his worth. After hearing such an affirmation, Han Li stroked his nose thoughtfully, then retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe that he poured out a pill the size of a longan and extended it towards Sun Ergo. Take this, or perish. Anli declarat succintly. Sun Ergo's hand trembled as he grasped the pill, hesitating as he contemplated its nature. However, upon meeting the cold gaze of his adversary, he shuddered and swallowed it whole. Good. Now I can trust you, Han Li nodded in satisfaction. This is called the corroding heart pill, a unique concoction of mine. You must take the antidote once a month, or your internal organs will rot away, leading to a most agonizing demise that I trust you understand the gravity of your situation. Han Li spoke ominously. Although Sun Ergo had anticipated such a fate, the implications of the pill's effects left him despondent, his spirits visibly dampened. Rest assured, once you assist me in my endeavors concerning Jiyuan City, I shall completely nullify this poison and grant you your freedom. I have no use for you elsewhere. Han Li understood the importance of a carrot-and-stick approach, providing Sun Ergo with a glimmer of hope for liberation. Really, my lord? Sun Ergo's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing this. Keep this silver for your tasks. First, ensure this place is meticulously cleaned up. I wish for no one to discover what transpired here. Understood. Han Li tossed a bag of silver to Sun Ergo, issuing his commands with an air of nonchalance. Sun Ergo weighed the bag in his hands, feeling its substantial heft, likely containing over 100 taels of silver. His face brightened as he realized that serving this extraordinarily generous young man might not be an unfavorable fate after all. Fear not, my lord. I shall handle this matter with utmost care, ensuring you face no trouble, he proclaimed, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Very well, I shall take my leave now to find an inn for some rest. You will come to find me tomorrow morning, .as the local power broker. I trust you can easily locate me, Han Li ordered without pretense. Yes, I will certainly be there on the morrow, ready to heed your commands. At this point, Sun Ergo fully embraced his role as a subordinate to Han Li. Han Li smiled, instructing Chu Han to carry the heavy burden, and they gradually departed. After covering a considerable distance, Han Li glanced back at Sun Ergo, who remained rooted in place, dutifully watching their departure with an expression of unwavering loyalty. Intriguing. Han Li suddenly found this man quite fascinating, realizing he might indeed possess the potential for great utility. Chapter 104. Intelligence. The organization I founded, the Jingjiao Society, boasts a membership of 64,000 ordinary followers and over 7,000 core members. That IT stands as one of the three hegemonic powers in Lanzhou, with its main headquarters situated in Jiyuan City and several branches established. In my lifetime, I have taken 5 wives, sired 2 daughters, and accepted disciples. My first wife, the gentle Lady Jean, is the sole daughter of Jean Can, the head of the Golden Lion Escort Agency, who has tragically met her demise, leaving behind a daughter, Mo Yuju. My second wife, Lady Li, is well-educated and composed, hailing from a prominent family, yet has not borne any children. My third wife, Lady Lu, possesses a fiery temperament and considerable ambition. She is the younger sister of Lu Feng, the leader of the Longfeng sect in Xiuling City, and remains childless, warranting careful attention. My fourth wife, Lady Yin, is my cousin, characterized by her calm demeanor and exceptional cunning, exhibiting the grace of a noble woman. She has given birth to a daughter, Mo Tsaihuan, and upon my departure, the majority of the Jingjiao Society's power was entrusted to her, rendering her trustworthy. My fifth wife, Lady Wang, is taciturn and devoted to me. She was originally the personal maid of the late Lady Jean and has not borne any children. Unbeknownst to many, she possesses secretive power, making her utterly reliable. My adopted daughter, Mo Fengwu, is the daughter of a former trusted subordinate who perished, and I took her in when she was merely 7 years old. She is remarkably intelligent. Yin Gu, my eldest disciple, possesses average talent. I have imparted to him the unique skill of the magic silver palm, and he was 12 at the time of my departure, his character still unformed. Zhao Kuan, my second disciple, displays exceptional aptitude. I have taught him the advanced technique of the confined dragon art, and he was merely 10 when I left, his character also yet to solidify. Ma Kong Tian, my sworn brother, holds the position of chief guardian of the Jingjiao Society, with a personality. Han Li held in his hands the meticulously penned will of Dr. Mo, pacing restlessly in a room at the Huyuan Inn, deep in thought. The will not only elucidated the foundation of the Jingjiao Society established by Dr. Mo, but also provided an overview of the personalities of all his wives, granting Han Li some insight. However, the events described in the will date back nearly a decade, and it is certain that circumstances have undergone profound changes since then. How should he proceed? Should he engage with Dr. Mo's wives? Or should he abscond with the precious jade? Such decisions could only be made after Han Li comprehended the intricate details of the situation. Thus, the local thug, Sun Ergu, whom he had subdued the previous day, would prove invaluable, as he could likely provide a wealth of useful information. After reviewing the will once more, Han Li tucked it away within his garments, raised his head in contemplation, and seated himself by the bed. He spread his legs apart, placing his palms upward on his knees, then closed his eyes to begin introspecting the condition within his body. The thread of cold poison within his dantian had shown signs of outward expansion since 1 month ago. What had initially been a faint shadow had now coalesced into a black mass the size of a pea, continuously growing larger. Han Li estimated that, at most, within 2 months, this venom would erupt entirely. By then, he feared he would face an unavoidable demise. As Han Li wrestled with his anxious thoughts, resolute in his determination to obtain the warm sun jade, a knock sounded at the door. "Enter," Han Li replied coldly, opening his eyes. The door creaked open, and Sun Ergu entered with his head bowed. Upon seeing Han Li, he bowed deeply and respectfully announced, "Greetings, young master. Sun Ergu has come to heed your commands. Indeed, you have arrived remarkably quickly. You possess some skill," Han Li remarked with satisfaction, rising from the bed and walking with hands clasped behind his back to stand before Sun Ergu. "Your praise honors me, young master. If I could not accomplish such a trivial task, what value would my life hold in your presence?" Sun Ergu beamed, eager to express his loyalty. Upon returning home, Sun Ergu had considered reporting Han Li's actions to his superiors and returning with skilled fighters for revenge. However, after ingesting the corrupted heart pill, all his courage evaporated. After a night of agonizing contemplation, he found himself at a loss. Thus, he begrudgingly came to see Han Li, hoping that after assisting him, Han Li would indeed provide him with an antidote to alleviate the deadly effects of the corrupted heart pill. "Let us first discuss your identity. From your demeanor that day, you appeared to be a minor leader," Han Li remarked nonchalantly. "I am but a steward of the Siping gang at the Western Docks, overseeing around 40 to 50 subordinates. Thus I can be considered a leader," Sun Ergu replied respectfully. "The Siping gang? Anli Inkirat Kazwali." Indeed, the Siping gang is one of the 33 minor gangs in the western district of Jiyuan City, comprising nearly 1,000 members, most of whom are dockworkers and laborers. The gang is led by Shan, known as the Ape Arm, who commands 3 chief guardians, Sun Ergu promptly divulged, showing no shame in revealing his gang's information to an outsider. "Is that hulking brute who attacked me yesterday also from the Siping gang?" "Not at all. That man, known as Black Bear, is the leader of the Iron Fist Society, one of the 33 gangs, and he and I have always been rivals," Sun Ergu replied with a grin. "With so many small gangs in the Western District, It stands to reason that Jiyuan City must be teeming with such organizations. Han Li mused, strolling back to the bedside with his hands clasped behind him. Indeed, there are over 40 minor gangs with fewer than 1,000 members and 7 or 8 mid-sized gangs with 2 to 3,000 members, while there are more than 3 major gangs boasting over 10,000 members, Sun Erga stated earnestly, remaining in place. Now enlighten me about the major and mid-sized gangs. There is no need to dwell on the minor ones, Han Li commanded, settling himself on the edge of the bed, eagerly awaiting Sun Erga's account. Chapter 105. Startling news. The 3 major factions of Jiyuan City are the Brotherhood Alliance, the Jingjiao Society, and the Tianba sect. Additionally, there are smaller groups such as the Iron Spear Society, the Brotherhood Society, the Green Robe Gang, the Spring Rain Pavilion, the Golden Sword Sect, the Kang Boat Gang, the Diamond Gate, and the Setting Sun Sect, among others. Sun Ergu recited the names of these factions in one breath, pausing only to catch his breath before continuing. Among the 3 major factions, the Tianba sect boasts the strongest power, having allied with the Golden Sword Sect and the Green Robe Gang to dominate the affluent East District. The slightly weaker Brotherhood Alliance has formed an alliance with the Iron Spear Society, the Kang Boat Gang, and the Brotherhood Society to occupy the North District. Meanwhile, the weakest Jingjiao Society has claimed the South District along with the Spring Rain Pavilion, the Diamond Gate, and the Setting Sun Sect. Lastly, the West District remains chaotic, divided among numerous smaller factions. Although these minor gangs are embroiled in internal strife, they promptly cease hostilities whenever a larger force attempts to encroach upon the West District, uniting against external threats. Thus, it can be said that Jiyuan City exists in a state of fourfold equilibrium. Sun Ergu spoke fluently, providing a general overview of the various powers without any sign of contemplation. After listening to this information, Han Li pondered for a moment before inquiring with apparent curiosity, I have heard it said that the Jingjiao Society is one of the 3 dominant powers in Lanzhou, and it seems that Jiyuan City serves as its headquarters. How then has it become the weakest among the 3 factions? My lord, what you speak of is but an old tale. Several years ago, the Jingjiao Society was indeed formidable, with its influence nearly spanning the entirety of Lanzhou. At that time, as one of the superpowers, the Jingjiao Society would not permit any other factions to intrude upon its headquarters in Jiyuan City, effectively monopolizing the entire urban area. Other factions, intimidated by the Jingjiao Society, dared not show their faces in the city. However, for reasons unknown, the Jingjiao Society suddenly fell into decline overnight, that it not only lost its territories elsewhere, but also significantly diminished its power in Jiyuan City. Seizing this opportunity, various smaller factions emerged, and after several bloody conflicts, the current situation was temporarily established. Sun Ergu explained earnestly. Do you know the reason for the Jingjiao Society's sudden decline? Han Li furrowed his brow and slowly asked Sun Ergu. Well, to be honest, my standing within the society is not high, so I do not know much. I have only heard from others that it seems to be due to internal strife and infighting within the Jingjiao Society, and it appears there are other major forces suppressing them from behind. Sun Erga displayed a hint of difficulty, providing a vague answer. Oh, is that so? Han Li smiled faintly, seemingly already aware of this information. Do you know who currently leads the Jingjiao Society? Han Li inquired. I know this. It is presided over by Madame Yin, the widow of the former leader, Mo Jiren. Sun Ergu hurriedly replied. Widow? Han Li expressed surprise. Indeed, the original leader of the Jingjiao Society, Mo Jiren, has passed away, so his wife must be a widow, no? Sun Ergu blinked, hesitating as he questioned whether he had misspoken. Who says Mo Jiren is dead? Han Li felt something was amiss, his expression turning cold. Everyone in Jiyuan City knows. A year ago, the closed-door disciple of the ghost hand Mo Jiren brought his will and tokens to the Mo residence to announce his passing. Sun Ergu, noticing Han Li's grim demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine and grew somewhat fearful. Closed-door disciple. What is his name? Han Li raised an eyebrow and asked calmly. His name is Wu Jiaming, a young man in his 20s, rumored to have received Mo Jiren's true teachings and possesses extraordinary martial skills. Sun Ergu replied cautiously, realizing something and understanding that Han Li had some connection to the Jingjiao Society and seemed particularly concerned about this Wu gentleman. Furthermore, Sun Ergu appeared as though he wanted to say something but hesitated. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. If the information is accurate, I will reward you handsomely. Hanli cast a cold glance at him and said in a flat tone, I have heard that this Wu gentleman seems to be betrothed to the Mo family's daughter, Mo Yuju, and that they are to be married soon. Sun Ergu, sensing the potential for reward, immediately revealed the truth with a beaming smile. Married? Hanli chuckled softly, suddenly rising to his feet. He paced back and forth in the room, then looked up at the ceiling, remaining still as if lost in thought. Listen carefully. Your task is quite simple. From today onward, you will quietly gather intelligence on the Mo family, especially concerning this Wu gentleman. The more detailed, the better. Hanli finally issued his command. Here is some silver for you to take, that if you accomplish this task, there will be further rewards. Off you go. Hanli generously tossed a small pouch of silver to him. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled well. I will take my leave now. Sun Ergu clutched the silver, his face alight with joy as he exited, even closing the door behind him with courtesy. This young master is truly generous, and the task at hand is merely to gather information. It seems I have not made a poor choice in associating with him. Sun Ergu thought excitedly, momentarily forgetting about the corruption heart pill matter. Hanli watched as Sun Ergu left with a look of delight, letting out a sigh. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Having arrived in this place for only 2 days, he had already squandered so much silver, giving him the feeling of being a spendthrift. Never mind, he mused. This silver would ultimately be charged to Dr. Mo, and it would include some interest as well. However, this Wu Jiaming is indeed an intriguing character, managing to infiltrate the Mo residence under the guise he desired, and from the looks of it, he aims to gain both wealth and beauty. His audacity is quite remarkable. Hanli rubbed his nose and chuckled coldly. It seems a visit to the Mo residence is imperative. Otherwise, that precious Nuanyang jade would surely become a dowry in his possession. He thought resentfully.